Ding! The difficulty of the event breakthrough of the realm is 72 points, your roll point is 48 plus 25 points, the event is successful. The path of cultivation is treacherous, where each step feels like walking on thin ice. When my master expresses surprise at my sudden breakthrough, I can't help but smirk and reply, luck, just luck. Little did I know, my life was about to change dramatically. In this complex world filled with missions, vitality, and rewards, 2 dice capable of altering probability transformed my fate. Suddenly, I find myself in a pitch-black void confronted by an enigmatic old man with a white beard, who claims, I can grant you 3 wishes. Confusion sets in as I question his identity and the nature of this strange place. Tentatively, I make my first wish, let me become a billionaire. To my dismay, the response is not what I expected. The old man pulled out 2 10-sided dice, one black and one white, and tossed them. As they settled, the black die showed 3, and the white die showed 6. The final point is 36, and the wish difficulty is 50. Sorry, this wish failed. I can grant you 2 wishes. Wait, what? That only used 1? Are you kidding me? I felt my frustration bubbling over, nearly jumping up in anger, but the old man remained expressionless. I can grant you 2 wishes. Fine, I took a deep breath to calm myself. So, I can roll for more than 50 points, right? As I considered this, excitement began to build within me. For my second wish, I don't want money. Just give me good luck. The old man retrieved the dice again and rolled them. They spun and slowed, revealing the white die showing 5 and the black die showing 6. 65 points. I did it. I was about to leap for joy when the old man spoke again. The final point is 65, and the wish difficulty is 78. Sorry, this wish failed. I can grant you a wish. I felt a sting of insult creeping in. All I wanted was to be a woman. Why did it seem harder than becoming a billionaire? I quit the argument and pointed at the old man. Do you really think you're a magic lamp? If you want my wish to come true, then be generous and roll those 2 dice. If you don't know how to roll them, then just let me forget it. The old man picked up the 2 dice and rolled them again. This time, both the black and white dice landed on 0. What does that mean? I asked, stunned. I haven't even made my wish yet. Why are you acting so embarrassed? What's with the 2 zeros? Are you not giving me a chance? The final score is 100, and the difficulty of your wish is also 100. Congratulations, your wish has been granted. He looked at me, summoned the dice back into his hand, and tossed them in my direction. These secret dice are yours. They flew straight toward me, hitting my head and causing me to fall back in shock. Aha! I kicked my right leg out reflexively and slammed it against the corner of the table with a loud bang. A sharp pain shot through my calf, and I instinctively bent down to rub it. Ha 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 ha! Laughter erupted around me. As I rubbed my leg, I glanced around. Neat rows of tables and chairs surrounded me, filled with youthful, energetic faces, all staring at me. Luo Jun. A stern voice boomed from the podium. Are you daydreaming again? What? I stammered, still caught in that bizarre dream. Blinking, I rubbed my dizzy head and finally took in my surroundings. It was my familiar classroom, a strict teacher at the front, just another ordinary high school setting. What do you mean all what? Lou Baldzy at the podium slammed the table. What time is it? With only 1 month left until the college entrance exam, do you still want to sleep? Go outside and stand. Come back when you're awake. I stood up in a daze, my mind swirling with confusion. Dragging my right leg, which throbbed with pain and was stiff, I stumbled out of the classroom, bumping into the doorframe. Laughter erupted behind me as I made my awkward exit. Once in the corridor, I leaned against the wall, still trying to process the dream I just had. 3 wishes? Secret dice? What was that all about? Have I been reading too many novels lately? Yet, the dream felt so vivid. I could even picture the old man's beard clearly. But oddly, his face seemed both distinct and hazy at the same time, making it hard to recall exactly what he looked like. As I listened to Teacher Lou's lecture drifting from the classroom, I gazed out the corridor window at the distant, towering Ningyuan Mountain rising majestically in the west of the city. This was number 2 high school in Ningdong City, regarded as the top school around. Only the brightest students from junior high managed to get in here. Everyone worked tirelessly, students and parents alike, to achieve high grades. The pressure to excel was intense. But I was different from the rest. For one, I struggled with academics. And 2, I had no parents. Yes, I'm an orphan. My parents died in an accident when I was 6 years old. I can't remember much about that day. My only memory is of having dinner with my family at a restaurant near our home. When I woke up later, they were gone. I had been seriously injured and found myself in the hospital. It took a long time to recover, and now there's a thin scar across the bridge of my nose, giving me a fiercer look than my peers. After the gas explosion at the restaurant, which tragically took many lives, I found myself as the sole survivor. I was fortunate to attend number 2 middle school, thanks to my status as an orphan that year. I met the special admissions criteria and received support, which felt almost ironic. If it hadn't been for that accident, I doubt my grades would have been strong enough to get in. It's strange how these memories resurface. Shaking my head to clear my thoughts, I noticed a payment reminder on my phone. It was this month's relief fund notification. Since my parents passed away, my grandfather raised me until he also succumbed to illness during my high school years. After that, I relied on community assistance, receiving over $1,000 monthly, enough to cover the basics for a student like me. Wait, why is this amount $200 more than usual? Curious, I checked the details and saw a birthday benefit added. I nearly forgot it's my birthday today. Should I treat myself? Since my grandfather passed, I haven't had anyone to celebrate with, but I still like to acknowledge my birthday. In previous years, I'd buy some of my favorite food to enjoy at home, but this year, I wanted to do something different. There's a new movie I've been eager to see. Why not go catch a show? I opened the ticket website and quickly found Wild Hunt, showing at 6:30. I selected row 6, seat 9, perfect. Ring ring ring, the bell rang unexpectedly, and as the teacher announced the end of school, the fastest students had already packed their bags and dashed out of the classroom. Ouch! I was focused on booking tickets by the door when someone rushed past me, and I felt a bump. Sorry, the boy called out as he hurried down the corridor with his backpack. I shrugged it off. A little mishap wasn't going to ruin my excitement about the movie. I had already selected my seats, and now it was time to pay. Wait, $75? Is that really how much it costs? I frowned as a payment confirmation popped up on the screen. That was enough for 2 tickets. Quickly, I switched back to the seat selection page and spotted 2 illuminated seats. Ugh, I got jostled, and now my hands are shaking. I accidentally picked a bad spot. I slapped my forehead in frustration. They're not even close to each other. While I searched for a refund option, I made my way back to the classroom. Inside, students were bustling about, packing their bags amid a cacophony of noise. Even though we were in the crucial phase of preparing for the college entrance exam, few students at number 2 middle school stayed late to study. Those who did were either wealthy or well-connected. Most of them hired tutors, which was far more efficient than cramming in the school library. As for me, I couldn't afford a tutor, and I had no desire to stick around for self-study. I passed by classmates one after another, and then I heard an incredibly familiar line, "I am the strongest hunter." Ling Yao. That's from the trailer of The Wild Hunt. Could it be that someone else shares my interests? Excitedly, I turned my head and spotted a beautiful figure. A beautiful girl with a high ponytail was focused intently on the movie trailer playing on her phone. Ling Xin? Does she like this movie too? Maybe I should sell her the ticket. I couldn't help but admire Ling Xin's lovely profile, and an idea popped into my head. What if I asked her to go with me? But then again, maybe not. Ding! A strange notification sound broke through my thoughts. If a small probability success event with a severity coefficient of no less than twice is detected, should we use the secret dice? Luo Jun was stunned. What's the situation? He frowned, and suddenly felt that everything around him slowed down to almost stillness. Ling Xin in front of him seemed like a statue sitting in front of him, and the students around him after school were all motionless. This strange sight made Luo Jun's eyes widen. Then, 2 dices, one black and one white, appeared in front of his eyes, which were exactly the same as those thrown by the old man in his previous dream. That's not a dream? Wait, that's not important. What did you mean by low probability, successful event just now? Does he mean that he plans to invite Ling Xin to watch a movie? Luo Jun felt that he had been insulted again. I spend money. Invite people to watch a movie. How come it is a low probability, success event? Hey! I still don't believe this evil. For this tone, Luo Jun also chose yes, and the 2 10-sided dice in front of him began to spin crazily. As the 2 dice stopped one after another, the black one showed 8 and the white one showed 6. 86 o'clock. This point is high enough. Luo Jun snorted disdainfully, but the next prompt poured cold water on him. Ding! The final point is 86, and the success difficulty is 90. Sorry, the event failed. What the hell? Luo Jun's eyes widened. Invite people to watch a movie. As for the difficulty level of 90? I haven't made a date yet. Ding. Warning, the controller must be responsible for the choices he makes. Once he chooses to use the dice, he must complete the corresponding events, otherwise the secret dice will disappear completely. As if reading his intention to retreat, the notification sounded just right. Luo Jun was startled by this notification sound. Did he disappear? Although he still doesn't know what the specific use of the Tianji dice is, it is obvious that it is an extraordinary thing that belongs to him alone. It will disappear as soon as he gets it? Recalling the hardships I have endured over the years, and the gloomy life that can be seen all the way to the end, the secret dice may be a turning point. It's just a failed invitation. If you haven't been rejected by a woman, you can't grow into a real man. Secretly encouraging himself, Luo Jun took a deep breath, lowered his head and met Ling Xian's eyes. Ling Xian, on the other hand, seemed to think that this male classmate was a little weird, so she stood up and planned to walk past him. Luo Jun gritted his teeth and called out to the other party, Ling Xian, you also like the wild hunt? I happen to have a ticket, how about we come together? As soon as these words came out, the classroom, which was a little noisy just now, instantly became quiet. Did someone just ask a girl to watch a movie? Who are you dating? Ling Xian? Who made the appointment? Luo Jun? Everyone held their breath, their eyes oscillating between the two. Invite me to a movie? Ling Xian was also a little surprised. She turned to look at Luo Jun, seemed to hesitate for a moment, and then waved her hand. Sorry, I have an appointment. After saying that, the beautiful girl picked up her school bag, passed Luo Jun, and left the classroom gracefully. The silence in the classroom lasted for a few seconds. Someone made a poof sound, and then boos broke out, and everyone immediately surrounded Luo Jun. Oh. Young man is so brave. Brother Jun, that's okay. Does it count as a graduation confession? What do you think? Such a move happened all of a sudden, have you not woken up yet? Don't listen to them. I support you, but Ling Xian's rank may be a bit high. What do you think of Zheng Xiao from class 3? Although he's not as good looking as Ling Xian, his figure is quite good. Wow, can I help you get in touch? There must be more than one person who wants to pursue her, but you are the first one who dares to take action. I now declare that from today on, you are my idol. Faced with everyone's booing, Luo Jun could only pretend to be cool to ease the embarrassment. Calm down, you are making such a big fuss over such a trivial matter, you look like you have never seen the world. At this time, a somewhat unpleasant voice sounded. Luo Jun, we are still students after all. Don't spend your energy on such useless things. Especially you, who are in a special situation, should recognize your identity and make early plans for your future life. Luo Jun raised his eyebrows and turned around to see a handsome boy with a slender figure, willow eyebrows and slender eyes walking out. This boy's name is Han Yuli. He has good grades and a well-off family. He is highly regarded by teachers. I heard that he has been recommended by famous schools. However, he is quite utilitarian and mean. He became the class monitor because he likes to tell stories, but he is not very capable. Convince the public. The other people's heckles were considered a joke, but the words of Monitor Han were a little bit weird, mocking Luo Jun for overestimating his abilities. Monitor, there's no need to be so obsessive. A boy came out with a smile and wanted to smooth things over, but Luo Jun waved his hand and interrupted him. President Han is right. I have no one to rely on, so I really need to be more down to earth. But as far as I know, Monitor, you have been interested in Ling Xian for more than a day or two. How come you have been interested in Ling Xian until graduation, and it doesn't matter? Where's the action? As he spoke, Luo Jun moved his face forward and looked directly into Han Yuli's eyes. Why, are you an orphan too? As soon as these words came out, Han Yuli's face twitched unconsciously. Luo Jun sneered, picked up his school bag, turned around and walked out of the classroom with his chest raised and his head raised. As for the other onlookers, they also saw that the two men were at war with each other and dispersed in awe. Looking at Luo Jun's leaving figure, Han Yuli frowned slightly and his cheeks twitched. A tall boy from the side came over and said, Yuli, don't be as knowledgeable as him. Humph, for an orphan, I haven't dropped the price that much. Han Yuli snorted coldly, turned to the big man and said, Da Xiang, just now Ling Xian said you have an appointment tonight? Help me find out who it is. Gao Zichang curled his lips. As a boy, how can I inquire about girls' secrets? Han Yuli rolled her eyes at him. I'll take you with me to the weekend party. Gao Zichan's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he immediately stood firm. Don't worry, I promise to complete the mission. But when Luo Jun left the classroom, he turned around the stairs and made sure no one was following him. Then he grimaced and ran out of the teaching building. Wherever there is a crack in the ground, let me dig into it. After all, I am still a boy of 18 or 19. I don't mind this kind of thing, but I still feel embarrassed in my heart. But I at least completed the event, and I don't know what I will gain. Luo Jun was just wondering when the sound in his head reminded him again. Ding. Event, appointment with Ling Xian to watch a movie failed, gain some experience points. The activation of the secret dice failed. Experience? What the hell is this? Luo Jun thought, and a translucent panel appeared in front of him. Name, Luo Jun level 0, 1 out of 100, attributes, strong, 5 points sensitivity, 5 points perception, 5 points spirit, 5 points luck, level 5 skills, none props, none number of times used, 4/5 status, inactive. What is this? New video game? The old man in the dream gave me not just a pair of ordinary dice, but also a matching system? Look at the messy attributes and skills above, and they seem to have unlimited potential for enhancement. This is pretty awesome. But what does activation failure mean? Those 2 dice are not successfully activated? Could it be said that activation requires a successful event? Thinking of this, he began to try to investigate this strange panel, but before he could figure out the trick, the system suddenly disappeared, and the speed of time around him returned to normal. That's it? Where's the panel? Where's the attributes? Luo Jun stretched out his hand and pulled it in front of his eyes a few times, but he could no longer summon the magical system. After trying for a long time on campus, Luo Jun finally gave up. It's too late. Go to the theater first, otherwise the tickets you bought today will be in vain. Luo Jun took the bus at the entrance of the campus, went all the way to the shopping mall, went to the top floor to find the cinema, and redeemed the movie tickets. Looking at the 2 movie tickets in his hand, Luo Jun sighed. He couldn't find a way to refund the ticket when he arrived at the scene. Just because his hands were shaking, he spent more than 30 yuan. This was enough for his food expenses for 2 days. Can he recover some of his losses? Looking at the time, it was still more than half an hour before the movie started. Luo Jun rolled his eyes and stood at the door of the theater, stopping the customers who were walking into the theater. Brother, do you want a ticket? The Wild Hunt is opening soon. It only costs 30 yuan, which is 7.5 yuan cheaper than online. Beauty, do you want a ticket? Hunting, they're sold cheaply. Kids, do you want to watch a movie? In order to save his food expenses, Luo Jun took advantage of the break when the movie was about to start and started a part-time job as a scalper. However, nowadays people mainly book tickets online when watching movies, and very few people actually go to the venue to buy tickets. He couldn't find a buyer for his ticket for a long time. Uncle, my mother bought the ticket and will be here soon. The little boy who was stopped by him answered with his big black eyes while eating ice cream. What do you call uncle? The unlucky boy is not sensible at all. Remember, only those who are about the same age as dad are called uncles. A handsome boy like me should be called brother. But when I look at dad's photo, he's about the same age as you. The little boy looked at Luo Jun with dark eyes. Photos? Luo Jun was stunned, but heard the child say, Mom said that my father was gone before I was born and went to a faraway place. There are only photos of my father at home. My mother said that they were dating back then. It was taken at that time. He is also a poor child. Luo Jun showed a trace of pity in his eyes. By the way, brother, since you have extra tickets, why don't you use them for a date with your girlfriend? Luo Jun subconsciously covered his chest, as if a knife was stuck in it. Is it because there aren't any? The innocent words of the child were heard by Luo Jun again, and the pity that had just appeared disappeared. Go, let's play. Seeing that the movie was about to start, Luo Jun sighed. It seemed that he was destined to lose money today. Giving up his last hope, Luo Jun walked toward the theater, but was suddenly hit by someone. The man was so powerful that Luo Jun was knocked around and spun around. When he looked up, he saw a tall and thin man over 1.9 meters tall and wearing a black windbreaker. The man didn't even stop to apologize for bumping into someone. He walked straight forward as if he hadn't seen Luo Jun. Weird, Luo Jun complained in his heart. He didn't want to cause trouble. He was about to check the ticket when he suddenly realized that the man had caught the little boy eating ice cream just now. The boy was very frightened and obviously planned to resist, but the man's big hand covered the child's mouth. Then the child's eyes began to blur and the ice cream in his hand fell to the ground. The man took the opportunity to hold the sleeping child in his arms and prepared to leave. The whole process only took 2 or 3 seconds. In the crowded shopping mall, under the cover of the windbreaker, no one noticed the man's movements at all, except Luo Jun. Human trafficker? Luo Jun's eyes widened, and he immediately pointed at the man and shouted, "The trafficker kidnapped the child." Pedestrians coming and going were immediately attracted to the scene, and they all looked this way. Under the description of human trafficker, the man holding the sleeping child seemed somewhat suspicious. Luo Jun chuckled. In full view of the public, the trafficker didn't dare to be too presumptuous. He had to at least explain, as long as he could be dragged to the police. Thinking of this, he already took out his mobile phone and started calling the police. But who would have thought that the man who looked at the passers-by suddenly raised his hand and put it on the back of the boy's neck. Then the boy opened his eyes and said in a childish and slightly stiff voice, "Dad, why don't you leave?" That's too late. It turned out to be father and son. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief and stopped paying attention. A few people looked at Luo Jun, who had reported a false police report, with reproach in their eyes. Something's wrong. Luo Jun knew that this man could not be the child's father. His father should have been, and the child's condition was not quite right. Seeing that the man was about to take away the child, Luo Jun had no time to think about it. He rushed forward and grabbed the man's windbreaker. "Don't leave, the child is not yours." He didn't grab the child directly because he was afraid that the man would be carrying a knife or other weapon, so he just held on to the hem of his long windbreaker. Even if the man planned to attack him, he would have room to dodge and escape. No matter what, hold him back first. Even if you really made a mistake, just apologize in the end. It is better than letting the child fall into the clutches of the devil. The man didn't expect this kid to be so difficult to deal with. He snorted coldly and turned around and kicked him. This guy is tall and has long legs, and he seems to have martial arts skills. He turns around and kicks so fast and fiercely that Luo Jun can't react in time. At this moment, Luo Jun felt that everything around him slowed down, and the sound in his head sounded again. A small probability event with a severity coefficient of not less than twice has been detected. Dodge the attack. Do you want to use the secret dice? The current remaining times are April 5th. The system prompt appears again? Small probability? Indeed, this kick was so fast that it was difficult for him to dodge it on his own. Now is the critical moment. I can't control so much. Let's roll the dice and try our luck. If it succeeds, I don't know what I will get. The event difficulty is 85, but the final point is 3 points? Ding, the incident failed. Dry. After hearing the beep, Luo Jun only had time to utter one word before he was kicked and flew out in the air. A big failure is when the difficulty of an event exceeds 50 points, but the roll is less than 5 points. Compared with ordinary failures, big failures often have more serious consequences. For example, Luo Jun now. The cinema in the mall is located on the 5th floor, with an open patio hall at the door, leading directly to the 1st floor. Luo Jun, who unfortunately failed in his throw, flew all the way over the glass wall at the entrance of the theater and fell towards the 1st floor. In mid-air, Luo Jun felt that everything around him had slowed down. This is not the effect of activating the secret dice, but the revolving lantern in the dying state. My chest hurts so much, my ribs seem to be broken, and if I fell from such a height, I would basically die. If I had known earlier, I would have stopped meddling. If I just ignore my own business and just call the police secretly, I will definitely not be attacked. Probably a revolving door before his death. Scenes of long-dusted memories suddenly flashed through Luo Jun's mind. Don't play with him, he is a child without parents. My mother bought this for me. What did your mother buy for you? My dad is taking me to the fantasy kingdom this weekend. Luo Jun, what are you going to do this weekend? Help grandpa pick up bottles? Is that a new game? This orphan, his parents might have been killed by him. Grandpa, they all say that I am a child without parents. Please give me another father. Well, I guess your mother can't agree. She even gave me a dream 2 days ago. Then why am I the only one without parents? If everyone's parents were gone, no one would laugh at me. Xiao Jun, your parents are not around, so you have indeed experienced more than other children, but after going through wind and rain, saplings can grow into towering trees. When a storm comes, only towering trees can stand firm and protect the little flowers and grass under their feet from the wind and rain. Grandpa, your expectations for me are a bit high. Not to mention protecting me from the wind and rain, my grandson is not safe now. If I had known it would end like this, I wouldn't have bothered. Mom said that before I was born, my father went to a very far away place. The little boy's words rang in Luo Jun's ears again, touching the softest memories in his heart. I'm afraid there are some noisy things that I can't ignore. Luo Jun's eyes changed, full of firm belief and desire for life. I must live. Luo Jun felt that his mind had become clearer. He glanced around and noticed that not far behind, there was a huge shopping mall chandelier. Following the direction he flew out, he could easily reach it. Tianji dice. If you don't want me to die, just come out. The dice always appeared after he created the target before, and this time it should be the same. Ding, you tried to grab the chandelier, did you use the secret dice? The remaining times are March 5th coming. Luo Jun felt happy, but he didn't intend to use it. After failing twice in a row, he was no longer lucky. When activating the secret dice, it will be accompanied by a short time slowdown effect, which can buy him time to think and react in a life or death situation. It seems a bit difficult to grab the chandelier at this angle, but if you adjust your posture, there is still hope. Ding, since the user did not complete the system activation after rolling the dice twice, the final points of this roll will be corrected by 20 points. A new beep interrupted Luo Jun's thoughts. The so-called positive correction means that the final roll result is increased by 20. Doesn't the success rate increase greatly? Then try again with the dice. The sound of the dice rolling. The event difficulty is 68 points, the final points are 31 plus 20 points, the event failed. Are you kidding me? This can all fail? Luo Jun cursed secretly in his heart, but because of the rules, he still reluctantly stretched out his hand in the direction of the chandelier. At the same time, his eyes were already catching new vitality. The moment he passed by the chandelier, Luo Jun noticed the advertising banner hanging diagonally in the shopping mall lobby. Ding, you are trying to grab the banner, do you want to use the secret dice? The remaining times are 2/5 since the user did not complete the system activation after 3 rolls of the dice, the final points of this roll will be positively corrected by 30 points. Why do I feel like you are mocking me? After estimating the direction of his flight and the position of the banner, the chances of seizing it by himself were not very high. Try it again, I won't believe it can fail. The event difficulty is 79, the final points are 66 plus 30, the event is successful. Finally succeeded. Since getting the secret dice, Luo Jun finally rolled his first success. With confidence in his heart, Luo Jun twisted his body in the air, spread his limbs, adjusted his movements so that he hit the edge of the banner, and then struggled to grab the fabric. The banner that could fall from the roof of the shopping mall to the second and third floors must be at least 10 meters long, and the fabric is thick and tough. Luo Jun couldn't hold it firmly when he pounced, and he slid all the way down the banner. We must hurry up. Luo Jun's eyes widened in anger, and he tried to hold on even as his nails were broken and his fingers were worn out. Seeing that the sliding momentum could not be stopped, he even opened his mouth and bit the edge of the banner with his teeth. Chichi, with the friction, the corners of Luo Jun's mouth were cut open, his tongue was pierced, blood drew a line of red on the edge of the banner, and even his teeth began to loosen. However, with the help of his mouth, Luo Jun finally stopped his falling at the last moment. But before he could breathe a sigh of relief, the hook at the top of the banner couldn't bear it and suddenly broke. Luo Jun felt that his body that had just been stable suddenly lost weight, and he fell downwards with the banner. At this time, he was still 2 or 3 stories above the ground. Due to the sudden weightlessness, his body turned uncontrollably and he fell headfirst. Such a fall was enough for Luo Jun to drink a pot. At the critical moment, Luo Jun caught a glimpse of the stall selling discounted clothes below. The Tianji dice sensed the desire for survival in his heart and started again. You are trying to fall into the pile of clothes. Whether to use the secret dice or not, the remaining times are January 5th. Use. The event difficulty is 48, the final point is 49, the event is successful, so close. Startled by the sudden fall, Luo Jun instinctively chose to use the dice. When he found that the point correction effect disappeared, he couldn't help but sucked in a breath of cold air and felt a sense of fear in his heart. But it was successful after all. At the moment when the flow of time returned to normal, Luo Jun pushed the banner hard, using the reaction force to slightly change the angle of the fall, and fell into the middle of the hall, where the off-season clothing stall was. Colorful sweaters, cotton coats and down jackets were spread out on the big table, and were messed up by the rush buying customers, forming a fluffy cushion. Luo Jun plopped into the pile of clothes. The huge impact even shook the table below. With a click, the table legs broke and clothes flew everywhere. The pedestrians around him were so frightened that they ducked in all directions. Thanks to the collapse of the table and an extra layer of buffer, Luo Jun finally landed safely. But even if it is safe, Luo Jun will not have a hard time. In any case, he fell from a 5-story shopping mall, with a drop of almost 20 to 30 meters. After all this torture, Luo Jun's nails were turned out, his hands were covered with blood, the corners of his mouth were cracked, his teeth were loose, and all the bones in his body seemed to be falling apart. He was lying in a pile of clothes, unable to move. Save life. Luo Jun, who was in pain all over his body, was dying and made a pitiful cry for help. I finally saved my life, but now it's hard to even get up. Is there any kind person who can help me to the hospital? Ding! The event Catch the Banner is completed, and the basic experience value is 79 points. The severity factor of the incident is 12 times. The final experience value is 948 points. The event falling into the pile of clothes is completed, and the basic experience value is 48 points. The severity of the incident is 10 times greater. The final experience value is 480 points. Congratulations, you have been upgraded. 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 Congratulations on successfully activating the TNG dice system. Congratulations on getting the skill, everything is dice, please extract attribute points. A series of prompts sounded in his mind, and at the same time a warm current enveloped Luo Jun, making him feel an indescribable sense of relief all over his body, sweeping away all his pain. What is this? Upgrade to automatically full health? Any skills? Can you add more? This is a fucking game, right? I was complaining in my heart, as the spinning dice appeared in front of my eyes, but this time it was only white. Is this for adding attribute points? Doesn't white mean that you can add up to 10 points at a time? There was no time to think about those details. Luo Jun rolled the dice 4 times in a row, and rolled 9 points, 7 points, 6 points, and 9 points respectively. Lucky for me, there was no one below 5. With each point roll, Luo Jun could feel a powerful force pouring into his limbs and bones. The system seemed to have automatically added attribute points for him without asking his opinion. After this series of reactions passed, Luo Jun was lying in the pile of clothes. Although there was still blood on his body, he could no longer see the pain of injury. Instead, he was full of energy and his eyes were shining. In front of his eyes, his current system panel appeared. Name, Luo Jun level 4, 431/500, attributes, strength, 15 points sensitivity, 12 points perception, 11 points spirit, 13 points luck, level 6 skill, everything is dice props, none number of uses, 5/5. The two events were settled together, and with the addition of more than 1,000 experience points, Luo Junlian was directly promoted to level 4. Not only did he heal his injuries, replenish the number of dice uses, but also greatly strengthened his attributes in all aspects. More importantly, he was also given a skill, everything is dice. Effect 1, you can activate the secret dice at any time to judge any event related to you. Effect 2, luck level increases by 1 level. The first effect means that he can actively activate the secret dice in the future, without having to wait for the beep to pop up on its own. As for the second effect, it has been reflected on the panel, and his luck level has changed from level 5 to level 6. According to the explanation, this level of luck has nothing to do with real luck. All it can affect is the points of the dice. The higher the level, the easier it is to roll high numbers. No wonder the 4 attribute points are so high. Luck level should be included in them. It can add attributes, skills, and unactivated props. This dice has many functions. Luo Jun shook his head and raised his hand to tear off the clothes covering his body, but when he exerted force, the sleeves of a pressed shirt teared off. I didn't use so much strength, did I? Luo Jun looked at the broken sleeve in his hand in astonishment. Not only the power, but when he felt it carefully, he felt that his eyes could see more clearly, his ears could hear more clearly, and his mind was clearer. His whole person felt like he had been reborn. The corners of Luo Jun's mouth couldn't stop rising. If he were himself now, he would definitely be able to avoid the kick just now. No, this is not the time to be proud. The trafficker is still upstairs. He should have called the police just now. He needs to report his location quickly. Looking around, I found that my phone had fallen to the ground not far away and was broken. My cell phone. Just when Luo Jun was feeling distressed, a loud dong sound suddenly came from above his head. What happened? Luo Jun looked up and suddenly saw a black shadow flying down from the 5th floor. Damn it, is that trafficker addicted to kicking people? As soon as he complained, Luo Jun used his enhanced keen senses to discover that the figure flying down was tall, wearing a windbreaker, and holding a child in his arms. Isn't this the human trafficker? Can't think of jumping off a building? The trafficker fell all the way under Luo Jun's shocked eyes, and finally landed on one knee, hitting the ground with a thud. He didn't have any buffer, so he smashed it down so hard that even the hard floor tiles were cracked, scaring the pedestrians around him so much that they backed away. However, the man in the trench coat seemed to be fine. He stood up, hugged the child and ran out the door. Is that human being? Luo Jun was completely shocked. Thinking about it now, when he and the man in the trench coat were pulling each other, he was still 3 or 4 meters away from the glass guardrail. One kick could knock him so far, weighing more than 100 kilograms, and even being able to cross a guardrail more than 1 meter high is no longer a human strength. The trafficker didn't seem to notice Luo Jun, who was still lying in the pile of clothes, and passed directly by him. Just when Luo Jun was thinking about how to stop him, another figure fell from the sky and stopped in front of the man in the windbreaker. This guy is taller than the man in the trench coat, and has an extremely strong build. He has a beard, a sexy pink hurdle vest on his upper body, which is almost bursting because of his plump muscles, and a pair of red and green shorts with colorful patterns on his lower body. Wearing a pair of purple beanie shoes, they look unusually conspicuous. Here comes another one, and he looks like a pervert dressed. Polluter, put the child down. The new muscle pervert pointed at the man in the trench coat and shouted, speaking righteously. It seems that he acted bravely? That's right, you can't assume that someone is not a good person just because they are dressed in a weird way. The lackey of the Yuan Show Society, the man in the windbreaker, gritted his teeth. He seemed to be quite afraid of the perverted muscular man and took a few steps back. At this time, 2 more people jumped down from upstairs, but Luo Jun noticed that one of them jumped from the 2nd floor and the other from the 3rd floor. The one who came down from the 2nd floor was a young man with a medium build, strong movements, wearing sportswear and a headscarf, while the one who came down from the 3rd floor was a short-haired woman wearing sunglasses. Unlike other people's free fall, she floated down gently and landed quietly. After the two landed, they immediately lined up on the left and right, fatally blocking the windbreaker man's retreat. Luo Jun was shocked by the way each of them appeared. When did Ningdong City have so many supermen? I have just obtained the system, and I plan to use it to soar to the top of my life. It has not been overnight yet, and you are telling me that there are so many extraordinary people in the world? But looking at the surprised passers-by who were taking pictures with their mobile phones, Luo Jun felt a little relieved. Yep, a bunch of people who have never seen the world. Before Luo Jun could finish his contempt, he saw the woman in sunglasses pull out a piece of talisman paper from her arms and shake it in the wind. The talisman paper burned and an invisible wave spread around. Luo Jun suddenly felt dizzy and shook his head before he woke up. What? Luo Jun thought to himself that he felt dizzy even after being mentally strengthened. He turned to look at the ordinary people watching, and found that their eyes became confused one by one. They lowered their heads and deleted the videos and photos they had just taken on their phones, and turned away from here. After clearing the place, a large open space was left on the 1st floor of the shopping mall, leaving only the 4 people confronting each other and Luo Jun, who was hiding in a pile of clothes. Seeing that there was no way out, the man in the trench coat twitched his face and put his hand on the child's neck. If you come any closer, I will strangle him to death. The man's voice was cold and hoarse, with a chilling sense of oppression, as if the speaker was not a human being, but a man-eating beast. Stop making unnecessary resistance. The muscular man said solemnly, you have already killed a person, and killing the child again will not do you any good. As long as you let the child go without restraint, the association will help you purify it. Pollution. As for crimes committed during pollution, we will also have reasonable rulings. Pollution? Ha ha. The man in the windbreaker sneered, that's just a coward's view. How can you cowards who only hide in the main world understand the great evolution? The man in the trench coat became more and more excited as he spoke, and his big skinny hands inadvertently left the child's neck. At this moment, a half-moon-shaped golden light flew from outside the mall, faster than a sharp arrow, and with a swipe, it cut off the man in the windbreaker's right arm at shoulder level. Ah! The man in the trench coat screamed in pain, and with a shake of his left hand, the unconscious child fell away. What a great opportunity! The eyes of the 3 people surrounding the man in the trench coat lit up and they immediately rushed forward. The man in the trench coat reacted instantly from the severe pain. When he saw the 3 people rushing towards him, he felt his heart go out and stabbed the child into the back of the neck with his finger like a knife. Damn it, he was going to kill him. The 3 of them felt a chill in their hearts. Seeing that the child's life was in danger, they were still far away from their opponent, and it was too late to save him. At this moment, a figure suddenly emerged from the pile of clothes behind the man in the windbreaker and hugged the child. When the man in the trench coat was confronting several people, he unknowingly retreated to Luo Jun. His attention was entirely on the three people with extraordinary power, and he didn't realize that behind him was the kid who had just been kicked out by him. Even if he noticed it, he would probably think it was a corpse. The killing move failed, and the man in the trench coat was furious, and turned to hit Luo Jun. But just as he was about to change his move, half of his shirt sleeve suddenly floated to his face, blocking his sight. Luo Jun dodged the punch. The man in the windbreaker pulled open the sleeves on his face. Seeing Luo Jun crawling forward, he raised his left leg and kicked Luo Jun in the back. But as soon as he exerted his strength, the right leg he was supporting stepped on a gauze scarf at some point. His foot slipped and he lost his balance. This foot rubbed the corner of Luo Jun's clothes, leaving a crack on the floor tile with a clang. Footprints. The man in the trench coat still refused to give up. He used the force of this kick to support himself and twist his body. This time he raised his right foot and swept Luo Jun with a whip kick. This time he was very sure that he didn't step on anything, and there was nothing nearby that could float to his face. There is absolutely no way to avoid this kid. But at the critical moment, Luo Jun suddenly fell down. To be precise, he tripped, and what tripped him was the severed hand of the man in the trench coat. Luo Jun fell to the ground and felt something sweep over his head, even scratching his hair. Looking at Luo Jun again, he protected the child in his arms and rolled forward a few times, completely out of the attack range of the man in the trench coat. This series of dodges shocked the three defenders who rushed to respond. They were not surprised by Luo Jun's skills. This kid who suddenly appeared was indeed more agile than ordinary people, but in their eyes, that was just the way it was. What really shocked them was luck. The powerful polluter will encounter accidents every time he attacks. If something goes wrong, Luo Jun will be seriously injured even if he doesn't die. What great luck! While sighing, the three of them did not waste any time. Taking advantage of Luo Jun's delay, they rushed forward. Luo Jun was overjoyed. It seemed that the mission could be successfully completed. He dared to rush out to save people, not just because of his sense of justice. Just now, when he saw the boy in the trench coat trying to kill someone, Luo Jun's heart clenched, and he instinctively wanted to save people. The moment the thought of saving people emerged, he felt everything around him slow down. Ding! A complex event with a low probability of severity coefficient no less than twice has been detected. The mission system is activated. Mission goal: rescue the children. Mission difficulty: 75 severity factor, 4 times task consumption, 3 uses task limit, 7 uses. Whether to accept? Explanation: after accepting the mission, if you use the secret dice in mission-related actions, the number of uses will be calculated separately. Once the limit is reached, you will not be able to use the secret dice. If there are any remaining times, they will be cleared after the mission ends. The experience gained during the mission it will be distributed after the mission is successful. If the mission fails, the experience during the period will not be distributed. Since this is the first time for the user to activate the mission system, the points rolled in this mission will be corrected by 25 points in the end. Luo Jun didn't expect that Tianji dice actually had a mission system. After being stunned for a moment in the slowed down time, he chose to accept it. According to the instructions, it means consuming 3 uses to accept a task that can use the dice 7 times, and as a novice benefit, you can also get 25 points correction for these 7 times. After obtaining everything as dice, Luo Jun's luck has been upgraded by 1 level, and it is easier than ordinary people to roll high numbers. With these 25 points, the success rate can be said to be greatly improved. 3 times for 7 times, there are extra points, plus the attributes have increased several times. This is Luo Jun's confidence to take on the mission. It was precisely by relying on the power of the secret dice that Luo Jun narrowly avoided the attack of the man in the windbreaker and successfully rushed out with the little boy. Seeing that the child was about to be rescued, the man in the windbreaker's eyes turned red. He reached into his pocket with his remaining left hand and took out a small, transparent box containing a strangely shaped leaf specimen. The man in the trench coat shook his hand hard and crushed the box and the specimen. Immediately, a surging wave rippled out. Then, with his palm as the center, a huge black hole expanded, exerting a strong suction force on everything around it. Luo Jun, who was originally running out, suddenly felt great resistance. Even with enhanced attributes, he was unable to escape. The soles of his feet slipped and he was sucked back. The moment they saw this black hole, the 3 extraordinary beings all looked horrified and seemed to be very afraid. The young man in sportswear and the woman with short hair and sunglasses immediately stepped away and escaped from the scope of gravity. As for the muscular man who was closest, he smashed the tiles with his feet and inserted them into the ground. After fixing his body, he stretched out his hand towards Luo Jun. "Quick, hold on to me." Just as Luo Jun stretched out his hand, he felt his feet slip and almost fell. He knew that there was little hope of getting out of trouble with his own strength, so he activated the secret dice again. Don't get sucked into the black hole. Ding, the event difficulty is 93, the final points are 3 plus 25, the event failed. Holy shit, this works. Luo Jun cursed in his heart, just a failure, a big failure. Unexpectedly, the judgment of a major failure is not affected by point correction, as long as the roll is 5 or less. This is already the case, how could it be such a huge failure? Feeling that the soles of his feet were getting slippery, Luo Jun felt desperate. "Ah, you brat, don't even think about escaping from my grasp." The man in the trench coat behind him laughed wildly. At this moment, 2 more golden light blades flew towards him. One hit the neck, the other hit the waist. The man in the trench coat was cut into 3 pieces, and the broken limbs and blood were sucked in while spinning. The black hole disappears completely. But even if the man in the trench coat was killed, the black hole did not stop. At this time, a long-haired woman wearing a mask jumped over the muscular man and stretched out her hand towards Luo Jun. At the same time, Luo Jun's feet slipped and he fell completely into the black hole. The dice have failed and being sucked into the black hole is inevitable. I can't escape, but at least. At the last moment, Luo Jun activated the secret dice, send the child out, ding, the event difficulty is 83, and the final points are 62 plus 25. Congratulations, the event is successful. After getting the result, Luo Jun had a smile on his face. He used his last strength to push the child towards the masked woman. "Take him away. Leave me alone." The woman's eyes trembled slightly under the mask. She grabbed the child with her left hand, and transformed into a transparent golden spear with her right hand, which was inserted into the ground and fixed her body. Seeing that the child was safe, Luo Jun was relieved, and his body fell backwards uncontrollably. While his consciousness was still awake, he went through the last incident in his mind. No matter where the black hole leads, let me survive. Shortly after Luo Jun was sucked in, the black hole also began to shrink and eventually disappeared. The muscular man in a vest pulled out his legs, and the young man in sportswear and the woman with short hair and sunglasses also came closer. The masked woman was still looking in the direction where the black hole disappeared, with reluctance and regret in her eyes. After a few seconds, he sighed, turned around and handed the child to the muscular man, lowered his head and sighed, "I'm sorry, I'm a little late. No, it should be said that it's thanks to you." The muscular man took the child, checked his condition, breathed a sigh of relief, and continued to comfort the masked woman. "No one expected that this polluter would suddenly commit a murder in the mall. If it weren't for you, the 3 of us have no long-range attack means, let alone control him, which may cause greater casualties." Yes, you are already great." The young man in sportswear stepped forward, his face flushed. "You are worthy of being a genius who reached the state of concentration at the age of 13. That's amazing. You're blushing like a hammer." The woman in sunglasses on the side slapped the young man in sportswear. She feels sorry for the boy who was sucked in. The muscular man also frowned. "I didn't expect that he actually owned the leaves of the world tree. Even if that little brother didn't die in the turbulence of time and space, it would be difficult to find it back." The woman with short hair and sunglasses said, "I have contacted Team Chang. The aftermath department will be here soon. They will also analyze the remaining fluctuations at the scene. They should be able to locate the world of China Unicom. We will definitely find him." "I hope so," the muscular man nodded. "It would be a pity for such a brave man to sacrifice like this." The masked woman on the side raised her hand and took off the mask on her face, revealing a beautiful face. If Luo Jun was still standing here, he would definitely not be able to help shouting her name. Ling Xin. That night, 9:45. In a hidden underground base, staff members in different clothes were busy coming and going. Some were operating huge and complex instruments, some were playing with various talismans, golems, magic circles, etc. Some were simply there were no props, just a few people standing together hand in hand, eyes closed and heads held high, motionless. If an uninformed person enters here by mistake, they may think that this is a secret gathering of some two-dimensional enthusiasts. After all, there are too many elements. Those weird costumes and items, apart from cosprops, I really can't think of anything else. Something else is possible. In fact, this is the headquarters of the Ningdong branch of the largest mysterious organization in Cathay, the Yuan Qi Practitioners Association, referred to as the Yuan Xiuhui, and it is officially an officially recognized organizational unit. In the conference room of the base, 6 people were sitting at the conference table, including the 4 people who arrested the man in the trench coat in the mall during the day. Sitting at the head of the conference table was an old man who looked to be in his 60s, with a majestic temperament and some baldness. Sitting next to him was a man in his 40s with a capable temperament. The bald old man briefly glanced at the report in his hand and threw it on the table. These are all clichés. Hao Yong, please report today's specific situation. Be honest. Copy that. The muscular man who led the team to arrest the man in the windbreaker stood up. He changed from the exaggerated dress during the day. He was now wearing formal clothes, but the clothes were a little too small and were slightly deformed by his muscles. If the noble phantasm doesn't fit you, there's no need to stand up. Just sit down and talk. The balding old man waved his hand, and Hao Yong sat down and began to report. His manners were regular and his tone was cautious, which was completely inconsistent with his exaggerated appearance. That's right, we received a tip this afternoon that a suspicious Yuan Qi practitioner appeared in Qianyuehui shopping mall, and there were suspected signs of pollution. As he said that, he glanced at the middle-aged man next to the old man. Team Cheng sent our third team to check the situation. Mr. Yuan, wasn't Lao Yang of our team injured in the last mission? He is still there now. To cultivate ourselves, Team Cheng temporarily hired a strong foreign aide for us. As he said that, he looked at Ling Xin who was sitting beside him. Although that doesn't quite follow the rules. Captain Chang, who was sitting next to Mr. Yuan, nodded and said, "It is indeed me who asked Xiaoxin to do this. I know all this." Mr. Yuan knocked on the table. Let's talk about the key points. The details of today's arrest. Roger. Hao Yong organized his speech. When we arrived, the informant said that he had lost him, but he was sure that the guy was still in the mall, so the 3 of us searched separately. 3? Mr. Yuan raised his eyebrows and looked unkind. Sorry, Ling Xin raised her hand. I was delayed because of something, so I didn't arrive as soon as possible. Seeing that it was her, Mr. Yuan's expression softened a little. You are a non-staff member, so being able to help is a courtesy. There is no need to apologize. Hao Yongqian continued. Then while we were searching, we suddenly heard someone shouting about arresting human traffickers on the 5th floor. I was the closest at the time and rushed over immediately. From a distance, I saw a young man being kicked by a polluter. He jumped from the 5th floor, fell down. Then I rushed up to fight the polluter. That guy's cultivation in the Peiyuan realm was very solid, but his physique was not as good as mine. After 2 moves, he fell down from the stairs. I followed him down, and Xiao Meng and Xia Xia they surrounded him. Seeing that he couldn't leave, he used the child to threaten him. When there was a stalemate, Ling Xin finally arrived and found a loophole to cut off the polluter's hand from a distance, and the child also dropped. At this moment, the boy who had been kicked off suddenly emerged from the pile of clothes behind the defiler, took the opportunity to grab the child, and avoided the defiler's continuous attacks, and then, wait. Mr. Yuan interrupted him. You said that young man was kicked by the polluter and fell to the 5th floor. Not only did he not die, he jumped out to snatch people and evaded the attack of the polluter. It's absolutely true. Hao Yang nodded. Mr. Yuan frowned. Is it a casual cultivator hidden among the people? No, it was Ling Xin who spoke. She shook her head with certainty. He is my classmate. I have never noticed any fluctuations in his vitality. He really doesn't look like he has practiced cultivation. Team Cheng on the side added, we later called the mall's surveillance system. After the kid was kicked off, he happened to hit the mall banner. After sliding down, he fell only in the pile of clothes. It can be said that it is purely destiny. With that said, he handed the tablet in his hand to Mr. Yuan and continued to explain. The same goes for escaping the defiler's attack later on. Although there are dangers, accidents always happen at the right time. The little guy rolled and crawled. His movements are indeed more agile than ordinary people, but his ability to dodge is basically purely luck. Looking at the surveillance video on the tablet, Mr. Yuan frowned. No, it's not just luck. Several people were stunned when they saw Mr. Yuan projecting the video onto the screen and slowing down the speed. Look, when he was at high altitude, he tried to grab the chandelier. After failing, he turned to grab the banner. And the banner was hooked when it broke. He used the reaction force to change the direction of the fall and jumped towards the pile of clothes. With the help of Mr. Yuan's explanation, several people finally saw Luo Jun's operation clearly. Isn't it a coincidence? In such a desperate situation, he is still trying to survive? Hao Yong looked surprised. Xiao Meng, a young man in sportswear beside him, couldn't help but admired. My dear, there is still something to be done in that situation. Space? Not to mention ordinary people, even if it were me, I just want to get up and hold my head to make myself fall softer. As for Ling Xian, she stared at Luo Jun's figure on the surveillance camera, her eyelashes trembling slightly, as if she had a new understanding of this old classmate. However, it was indeed luck to avoid the polluter's attack afterwards. Mr. Yuan saw the second piece of surveillance. There is nothing we can do about it. The gap is too big. Apart from luck, there is really nothing to rely on. Then, the polluter activated the leaves of the world tree? Yes. Hao Yong nodded. At this time, Ling Xian also arrived and killed the polluter, but the little brother couldn't escape, so he pushed the child out at the last moment. After listening to Hao Yong's statement, Mr. Yuan nodded and looked at Luo Jun in the surveillance screen with a faint light in his eyes, brave, kind, witty, calm, with good physical fitness, and the key is good luck. Such a young man people are so rare. We must find him back. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a knock on the door. After asking him to come in, a young staff member came in with a report. Mr. Yuan, the detection results are out. Mr. Yuan's eyes lit up when he heard this. Where does the black hole lead to? Is it martial arts? Barbaric? Or supernatural? The institute shook its head. It's chaos. Everyone in the conference room took a breath. Ling Xian, who was sitting in the corner, trembled slightly at the corners of her eyes. Mr. Yuan frowned and thought for a moment, then stood up. Let's go to the scene. Xiao Chang, please check the recently released chaos missions on the way. I don't know how long it took. Luo Jun woke up. What came into view was the snow-white ceiling and the dimly lit room. Where is this? Luo Jun was lying on a big bed with a snow-white quilt underneath him. He sat up and looked around. Bedside lamps were installed on both sides. A TV was hung on the wall opposite the bed. Next to the TV cabinet were 2 bottles of mineral water, with a hotel exclusively available label hanging on the bottle mouth. This is a hotel room? How did I get here? Luo Jun took a deep breath and felt a little uncomfortable. He felt a little bit indescribable. It was not cold, but he just felt that there was a vague chill hanging over him, and he was still trying to get into his body. Luo Jun was a little confused, scratching his head and recalling the experience just now. He should be in a shopping mall, and suddenly encountered a trafficker kidnapping a child, and then. Luo Jun sat up suddenly. I met a group of inhuman perverts, and was finally sucked into a black hole. Thinking of this, Luo Jun hurriedly called out the Tianji dice and checked the message records. After pushing the child out, he finally used the secret dice once, with the goal of surviving. It should be successful now. Luo Jun activated the system and checked the message records. The event survived. The event difficulty is 38, the final point is 55, the event is successful. The severity factor is 12 times, and the final experience point is 456 points. Mission Rescue the Children completed. The mission difficulty is 75 points, and the severity factor is 4 times. The final reward is 300 chips. Calling mission experience. During the mission, the dice were used 6 times, and a total of 1,714 experience points were gained. Congratulations, you have been upgraded. You can extract attribute points. Congratulations on reaching level 5. You can extract a skill. Luo Jun was a little dizzy from the series of reminder messages. He didn't expect that the last step of survival and rescuing the child actually gave him more than 2,000 experience points, allowing him to advance to 4 levels in a row. Following this, there will be more information about Tianji dice. It turns out that in addition to adding attributes, upgrading can also gain skills. In addition to the dice for everything that must be obtained at level 1, a skill can be randomly selected for every multiple of 5 such as level 5, level 10, and level 15. Because the user has lost consciousness, there are still rewards that have not yet been obtained. Do you want to collect them now? Luo Jun chose to receive it, and then entered the deceleration state of Tianji dice. Now, he had level 4 attributes and a skill in front of him. Luo Jun thought for a moment and drew the skill first. Because according to the information, skills are related to the secret dice system, getting the skills first should be beneficial to subsequent draws. Ding, congratulations on getting the skill, primary point correction. Basic point correction. When using Tianji dice, you can choose to correct the rolling point result in a positive or negative direction, with a maximum limit of 5 points. This skill made Luo Jun's eyes light up. To put it bluntly, the skill effect is the result of increasing or decreasing the final throw point. In other words, as long as Luo Jun needs it, the judgment of all future events can be increased by up to 5 points. If normally the average throw is 50 points, then Luo Jun's average is 55 points. Coupled with the fact that his level 6 luck has a potential positive impact on the dice results, it can be said that in the future, as long as the secret dice can be used, the success rate of events will increase to a certain extent. You may not see anything by rolling points once or twice, but cumulatively, they will have a huge impact on your life. No, it won't take long, and you will see immediate results before your eyes. Luo Jun suddenly thought of a key question. In ordinary events, the upper limit of the throwing points of the secret dice is 100 points, but when upgrading to extract attributes, the upper limit of the rolling points is only 10 points. Will this also add 5 points? It just so happens that the attributes haven't been drawn yet. Give it a try. As the white dice stops spinning, the number shows 3. The moment the result came out, Luo Jun was prompted whether to use the skill or not. Can use. In the end, Luo Jun gained 3 plus 5 is equal to 8 attribute points. Luo Jun was overjoyed and drew 3 more times in a row, gaining 12, 9 and 11 attribute points respectively. After automatic allocation, Luo Jun's panel is as follows. Name, Luo Jun level 8, 101 out of 900, strong, 26 points sensitivity, blackjack perception, 22 points spirit, 23 points luck, level 6 skills, everything is dice, primary point correction props, none chips, 300 pieces number of uses, 5/5. After drawing out the attributes and skills, Luo Jun focused on the newly obtained chips. This is his reward for completing the mission. The mission difficulty is 75, the severity factor is 4 times, and it is exactly 300 chips. It seems that the mission itself does not reward experience, but is awarded in the form of chips. What's the use of this thing? Luo Jun's mind moved, and new information appeared in his mind. Chips are equivalent to the currency of the Tianji dice system, and their main function is to exchange them for prop rewards. However, there is no reward list for Luo Jun to choose from. In the Tianji dice system, everything seems to be linked to luck. To redeem rewards, it is also in the form of a lottery. Under the chip system, there are 4 buttons marking the lucky bags, with the amount of redemption below, which are 300 chips, 500 chips, 1,000 chips, and 3,000 chips. According to the description, these 4 kinds of lucky bags can randomly draw special items. The higher the value of the lucky bag, the greater the probability of extracting high-level items. With Luo Jun's current 300 chips, he can only draw the cheapest lucky bag. Do you want to save money and wait to draw higher-level items? Or should I redeem a small lucky bag first and see how it goes? Luo Jun thought for a moment and clicked on the smallest lucky bag. He had only gotten the system for less than half a day, so he didn't need to think about it in the long term. It was more important to figure out the details of the rules first. With the selection, the 300 chips were instantly cleared, and the icon of the lucky bag shown, accompanied by a green light, and finally turned into a small red dice. Luo Jun focused his attention on the dice, and soon its attributes appeared before his eyes. Name, lead-filled dice grade, excellent, green, effect, consumable. If you are dissatisfied with the current result, you can choose to use this prop to re-roll the point. Re-rolling points gives you a 30-point difficulty modifier. Available times, 1-to-1 note, this one does not count. There is something wrong with your dice, try it with mine. This special effect made Luo Jun's eyes light up. To put it bluntly, you can re-roll after a failure, and the success rate of re-rolling is greatly increased. This is a good thing. Although it is a consumable, the effect is very powerful. The catch is that re-rolling gives a difficulty modifier, not a point modifier. To put it bluntly, it is to reduce the difficulty, not to increase the points. If it is a point correction, save it for the next upgrade, and you can get 30 attribute points in one go. With the acquisition of the first piece of equipment, Luo Jun also gained more knowledge about items in his mind. The items provided by the system are divided into 6 levels, and they will also emit different lights when generated. From low to high they are common, white, excellent, green, rare, blue, epic, purple, legendary, gold, mythical, dark gold. A junior lucky bag worth 300 pieces can only produce ordinary, fine and rare items, with ordinary items having the highest probability and rare items having the lowest probability. Luo Jun got a good shot with one shot, and he was pretty lucky. After all the rewards were collected, Luo Jun finally exited the deceleration effect of Tianji dice. A carp fell out of bed. Feeling the refreshing feeling brought by the increase in attributes, Luo Jun glanced around this unfamiliar room. Next, it's time to study your situation. Obviously, he was involved in some mysterious incident, but with the help of Tianji dice, he already had a certain psychological tolerance for this kind of supernatural power, and he was not too panicked. It looked like a very ordinary hotel room. Luo Jun went on a study tour with his class before and had stayed in a hotel. The furnishings were similar. The only difference was that he had shared a standard room with his classmates, and this room had a large bed. The key question is, where is this hotel? Go out and ask? Look at the label on the mineral water. This is still in China, so you should be able to communicate. Luo Jun came to the door and was about to open the door when he suddenly saw a note posted on the door. First floor of Qianyuewei Shopping Mall. Although the mall was closed now, after showing their IDs, Mr. Yuan led Captain Chang and several people from the third group to enter smoothly and came to the place where the battle took place during the day. Although the Yuanqiu Society itself is a supernatural secret organization, its authority is higher than that of ordinary law enforcement agencies. Especially when investigating cases related to paranormal phenomena, they basically carry various law enforcement documents with them to deal with unsuspecting ordinary people. The incident during the day has been handled by the Aftermath Department, and there are no traces of supernatural fighting at the scene. As for those who witnessed it, their memories were deleted using special means, and they even deleted the photos and videos they took under hypnosis. Video. Even if there are occasional fish that slip through the net, with the intervention of the Yuanqiu Society, it will be difficult for this information involving supernatural forces to spread on the internet. In this incident, apart from Luo Jun and the child, there were no other victims. The child was checked by Yuan Shouhui and found to be fine, and has been sent home. Of course, why the polluter kidnapped him is still a mystery, and the organization will secretly continue to pay attention to the movements of him and his family. This is it. How Yong came to the discount stall. The polluter was standing here during the day, activating the leaves of the world tree. Mr. Yuan nodded, walked forward, and observed the scene carefully. Teacher, the Aftermath Department took samples here and sealed them for research as soon as possible. Team Chang followed up and said, after natural dissipation at the scene, the current pollution concentration is far less than that in the laboratory. It's not that I don't believe the conclusions of the research department. Mr. Yuan shook his head. If that kid went to an ordinary world, even a world abroad, I would have a way to find him. But, chaos. Mentioning this word, several people looked a little sad. A world without a door is indeed impossible to find. Captain Chang nodded and comforted, but the chaotic world also has a convenient side. As long as you can complete the task, you can return smoothly. That is no longer a problem that ordinary people can solve. Mr. Yuan sighed, the chaotic world is so polluted that it cannot even exist stably without the constraints of tasks. How can a person who has not cultivated his vitality accept the task? Tip? No matter how capable or lucky an ordinary person is, how can he survive without a goal? But, we have no other way, Hao Yong said regretfully from the side. There is another way. Mr. Yuan reached into his arms and took out a palm-sized compass. The compass was bright in color and fine in workmanship, but it had obvious traces of patina. It was obviously old. This is, Captain Chang's eyes widened when he saw this thing, tracking compass? Seeing the doubts on other people's faces, Team Chang explained, this is a legendary treasure, a consumable item. As long as you master the corresponding mark, you can enter a world anytime and anywhere, without going through the door. Entering another world without going through the door? Several young people were shocked when they heard this. Ling Xian's eyes moved slightly, as if she had thought of something. Mr. Yuan, do you think it can even be used for chaos missions? Mr. Yuan smiled and nodded. As long as you find the place where the chaos mission enters, you can follow it, but you can only stay for 100 minutes before you will be forcibly sent back. Captain Chang's eyes lit up when he heard this. Is there such a function? No wonder, teacher, you want information on the recent chaos mission. It's just, Captain Chung frowned slightly. Would it be a bit, to consume such a precious treasure just to save an ordinary person? Do you want to listen to what you are talking about? Mr. Yuan's eyes widened. Isn't our Yuanqiu Society just to protect the world and protect ordinary people? What's more, this young man is in danger because of our involvement. How is it possible? Don't save me. Captain Chang shrank his head after being scolded and muttered in a low voice, I'm just worried that you won't have anywhere to reimburse. Let me go. Ling Xian looked at the compass and volunteered, it's my responsibility for not being able to rescue him. No. Captain Chang immediately objected, letting you join the main world security team as a non-staff member is already the bottom line. The unknown chaos mission is too dangerous. What kind of accident did you have? How should I explain it to your brother? Teacher, take the compass, give it to me. I broke through the Ningxin state when I was 13.
Ling Xian looked into Captain Chang's eyes without flinching. I may not have less experience in chaos missions than you.
This is not a matter of experience. Captain Chang refused. I should be responsible for anything that happens in my area. Forget it, stop arguing.
Mr. Yuan stopped them. What will happen if you go? Can you bring him out? Or take him through the mission? Xiao Cheng checked on the way. There is no correct time for the recruitment mission recently released.
If this kid is still alive, it's probably a new mission alone and he's been passed over for more than an hour without any preparation. What can you do? And because of the instability of the chaotic world, you may be exposed to space-time turbulence during the transmission process.
What level of Peiyuan realm have you reached? Who has the confidence to survive the turbulence?
Cultivating at the Peiyuan realm, Captain Chang's face trembled. Teacher, are you planning to go by yourself?
No one can do this except me.
Mr. Yuan moved his body and raised his hand to suppress Captain Chang and Ling Xian who were trying to dissuade them. This matter is settled.
Don't worry, I have my own plan.
You guys. Just wait here and come pick me up when the time comes. After saying this, he raised the tracking compass and slowly injected vitality into it. In the hotel room, Luo Jun was about to open the door when he saw a note.
What's written on it?
Luo Jun reached out to pick it up, but found that the paper seemed to be embedded in the door and couldn't be pulled out at all.
He leaned over and saw it written in black letters, "Welcome to Midnight Hotel. In order to ensure your safety and give you a better stay experience, please abide by the following rules.
1. The hotel is closed from 22 to 6 o'clock and will not receive any guests at this time. Guests who have checked into the hotel,
please stay in the room and do not go out. 2. During the closure period, the hotel staff will not disturb your rest.
If there are phone calls or knocks on the door, please ignore them.
3. During the lockdown period, if you accidentally answer the phone, please remain silent no matter what the other party says. When the other party stops talking for 3 seconds, you can hang up the phone. And after hanging up, call the front desk immediately and repeat what you just heard on the phone, making sure it is word for word.
4. During the lockdown period, if you accidentally open the door, if the person standing at the door is a human, please keep smiling.
No matter what the other person says, just nod. Do not make any response until they leave, then close it. Door. 5. You can allow other humans to enter your room, but they can only be admitted for a maximum of 1 hour.
Please be sure to let them leave your room within 1 hour, and please do not accept anyone else within the next hour.
6. Please do not let other creatures except humans enter your room.
7. Remember, humans are creatures with 1 head, 2 eyes, 1 mouth, and walk upright on 2 hind legs.
8. Human beings are safe, except for humans, all living things are dangerous.
Just remember the rules above and as long as you stick to them, you'll have a safe night.
What nonsense is written here? Luo Jun was a little confused.
Of these so-called rules, the first 2 were barely reasonable, but starting from the third one became a little weird. As for the following few rules, they could simply be described as weird.
What do you mean by repeatedly emphasizing human beings? Are there non-human beings knocking on the door in the hotel? What's even more strange is Article 7. Don't I still know what people look like? If it were Luo Jun in the past, he would probably think this was a prank in the hotel. But now, having experienced supernatural events, he has a deeper understanding of the world.
I looked at the hotel wall clock and saw that it was now 10:40 p.m., which was the closed period mentioned in the rules.
The question now is, should we abide by this rule?
Who knows what this hotel is about? If the rules are true, then as long as he goes to bed and sleeps until dawn, he will be safe.
But if it was meant to harm me, then it would be dangerous to comply. Maybe it was just a trick to keep me in the house. How to verify? Luo Jun thought of Tianji dice.
He activated the system, setting the event to obey the rules on the door and get through tonight safely. But when Luo Jun used the dice, he was told that the incident was too complex and could not be determined.
Complexity? What does this mean?
After a moment of questioning, new information appeared in Luo Jun's mind. The dice can only determine simple, clear, and immediate events, but cannot determine events that are too complex. If an event requires many conditions, complex steps, vague goals, and a long time, then the dice will not be effective. Obviously, a lot happens on this night, and using the dice for every move is not nearly enough. It's impossible to take advantage of the loopholes.
Luo Jun frowned. Can he just send a mission to get through tonight safely? This way, you can get more chances to roll the dice.
However, the mission mechanism of the dice is not under his control.
Luo Jun can choose whether to execute the mission after it is released.
If the system does not release the mission, it will be useless for Luo Jun to arrange it himself. It's a bit difficult. Luo Jun stared at the rules, frowning and thinking deeply. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Boom, boom, boom. Heavy and slow, the huge force even made the door shake slightly. Here it comes. Luo Jun's heart suddenly rose to his throat. Respond? According to the rules, it's best not to respond, but he doesn't know if the rules can be trusted yet. Boom, boom, boom. There were 3 more knocks on the door. Luo Jun squinted his eyes and noticed the door mirror. Without opening the door, let's look through the door mirror first. Thinking of this, he took out a wooden clothes hanger from the closet and weighed it in the palm of his hand. It was quite thick. Then he quietly walked to the door and looked at the door mirror. After seeing the scene outside the door clearly, Luo Jun broke into a cold sweat. What's this? Luo Jun's eyes widened, sweat broke out on his forehead, and his whole body was trembling uncontrollably. Through the door mirror, he saw a monster standing outside the door. Yes, it's a monster. It is roughly human-shaped, with a huge head covered with wrinkles, and 2 gray eyes staring at Luo Jun's door. Under the eyes are not organs such as the mouth and nose, but many slender fleshy tentacles branching out. It looks like a big octopus sitting on a person's shoulder. Not just the head, its body was not human either. It raised its hand and knocked on the door again. Only then did Luo Jun realize that the part that looked like a hand was actually a huge crab claw, and the monster's body was asymmetrical. The right hand is a crab claw, and the left hand is a claw with 4 fingers. The strange thing is that this guy is still wearing clothes, but he is wet all over, and there are still a lot of water plants and shells hanging on it. Luo Jun can smell it through the door. To that fishy smell. Seeing that there was no answer to the knock on the door, the octopus tentacles on the monster's face swayed and spread out, revealing a round mouthpart full of sharp teeth. He looked at the door mirror and asked in a low and slow voice, "Is there anyone there?" You absolutely cannot agree, let alone open the door. Luo Jun took 2 steps back. The clothes hanger in his hand felt too thin. He turned back and picked up a chair and held it in his hand, ready to hit the monster when it broke through the door. However, the monster did not continue to pester, but walked away with heavy steps. Luo Jun breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the rules on the door. Although the hotel door was thick, it was just an ordinary wooden door. He did not doubt that the monster had the power to break in. The fact that the other party can leave so easily shows that the rules are most likely correct. As long as you stay calm, the monsters outside won't come in. Let's just believe this rule. There is no other information now. But just in case, Luo Jun moved the chair and table to the door to block it. There were simply no windows in his room, and the walls were made of solid concrete. The only weak point in the entire room was the door. Don't sleep tonight. Luo Jun sat on the bed and found an angle where he could see the door. As everything was ready, the room became quiet, and Luo Jun could clearly hear the sound of the clock hands. Ha! Luo Jun raised his eyebrows and looked back at the wall. The quiet room and the perception attributes beyond ordinary people allowed Luo Jun to hear even smaller sounds, such as the voices in the next room. Yes, since it is a hotel, I must not be the only guest. Thinking of this, Luo Jun stepped forward and put his ear against the wall. The originally fuzzy voice suddenly became clear. Mom, why isn't Dad back yet? Baby, don't worry, Dad just replied to the message and said he would be back in a while. Mom, you lied to me. I just checked and your cell phone has no signal at all. Where did Dad go? Why was the hotel suddenly closed? And what does that weird note on the door mean? It wasn't there yesterday. What on earth is it? What's going on? Don't be afraid, baby, don't worry, Dad will be back soon. It sounded like a mother and daughter. The little girl's voice was very childish and she must have been about 10 years old. According to them, the hotel was operating normally the day before, but today suddenly there were closed rules. The father of the child probably went out without obeying the rules and has not come back until now. The first rule is that you can't go out, so what happens if you go out? What happened to this child's father? Could it have been? Just as Luo Jun was guessing, there was a knock on the door next door. Daddy is back? The little girl was very excited and seemed to be going to open the door, but was stopped by her mother. Don't worry. Next, only some footsteps could be heard vaguely, and then after a few seconds of silence, my mother's surprised voice rang out, "Husband, it's really you." Then there was the sound of the door opening. Daddy is back. The little girl's voice was very excited. It seems that the man in the next room is back safe and sound? So there's no problem even if you go out? Just when Luo Jun was thinking this, a woman's scream suddenly came from his ears.
Ah! Husband, what are you doing? It was accompanied by sounds of fighting and roaring. Dad, what's wrong with you? He is no longer your father. Run, baby, get out of here and find other people to help.
The sounds of fighting, screams, very light footsteps, the sound of doors closing, the sound of flesh being torn apart, the sound of chewing. What happened?
That man had some kind of mutation and attacked his wife and daughter? The woman's screams became weaker and weaker, and it sounded like she might not survive. The little girl seemed to have ran out of the room.
Luo Jun immediately ran to the door, moved the tables and chairs, and put his eyes on the door mirror. In front of the door diagonally opposite, a little girl about 10 years old with neat bangs was banging on the door, shouting for help, but there was no response from the room opposite.
There was a knock on the door next door.
After eating, Mom's dad seemed to be unable to open the door and could only use brute force to rush. The girl looked back, with tears in her big frightened eyes, and then moved to another room to continue calling for help. I don't know whether it was because no one was there or the people in the room were indifferent, but I didn't get any response. The sound of banging on the door next door became louder and louder. The little girl became more and more frightened and looked for help in the next room in a panic. This time, she came to Luo Jun's door.
Is there anyone? Help me, please, open the door, help me.
A childish cry for help came from outside the door.
Can you open the door? Luo Jun looked at the rules on the door.
Although the second rule told him to ignore the knocking, the fifth rule showed that he could let humans in. Although the fifth and fourth rules were slightly contradictory, at least in it's consistent that the door can be opened.
Luo Jun summoned the secret dice. Try to decide it is safe to open the door. No response.
It was determined that there will be no danger after opening the door, still no response. After trying it several times, Luo Jun understood that this thing can only determine specific events, and cannot predict the ambiguous consequences of safety or danger. Just when he was hesitating, there was the sound of the door being broken down from next door, and Dad was coming out. The little girl screamed in fright and turned around to run away.
Open the door and let a human in. At the critical moment, Luo Jun thought of a reasonable wording. This event is an inevitable event and cannot be determined using dice. The number of times is consumed once. An inevitable event? Then make sure the little girl is human. Luo Jun breathed a sigh of relief and opened the door. He didn't speak, just looked at the little girl and nodded with a smile. The little girl who was about to leave was stunned for a moment, then immediately got into Luo Jun's room, and Luo Jun slammed the door. The next second, a monster's roar came, followed by a rough knock on the door. Luo Jun had already put away his smile, signaled the little girl to retreat, and then picked up a stool to prepare for the attack. The banging on the door lasted for about a minute, and Dad finally gave up and left with heavy steps. Call. Luo Jun breathed a sigh of relief, put down the chair, and looked back at the shivering little girl hiding behind the bedside table. Come out, it's okay for now. Luo Jun looked back at the completed door.
The door next door was easily destroyed by Dad from the inside, but his own door withstood the attack from the outside. This once again confirms the effectiveness of the rules.
Thank you, big brother. The little girl timidly came to Luo Jun. My father is crazy and my mother is dead. If it weren't for you, big brother, I would be, woo-woo, what should I do?
Ah, the little girl cried so hard that she looked very pitiful with her cute baby style with straight bangs.
I don't know what to do, Luo Jun shook his head. After all, he didn't even know how he came to this weird hotel.
As for the secret dice, he could only judge success or failure based on his decision-making, but he couldn't give him any advice.
Point the way. But little sister, I can only keep you for 50 minutes at most.
Luo Jun looked at the time on the wall. After 50 minutes, you must leave my room and find other shelters.
I'm sorry.
Although he has attributes that exceed those of ordinary people, Luo Jun is not sure whether he has the ability to protect himself in the face of weird rules and terrifying monsters. However, what happened to this girl proved that leaving the room is dangerous, but not fatal.
If circumstances permit, he will consider helping the girl find a new room when the time is up.
Brother, there's no need to apologize. I'm very grateful that you can let me in. The girl wiped her tears, looked up at Luo Jun, and showed a sweet smile. Besides, it doesn't take 50 minutes, 5 minutes that's enough. This last sentence made Luo Jun suddenly feel creepy. Although the little girl was the only one speaking, for some reason, the sound of two people was mixed together.
There is a situation. Almost instinctively, Luo Jun took a step back.
At the same time, a black shadow shot out from the little girl's forehead, brushed the corner of his clothes, and was nailed to the wall behind him. What? While dodging, Luo Jun tripped over a chair and sat down on the ground. He looked up and found that what was nailed to the wall was a slender flesh-colored tentacle. Looking along the source of the tentacles, Luo Jun was shocked. The little girl's face still maintained a harmless and sweet smile, but the bangs on her forehead had spread out, revealing a ferocious mouth full of wrinkles and sharp teeth. That tentacle came from here. The tongue sticking out of the mouth. Is that what it meant? An inevitable event may be inevitable success or inevitable failure. This little girl has two mouths and is obviously not human. The event of releasing humans will definitely not succeed. Then, you have violated the sixth rule. It was actually set up. Brother, what's wrong? Why do you look so scared? The little girl retracted her tongue, and the lower half of her face still maintained a smile. If you didn't look at her forehead, she was really a cute child. But Luo Jun only feels terrible now. His grandma's, I will fight with you. Luo Jun rolled up and stood up, picked up the chair at hand, and swung it towards the little girl. The little girl giggled and raised her little hand to grab the chair. There was a click and the chair was smashed into pieces. The huge force made the little girl take several steps back and almost fell down. The smile on her face finally turned into surprise, and she looked down at the half leg of the stool in her hand. Is this the power that weak residents should have? As soon as Luo Jun saw that the attack was effective, he immediately ran towards the door. When the girl saw this, the surprise on her face turned into anger, and then the mouth on her forehead opened wide, causing the entire face to split into 4 parts, and her tongue popped out again. Although Luo Jun was running away, he was still paying attention to what was happening behind him. The moment the girl opened her mouth, he activated the secret dice. Time around you slows down instantly. Dodge the attack. The event difficulty is 45, the final points are 52 plus 5, the event is successful, good. Luo Jun dodged the attack, and that long and thick tongue was nailed to the door. Luo Jun opened the door and at the same time grabbed his tongue and pulled it with all his strength. Come here you go. Although the little girl was a monster and her strength was only slightly greater than that of Luo Jun, she was still small and light in weight. She was caught off guard and was actually dragged to the open door by Luo Jun. At the same time, Luo Jun played a dice in his mind. After getting the successful result, he raised his right leg and kicked the little girl's butt. Get out of here, you! The little girl was kicked out by Luo Jun. Then he ignored the tongue that was still nailed to the inside of the door and slammed the door with all his strength with both hands. Boom! The force was so strong that it cut off the little girl's tongue. At the same time, a scream that was not human-like came from outside the door. After closing the door, Luo Jun leaned his back against the door panel, breathing heavily as he listened to the screams coming from outside the door. The operation at that moment seemed simple, but it was actually the limit of what Luo Jun could do. You must know that the monster girl's strength and reaction were far better than Luo Jun's, not to mention she also had sharp teeth and nausea. Dealing with it not only requires sufficient physical strength, but also requires tremendous psychological pressure. Just imagine, an ordinary person faces a mad dog with foam at the mouth with his bare hands. Even if you are stronger than it, you are still very courageous, not to mention that this monster is stronger than Luo Jun. But fortunately, I successfully locked her out. Luo Jun stood up straight and looked at the half of the tongue that was still twisting on the ground. He thought that such a powerful monster would not give her a task. It took 2 dice rolls just to kick her out. Chance. But it's okay, it looks like it's almost midnight, and the number can be refreshed then. Luo Jun checked the dice roll record just now and suddenly frowned. The first roll of the dice to avoid the tongue attack gave a 4 times severity factor. This is easy to understand. If he is hit, Luo Jun will not be killed instantly with his body, but he will definitely be injured. Compared to the 12 who died, the multiplication factor, 4 times the damage is reasonable. But the second time, when I kicked the little girl out, I was only given 3 times the severity factor. You must know that if this kick is successful, it is equivalent to completely solving the monster's trouble. This importance is higher than the injury. Why is it only 3 times more important? Not very reasonable? Could it be said that kicking him out cannot completely eliminate the monster? Thinking of this, Luo Jun put his eyes on the door mirror, but found that there was no shadow of the little girl outside the door. On the ground, the little girl's clothes were scattered. Under the clothes, something seemed to be squirming, and it continued to get smaller as it squirmed. Could it be? A chill surged into Luo Jun's heart, and he looked back at the half-cut tongue on the ground. Where is the tongue? Just a few seconds after he turned his head to look at the door mirror, the half of rotten flesh actually grew into a huge sarcoma, and it vaguely outlined the shape of a human.
Holy shit, you can actually get back to the room with just half of your tongue? Luo Jun felt a chill running down his spine.
He saw that the tumor was getting bigger and bigger, and it was already taller than him. Several tentacles sprouted from his body, and he still looked like a little girl.
Why has it gotten bigger?
Seeing the terrifying appearance of the monster, Luo Jun, who was blocked in the entrance, no longer dared to confront it head-on, so he opened the door and escaped. If it chases me, I will find an opportunity to sneak back into the room and shut it out completely. If I don't pursue you, I'll stay outside for a while.
If I'm lucky, I might be able to find a kind person to take me in.
With this plan in mind, Luo Jun happened to pass by the next door and found that the door was tightly closed and intact.
Is this the room where the little girl and her family stayed just now? Didn't Dad smash the door?
Luo Jun immediately realized that the voices he just heard were all fake. It was a ploy by the little girl to lure him into opening the door.
It's so hard to guard against.
Luo Jun cursed in his heart, and suddenly heard a rough door opening behind him.
Little girl, no, it's a tentacle monster now, chasing it out of the room.
Feeling the murderous aura behind him, Luo Jun did not dare to look back and ran forward with all his strength.
There is a staircase ahead.
If you can go down the stairs, you may be able to find a chance to escape. But just when Luo Jun was about to rush over, a tall figure walked out of the stairwell. Octopus head, sharp claws on the left hand, crab claws on the right hand, all wet and smelling of fish.
This is the big monster that just knocked on his door. Why did it come?
Luo Jun braked suddenly and almost knelt down in front of the octopus head. When he looked back, the tentacle monster had already caught up with him.
Luo Jun panicked and jumped to the side.
After hitting the wall, he rolled and crawled back. At the same time, he pinched the dice in his heart and looked back at the two monsters. As long as they attacked, he would activate it at any time. However, the scene in front of him made Luo Jun stunned. I saw two big monsters colliding together.
The tentacle monster seemed to want to chase me, but the octopus monster hugged it tightly and seemed to be stopping it? Why? Don't these two monsters work together? It's better for them to fight among themselves and buy me time.
Luo Jun ran all the way back to the door, raised his hand and grabbed the door handle, but couldn't turn it.
Luo Jun was stunned, and then he remembered that he was in a hurry when he ran away, and the key card was still inserted in the room.
Without the room card, the door cannot be opened.
Damn it, you locked yourself out?
At this moment, a scream came from the distance, and the octopus monster was pierced by several tentacles, and immediately fell to the ground, with smelly blood flowing all over the floor. After killing the octopus monster, the tentacle monster swung its tentacles and chased in the direction of Luo Jun.
This is bad.
Luo Jun felt cold in his heart.
He looked up and suddenly found a staircase in front of him.
By the way, how could such a big hotel only have one evacuation staircase? Seeing the tentacle monster getting closer and closer, Luo Jun glanced at his door, remembered the house number 0315, then decisively turned around, got into the stairwell, and jumped down. He had not yet adapted to the skyrocketing attributes, so he jumped with too much force.
His momentum continued even after crossing half a floor.
Seeing that he was about to hit the wall of the jogging platform, he could only twist his body in the air to protect his head. There was a roar, and the hotel wall was extremely strong. Such a collision made Luo Jun feel dizzy and felt his internal organs trembling. Without time to care about the pain in his body, he raised his head and looked upward, only to find that the tentacle monster stopped at the top of the stairs. He seemed to hesitate for a moment, then turned and left.
Didn't catch up?
Luo Jun was surprised, and then felt a chill down his spine. The monster didn't dare to come down, which means there is something more terrifying in the stairwell. As soon as the thought came to his mind, Luo Jun felt his eyes go dark and a chill hit his heart. What was just an ordinary stairwell suddenly became cold and dark, as if someone turned off the lights, and only the faintly glowing escape sign in the corner was faintly visible.
What happened?
Luo Jun immediately concentrated and was on full alert, ready to activate the secret dice at any time. However, after waiting for a while, nothing happened.
It's not a problem to waste time here. Luo Jun's eyes have adapted to the darkness.
With his extraordinary perception, he can see a range of about 2 meters, but no matter how far away it is, it seems to be shrouded in black mist, nothing can be seen. Luo Jun held on to the wall and groped forward. Soon, he saw a note taped to the wall.
Is the new rule. Luo Jun was overjoyed and immediately stepped forward to check. You are currently in the corridor of the Midnight Hotel. To ensure safety, please abide by the following rules. 1. Please don't run in the corridor and only take one step at a time. 2. Please keep the corridors clean and tidy and do not litter. 3. If you encounter other creatures in the corridor, please follow the following principles. If you are walking in the same direction, please keep at least 5 steps away from each other. If you are walking in the opposite direction, please stand aside for those who are going up and let those who are going downstairs stand aside. Pass through first, and after those who go downstairs pass, they need to bow to those who go up to express their gratitude. For, if you find that the stairs cannot reach the end, please stop moving forward, do not turn around or look back, and go backwards. If you step on flat ground within the 13th step, please leave the corridor immediately. If you don't hit flat ground within the 13th step, please stand still on the 13th step. 5. There is no vending machine at the jogging platform. If you see one, please insert a coin, buy an animal cracker, but do not take it out, and then leave without looking back. 6. The corridor does not lead to the first floor. If you want to go to the lobby and front desk, please take the elevator. 7. Don't believe item 4, that's its trap. 8. Don't go to the basement level. Don't go to the basement. Don't go to the basement. Luo Jun's heart dropped when he saw the first rule. Not allowed to run? Just one step at a time? When I escaped in, I jumped half a floor in one step. Wasn't that a violation of the rules? Could it be that this darkness is the price for breaking the rules? What happens next? Is there any way to crack it? With the last hope in mind, Luo Jun continued to read down. After reading the last rule, the remaining half of his heart felt cold. To be precise, only the first 6 rules on this piece of paper are the real rules, the standard typeface, and the tone of the official announcement. The bottom 2 lines were added by someone's handwriting, and the font was very sloppy. It was obvious that the writer was not in a good mental state at the time. Luo Jun didn't know what happened to the writer at that time. The question he faced now was, can these 2 handwriting rules be trusted? That's all for the last one. At worst, I won't go to the basement level. But Article 7 is clearly in conflict with Article 4. If the handwriting rule is correct, then Rule 4 must not be followed. But in this case, what should we do if we encounter endless stairs? In addition, if the 4th rule is judged to be false, then are the other printing rules true or false? The handwriting only points out that there is a problem with this one, but it does not mean that the others are fine. In this case, the entire rule is questionable, including the one in the room, and its authenticity cannot be guaranteed. Luo Jun felt a little numb on his scalp. I thought that by following the rules, I could successfully pass this mission, but I didn't expect that the rules were not completely trustworthy. Wait, if the rules are not all correct, then could it be that the first one I violated was also a false rule, and that I actually saved myself by jumping? It feels impossible, after all, that rule seems to be the most normal. With mixed feelings and confused thoughts in his heart, Luo Jun finally shook his head and forced himself to cheer up. No matter what, he was in the corridor now. He couldn't stop here and could only keep walking. And the 6th item on this paper also reminded him of a key issue. This is a hotel. What should I do if I'm locked out? Of course, ask the front desk for help. The rules in the room also reminded that the front desk existed, so he finally had his next goal, go to the first floor to find the front desk. But is it going down or up? It is written in the rules that the stairs do not lead to the first floor, and you can only take the elevator. This is a bit counterintuitive. After all, the stairs are responsible for the fire escape. If the stairs do not lead to the first floor, how will the guests evacuate in the event of an accident? Could it be that this is also a trap, specifically designed to trick people into taking the elevator? After all, in horror stories, elevators are the place where accidents are most common. Luo Jun stared at these rules, his brain working rapidly. In this case, the secret dice cannot help. The secret dice can help you determine the result, but it cannot help you make a choice. You can shoot an arrow and ask the dice to see if it can hit the target. But you can't ask Tianji dice whether you should shoot an arrow or where to shoot. Tianji dice can't help you with this kind of thing. Luo Jun gritted his teeth and finally made his own choice. Turn back and go up. It is currently impossible to judge whether printed rules or handwritten rules are more credible, but rules recognized by both parties have the highest credibility. For example, don't go to the basement level. Why is it emphasized not to go to the underground level? The writer must have been there or seen someone who has been to the underground level. So why would anyone go? Most likely, it was because the stairs did not lead to the first floor. Someone went all the way down the stairs, past the first floor, and went directly to the underground floor, triggering terrible consequences.
Therefore, although there seems to be no relationship, Articles 6 and 8 are vaguely corroborating each other.
It is very dangerous to go down. It will be safer to go back the way you came.
Luo Jun followed the rules, step by step, and soon stepped onto the flat ground.
Luo Jun breathed a sigh of relief.
When he went upstairs, he was always on tenterhooks, fearing that he would encounter the endless stairs mentioned in the rules.
Now it seems that I finally returned to the third floor safely. Luo Jun walked forward and then stopped. What is in front of me is not the familiar corridor on the third floor, but a walking platform. How can this be? He just walked up from the jogging platform on the 2.5 floor. Why is it still a jogging platform?
Turning around to look through the dim light, I saw the stairs leading to a higher level next to me.
Finally encountered the endless stairs? Luo Jun swallowed. What should I do? Do you follow the 4th rule and go back 13 steps, or do you follow the 7th rule?
But the key point is that the 7th rule only says that the 4th rule is wrong, but does not say what should be done specifically. Wait, the previous rules were posted on the wall of the jogging platform.
Will there be new rules this time? Thinking of this, Luo Jun walked forward and found a piece of paper. However, the content written on it was the same as before.
Even the 2 handwritten rules below were word for word, and the handwriting matched perfectly.
Obviously, this is the previous jogging platform, and he is back again. Luo Jun gritted his teeth and activated the secret dice.
The dice won't make the choice for him, but he has made his choice now.
Go back to the 3rd floor. This is his current goal. However, the secret dice did not start smoothly, indicating that the event was too complicated to determine. It's just going up the stairs, what's so complicated?
Luo Jun complained in his heart, but he knew that if the dice could say this, it meant that it was not easy to return to the 3rd floor. There were too many variables, and it could not be solved by a few dice rolls.
Even the plugins don't work. This is really a dead end.
Just when Luo Jun was at a loss what to do, suddenly, footsteps came from upstairs.
Something is coming.
Luo Jun looked upstairs and saw a strange creature walking out of the darkness. This guy has a slender head, with only a big mouth full of sharp teeth on the bald head. On both sides of the head, where could be used as shoulders, there are 2 eyeballs, one large and one small.
The one is the size of a basketball, and the smaller one is comparable to an apple.
The asymmetric eyeballs caused his body to tilt to one side, and he walked downstairs crookedly on 2 deformed legs.
Another monster.
Luo Jun's heart was raised in his throat, the muscles all over his body were tense, and the Tianji dice was ready to go, ready to fight at any time. But he didn't take action casually, but obediently stepped aside and stood against the wall. The monster walked crookedly in front of him, but did not forget to turn around and bow to him. From this point of view, the 3rd rule should be correct. The rules describe how to deal with encountering creatures in the stairs, and they are not limited to humans. All living things must follow this rule.
From this point of view, the corridor is probably a peaceful zone.
Watching the monster go downstairs, Luo Jun suddenly frowned, then turned to look at the rules on the wall, and seemed to find something.
After thinking for a moment, his eyes lit up. I understand.
Then, he concentrated on being ready to activate the secret dice at any time, and walked upstairs.
1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Luo Jun walked 1 step at a time.
He didn't know how long he walked before he finally stepped onto the flat ground again. Looking up, there is still a walking platform with the previous rules posted on the wall.
Back to square one.
But Luo Jun did not give up, turned around, and continued walking upward.
Just like this, all the way up,
he returned to the starting point again and again. Finally, when he passed the jogging platform for the 5th time, Luo Jun stopped. It's still the same wall, same stickers and rules, the only difference is that this time there's a vending machine in the corner.
Finally out. Luo Jun walked forward.
This vending machine was the kind commonly seen in street shopping malls, but he had never seen the various drinks sold in it.
As for snacks, there is only one type, which is the animal crackers mentioned in the rules.
A clear plastic package the size of a matchbox contained an animal-shaped cookie. You could see through the packaging that the biscuits were made very finely, but he didn't recognize what kind of animal it was. It looked a bit like a monkey, but it had long ears like a rabbit and a thick tail like a kangaroo.
The shape was really weird. This is just the outermost sample.
If you look closely, you will see that there are other animal biscuits stacked at the back, but without exception, they are all weird animals that Luo Jun doesn't recognize. No matter what it is, just buy it according to the rules. Luo Jun touched his trouser pocket and found that he had no money at all. Also, scanning QR codes to pay is now almost universal, and few people go out with coins.
But this didn't bother Luo Jun.
He lay on the ground, raised a corner of the vending machine, reached in, and quickly found 2 coins from underneath.
It is common for coins to accidentally drop and roll under the vending machine.
Many people don't care about $1, so as long as you can move the machine, you can often find coins underneath. Even if he couldn't find it, Luo Jun was ready to pry open the cash box and take the money directly.
With his current physical fitness, this was not difficult.
Insert the coin, select the product, and with the sound of the machine running, a bag of biscuits soon falls from the outlet.
Luo Jun looked at the bag of biscuits, thought for a moment, took it out and put it in his pocket. Then he put in another coin to buy it. This time, he didn't care anymore. He turned around and continued walking upward, letting the sound of falling biscuits sound behind him. What happens next?
As Luo Jun walked, he felt his heart beating loudly. The stairs were darker than the steps, and the visibility was only a few steps away. Even with his enhanced vision, he couldn't see through the thick fog like darkness. Obviously, this is not a normal dimming, and should involve some kind of supernatural force, for example, that mentioned in the rules. In such darkness, Luo Jun's original confidence in his own attributes and Tianji dice were all gone, leaving only cautious fear.
While walking, Luo Jun's raised foot suddenly stopped in mid-air. Because he saw a pair of feet appearing in the darkness ahead.
No, to be precise, those were not a pair of human feet, but more like a pair of cow hooves. But the weird thing is that if you look up along the hooves, you can see the legs of plaid pajamas, and even further up, they are submerged in darkness.
A monster in pajamas, standing on his front steps? And he walked upwards like him?
Luo Jun counted and found that there were exactly 5 steps between the place where his feet stepped and himself. Secretly rejoicing in his heart, Luo Jun took back the foot he had just raised. If you encounter a creature traveling in the same direction, please keep at least 5 steps away.
This is the 3rd rule. But why do these feet stand motionless? If the other party keeps standing like this, won't I be able to move on?
Luo Jun was muttering in his heart when he saw the feet move, took a step upward and disappeared into the darkness. Luo Jun also took a step forward, catching up with the distance, and those feet appeared again. Those feet walked very slowly, pausing for 2 seconds at each step.
Luo Jun followed very carefully, fearing that he would exceed the safe distance by accident.
In this damn darkness, I can't see anything except these feet, and I don't know what kind of monster is walking in front of me. After following for almost a dozen steps, suddenly, the feet sped up and disappeared into the darkness. Luo Jun was stunned for a moment, but did not speed up. He still took 1 step at a time cautiously. After another 7 or 8 steps, Luo Jun's eyes suddenly opened up, and the familiar hotel corridor appeared in front of him.
He finally left the corridor.
Luo Jun breathed a long sigh of relief. His guess was indeed correct. Among the corridor rules, the contradictory 4th and 7th rules made him struggle for a long time. It wasn't until the monster came down from upstairs that Luo Jun found a breakthrough. According to the 3rd rule, if 2 creatures meet each other on the corridor, the person going upstairs must stop and pull over to make way for the person going downstairs. Then the question arises. If the 4th rule is correct, a person who goes downstairs encounters an endless staircase and chooses to go backwards without looking back. At this time, how does he know that someone is coming downstairs behind him? How can we avoid it accurately? Okay, even if you can rely on footsteps to determine avoidance, what happens next? The 4th rule says that after going back 13 steps, if you have not left the corridor, you must stay where you are.
How long do you have to stand? If he encounters other creatures at this time, can he avoid them? If he goes backwards and stays still, is he going up or down? If you encounter a creature in the same direction and you need to keep a 5-level distance from it, won't you never be able to pass this corridor? Rule 4 seems reasonable, but in fact it is a step back and has many contradictions with Rule 3, which emphasizes direction. In addition, Rule 7 does not recognize Rule 4, 2 versus 1.
Luo Jun decided to take a risk and bet that Rule 4 was wrong.
So if you encounter the situation of Rule 4, how to solve it?
Luo Jun read it several times, and the only breakthrough was Rule 5. Let me first say that there are normally no vending machines in the corridor, but I will also tell you what to do when you see a vending machine.
When will a vending machine appear?
The most likely explanation is that when you fall into the endless corridor of Rule 4, the vending machine will appear.
Then Rule 5 is the key to breaking Rule 4.
Fortunately, Luo Jun's guess was correct, and successfully returning to the corridor is the best proof. Luo Jun looked at the numbers on the door and found that they all started with 2.
This is the 2nd floor? Obviously, after passing the first jogging platform, He kept walking up and finally reached the second floor?
If you choose to go down, you might end up on the ground floor in a daze. Luo Jun felt scared for a while. He didn't dare to walk up the stairs for the time being. He followed the corridor to the elevator door.
The cursor number showed that the elevator stopped on the first floor. Press the down button, the numbers change, and as Ding lives, the elevator door opens. Luo Jun did not rush in. Instead, he scanned the inside of the elevator to see if there were any rules posted. The light on the inner wall of the elevator is visible, and the button beside the door shows that the hotel has 5 floors in total, from the first underground floor to the 4th floor above ground. Nothing is attached except the maintenance certificate.
The absence of rules may mean that there is no danger, or it may mean that there is danger but no means of dealing with it.
Luo Jun took a deep breath, entered the elevator, and then activated the secret dice without closing the elevator door.
Head to the first floor. If the dice tells him that the incident is too complex, he will escape immediately. If the activation succeeds, but fails, he uses the leaded dice to try again. Fortunately, the dice worked this time.
The event difficulty is 5 points, and the final point is 96 plus 5.
Congratulations, the event is a great success.
Luo Jun's heart dropped, and he decisively pressed the first floor button.
The elevator door closed and began to descend. The event difficulty is 5 points, which means that under normal circumstances, you can reach the first floor smoothly, but some accidents may also occur. For example, he pressed the wrong floor, or the elevator malfunctioned, preventing him from reaching the first floor smoothly.
This is the meaning of these 5 points of difficulty. This was the first time that Luo Jun encountered great success.
Great failure would have more serious consequences, so great success meant that he could get unexpected benefits. Not only that, after a big success, the experience gained will be doubled. But taking the elevator downstairs is only 5 points of difficulty, so it probably won't be a serious factor, and doubling it won't bring much experience. With this thought in his mind, the elevator door opened with a ding. Luo Jun stepped out of the elevator and came to the first floor. The basic experience value is 5 points, the event severity factor is 8 times, the great success experience value is doubled, and the final experience value is 80 points.
Luo Jun was stunned when he stepped out of the elevator. 8 times the severity factor?
You must know that when failure results in death, the severity factor is only 12 times, and normal injuries are only 3 to 4 times, or 8 times?
What will happen if you fail? Definitely no ordinary accident. At his current level, let alone the elevator malfunction, he would not be injured even if he jumped directly from the second floor.
Luo Jun looked back at the closing elevator door and felt that it was a bloody mouth that was closing. Fortunately, using the secret dice, there is a 5-point correction to the guarantee. If we go straight down, if we encounter the 5% probability of failure, the consequences will be disastrous. Now there is only one last chance left for the secret dice, but fortunately it is almost past midnight and it will be reset by then. I hope you won't encounter any great danger before resetting.
Luo Jun wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and walked into the hotel lobby. The lobby of the Midnight Hotel looks very normal. Unlike the dim staircase, it is brightly lit.
On one side is the black front desk, with 2 girls in uniforms standing behind it. On the other side is the rest area, with sofas and sofas.
Coffee table.
Not far from the rest area, there are a few steps leading to the restaurant, but it is not open now, and the entrance is blocked by a folding screen. The only thing that was inconsistent was probably the locked door. However, this is a closed period and no one is allowed in or out. This is written in the rune rules, and Luo Jun has already been mentally prepared. Silently preparing to activate the secret dice at any time, Luo Jun pretended to be relaxed and walked to the front desk.
Hello, how can I help you? The front desk service attitude is good. After making a preliminary evaluation in his mind, Luo Jun tentatively said, I'm sorry, I accidentally got locked out of the room.
It's okay, sir. What is your room number? 0315. Okay, please look at the camera and do facial recognition.
We need to verify your identity.
Luo Jun hesitated for a moment, but still did it. By the way, I observed the 2 people behind the bar. The 2 girls have regular facial features, they are also on 2 feet, and they have no bangs.
They seem to be human beings. Human beings represent safety.
Okay, just a second. While the front desk was operating, Luo Jun observed it privately. Soon, he saw a small plastic display board with customer instructions written on it on the counter next to it.
New rules? Luo Jun's heart moved and he read it carefully. Welcome to Midnight Hotel. In order for you to have a good experience, please follow the following rules after check-in. 1. The hotel is open from 6 to 2200 hours. Please check in during this time. After 2200 hours, the hotel will enter a closed period and no one will be allowed to enter or exit. We apologize for any inconvenience caused to you. 2. You can check out from 10 to 1400 hours every day. You can leave the hotel after the room inspection is correct. If you do not check out after 1400 hours, your stay will be extended for 1 day by default and you will not be allowed to leave the hotel until you complete your checkout. 3. If you accidentally forget to check out and do not want to continue staying in the hotel, please go to the front desk to go through the formalities before 2200 hours and you will be charged double the room charge before leaving. 4. The hotel will open its restaurant from 6 to 10 o'clock in the morning to provide you with free buffet breakfast. The restaurant is closed at other times. To avoid hunger, please do not miss breakfast time. 5. Hunger is a dangerous sign during hotel check-in. If you start to feel hungry, be sure to eat within 2 hours. 6. If you accidentally miss breakfast time and start to feel hungry again, you can contact the front desk to get sleeping pills and take them back to your room. Sleep pauses your hunger, and sleeping pills keep you asleep until your next breakfast. 7. No matter how hungry you are, do not eat food outside restaurants. There are no vending machines in this hotel. Please do not purchase any food or drink from one if you see one. 8. There are currently some safety hazards in the stairwells of our hotel. Please do not use them. Try to use the elevator to go up and down stairs. 9. This hotel does not have a basement level. The underground button of the elevator is a remnant of the renovation. If you see it, please ignore it. If you accidentally touch it, please press it twice to cancel immediately. Finally, I wish you a wonderful night at Midnight Hotel. After reading the rules, Luo Jun frowned slightly. The first few seem to be pretty normal. They are all rules about time. Just remember to abide by them on time. The last two are about stairs and elevators. They are basically warnings not to go to the underground floor. Luo Jun already understands these to some extent. But starting from the fourth article, a new concept appears: hunger. You know with your back heel that this is not a good state. The word danger that appears in the rules has been learned by Luo Jun and must be avoided. But the problem is, in such a dangerous state of hunger, you are only given one chance to eat every day, and you can only use sleeping pills to cope with it. How can this hotel continue to operate so mistreating customers? Thinking of this, Luo Jun subconsciously touched his belly. He rushed to watch a movie in the evening without eating. He had not eaten for more than 10 hours from noon to now. His stomach was a little empty, but he was not hungry. Was this considered a state of hunger? While hesitating, the front desk handed over a blank room card. Sir, your temporary room card is ready. You can use this to open the door. But remember to return both room cards when you check out tomorrow. Luo Jun took the room card and said thank you, and then asked the question in his mind. The receptionist smiled slightly when he heard this. Don't worry, sir, when you are really hungry, you will definitely feel that way. Luo Jun frowned, turned around and read the rules again, memorized them with his extraordinary mental strength, left the front desk and walked into the elevator. Looking at the time, it was almost past 12 o'clock. Luo Jun chose to use the last secret dice and headed to the third floor. It's still a 5-point difficulty level, with point corrections to protect it, and it's an unquestionable success. But there was no big success this time. The trip to the first floor went smoothly, giving Luo Jun the illusion of being in an ordinary hotel, but he was well aware of the evils and dangers of this place. After thinking about it, the fact that I was able to apply for the temporary card without incident was probably due to the big success when I applied for it. Wait, Luo Jun suddenly remembered that when he was sucked away by the black hole in the mall, he rolled a dice once, and the result was a big failure. According to the rules of dice, there would be very bad consequences. What are the consequences? Is it this weird midnight hotel? Luo Jun had a guess. If he was sucked by the black hole, he might not be sent here for sure. This hotel was the most dangerous one among many possibilities, and it was worthy of the consequences of a big failure. So does the big success just now mean that even if you succeed when you get off the elevator, you may not end up here? Will there be several first floors in this hotel? The one corresponding to the big success is the most safe, the most peaceful one. Thinking of this, Luo Jun sweated for himself, and at the same time, he also became wary of the upcoming third floor. This is not the third floor of big success. Ding! With the crisp bell, the elevator door opened, but there was no one inside. After 2 seconds, Luo Jun jumped down from the elevator and quickly jumped out of the elevator. In order to prevent him from opening the door and hitting the monster, he supported himself on the ceiling of the elevator with his hands and feet. With his current attributes, this action was not difficult. The long corridor was slightly dimly lit, but it was indeed empty, and he was the only one. Luo Jun swallowed, stood on tiptoes, and ran towards his room, 0315, as quickly as possible without making any noise. 0323, 0321, 0319. It's time to get to your room. But at this moment, 0311's door suddenly opened, and a petite, familiar figure walked out of it. It's that monster. It changed back to the appearance of a little girl, and this time, the bangs had been lifted away, leaving the bloody mouth on its forehead unobstructed. The big mouth was still chewing half of a finger, and blood flowed down the little girl's cute cheek. Bleeding down, apparently just eating an innocent tenant. Luo Jun suddenly felt his scalp numb. He controlled the urge to turn around and run away, no longer paying attention to the sound, and immediately accelerated, making sure to get into his room before the monster. Now the two sides are almost far away from the door of 0315. I am running, and it has just left the house. It must be a bit slower than me to accelerate from 0. As long as he swipes the card to open the door in the shortest time, he can get into the room. And the girl obviously noticed him, turned her head, grinned at him with her cute little face and big mouth at the same time, and then stuck out her tongue. Protruding. This guy has the ability to attack from a distance, so he doesn't have to run at all. Luo Jun instinctively wanted to activate the secret dice, but the number of times had been exhausted. Less than a minute left until the refresh. You can only rely on yourself. Can you avoid it? Although the dice was not activated, Luo Jun still felt that everything around him seemed to be slowing down a little. This is the effect of adrenaline surge in critical moments. He could clearly see the bone-spurred tongue popping out of the girl's forehead and shooting towards him. So fast, but I must avoid it. And at this moment, there was just a click, and the door of 0315 opened. The thick wooden door opened in the direction of the little girl, and with a thud, it just blocked the tongue from shooting out. A severely bald old man poked out of the door, holding the doorknob with one hand, smiling and nodding towards Luo Jun, turning sideways to give him room to enter the room. Luo Jun was stunned for a moment, then rushed into the room without hesitation, and with a bang, the old man closed the door. The angry roar of the little monster girl was heard outside the door, as well as the sound of banging on the door, but it only lasted for a few seconds and then stopped. She went to find other prey. The old man retracted his eyes from the door mirror and looked back at Luo Jun with a smile. Thank you, senior, for the rescue. Luo Jun stood behind the bed, 3 or 4 meters away from the old man. His tone was very humble, but his eyes never left the old man, and he was holding the secret dice in his heart. Just now, the number of times has been refreshed. The reason why he dared to enter this room was first because there was no way to escape, and the more important reason was because he saw the old man smile and nod. That was written on the rules in the room. Being able to abide by the rules meant that he should be a human being. The counterexample is that little girl. The monster killed someone and just pushed the door open without taking the rules seriously. But who is this old man and why does he appear in his room? Luo Jun has 100 question marks in his mind, so he is humble on the surface but cautious in his heart. He keeps staring at the old man to see if there is anything in him that is not in line with human beings. Characteristics. The old man was also looking at Luo Jun. After looking at it for 2 seconds, he nodded and smiled. Yes, when I first came here, I thought you were dead when I saw no one in the room. You can still come back alive after breaking the rules. You are indeed somewhat capable. The admiration in the old man's tone made Luo Jun a little confused. Before he could ask, the old man opposite suddenly had a look in his eyes, jumped into the air, and rushed towards him across the big bed. So fast. Luo Jun was shocked. Fortunately, the Tianji dice had already cooled down. He relied on his extraordinary reaction to activate it instantly. When the surroundings slowed down, the old man had already rushed in front of him and grabbed his face with one hand. The distance is only a few inches. Dodge. Ding, the event difficulty is 96, the final points are 23 plus 5, the event failed. 96 difficulty? Luo Jun simply gave up the idea of trying again with lead-filled dice. Since he couldn't avoid it, just block it. Because of his instinctive reaction to the attack, Luo Jun subconsciously raised his hands to protect his face. When he activated the dice, his hands had already reached the height of his chin. They were very close to the old man's hands, so it shouldn't be difficult to block.
Ding, the event difficulty is 61, the final points are 58 plus 5, the event is successful.
Is this still more than 60 degrees of difficulty?
Luo Jun was horrified in his heart. He had already raised his hands with all his strength and snapped the old man's wrist.
What a strength! Luo Jun felt as if the old man's arm was made of cast iron.
Even with 5 or 6 times the strength of an ordinary person, he could not shake it. However, under the reaction force, he bounced sideways and was not caught by the old man. The old man's eyes lit up when he saw this. He touched the ground with his toes, stepped forward again, raised his leg and struck out with a whip kick. Before Luo Jun, whose hands were numb, could stand still, he saw a leg coming towards him. In desperation, he activated the secret dice again.
This time, he simply stopped hoping to dodge and blocked directly.
Ding, the event difficulty is 57, the final points are 61 plus 5, the event is successful.
Feeling relieved, Luo Jun raised his numb arms to block and jumped on his feet at the same time. With a bang sound, Luo Jun was swept away by the kick.
He turned 360 degrees in the air and landed on his feet, barely able to stand firm. The old man's attack was so powerful and heavy that he would definitely not be able to bear it. He jumped up just to relieve some of the force.
But even so, both forearms were already shaking with pain, and it felt like they would be broken if another attack hit them. But the old man obviously didn't intend to let him go, so he turned around and chased after him. However, this time, before the old man could make a move, Luo Jun had already jumped up, put his feet together, and kicked him first. This old man is too fast. If he makes a move first, he will not be able to react in time.
In this case, it is better to switch from defense to offense and still have a chance of survival.
The old man didn't expect that this kid would actually dare to fight back.
The corners of his mouth were slightly raised, and he didn't dodge Luo Jun's attack at all, and punched him.
Is this to exchange injury for injury?
No, with his strength, a kick from Luo Jun wouldn't hurt at all.
If this punch landed, it would be enough to take half of Luo Jun's life.
Noticing the old man's movements, Luo Jun breathed a sigh of relief and activated the secret dice.
Judgment target, kick to his fist. He was too late to dodge or block passively, but if he took the first step and faced the old man's fist, he only needed to slightly adjust the angle of his legs, and the success rate would be greatly improved.
Ding, the event difficulty is 36, the final points are 48 plus 5, the event is successful, good. Luo Jun felt confident and kicked his legs out hard. With a snap, Luo Jun's soul kicked on the old man's fist, his legs collided with one hand, narrowing the strength gap between the two parties.
Even so, Luo Jun did not confront anyone head-on.
After feeling the power coming from the soles of his feet, he bent his legs to relieve most of the force, then kicked hard and leapt out sideways.
This is equivalent to using the old man's fist as a springboard, and the direction of his leap is the door of the room. After just a few rounds of fighting between the two, their positions had changed unconsciously, with Luo Jun on the outside and the old man on the inside. Now with this push, as long as Luo Jun can open the door and escape, his room for maneuver will be greatly increased. Moreover, the man-eating girl monster should not have gone far yet.
If the old man chases her out, he will find a way to make them kill each other.
Just like when I met the seafood monster before.
The old man was kicked back a step. When he saw Luo Jun flying towards the door, his eyes filled with admiration. Seeing that Luo Jun was about to escape from the room, the old man took a deep breath, and the clothes on his body moved automatically without wind, and suddenly accelerated, like a shooting star. The speed of this rush was several times faster than the previous attacks. Even though Luo Jun had already touched the door handle, the old man was still able to catch Luo Jun's wrist first.
What? Luo Jun was shocked.
He never expected that this old man could explode with such speed.
Did he not take the previous moves seriously at all?
A feeling of despair surged into his heart, but after only a moment, he regained his composure.
Can not give up.
Just when he was about to summon the secret dice, a loud shout reached his ears.
Luo Jun! Luo Jun was stunned and looked at the old man in surprise. You know me?
Since arriving at this weird hotel, Luo Jun has only seen monsters and rules.
He doesn't even know where he is. Who would have thought that he heard his name?
The old man smiled and shook his head. This is my first time meeting you, but I know you very well. You are 18 years old this year. You are in class 9 of grade 3 of Ningdong City No. 2 High School. Both of your parents died when you were 6 years old. You were raised by your grandfather until you were 15 years old. Now you rent in an old community 2 streets away from the school.
You, living on odd jobs and relief funds.
Also, yesterday was your birthday.
The old man showed a kind smile towards Luo Jun. Happy birthday. Luo Jun looked at the old man, his mind was spinning, and then he showed a surprised expression. Are you and those superpowers together? Are you the official superpowers? The kind of Cathay Dragon group? He thought of the people who besieged the man in the trench coat in the mall. Absolutely, the old man nodded. You are very smart. You think better than me and you have brought me many surprises. At this time, the experience settlement prompts sounded in Luo Jun's mind one after another. The old man's 3 attacks only had less than double the severity factor. It can be seen that if Luo Jun fails to block successfully, the old man will withdraw his strength at the last moment and will not really hurt him. Thank God. Luo Jun's hanging heart was completely relieved, his legs softened, and he almost sat on the ground. You guys finally found me, please take me away from this hellish place. There are all incomprehensible rules and man-eating monsters outside. I feel like I am Tang Monk who fell into the Ponzi cave. Everyone who sees it wants to take 2 bites. The old man nodded and pulled Luo Jun to sit down in the room. I understand, you are an ordinary person. It is rare for you to be able to survive this kind of thing without breaking down. But I may disappoint you. I'm not here to take you away. Ah? Luo Jun was surprised. Why? Because I don't have this ability. You are currently on a chaos mission, and as an outsider, I cannot interfere with your mission. What? Luo Jun was even more confused. Wonton mission? I haven't eaten wontons recently. I love pancakes, it's chaos mission. The old man sighed and explained, it can be said that you are not on the earth now, but in another world parallel to the earth. Another world? Luo Jun looked stunned. Have humans discovered parallel worlds? More than just discoveries, we have been quietly exploring for hundreds of years. The old man said with a smile, since more than 100 years ago, humans have successively discovered many different worlds connected to the earth. We are used to calling it the main world. The style of these different worlds, they are all different. Some have technology that exceeds that of the main world, some have powerful spells or martial arts, and some have no civilization at all and are completely barbaric with monsters everywhere. And the world we are in now is called Chaos. It is the most special one among many different worlds. The old man continued, because the chaotic world is in an extremely unstable state and is easily eroded and polluted by other worlds, this world has no fixed style, no fixed entrances and exits, and even no fixed natural laws. It can be like this said, the world is ever changing and anything can happen. However, I don't know whether it is man-made or natural. There is a unique mechanism in this chaotic world. It will recruit some people from the main world from time to time and assign them tasks. If you complete the task, you will have the opportunity to obtain the chaotic world. The reward, oh, I've seen similar settings in novels. Luo Jun listened and tried hard to digest the information in the old man's words. So, I am also recruited by the chaos world? No, the old man looked into Luo Jun's eyes and smiled, you don't deserve it. Luo Jun stared at the old man's face, you talked about so many settings just to scold me? The old man shook his head, not just you, but all ordinary people are unworthy. Chaos will only recruit people who have cultivated their vitality to the cultivation level or above. Vitality? Luo Jun looked stunned, another concept he had never heard of. The so-called vitality is a kind of energy that widely exists in living bodies. However, in most cases, living things are not aware of the existence of vitality and cannot use it. The old man introduced, but with the introduction of other worlds, exploring, people learned, and figured out ways to cultivate, grow, and utilize this energy. Luo Jun nodded in understanding, it's like the internal strength and martial arts novels? It's similar, the old man smiled, but Yuan Shi can do more things. As he said that, he glanced at Luo Jun's lower body. There's a hole in your underwear. What? Luo Jun subconsciously covered his butt, how do you know? No, are you a pervert? This is the magic of Yuan Shi. Of course, detection and scanning are just the tip of the iceberg of Yuan Shi's many functions. Once Yuan Shi is well cultivated, you can even master many magic-like abilities. The old man nodded and smiled. Just like the woman wearing the mask. Luo Jun's eyes lit up, remembering what happened during the day, and gestured with his hands. With a wave of his hand, a golden light came out, and the trafficker was cut into pieces. So handsome. Her? The old man looked at Luo Jun with a playful smile. That woman is nicknamed the Golden Edge Witch. She is a top genius among the younger generation of practitioners. Those golden lights are her unique abilities after she reaches the state of concentration, and she is invincible. If you want to reach her level, you have little hope.
I've reached her level. Luo Jun was startled when he heard this, and felt blessed. Senior, are you willing to teach me vitality?
Then why do you think I wasted so much energy?
The old man looked at Luo Jun and stroked his beard. If it weren't for his severely bald head, he would have looked a bit like an immortal.
After chatting for so long, I would like to introduce myself formally.
I am Yuan Shoujin, the leader of the Ningdong branch of the Aurora Vitality Practitioners Association, Elder Treatment, 5-star explorer, expert in vitality theory, and honorary professor of Explorer College.
Luo Jun had no idea about this series of titles.
Yuan Shoujin saw his confused look and coughed lightly. In short, you are an innocent person who accidentally got involved in the chaotic world because of the Yuanshio Society's arrest of polluters.
This is my subordinate's dereliction of duty is also my responsibility.
Therefore, I came here specially using special means. Although I cannot directly help you pass the level due to restrictions, I can teach you vitality and increase your probability of survival.
Really? Luo Jun's eyes lit up. Don't get too excited yet. Mr. Yuan muttered, let me explain the stakes to you clearly first.
First of all, the Vitality Cultivator can pass the Chaos Mission not only because of his strong strength, but also because a lot of key information in the Chaos Mission is released by Vitality.
If you don't master the Vitality, you will not be able to receive complete information in the chaotic world.
Information, or even clear mission objectives may not be obtained, and you can only run around like a headless chicken with little hope of passing the level.
That's it. Luo Jun nodded.
After he came here, he was just led by various rules.
He was struggling to survive and didn't know what to do. However, the cultivation of vitality does not happen overnight.
Mr. Yuan looked at the time. I can stay in this world for more than an hour. Even during this time, I will give you the cultivation method of vitality. It will take at least a month to get started, and this night will not help at all.
What should we do? Luo Jun looked at Mr. Yuan. Since he said that, there must be a way. There is only one way now.
Mr. Yuan looked at Luo Jun. Let me open up the meridians all over your body and help you pass the test quickly. However, this method is a bit dangerous. If you succeed in breaking through the level, you will naturally gain the first level of strength in the strength realm. But if you fail, it will cause the energy to backfire and cause serious damage to your body. Although this damage may be cured, but I'm afraid your mission this time will be a dead end. How you choose can only be decided by yourself.
Thanks to CSBL for the 500 starting coins.
Thanks to Sagia, I just can't stand the 500 starting coins for this reward.
Thanks to the most popular person for the 100 starting coins.
Thanks to Yi Yi for the tip of 100 starting coins.
Thanks for the tip of 100 starting coins. Thank you all for your recommendations and monthly votes.
After listening to Mr. Yuan's introduction, Luo Jun frowned and thought for 2 seconds, then asked, Senior, you are a cultivator.
Can you see the mission goal and relay it to me?
Mr. Yuan shook his head. Chaos missions release information in many ways. Some are released publicly, such as the rules on the door.
Sometimes they are kept privately to individuals.
The goal of this mission is obviously the latter. Although I control the vitality, I am an outsider in this mission and cannot see the private mission information. Even if I see it, I tell you that the Chaos World mission may change at any time according to the progress of the strategy. When I leave, you still won't be able to get it. Get the latest news.
What's the success rate of breaking through? How serious is the damage? Luo Jun asked.
This method of external force breaking through the barrier is a unique method that I have researched.
There are not many opportunities for experimentation.
Yuan Lao replied honestly. Based on limited experience, the success rate is about 1/3. The average person's life may be in danger if he suffers the backlash, but you are gifted and have a strong physique, so your endurance should be stronger than ordinary people.
After speaking, he stared into Luo Jun's eyes. How about it? Do you want to challenge it?
Luo Jun took a deep breath and made a decision. Come on.
I accept it. Mr. Yuan's eyes lit up and he praised, good.
You have courage.
His evaluation of Luo Jun was a little higher.
But how could he know the confidence in Luo Jun's heart? He has a secret dice in his hand, which gives him an advantage over ordinary people when it comes to probabilities. Even if he fails, he has a lead-filled dice to protect him. After a series of experiences in the hotel, he gained a lot of experience. Now he is close to upgrading. Even if he is really unlucky and fails twice in a row, as long as the damage does not kill him on the spot, he can gain more experience later.
Experience can also completely heal. Worth fighting for.
Under the guidance of Mr. Yuan, Luo Jun took off his coat, sat cross-legged on the edge of the bed, and leaned his back against the edge of the bed. Mr. Yuan stood behind him with his hands clasped together. Relax your whole body. Next, you will feel an energy entering your body. Don't restrain it, but focus on it, especially remember the direction of its flow. There may be pain during this period, so you must endure it. Stop, don't move or scream. As he said that, he handed over a towel. Understood. Luo Jun nodded, biting the towel in his mouth after taking a few deep breaths. Mr. Yuan gathered enough strength and suddenly clapped his palms out and placed them on Luo Jun's back. In an instant, Luo Jun felt a warm and majestic power pouring into his body from his back. Is this vitality? Before Luo Jun could fully appreciate it, he heard old Yuan reminding him from behind, bite your teeth and hold on. As soon as he finished speaking, the power began to swim within his body, but not far away. He seemed to encounter some kind of obstacle. His strength suddenly gathered and he attacked the obstacles fiercely. This attack didn't matter. Luo Jun suddenly felt a heartbreaking pain from the inside out, his forehead suddenly became sweaty, his facial muscles were twisted, and the edge of the towel in his mouth was bitten to the point of curling up. Why does it hurt so much? It's a bit beyond Luo Jun's expectations. However, he still remembered Mr. Yuan's words and tried to accept the power, while focusing on it and feeling it break through the obstacles. But before he could breathe a sigh of relief, the next obstacle came again. The pain is only higher than the last time. Luo Jun gritted his teeth again. What is written in martial arts novels about opening up the two channels of Ren and Du is nothing more than that. You must hold on. In this way, under the operation of Mr. Yuan, Luo Jun felt that the energy broke through the levels in his body. Some of them were extremely painful, and some were relatively mild. Every time he succeeded in breaking through the levels, the energy would become stronger. Finally, after walking a long circle inside his body, he returned to the starting point and completed a cycle. Is this the end? Luo Jun thought to himself that although it was painful, it was still going smoothly. Don't relax, Mr. Yuan behind him reminded. What we just did was just preparations, now is the final difficulty. Luo Jun was shocked when he heard that, and then he felt that the power began to accelerate after completing the cycle in his body. As it rotated, it seemed to spread out and merge into his limbs. Immediately afterwards, there was an unbearable pain. This pain was worse than all the previous ones combined, and it had no specific location. It covered the whole body, from the tips of the hair to the heels, without distinction. It turns out that this is the real show. Luo Jun immediately summoned the secret dice and set the goal to successfully pass the level. The black and white dice rotate and freeze. Event difficulty is 68, final points are 18 plus 5, event failed. Luo Jun was shocked when he heard this information. Then, a small dice appeared in his sea of consciousness. Lead-filled dice. At the critical moment, Luo Jun used this one-time prop obtained in exchange for 300 chips. The event difficulty is 38, and the final points are 96 plus 5. Congratulations, the event is a great success. After hearing this information, Luo Jun was determined and concentrated on preparing for the final challenge. Severe pain came in waves like a tide. Luo Jun's whole body tensed up and trembled. His head was raised high and his eyes were bloodshot. It even made him feel like he was on the verge of death. The vitality in his body was quickly exhausted, and his meridians were empty, but for some reason, the painful feeling had not faded away. His body was like a cracked dry land, longing for the moisture of rain and dew. Luo Jun's body arched up. The dried meridians could not satisfy his body, so he could only borrow power from the outside world and extract it from Mr. Yuan's body. Ha! Mr. Yuan's confused voice came from behind. This state, he felt that vitality was introduced into Luo Jun's body through his palms, but this was not his active input, but was sucked in. Not enough? Mr. Yuan looked shocked, then his eyes lit up and the corners of his mouth turned up unconsciously. Could it be that? Good boy. Take as much as you want. The vitality in Mr. Yuan's body accelerated and was injected into Luo Jun's body. As soon as this vitality comes in, it is greedily absorbed by the limbs and bones before it even has time to fill the meridians, and the supply exceeds demand. This state lasted for a quarter of an hour before Luo Jun's body stopped changing and the pain finally faded away. Luo Jun finally breathed a sigh of relief. The towel in his mouth fell off, and a row of teeth marks were almost visible through his teeth. A tentative inquiry came from behind. How do you feel? Luo Jun was silent for a few seconds, then gently raised his hands and stretched out. As the muscles and bones move,
crackling sounds can be heard all over the body. It feels like I just climbed out of a hot pool after soaking for half an hour, and then drank a bottle of iced Coke. All in all, it's a blast. It seems to be successful. Mr. Yuan's voice was abnormally excited. Come on, kid, punch me. Forcing me to deceive my master and destroy my ancestors just after I started practicing? Luo Jun turned around and looked at the bald old man with an unusual expression. I have never heard such a request in my life. What nonsense are you talking about? Fight quickly. Mr. Yuan urged, use your best strength. Because he knew how powerful Mr. Yuan was, Luo Jun was not polite to him. He took a stance and punched with all his strength. Snapped. Luo Jun's fist was firmly caught by Mr. Yuan. It's not the same. Luo Jun was secretly frustrated. No, it's very different. After experiencing Luo Jun's strength, Mr. Yuan was overjoyed and laughed excitedly. It worked. I finally succeeded. These words made Luo Jun break into a cold sweat. Didn't you say there is a 1/3 chance of success? Could it be that you lied to me? Am I the first to succeed? That's not what I'm referring to. Mr. Yuan couldn't suppress the smile on his face, and explained with a grin, the solid state is the basis of Yuan Qi cultivation. In this state, the main function of Yuan Qi is to strengthen the body and temper it. The spirit lays the foundation for subsequent cultivation. Normally, each time you break through one level of the strengthening realm, your body's various functions will increase by about 50% compared to before. Speaking of this, Mr. Yuan looked at Luo Jun. His eyes seemed to be looking at a beloved treasure, but the power of your punch is 100% higher than before. 100%? Luo Jun clenched his fists hard, and he did feel that his strength had increased. As for the magnitude, because he had experienced too many attribute enhancements this day, he was already a little numb. But he knew that Mr. Yuan's data must not only be judged by that punch. He could even scan the holes in his own underwear. It was not easy to do a physical examination when teaching the skills. Is this the effect of great success? Luo Jun lamented the magic of dice in his heart, but he asked knowingly, why have I improved more than others? Am I the only martial arts wizard in the world? No, Mr. Yuan immediately objected. This technique of opening up the meridians by external force is my original method. Compared with the popular cultivation methods, the disadvantage is that there is a danger of backlash, but the advantage is that the increase after breakthrough is greater than that of normal cultivation. Strong. But generally the increase is 70% to 80%. The theory can be infinitely close to 100%. If you can reach the theoretical upper limit, it can only be said to be the lucky one. Is that so? Luo Jun looked at his hands. So, my cultivation method is different from others? Do I have to rely on the help of my seniors for every breakthrough in the future? That's not necessary. My method itself is also a set of cultivation methods. As long as you move your vitality according to it, it will grow stronger. This is a story for later. After discovering a genius, Mr. Yuan was in a good mood. Break through the foundation. Realm, physical enhancement is only the foundation. Now you can feel the vitality in your body and it should start to grow on its own. Luo Jun focused his attention on his body. The surging energy provided by Mr. Yuan just disappeared after integrating into the limbs and bones. But now after careful inspection, he found that a new energy began to be generated in the body. It was very weak at first. As the circulation continues to grow, it gradually fills the meridians throughout the body. I feel vitality. Luo Jun said excitedly. Because the realm is stable, the body will automatically generate vitality that matches the current realm. With practice, the vitality and meridians become stronger and stronger. When the requirements of the next level of realm are met, the vitality can be introduced into the limbs and bones again. Success. You can get closer to one level. If you fail, you have to practice this level again. Of course, those are ordinary exercises. The method I created has greater risks and higher returns. Mr. Yuan looked into Luo Jun's eyes. It's too early to talk to you about cultivation now. You need to mobilize the vitality in your body first, focus part of it on the eyes. Luo Jun did as he was told, and soon, the objects in his field of vision changed. For example, Mr. Yuan who was sitting there was covered with a thin layer of light, which should be the vitality protecting his body. But when I looked down at myself, there was none of this. The release of vitality is an ability that can only be mastered by the Pei Yuan realm. You must at least be at the third level of the strength realm before you can practice it.
Seeing Luo Jun's doubts, Mr. Yuan explained, in addition to strengthening the physical constitution, the vitality of the solid state can also circulate in the body and can enhance body functions in a targeted manner. For example, it can strengthen vision, hearing, and smell. It can also enhance strength during combat and protect internal organs and spirit. That's it. Luo Jun concentrated his energy on his arms and pumped out his fists. He felt that besides the muscles, there was a force in his body pushing him to move, and he made a whirring punch. His own strength has doubled, coupled with the boost of vitality in his body. Luo Jun now has the urge to press the cannibal girl to the ground and explode the hammer again. Seeing Luo Jun's surprised expression, Mr. Yuan knew that he had realized the magical effect of vitality, and continued, "Now, concentrate your vitality in the sea of consciousness." Sea of consciousness? Luo Jun blinked in confusion. It's the brain. Oh, Luo Jun did as he was told and felt his mind became clearer. At the same time, there was an additional piece of information that he had never seen before. Mission location, Midnight Hotel. Background introduction. Midnight Hotel is a business hotel located at the foot of Yushan Mountain, backed by a beautiful scenic spot. The occupancy rate of this hotel has always been very high. In addition to a large number of individual tourists, it is also a perennial partner of many travel agencies. However, with their unexpected arrival, everything in the hotel changes. And without you realizing it, you have just completed the check-in procedure. Main mission, leaving Midnight Hotel. Task time limit, 24 hours. Mission type, survival. Mission level, level B. Hint, like humans, eat humans, become humans. Remarks, welcome to Midnight Hotel, today's main course is you. This is the mission statement, private information. It turns out that it was put directly into the brain? Luo Jun said in horror. Mr. Yuan on the opposite side nodded. Did you see it? Only by using Yuan Qi can you receive and interpret this information. This is crucial to clearing the mission. As he said that, Mr. Yuan looked at the time. We can still communicate for more than 20 minutes. You can tell me the mission prompts and the information you have discovered during this period. Although I can't directly interfere with your mission, I can help you analyze and give you some suggestions based on my many years of experience. Luo Jun was stunned when he heard this. 20 minutes? Didn't you just say you could stay for more than an hour? It only took me less than half an hour to break through. Have you forgotten the rules? Mr. Yuan pointed to the door. You are the human being I let in now. We cannot coexist in the room for more than 1 hour. You mean, in another 20 minutes, I have to leave the room? Although his strength increased greatly, Luo Jun still felt a little nervous when he wanted to go back to the terrifying corridors and stairwells. No need. Mr. Yuan waved his hand. I came in using the noble phantasm. I can leave early. According to the rules, as long as you stay in the room by yourself and don't act rashly tonight, everything will be fine. Luo Jun nodded, told the information he knew in detail, and then looked expectantly at the experienced senior in front of him. After hearing this, Mr. Yuan frowned and took a deep breath. You successfully touched my blind spot. What? Luo Jun's eyes widened. He thought that this bald old man, as the leader of the branch, would come to the chaos and have something to say when he faced the ignorant newcomers. He didn't expect that he would say such crotch-pushing words. Sensing the distrust in Luo Jun's eyes, Mr. Yuan coughed lightly. First of all, I am the commander, and I am a force member in the organization. Apart from the research of vitality, I don't like to use my brain for other things. Furthermore, this task of yours, it's really not simple. Not simple. Luo Jun looked at the mission description. Is level B considered very high? Level is only one aspect. Mr. Yuan explained, level B is indeed a bit over the top for the first mission. This should be the mission corresponding to the polluter who opened the black hole. But the level of the mission represents the overall level of the mission. A mission with ordinary monsters everywhere can be of the same level as a mission with few but powerful monsters. According to your description, ordinary people with good skills can barely cope with it. The level of monsters in this mission is average, and the number is not large. They are not a big threat to cultivators in the Peiyuan realm. Just look at the strength of the monsters, which is just for beginners. D-level mission. Chaos can give a B-level evaluation, indicating that there is probably a super powerful existence hidden here. Isn't that considered strong? Luo Jun thought of his 2 experiences of narrowly surviving a little girl. This kind of monster is considered a hindrance. What kind of existence does that super standard one you mentioned have to be? That's the problem. Mr. Yuan sighed. Rules-based survival tasks are usually for newcomers to adapt to. They may seem weird and scary, but as long as you follow the rules, there is usually no danger. But your mission is obviously more difficult, and it's hard to tell whether the rules are true or false. It's probably due to the intervention of hidden superclass monsters. In this kind of mission, if you make the slightest mistake, you will be doomed. It's hard for me to give you any advice. You suggest. Co-author what you call experience is following the rules? Luo Jun looked at Lao Deng in front of him, speechless. What's your expression? Elder Yuan felt as if he was being despised and coughed twice. Although I don't have any specific suggestions, I can give you 2 pieces of advice. Senior, please speak. Luo Jun listened attentively. First, the tips and notes in the mission description may also hide information about customs clearance. Second, as I said before, there are false rules, indicating that something is interfering behind the scenes, which often means that there is more than one force in this mission. Luo Jun frowned upon hearing this. He also had some guesses about the first one, but he really hadn't thought about the second one. You mean the 2 forces tampered with each other's rules? Luo Jun thought of the handwritten rules in the corridor. Why can't it be clues left by ordinary people who encountered strange things? Mr. Yuan suddenly straightened his back, stroked his beard, and smiled. Do you really think that the rules are written down and anyone can add and tamper with them at will? Luo Jun was stunned and turned to look at the rules on the door. Senior, have you brought a pen? Mr. Yuan came directly after the meeting, and he actually brought a pen. Luo Jun took it and walked to the door and tried to write on it with a pen. As a result, the ink mark scratched by the pen tip disappeared immediately, leaving no trace at all. It turns out that those 2 rules in the corridor were not written by humans? Of course, we don't rule out the possibility that ordinary creatures might be involved in struggle to survive and leave messages. Mr. Yuan pointed to the pen in Luo Jun's hand. As for the method of judgment, it is also very simple. Where I can't write, others can't write either. Luo Jun immediately thought of it. On the other hand, where others can write, I can also write. Smart. Mr. Yuan praised him and looked down at the time. The time is almost up. I will give you a few words before I leave. I believe you will be able to come out safely. I will be guarding you at the exit. There will definitely be people from the Yuan Shou Society interrogating you after you come out. Don't worry, they won't make things difficult for you as long as I'm here. But you have to remember, if someone asks you regarding the matter of vitality, you must not say that I taught it, otherwise you will get into trouble. Just say that you learned it by accident recently. You can make up the reason as you like, as long as it is not too outrageous. Anyway, your natural constitution is different from ordinary people. Your previous performance, which is comparable to those who have cultivated 1 or 2 layers of solid foundation realm, which makes sense. Wait until 10 o'clock on Monday morning. Remember to go to the south gate of Ningdong University and tell the guard to find Professor Yuan. Someone will bring you to me. Luo Jun heard the seriousness in Mr. Yuan's tone and nodded. I understand. By the way, Senior, you always say that my physique is different from ordinary people. Luo Jun looked at Mr. Yuan, feeling a little worried in his heart. Isn't there someone similar to me? The reason why Luo Jun asked this was because he was worried that his attributes were too strong. If he was alone in this business, he would inevitably attract attention in the future, and he might be found out about the secret dice. No, Mr. Yuan shook his head, and Luo Jun couldn't help but feel nervous. People's physiques cannot be generalized, and it is not surprising to occasionally have freaks with extraordinary talents. Mr. Yuan did not see Luo Jun's worry and said calmly, over the years, I have met many freaks, and most of them are I can't compare with you, but there is only one who is far superior to you. Far better than me? Luo Jun was stunned, thinking that his attributes are now 4 or 5 times those of ordinary people. What kind of monster must be far better than him? Luo Jun asked intently, but saw a look of regret on Mr. Yuan's eyebrows. No matter what, as long as you are not an exception, that's fine. Then, Mr. Yuan told Luo Jun some experience in operating luck. When the time was up, Mr. Yuan activated the noble phantasm, turned into a phantom, and left the world. Luo Jun took a deep breath. Next, I can only rely on myself. Then he opened the properties panel. His previous breakthrough was a great success, which gave him a lot of experience and allowed him to advance to another level. But in front of Mr. Yuan, he never dared to add attributes, fearing that the sudden physical change would arouse the other party's suspicion. After all, this old man can even see a hole in his underwear. If he notices that his physique has become stronger for no reason, and combined with this extraordinary talent, there is a high probability that he can guess that he is hiding a special secret. As the level increased, Luo Jun became more and more familiar with the functions of Tenji dice.
You don't need to add points to the upgraded attributes immediately.
You can postpone them until the next upgrade at most.
If you don't add them by then, the system will also force you to add points.
Of course, there are exceptions to the situation where you can gain a lot of experience at once and upgrade several levels in a row. The white dice rotated and finally settled on 4 points, and another 9 points of attributes were obtained. At this time, his attributes are as follows. Name, Luo Jun level 9, 366/1000, strong, 29 points sensitivity, 23 points perception, 24 points spirit, 25 points luck, level 6 skills, everything is dice, primary point correction props, none chips, 0 pieces number of uses, 5/5. It is worth mentioning that the quality improved by tempering the body in the strengthening realm is not reflected in the attributes. Luo Jun guessed that this should be the strengthening of different dimensions. In this way, while he increases his attributes, he should also simultaneously increase the physical improvement of the solid state.
If the first level is 100%, the attributes he can actually display should be twice those on the panel.
In other words, his attributes are now equivalent to around 50 points, which is more than 10 times that of an ordinary person.
This does not include the addition of vitality in the body. Luo Jun looked at his hands.
Who would have thought that at this time yesterday, he was just an unknown and poor student with a gloomy future? In just half a day, he had already transformed and stepped into the extraordinary world.
But the top priority is to complete the task first and return to reality.
On the first floor of the shopping mall, as a phantom appeared, Mr. Yuan's figure appeared in front of everyone.
You're back.
Team Chang was the first to step forward. How's the situation?
It's a bit difficult to handle. Mr. Yuan sighed. It's a B-level survival mission with rules.
Survival by rules?
That's not difficult.
Xiaomeng, wearing sportswear, said bluntly, my first mission is this.
As long as I don't violate the rules, it's not a big deal?
Sasha, who was wearing sunglasses on the side, snorted coldly, no big deal. I don't know who it was at that time, but it was so frightened that her voice changed. Xiaomeng blushed. You, don't accuse someone of innocence out of thin air.
If it's a B-level rule mission, it's really not that difficult.
A cold voice interrupted the quarrel between the two, and Ling Xian mused, level B, probably involves true and false rules, right?
Mr. Yuan nodded, this is not my strong point. I can only appease his emotions and give him some advice.
But this guy is of good quality, and unlike what you said, he actually has some foundation in vitality, but he has only just started.
Usually, it's also carefully hidden so it's not easy to see.
Hearing this, Ling Xian frowned slightly, and Mr. Yuan smiled and said, don't worry, I didn't mention you. He doesn't know that you are the golden blade witch who killed the polluter with a few golden lights. Ling Xian's brows relaxed slightly and she nodded, but there was still a hint of doubt deep in her eyes.
Next, all we can do is wait.
Mr. Yuan said, his mission is to come out within 24 hours, but he will not have the chance until after 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. Captain Chang lit a cigarette. I'll make arrangements right away to try to close the mall for one day. Even if that kid comes back suddenly, he won't cause a commotion.
Hao Yong, you and your people will stay here and take care of people as soon as you see them.
He came to see me. Halfway through, Captain Chang was suddenly stunned. He turned around and found that everyone else was looking at him. The muscular man Hao Yong was still winking at him, as if he was reminding him of something.
Captain Chung understood instantly and looked at Yuan with a pale face. Old. Get out of here. Mr. Yuan scolded.
Captain Chang shrank his head, covered the cigarette but with his hand and walked away in disgrace.
At 6 o'clock in the morning, the Midnight Hotel's closure period finally ended. Luo Jun didn't sleep that night.
He had experienced a lot this day and had hardly eaten.
Normally, he should be tired and hungry.
But because of the upgraded full health function of Tianji dice, his condition is particularly good. Upgrading not only treats injuries, but also has a warming function, which can replenish energy and relieve fatigue. Coupled with Luo Jun's current attributes and the effect of his vitality, his energy is self-sufficient, and a mere night's sleep will have no impact at all. Normally, you should be able to leave the room after 6 o'clock, but you cannot check out yet. According to the rules at the front desk, it is breakfast time, but Luo Jun is not hungry and does not want to cause trouble.
Do you want to stay in the room until 10 o'clock and then check out? Luo Jun thought so and walked to the door.
Ha! Luo Jun frowned and found the piece of paper on the door. The rules had changed. That's right, the rules on the paper last night were all about the closed period. Now that the closed period is out, there is naturally a new set of rules.
Luo Jun stepped forward and studied it carefully. Good morning, I hope you had a nice night.
Now is the activity period. In order to ensure your safety and give you a pleasant stay experience, please abide by the following rules. 1. The activity period is from 6 to 2200 hours every day. During the activity period, you can move around in the hotel and go to any place that is not expressly prohibited.
2. Breakfast time is from 6 to 10 o'clock every day.
The hotel only provides this meal every day. If you don't want to feel hungry, please go to the restaurant on the first floor to eat in time.
Except for the restaurant, the hotel does not provide any food in any form. Even if you see it, do not buy it, let alone eat it.
3. During the event period, you are not allowed to stay in the guest room for more than 1 hour continuously. After leaving the guest room, you must stay in the guest room until the time outside is full before you can go back.
No matter how tired you feel, please do not sleep in the guest room.
5. If you feel hungry, please eat within half an hour. If it is outside of the restaurant's opening hours, please contact the front desk within 15 minutes to receive a sleeping pill, which will help you sleep until the next restaurant opening. 6. Hunger and fatigue are both danger signals, but as a human being, I suggest you choose the latter.
Looking at the newly emerged rules, Luo Jun fell into deep thought.
Several of them can be mutually confirmed with the rules of the hotel lobby. If it were Luo Jun last night, he would probably use this as a basis and believe in these rules with evidence.
But it's different now.
After Mr. Yuan's advice last night, he learned a new message. If there are contradictions or changes in the rules, it probably means that there is more than one force in this mission.
So does the last rule, hunger and fatigue, represent two forces? As a human being, I am advised to choose the latter. What do you mean? Is fatigue safer than hunger? As mentioned earlier, hunger can be relieved through sleep. Does this also represent the opposition between the two forces?
However, there is also a contradiction here.
Since I can't sleep in the guest room, why are sleeping pills given? Sleeping outside? Isn't that more dangerous? After last night's thrilling experience, the room has become the only safe haven in Luo Jun's heart.
Now the new rules strictly limit the time he can spend in the room. He wanted to stay until he checked out, but now it seems that he can't. Even so, Luo Jun stayed in the room until nearly 7 o'clock, then carefully opened the door, exposed half of his body and looked around. Although the genius is bright, the corridor is obviously much brighter during the day than at night. There are lights at night, so the corridor should be dimmer in the early morning. This shows that the brightness and darkness are not due to lighting, but to some other reason. Just as Luo Jun was observing carefully, the door of the next room suddenly opened. Luo Jun was startled and almost closed the door instinctively. But when he thought that the time limit for staying in the room had reached, he still rushed out and ran towards the elevator or corridor at full speed. As soon as he went out, he heard a scream next to him. Turning around, I saw a short-haired woman in her mid-20s, dragging her suitcase, standing at the door with a frightened look on her face, as if she was startled by Luo Jun, who suddenly jumped out.
"What's wrong, honey?"
A young man in his 20s or 80-year-old chased behind the woman, carrying something in his hand and carrying a backpack. Judging from the posture of the two of them, they were obviously a traveling couple.
"Ah, it's okay," the woman glanced at Luo Jun.
After all, she was too embarrassed to say that she was scared. Luo Jun could only pretend not to see it and walked forward on his own, but his attention was still behind him. The couple was packing their things while complaining about the hotel's weird rules.
They looked like ordinary tourists. Could it be that by daytime, everything was normal?
Luo Jun murmured in his heart and looked back at their house number.
It was 0317. The one who was eaten by the girl was the guest in room 0311.
Luo Jun stared at 0311, but the door never opened. The stairs did not lead to the first floor.
Luo Jun came to the elevator door.
Soon, the couple came over and waited for the elevator with him. Ding, the elevator door opened, and the couple dragged their luggage in, but Luo Jun hesitated.
"Brother, why don't you come up?"
The man pressed the door button.
"Ah, I left something behind, thank you." With that said, Luo Jun walked back. Although everything seemed normal, Luo Jun still didn't dare to be with other people in a closed space like the elevator. If those two people suddenly grew one eye and two mouths, Luo Jun would have nowhere to run. But before the next elevator came up, another tenant came out from around him. This went back and forth several times. It took almost 20 minutes before Luo Jun finally got on the elevator. It was still a round of dice and he successfully reached the first floor. The hotel lobby was much livelier than last night. There were people drinking tea and chatting in the lounge area, consulting at the front desk, and even people coming in from outside the door. Can the door be opened?
Luo Jun walked out as if nothing had happened, but as soon as he reached the door, he felt an invisible force blocking him.
Sir, have you checked out?
The voice of the hotel receptionist came from behind. Although it sounded soft and polite, Luo Jun felt a chill rise up his spine, as if the person talking to him was not the gentle and beautiful receptionist, but a man-eating monster.
Oh, I forgot. Luo Jun said nonchalantly and slowly backed away.
The chill subsided as he moved away from the door.
It's not time to check out yet. If you are hungry, you can go to the restaurant to enjoy the free breakfast. Luo Jun nodded in agreement, but didn't want to cause any complications.
If you enter a restaurant and find out that there are rules that require you to complete certain conditions before you can leave, that will be a problem. Anyway, according to the rules, there is still half an hour of buffering time before hunger strikes, and it will be too late to eat again by then. If you want to take this place, sit in the seating area in front of the restaurant and wait for the checkout time.
As long as the time is up, you can just check out and leave, and the damn mission will be completed.
Time passed minute by minute, and finally, when the hour hand of the hotel wall clock passed 9 o'clock, Luo Jun suddenly frowned.
He's a little hungry.
It has been more than 8 hours since the last upgrade, and most people should be hungry.
The question is whether this hunger is what the rules call hunger.
The front desk said last night that if he was hungry, he would know clearly. As soon as he thought of this, Luo Jun felt his eyes go dark. At the same time, an uncontrollable hunger rose from his belly.
This is... Luo Jun was shocked. He could clearly feel his heartbeat.
With every heartbeat, the scene in front of him would be distorted. Under the attack of terrible hunger, Luo Jun looked at the guests coming and going in the lobby and felt that they were not human beings, but walking roast chickens and elbows.
Is this the feeling of hunger mentioned in the rules?
Luo Jun swallowed unconsciously, and relied on his strong spirit to suppress the desire to rush forward to eat, and began to circulate the vitality in his body. As his vitality was recuperated, Luo Jun felt that his hunger had weakened, but he still had an uncontrollable urge to eat. No wonder the rules say to avoid hunger. Luo Jun swallowed. My mental power is 10 times that of ordinary people, and I have the vitality to help resist, yet I am so coveted.
If I were an ordinary person, I am afraid that I would be hungry the moment I attack. It's out of control.
Just when he thought of this, he saw a roasted chicken. No, a tourist suddenly went crazy and threw down a roasted suckling pig next to him, pecking at it frantically with its stewed beak. The roasted suckling pig was struggling, while making a howl like a killing pig.
No, that's a human scream. Luo Jun shook his head vigorously. Why did he always unconsciously regard them as food? That hunger is polluting my cognition. Luo Jun initially had some illusion that he could resist hunger by relying on his own spirit and vitality.
Now looking at it, the half-hour buffer in the rules is probably not for ordinary people, but for the polluters who started the mission. He underestimated the intensity of hunger must eat. Luo Jun desperately resisted his hunger, barely maintained his sense, stood up, and slowly walked into the restaurant. There were many people in the restaurant, some sitting at the table eating, and others choosing food in the dining area. In Luo Jun's eyes, these people are all walking chicken legs, elbows, braised pork, fried shrimps, and pancakes and fruits. As for the real food, from his perspective at this moment, it is not so tempting. Increasing the speed of his vitality, Luo Jun tried his best to eliminate distracting thoughts, then walked to the staple food area, took a piece of pancake, rolled 2 fruit sticks, not forgetting to brush some sauce and sprinkle some coriander, and then took a bite.
Well, I'm satisfied.
Chewing quickly, as the mouthful of food went down, the hunger was relieved by most of it. Luo Jun ate the homemade pancakes in 2 mouthfuls, and the world in his eyes finally became normal.
Thank God.
But Luo Jun didn't dare to be careless. He still didn't walk out of the restaurant, but returned to the entrance to take a look.
Sure enough, there was a piece of paper taped here with the rules of the restaurant written on it. Thank you for the 5,000 starting coins for the wine dance to the bottle reward. Thank you for the death reward of 100 starting points. Thank you all for your monthly votes and recommendations. Dining instructions. 1. The restaurant is open from 6 to 10 o'clock in the morning, and you are not allowed to enter the restaurant during other times. 2. Eliminate waste. Please take food according to your own appetite. You are not allowed to leave the restaurant until you finish eating. 3. It is prohibited to take food out of the restaurant. If found, you will be responsible for the consequences. 4. This restaurant provides a wide variety of meat dishes, but please do not consume more than 500 grams of meat in one meal. 5. This restaurant will provide locally produced special animal biscuits, which are highly recommended. 6. There There are no human-shaped animal cookies. If you see them, please ignore them. 7. Don't eat meat. Don't eat meat. Don't eat meat. Luo Jun frowned. Because the final 7th rule was also added by handwriting, which obviously contradicts the 4th rule. The situation in the corridor occurred again. With Mr. Yuan's explanation last night, Luo Jun knew that this should be a game between two forces in the hotel. One party made the rules, and the other tried to change the rules. But after last night's verification, Luo Jun believes that the revised rules also have a certain effect, and it is best to ensure that no party's rules are violated. For example, now, with so much food in the restaurant, you don't have to eat meat. Thinking of this, Luo Jun was somewhat glad that when he was just feeling hungry, he instinctively chose pancakes instead of grabbing the chicken legs next to him. Wait. Luo Jun's eyebrows moved. Don't eat meat. Maybe he meant more than just the meat on the plate. He walked out of the restaurant and looked at the front desk. Just now at the front desk, he saw a roasted chicken knocking down a roasted suckling pig and chewing on it. Now that he thought about it, it must have been a hungry human who lost his mind and bit another human being. This horrific sight, like a zombie crisis, should probably cause riots. However, everything is business as usual at the front desk now. Tourists are going through the formalities normally, and there is no sight of the murderer or the deceased, not even any bloodstains. Is it my hallucination, or is reality distorted by mysterious power? Luo Jun didn't know that when hunger struck, he did have the urge to eat people. Don't eat meat, does this mean? While analyzing, the feeling of hunger struck again. Luo Jun quickly returned to the restaurant and began to choose non-meat foods to fill his stomach. Belch, Luo Jun, who had eaten and drank enough, patted his belly with satisfaction and looked at the time, 9:45. There are still 15 minutes left before checkout. Luo Jun thought for a while and came to the snack area in the meal area. Here he found animal crackers. It was the same as the one bought in the vending machine before, a matchbox-sized, transparent plastic package, containing a piece of exquisite animal crackers. Although in Luo Jun's eyes, these unfamiliar animals were called monsters. More relevant. Although according to the rules, he was about to leave the hotel, Luo Jun was still slightly uneasy. It was too weird here, and there were too many mysteries yet to be solved, which made him completely unsure of what was going to happen next. He doesn't know the logic behind the rules and simply follows them. If an unexpected situation occurs, he has no way to deal with it. Of course, most people will think that these messy rules have no rules or logic at all. But Luo Jun vaguely felt that he was about to catch the truth behind it. The breakthrough point is these animal cookies. The rules in the corridor specifically mentioned this thing. Not counting the handwritten ones in the restaurant, there were only 6 rules in total, and 2 of them mentioned it, so there must be something special about these cookies. Luo Jun casually turned over the cookies on the plate. Suddenly, his eyes moved and he raised his hand to pick out a bag. The cookies in this bag are human-shaped. 1 head, 2 eyes, and 1 mouth. The shape is very delicate and lifelike. According to the rules, this cookie should be ignored. But Luo Jun feels that it is not that simple to list this kind of thing separately. He closed his eyes, concentrated his energy on the sea of consciousness, and then relived his experiences since entering the hotel. With his current mental attributes, coupled with the blessing of vitality, his memory and concentration are far beyond ordinary people. The places I've been to, the monsters I've encountered, the rules I've seen, what's the connection between them? Suddenly, Luo Jun opened his eyes and breathed a little faster. Could it be that? He made a bold guess, but he was not sure. If he guessed wrong, he might be doomed. No. Even if that guess is true, there is no need to verify it. It is at best a hidden mission. As long as you can check out normally, you don't have to take this route, but if there is a problem with checkout, this is the way to go. Thinking of this, Luo Jun looked at the human-shaped cookie in his hand. Better find a way to get this thing out of the restaurant. The 3rd rule of the restaurant is that it is forbidden to take food out of the restaurant. If you are caught, you will be responsible for the consequences. That means that as long as you are not discovered, everything will be fine. The point is, how does a restaurant determine if I'm hiding food? Just as Luo Jun was thinking, a rapid siren suddenly came from the door of the restaurant. Luo Jun turned around and saw a little boy standing at the door of the restaurant with a piece of cake in his hand. He seemed to be frightened by the sudden alarm. The waiter at the door of the restaurant turned around and gave the child a gentle smile. You can't take food out. As she said this, she narrowed her eyes, and her gentle smile looked a little weirder. The words were spoken in a gentle tone, but to Luo Jun's ears, they were as cold as the north wind in winter. This is not an illusion,
but a certain kind of mental coercion that can only be experienced by Luo Jun, who has strengthened his spirit and perception. Commonly known as murderous. The child cried loudly, and a couple immediately ran out of the restaurant, picked up the child and walked back. As they walked, they apologized to the waiter. I'm sorry, the child is young and ignorant, and I caused trouble. Seeing that the child was brought back to the restaurant, the waiter looked away, and the murderous aura disappeared. Luo Jun breathed a sigh of relief. He believed that if the parents did not bring their children back to the restaurant in time, the waiter would definitely put his murderous intention into practice. However, this also helped Luo Jun confirm that the way the restaurant discovered the food was contained was the alarm device at the door. It's similar to the ones in ordinary shopping malls, surprisingly simple. But how was that thing discovered? The child was holding a half-eaten cake with no packaging and no barcode. How did the alarm identify it? After all, this is a strange world. There should be supernatural means so that food can be identified. But in this case, the third rule is superfluous. Since it says if discovered, there will be consequences at your own risk, which means that there must be a way not to be discovered. Suddenly, Luo Jun's eyes lit up and he put his hand into his trouser pocket. There was a bag of biscuits inside, which I bought from the vending machine in the corridor last night. Just now, Luo Jun briefly left the restaurant to check on the situation at the front desk, but the alarm was not triggered. This means that food purchased from vending machines will not trigger the alarm. Luo Jun took out the bag of biscuits and observed them carefully. He found that the packaging was slightly different from the biscuits on the plate. I bought it from a vending machine, and there was a small silver dot on the packaging bag. Is it because of the packaging that this dot can block detection? Luo Jun used his body to cover himself, carefully opened the packaging bag, took out the biscuits and put them on the plate, then took out the human-shaped biscuits and stuffed them into the packaging of the vending machine, pinched the opening with his hands, and stuffed it into his trouser pocket. At this time, the announcements sounded in the restaurant. It's now 9:55. The restaurant will be closed soon. Guests are asked to leave as soon as possible. The guests at the table got up and walked towards the door one after another. Luo Jun was also among the crowd, putting his hands in his trouser pockets and holding the opening of the biscuit bag tightly. 10 meters, 5 meters, 2 meters. Passed. Luo Jun successfully walked out of the restaurant without triggering the alarm. Really? Luo Jun was very excited. This method was effective, which meant that his idea was right. The food in the restaurant can only be taken out in the packaging bags of the vending machine. The only snacks in the vending machine are animal crackers, and there are no human-shaped animal crackers in the vending machine. 2 coins were found under the vending machine. A pack of animal crackers only costs 1, so the other one is used to take out the human-shaped cookies from the restaurant. Luo Jun felt that he was getting closer to the truth. At this time, the hands of the clock had just passed 10 o'clock and he could check out. Luo Jun looked at the direction of the elevator, hesitated for 2 seconds, and then walked to the front desk. It was his first time to experience a mission, and surviving was his primary goal. Hiding the truth behind the mission was secondary. If you can just check out and leave, then it's not a risk. Be steady and don't waste your time. After warning himself like this, Luo Jun came to the front desk and activated the secret dice with a thought. Checked out successfully and left. Ding, this event is an inevitable event and cannot be determined using dice. The number of times is consumed once. Another inevitable event? Luo Jun was slightly startled. Does that mean that it must either succeed or fail? However, he checked out normally and left. Luo Jun couldn't think of any reason for failure. Hello, check out, 0315. He had to try anyway. Luo Jun proposed to check out, but he was cautious. Okay, sir. The beautiful front desk lady showed a professional smile and started to operate the computer. Wait for us to confirm the room. Okay, Luo Jun nodded and glanced outside the door. If everything went well, he would be able to leave this damn hotel and return to his own world in a few minutes. Sorry sir, came the voice of the front desk lady. We found that one of the chairs in your room was damaged and we need to pay for it. Chair? Luo Jun was stunned, and then remembered that he broke it by beating the little girl monster last night. Luo Jun said awkwardly, but I didn't bring any money, we don't charge money. The waiter showed a twisted smile, you just need to hand over your liver. Luo Jun's hair stood on end. The moment he spoke at the front desk, Luo Jun felt a real murderous intention. It is still bound to fail. It is impossible to check out normally. This is the message Dice wants to tell himself. Sir, please hand over your liver.
The female receptionist's expression became more and more distorted. The colleague next to her also turned to look at Luo Jun, grinning from ear to ear, revealing the sharp teeth in her mouth. "Run!" Without saying a word, Luo Jun turned around and rushed toward the elevator. The sound of the ground breaking suddenly came from behind him, but Luo Jun didn't dare to look back at all. He rushed to the elevator entrance as quickly as possible and pressed the buttons frantically. Taking this opportunity, he finally saw the scene in the lobby. I saw a huge, slug-like soft monster crawling out from the front desk. The monster's body was covered with gravel and dust, and the two tentacles on its head were the two beautiful front desk clerks. No wonder the two front desks haven't changed shifts since last night. It turns out they are just the tentacles of the monster hiding underground. This monster was so huge that it occupied almost half of the lobby after it emerged from the ground. Several guests who were working at the front desk were crushed to death by it, but the remaining people turned a blind eye to the monster and continued to do whatever they were supposed to do without any trace of it. Panic. Cognitive distortion. During the chat last night, Mr. Yuan once said that there are also ordinary people in the Chaos mission. They are not game NPCs, they are real people. Ordinary people can be easily influenced and controlled. And the weirdness in the mission is not of much interest to these unsatisfied ordinary people. They prefer the vitality practitioners with powerful life energy. Hurry up! Luo Jun pressed the elevator button frantically. Seeing the monster getting closer and closer, the elevator door finally opened. Luo Junzi slipped into the car, closed the door immediately, and the secret dice appeared in front of him. Go to the basement level. Ding, this event is too complex and cannot be determined. Too complex? Luo Jun was stunned for a moment, but when he saw the elevator door closing and the big monster outside getting closer and closer, he decisively pressed down on the negative floor. The elevator began to descend, and the sound of a monster hitting the door was heard overhead. But Luo Jun did not relax. The result of the dice just told him that going to the underground level would not go smoothly. On the LED display, the downward arrow kept flashing, and Luo Jun could feel the elevator moving, but the floor still showed the first floor. How deep is the underground floor? It's been so long and you haven't arrived yet? Luo Jun was worried when suddenly there was a loud noise above his head, causing the elevator car to shake slightly. Something is coming. The vitality in Luo Jun's body is speeding up, and the secret dice is ready to go. There was a bang, and the access hatch on the top of the car was open with great force, and then, a petite figure fell in. Big brother, we meet again. Luo Jun felt a chill running down his back. This was the little monster girl who chased him last night. I didn't expect to catch up here. Ding. Discover new tasks. Mission objective, hold on to the underground level in the hands of the trolls. Mission difficulty, 45 severity factor, 12 times task consumption, 3 uses task limit, 7 uses whether to accept? Is the task activated? And it's still 12 times more severe. Think about it, if you can't hold on, you will die, just like falling from the stairs before. Luo Jun was stunned for a moment, and then chose yes without hesitation. The remaining 3 uses have been used up, and in the taskbar, the available number of Tianji dice has become 7. Luo Jun immediately felt confident in his heart, thinking that I am not the same person I was yesterday. Since I have to send it to my door, I will let you taste the power of the solid state. Thinking of this, Luo Jun punched out without saying a word. The little girl didn't seem to expect that the prey in front of her would actually dare to take the initiative. The girl stretched out her slender little hand and caught Luo Jun's fist. At the same time, the bangs on her forehead moved and her tongue shot out. The dice flashed in his mind. Luo Jun narrowly avoided the attack, and suddenly punched out another fist. Snap, the little girl's fist was caught by her other hand. Your speed and strength are not as good as mine. In this small space, there is no room for resistance. The girl retracted her tongue and spoke with both mouths. Really? The corners of Luo Jun's mouth raised slightly, and his hand suddenly moved, filled with vitality, and grabbed the girl's wrist. The girl was startled and subconsciously wanted to break away, but found that Luo Jun's strength was several times greater than last night. What's going on? Before she could react, Luo Jun had already made a decision in his mind. He used his arms to throw the girl upwards, and at the same time, he raised his kick and kicked the girl in the face. Boom! This kick kicked the girl upwards and flew out along the inspection opening. Go back to where you came from. Listening to the unwilling scolding coming from above the elevator, Luo Jun curled his lips in disdain. The mission only allowed him to hold on, but did not allow him to win. Faced with such a monster, it was naturally best to send it away.
But I didn't expect it to go smoothly unexpectedly. I only used the dice twice inside and outside, which was a bit wasteful. Just as he felt a little distressed, Luo Jun suddenly realized that the task was not completed, and his heart suddenly tightened. Sure enough, there was a sudden loud noise from the top of the car. This time the vibration of the car was even more violent. It was obvious that the things that fell were much heavier than before. The corners of Luo Jun's eyes trembled slightly, and he heard several sounds of something being cut off from above. Then the whole elevator suddenly shook, and with the harsh sound of brakes, Luo Jun felt a force pressing on him, as if the gravity suddenly increased several times. The elevator brakes urgently. Just as Luo Jun stood firm while holding onto the wall, several more strange noises were heard from above. The elevator that had just stopped began to move downward again. This time, a strong sense of weightlessness came, and Luo Jun panicked. The elevator was almost in free fall. The monster on the roof of the car cut off the cables and destroyed the braking device, trying to throw Luo Jun to death. Damn it, do you want to live as long as I do? Luo Jun was so angry that he cursed. He leaned against the wall tightly, trying to keep his balance. Suddenly, several tentacles came in from the maintenance hole, found the right direction, and stabbed at him. After making a judgment in his mind, Luo Jun managed to dodge the attack, and saw a large mass of flesh-colored tissue following closely behind him, squeezing down from the narrow inspection opening. The disgusting sight made Luo Jun's scalp tingle. I thought again of the horror I faced last night. Is there any way? Luo Jun glanced around the narrow elevator room, and suddenly an idea came to him. He turned back and inserted his hand into the gap of the elevator door, and forcefully opened it. With his current strength that is 10 times stronger than that of an ordinary person, plus the assistance of his vitality, he can easily pry open the elevator door, revealing the walls of the elevator shaft that are rising rapidly outside. At this speed, it is indeed free falling. At this time, there was a terrifying roar from behind. The tentacle monster had already slipped through the maintenance door and was in the narrow elevator room with Luo Jun. The huge and bloated monster occupied almost half of the elevator room. It branched out with 3 tentacles, which were nailed to the inner wall of the elevator to fix its body. It opened its big mouth full of sharp teeth and roared at Luo Jun, and then shot out a normal human being from its mouth. The tongue as thick as a thigh stabbed towards Luo Jun. The secret dice started, and everything around him slowed down. Seeing that the bone spur on his tongue was only half a foot away from him, Luo Jun's eyes trembled slightly. Dodge the attack. Ding, the event difficulty is 36, the final points are 41 plus 5, the event is successful, good. Luo Jun was excited. Since he broke through the first level of the solid realm and his physical fitness increased dramatically, he used dice when fighting monsters. The difficulty of the incident was significantly lower than last night. The same goes for dodging the attack just now, which is basically a difficulty level of 20 or 30 points. With Luo Jun's 6th level luck and 5-point attribute correction, he will naturally succeed one after another. What's more, Luo Jun discovered that in events that require reactions such as attack and dodge, as long as the secret dice can be turned on in time, it will also help reduce the difficulty. Because the deceleration effect when the system is turned on allows him to have time to observe the opponent's movements while throwing points, have a plan in mind, and even have the energy to plan the next move, which is less difficult than relying solely on instinctive reactions. To take a step back, even if the event fails, because you can clearly see the opponent's actions, you can remedy it as much as possible to minimize the consequences of failure. In summary, using Tianji dice in life and death fights is extremely effective. Returning to the battle, after the dice gave the successful message, Luo Jun was determined and flashed sideways, but before the tongue could pass over his body, he activated the secret dice again. The speed slowed down again. At this moment, Luo Jun was facing the monster sideways, with his hands across his chest. In front of him was the thick and long tentacle that was slowly shooting towards the elevator button. Change the direction of the tentacles. Luo Jun determined the goal in his mind, and the dice rolled. Ding, event difficulty is 29, final points are 66 plus 5, good. Luo Jun, who was confident in his heart, leaned his back against the wall, poured his energy into his arms, and hit the tentacle with all his strength. Snapped. The tentacle was successfully deflected by Luo Jun, and shot out of the open elevator door. With a bang, it was nailed to the wall that was rapidly moving up outside. The nail didn't matter. Before the monster could react, the tongue followed the wall upwards and got entangled in the gap between the elevator and the wall. The force of the elevator's fall was heard, pulling the tentacle monster towards the door. Get out of the way, don't get involved. Ding, the event difficulty is 41, the final points are 12 plus 5, the event failed.
Damn it!
After 5 consecutive successes, Luo Jun finally faced a failure. Although he tried his best to avoid it, he was still caught by the clawed tentacle monster and was taken to the door.
Break free! At the critical moment, Luo Jun used his last chance.
Ding, the event difficulty is 45, the final point is 80 plus 5, the event is successful.
Ah!
Luo Jun tried his best to break free from the tentacles and escape to the inside of the elevator. He saw the tentacle monster being rolled towards the door. The elevator car weighed more than 1,000 kilograms, and it had fallen for such a long time. Even the tentacle monster could not resist the huge force. Seeing that it was about to be rolled out of the elevator, the monster suddenly closed its big mouth and bit off its own tongue with a loud sound.
This is bad.
Seeing the monster that had given up its tongue stopped at the door, Luo Jun was heartbroken, and with all his strength, he bumped into it. Poor tentacle monster, it was less than 10 centimeters away from the elevator door. As soon as it stopped, I felt a strong force from behind, pushing it out of the door.
Stab la 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 la.
There was a heart-wrenching sound, and the monster's body rubbed against the wall of the elevator shaft. Under the fierce friction, it turned into minced meat and blood. It was thrown out along the upper edge of the elevator door and dyed the wall red. The monster screamed in pain and wanted to get out, but its flesh and blood was twisted in the gap between the car and the elevator shaft and could not be pulled out. It could only separate its tentacles and attack Luo Jun behind it crazily. Luo Jun's eyes were also red at this moment. He had run out of times to use it, so he could only use brute force and refused to let go even if his back was attacked. He pushed it out and beat it wildly. Finally, as the flesh and blood wore away, the monster's body became thinner and thinner, and its counterattack tentacles became weaker and weaker.
Bang!
Just when Luo Jun could no longer hold on, the elevator suddenly fell to the bottom, and there was a huge shock under his feet. The ceiling above his head suddenly pressed down due to inertia, and the surrounding walls were distorted, making a weird sound of metal twisting. And Luo Jun also felt that there was nothing in front of him. Under the huge acceleration of gravity, he fell out of the elevator, with the tentacle monster underneath him that was worn down to only a piece of skin.
Luo Jun, who was lying on the ground, felt like all the bones in his body were falling apart.
His right foot was in pain and he couldn't use any strength.
It should have been broken. There were contusions on all the joints.
His neck was also in pain. In addition, he was hit by a tentacle on his back. With the wound coming out, he felt like he only had half a life left. This was thanks to the friction between the monster and the wall, which braked the car. If it had continued to fall freely, he would have died on the spot without even a chance to hum.
Ding!
Mission hold to the basement level from trolls completed. The mission difficulty is 45 points, and the severity factor is 12 times.
The final reward is 540 chips.
Calling mission experience. During the mission, the dice were used 7 times, and a total of 1,048 experience points were gained.
Congratulations, you have been upgraded.
You can extract attribute points.
Congratulations on reaching level 10. You can extract a skill.
A series of messages came, and Luo Jun felt a warm current coming from his body, which instantly healed his injuries and warmed his body. It's level 10 so soon. Luo Jun shook his head and stood up, thinking that there were so many benefits to upgrading, including treatment, increased attributes and skills, but this was just the early stage. He noticed that upgrading required more and more experience, and as his strength increased, there were fewer and fewer opportunities to encounter high difficulty and high severity events, and upgrading would become slower and slower.
Don't think about it so much, let's collect the rewards first. Draw skills first.
Ding, the upgradable skill, basic point correction, has been detected. You can choose to upgrade the skill to intermediate point correction, or extract a new skill. The current level is 10, which does not meet the level requirements of the intermediate point correction.
Please draw new skills. Luo Jun was stunned by the new prompt. See what it means.
The opportunity to draw skills can also be used to upgrade old skills, but now that the level requirement is not reached, he can only draw new ones. Thinking of this, he carefully checked the introduction of basic point correction and found that there was a new piece of information. It can be upgraded to intermediate point correction, and the level requirement is 15.
It seems that the next time you draw a skill, you can upgrade it. This is a very practical skill. The main thing is to increase attribute points. The sooner you upgrade, the better.
Thinking about it in his mind, Luo Jun began to extract skills.
Ding, congratulations on getting the skill, regret. Repent, you can choose to refuse to perform the event after rolling the dice, limited to one opportunity per day. The skill effect is simple and crude, giving Luo Jun greater freedom. If used properly, it should have miraculous effects. After drawing the skills, Luo Jun looked at the darkness outside the elevator door, then looked at the 540 chips he had just obtained, and spent 500 to draw a medium-sized lucky bag. Next, there may be great risks, and he must seize every opportunity to strengthen himself. As the icon of the lucky bag shines, a blue light lights up and finally turns into a simple ring. Luo Jun focused his attention on the ring, and its properties appeared before his eyes. Name, wealth ring grade, rare effect. When worn, a money-related rolling point judgment is made, the severity coefficient is doubled, and the final result is increased by 5 points. Note, do you want to become the richest man? Want to become a gambling god? Wealth rings are your best choice. The rare quality of blue has good special effects, but it is of little help to the current situation. Luo Jun sighed, half happy, half disappointed. He put it into the system, received the final reward, and finally got 10 attributes. After adding points, Luo Jun's attributes are as follows. Level 10, 454/1100, strong, 32 points sensitivity, 25 points perception, 26 points spirit, 28 points luck. Level 6 skills, everything is dice, primary point correction, regret item, wealth ring chips, 40 pieces. Number of uses, May 5th. My body feels a bit stronger, and my vitality seems to have grown a bit as well. Luo Jun ran it inside his body for a week, adjusting it to the best condition before leaving the elevator. Since it fell to the bottom, this must be the underground floor of the Midnight Hotel. It has been mentioned by more than one rule that you must not go to the basement level. There was darkness all around, and Luo Jun remembered the feeling he had in the corridor last night. The visibility was less than 2 meters, but he could vaguely hear the rustling movement surrounding him in the darkness. However, in such a strange and terrifying darkness, Luo Jun felt a little calmer. It was pretty much what he had guessed. As Luo Jun continued to advance, the surrounding movements became more and more dense. Finally, when he walked somewhere, a tall figure appeared in the darkness ahead. Over 2 meters tall, with a crocodile-like head, 4 thick arms, beast-like toe-like hind legs and a thick and long tail covered with scales. The crocodile monster lowered its head, stared at Luo Jun with its 2 pale yellow eyes, opened its bloody mouth, and a stream of fishy smell hit Luo Jun's face. However, Luo Jun did not flinch or dodge. Are you the owner of the underground level? Luo Jun looked directly at the crocodile monster. I want to see the owner of the underground level. I have something important to give to him. The crocodile monster was stunned for a moment and closed its big mouth. Aren't you afraid of me? Luo Jun smiled slightly. Of course, because you are a human being. Humanity is safe. Luo Jun looked at the crocodile monster, with 1 head, 2 eyes, 1 mouth, and 2 hind legs that walked upright. These characteristics perfectly meet the definition of human beings in the rules. Not only this crocodile monster, but also the octopus head that helped him hug the tentacle monster last night, as well as the alien monster he met in the corridor and politely saluted him, all fit these characteristics. That's right. It doesn't matter what human beings look like in his common sense before. In the Midnight Hotel, rules are everything. No matter how weird the shape is, as long as it meets these characteristics, it is a human being and it is safe. On the other hand, no matter how much it looks like a human being, as long as it doesn't fit in one of them, it's a monster and it's dangerous. Of course, this premise is that Luo Jun is still a human being. Interesting. Suddenly, a female chuckle came from the darkness. At the same time, a light lit up above Luo Jun's head, illuminating a 5-meter area around him. Only then did Luo Jun see that he was surrounded by a large group of monsters of various shapes. Some have long noses and green faces with fangs, some have wings on their backs and are covered with barbs, some have 6 ears and 8 arms, some have turtle shells on their backs and 2 horns. But these monsters are all without exception. They all have 1 head, 2 eyes, 1 mouth, and 2 legs to walk upright, perfectly in line with the definition of human beings according to the rules. Most people who come here for the first time will scream in fear and collapse, flee back to their territory, and eventually be eaten, and the remaining limbs and bones will be dumped here. The woman's voice was a little sad. I like human beings, and I don't want them to die like this. I tried to put them back together, but there was no drawing for reference. Until a long time ago, a person who was not afraid of this place like you told me that human beings have long hair. An animal with 1 head, 2 eyes, 1 mouth, and 2 hind legs that walks upright. I was very happy and wanted to keep him to help me resurrect these remains, but unfortunately, he said that he had his companions up there and was unwilling to stay with me.
As the woman confided, several scaly tentacles slowly stretched out from the darkness and slowly wrapped around Luo Jun's body.
You are the second human being who is not afraid of me in so long.
Stay with me, be my friend, and help me resurrect those poor humans. Cold sweat ran down Luo Jun's forehead. He could feel the faint pressure coming from the tentacles. It was some kind of higher level life, and it possessed a power that was difficult to resist. But Luo Jun obviously doesn't intend to stay here.
Sorry, I have to leave.
Luo Jun's words made the tentacles pause slightly.
Aren't you willing to stay too? The woman's voice contained disappointment and sullenness.
More tentacles stretched out from the darkness, and an invisible murderous aura shrouded them, scaring the surrounding monsters away.
But I brought you the blueprint.
Luo Jun suddenly shouted before his murderous intent reached its peak. As long as you let me leave, I will give this to you. As he said that, he took out the small human-shaped biscuit from his trouser pocket. There are contradictions in the rules, indicating that there is more than one element of weirdness in the hotel. Luo Jun initially thought there were two strands, one representing hunger and the other representing fatigue. But later he found that he had thought wrong. Hunger and fatigue should both be weird ways to weaken and pollute him. Strictly speaking, there are actually three forces in the hotel. One is the hotel or the chaos mission itself. This force, as the issuer of the mission, has formulated rules that can protect participants and has the most powerful control in the hotel.
The remaining two forces are humans and monsters.
That's right, the rules on the door had told him from the beginning. These two forces, the power of monsters, occupy the main body of the hotel.
The lobby, restaurant, and corridors are all the monsters' sphere of influence.
The human forces occupy the corners of the hotel, mainly the corridors and the forgotten underground floor. Therefore, the stairs do not lead to the hotel lobby. Therefore, creatures that look like monsters but are actually human beings are all encountered in the corridors. Even if they are seen in the corridors, they are coming out of the corridors. As for the guest rooms, they are neutral ground, a safe house for visitors, at least on the most dangerous nights. Although these two forces cannot violate the hotel itself, they can exert certain influence within their own sphere of influence, such as tampering with some of the rules within their own sphere of influence.
Do you still remember the fourth rule in the corridor that Luo Jun judged to be problematic?
It should have been modified by the underground human forces.
Luo Jun guessed that if he followed it, he would definitely end up on the underground floor. Accordingly, in order to stop the opponent, the monster also added two corridor rules to prevent guests from entering the underground floor. But since it's not the home court, I can only add it by clumsy handwriting.
In the same way, Luo Jun guessed that the restaurant was the same. The handwritten note not to eat meat was a warning from underground forces, so the rule that you can eat up to 500 grams of meat should have been modified by the monster forces.
If you eat in the restaurant, if you eat meat, you will encounter contamination and terrible things will happen. The meat in the restaurant is not necessarily what kind of meat. Then the question arises, why do the monster forces all have a human-like appearance, but the human side is full of strange things? The woman's voice just now revealed the reason, which represents the biggest weirdness of the two forces. They both have some problems with their cognitive abilities. In other words, they are different from ordinary creatures. They cannot recognize human characteristics through vision or touch, which are conventional methods. So how do they recognize humans? Animal crackers gave him a hint. Why can you escape by buying cookies after encountering endless corridors?
Because the cookies are an offering to the human forces and are what the human forces need.
So what does it want cookies for?
When reminiscing carefully in the restaurant, Luo Jun connected the shape of the biscuits with the shape of human beings. That's right, the elements on those weird-looking human beings can all be found on animal crackers. Rather, the animal images on the cookies are pieced together based on the human characteristics according to the rules. Therefore, Luo Jun guessed that the way strange beings recognize human beings is by eating. This also explains why monster forces can disguise themselves as humans very well, because they have eaten living people.
As the task prompt says, like humans, eat humans, and become humans.
This sentence makes sense to both parties.
The monster forces like the taste of humans. If they eat humans, they can turn into human shapes. The weird thing in the underground really likes humans. It can't bear to eat living people, so it can only become human by eating food in human form. The only food in the hotel that might be human-shaped is animal crackers.
Human-shaped animal biscuits are only available in restaurants, so the restaurant is strictly prohibited from bringing out any food and has repeatedly emphasized that there are no human-shaped biscuits. The purpose is to prevent the weird underground from gaining the ability to become human.
After all, only by having a human appearance can you gain the trust of humans and walk on the ground. All of this was Luo Jun's guess, and he didn't have much certainty. However, when the normal checkout channel was blocked, this was the only way he could go. The moment he took out the biscuits, Luo Jun made a decision in his mind. The event difficulty is 10, the final points are 44 plus 5, the event is successful. It seems that I guessed it right. Handing over the biscuits will gain you some weird favor from the underground, allowing you to leave smoothly. And those 10 points of difficulty should be small accidents that may occur. The tentacles hesitated for a few moments, then took the biscuit from Luo Jun's hand, and joyful laughter suddenly sounded in the darkness. Interesting human being, I will thank you. The woman's voice was full of pleasure. Then, a row of small lights lit up above Luo Jun's head, illuminating a light path. The end of the light path was the only exit in the darkness. Luo Jun walked along the light path, and the monsters hidden in the darkness got out of the way and watched him step out of the exit. At the same time, he received a reminder in his mind that the Chaos mission was completed. The main mission leaving Midnight Hotel is completed. The hidden mission Human Favor is completed. The hidden mission Kill the Troll is completed. Mission evaluation, excellent rewards are being settled. Reward for completing Chaos mission for the first time, Treasure Box Excellent Evaluation Reward, Animal Crackers Hidden Mission Reward 1, Midnight Mask Hidden Mission Reward 2, Troll's Tongue. You have completed the main mission and can return to the main world at any time within 10 minutes. The mission information appears directly in the mind and can only be received by running the vitality, and the rewards given by the mission also appear in Luo Jun's hands. A square box the size of a fist. Is this a treasure box? Luo Jun was stunned. Isn't there 4 rewards? Out of curiosity, he tried to pour vitality into the box, and soon, the information about the treasure box appeared in front of him. Name, Treasure Box Grade, None. Introduction. The reward after completing the Chaos mission for the first time can be used to store the Noble Phantasm. Function 1. Storage. The treasure box can, and can only be used to store, treasure phantoms. It initially has 3 slots. According to the owner's vitality reserves, the treasure phantom slots can be increased. The current capacity is 5 slots. Function 2, Binding. As a certificate of participating in the Chaos mission, each treasure box will be bound to the owner 1-to-1. When it is first obtained, the owner can set the appearance of the treasure box. The treasure box cannot be destroyed, cannot be lost, and cannot be opened by anyone except the owner. Note, fill me up, Master. According to the description, this should be a basic reward for every cultivator who has passed the Chaos mission. It is similar to the inventory in the game, but it can only hold treasure phantoms, and you can also set the image. Although the instructions mention that this thing will not be lost or damaged, it is better to design it in a shape that is easy to carry. After thinking about it, Luo Jun turned it into an ordinary watch, which weighed almost nothing when worn on his hand. The description says it can't be broken. Is that because it's hard? Luo Jun tried to smash his wrist on the ground, and when he picked it up, he saw that the watch did not have any scratches. He tried a few more times, but when the force was strong enough, the watch seemed to disappear. His wrist directly touched the ground. Luo Jun grimaced in pain. Could it have been thrown away? I raised my hand and saw that the watch was firmly on my hand. It seems that this cannot be destructed, which means that when encountering an attack that can be destructed, it will automatically blur and evade. It seems that there is no chance of blocking with this thing, so let's take a look at the content inside. As Luo Jun poured in a trace of vitality, he immediately sensed the space inside the treasure box. 3 of the 5 slots are already occupied by noble phantasms. This slot is magical. No matter the size or shape, one slot can only hold one precious phantom. Luo Jun can check the information of the 3 treasures without taking them out. Name, Animal Crackers Grade, Rare Introduction, Consumables, a specialty produced by Midnight Hotel. This is the most special one. It seems to have been blessed by mysterious power. Function, according to the shape of the cookie, after eating it, you can gain a special ability of the animal, which lasts for 1 hour. Note, hum. Name, Midnight Mask Level, Epic Introduction. A mysterious and powerful existence was trapped underground for many years for some reason, and finally got a chance to escape with the help of someone. In order to express her gratitude, she made this gift with her own hands. Although it has a single function, it has the effect is powerful enough. Function, after wearing it, it has the function of distorting cognition. Even the most familiar people cannot recognize your true face. Note, not me. Never seen it. Do not know. Name, Troll's Tongue. Grade, excellent introduction. A certain murderous monster finally hit a wall during a hunt.
It bit off its most proud tongue in order to protect itself, but it did not escape the fate of death after all.
Function, the troll's tongue is extremely flexible and can be freely retracted.
Its high-speed ejection has considerable power, with a maximum length of 30 meters.
Note, troll, abba abba abba.
Among these noble phantasms, the troll's tongue is considered a weapon, similar to a whip, and can also be ejected, with a considerable range of 30 meters.
After eating animal cookies, you can get a short-term gain.
Judging from the appearance, it is not the weird monsters in the hotel, but a cute little pig.
Luo Jun can't think of any special abilities for pigs, but judging from the quality, it is rare. It's higher than a troll's tongue, so it should be a good consumable item. The most advanced among them is obviously Midnight Mask. This is a half-face mask that can only cover the nose and above.
It has a simple shape and is mainly black with white patterns. Judging from the introduction, it should have been made by the terrifying and weird man underground, and it is of quite high status.
The grades of these treasures reminded Luo Jun of the grade of items in the Tianji dice.
When these noble phantasms are taken out of the treasure box, they will faintly flash with a touch of color. Fine corresponds to green, rare corresponds to blue, epic corresponds to purple, exactly the same as the item system of Tianji dice.
Is there any relationship between the two?
In comparison, Chaos Mission is much more stingy than Tianji dice. It only gives a few props without attributes or skills.
It's just a mess. Luo Jun shook his head.
If it really mattered, it was not his time to worry about it now. After checking the rewards, Luo Jun raised his head and looked at his surroundings. He is now standing outside the hotel at midnight, with the entrance and exit of the underground garage behind him, and the rolling shutter door is closed. It seems that there are two ways to leave the hotel. The conventional one is to abide by the rules honestly, mind your own business all night, go to dinner in the morning, and then check out smoothly.
This is the simplest and should have the least reward. But based on last night's experience, the monsters would definitely not let him sleep comfortably for a night. Even if he didn't take care of the little girl, there would definitely be various ways to lure him to open the door, such as the phone calls mentioned in the rules. Didn't receive it.
Once the checkout road is blocked, you can only go to the underground floor and leave from the hotel's underground garage.
But the road underground is obviously much more bumpy. At least for now, you must have the key prop human-shaped biscuits. If you want to get the human-shaped biscuits, you must first get animal biscuits from the vending machine.
Then you must violate the rules and trigger the endless stairs. Each step is cryptic and carries huge risks, but also comes with greater benefits.
Anyway, it's finally out now. Luo Jun breathed a sigh of relief. He still had 5 minutes to leave. He looked into the distance.
Outside the hotel door was a busy street with shops and pedestrians coming and going.
It looked no different from the real world. Who would have thought that in such a prosperous area? Could there be such a terrifying and strange existence hidden in the hotel? No wonder Mr. Yuan said that anything can happen in a chaotic world. First floor of Qianyuewi Shopping Mall.
The shopping mall is closed for the day today. It is said to the outside world that the internal firefighting lines are being inspected. In fact, people from the Yuanqiu Society are stationed here, waiting for Luo Jun's return.
Normally, every Yuanqi cultivator who reaches the Pei Yuan realm will regularly participate in chaos missions. This is not a major event worthy of attention. But Luo Jun is different this time.
According to previous official information, he is just an ordinary person. Even according to Mr. Yuan, he is just a novice who has practiced for less than 2 months and is at most one level of the consolidation realm. He entered the Chaos Mission entirely because he was involved in the Yuan Shou Society's operation to capture the defilers.
More importantly, this guy also contributed to the arrest.
His desperate behavior to protect the children is worthy of commendation and can even be called a hero.
And his rescue process also showed extraordinary physical fitness and adaptability.
Heroic temperament, innocence, genius, these 3 attributes combined into one made the Ningdong branch attach great importance to Luo Jun's mission. Of course, there is also support from Mr. Yuan. Hiss, near the discount stall, Xiaomeng, wearing sportswear, was holding a bowl of instant noodles and slurping away, and the rich aroma reached Hao Yong's nose. Without a leader present, the muscular captain put on an exaggerated pink vest and shorts, as if this was his uniform.
Xiaomeng, don't eat during work, Hao Yong said, but had no intention of stopping him.
Oh, Captain, Sasha on the side lifted up her sunglasses and tore open a bag of bread. I'll show you your work attitude when the leader comes.
Take a break now.
Hey,
Haoyong shook his head inside. He looked like he hated iron, and his strict temperament formed a strong contrast with his clothes. By the way, Xiaomeng took a sip of noodles. Are you going to take the exam for Ningdong University this year? Shasha took a bite of bread and said, yes, it's my dream to enter Explorer College. If I hadn't failed last year, I wouldn't have signed up for the security team. Speaking of which, you're not overage, right? Don't try to take the exam. Test? Xiaomeng shook his head, I won't go. I came here because I didn't want to study. Besides, there is no salary to go to school, and I have to go to another world to experience. Ahem, I'm going too far. I just heard that Ling Xin I am also going to Ningdong University this year. If you have the opportunity to become her classmate, can you help me get my contact information? Shasha looked at Xiaomeng with disdain. Didn't she act with us yesterday? Why didn't you want it yourself? Xiaomeng blushed and said confidently, if I dare to ask for it myself, I won't ask you to do it. Wait until I pass the exam. Shasha snorted, but I didn't expect that people from the Ling family would also come to the official school. The secret method passed down in their family is much better than what is taught in the school. Explorer College doesn't just teach vitality cultivation. Hao Yong said while staring in the direction of the stall, and I heard that Ling Xin will take the exam for Ningdong College this year, and the dean personally went to the Ling family to invite her. After all, Ningdong College was so embarrassing at the exchange meeting a few years ago, huh? As he spoke, Hao Yong's eyes suddenly lit up. He saw the space in front of the discount stall distort for a while, and then a young figure with a shallow horizontal scar on the bridge of his nose emerged. He's out. Hao Yong was surprised and happy, he really came out of the Class B mission. Ningdong Branch Underground Headquarters, Interrogation Room. Luo Jun looked at the middle-aged man with a resolute face sitting opposite, and couldn't help but reach out and touch his watch. Don't be nervous. Captain Cheng smiled as kindly as possible. My name is Cheng Yuanzhang, and I am Hao Yong's superior. You are not a prisoner. We are just asking about your experience as a matter of routine. I have told you all about what happened during the mission, and you guys have also taken notes. Luo Jun said, I don't have to hand in the rewards I received, right? Luo Jun hid the specific rewards in the transcript and only vaguely mentioned that he had received props. Captain Cheng shook his head, you misunderstood. As a practitioner who has participated in the Chaos mission, the treasure boxes are bound. As long as you don't want to, no one can take away your rewards. But correspondingly, if you agree, the organization can also purchase your noble phantasm, and we will offer a reasonable price based on its grade and function. Luo Jun nodded, feeling a little at ease. As a pure newcomer who was a poor student 24 hours ago, he knew very little about the world of vitality. Despite Mr. Yuan's assurance, it was still somewhat awkward to deal with such a huge organization. What we are more concerned about is that your experience during the mission was very thrilling, and many things cannot be accomplished by ordinary people. Captain Chang looked at the transcript and then glanced at Luo Jun. When did you start practicing vitality? He had already thought about this problem. 2 months ago I met a crazy old man. Seeing that I was of good quality, he started to love talents and insisted on teaching me some peerless martial arts. I refused at first, but seeing how pitiful he was, I reluctantly tried to make him happy. Unexpectedly, I actually learned something. This time I realized that this thing is actually called vitality. Captain Chang nodded. Although this statement was ambiguous, he had observed Luo Jun. His movements did not look like he had received systematic training. Although his specific energy reserves could not be measured without instruments, but by observing his aura, he could tell that his state was at best the first level of the solid state. Unless this guy is a top master of disguise, Cheng Yuanzhang is confident that he will not be wrong. There is basically no problem. Mr. Yuan has also taken care of him. An ordinary student with upright character and good quality should not be too embarrassed if he is involved in such an incident and can sacrifice himself to save others. Since you also have a certain foundation of vitality and have entered the Chaos mission, I will not erase your memory. Cheng Yuanzhang smiled at Luo Jun and said, but you must promise not to use any information about vitality, different worlds, or Chaos missions. After all, the world is not ready for this. Luo Jun nodded, I understand this. Secret organizations are like this in novels. After saying that, Luo Jun hesitated for a moment and asked, I heard from Mr. Yuan that Yuan Qi practitioners are regularly summoned to perform tasks in the chaotic world. How often? Will I be summoned again in the future? Captain Cheng smiled and shook his head. Chaos missions are held every month, and the date is uncertain.
If it is inconvenient to participate, you can choose to abstain, but you can only abstain twice in a row at most, which means you have to do the mission once every 3 months at least. But you don't have to worry now, the Chaos mission will only summon monks who have reached the Peiyuan realm.
Your previous involvement in the mission was just an accident.
Before you reach the Peiyuan realm, you should not be summoned again, at least I haven't heard of any precedent.
That's it, Luo Jun breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't want to go to a place like the Midnight Hotel again. After asking a few simple questions, Luo Jun was let go.
It is worth mentioning that, in recognition of his bravery and at the same time to compensate for his unprovoked involvement in the arrest, the branch gave him a cash reward of 50,000 yuan.
This was a huge amount of money for Luo Jun. He carefully packed the 5 piles of banknotes and left the branch gate happily.
Victory Chocolate Factory. Looking back at the rusty old factory and the walls covered with ivy, Luo Jun never expected that the Ningdong branch headquarters of the Yuanxiu Society would be hidden underground in this dilapidated old factory. When I was a child, my grandfather often bought it for himself. It was cheaper and more affordable than big brands. However, the taste has not improved much in more than 10 years.
Nowadays, children don't like to eat it. Luo Jun was curious before, what happened to this half-dead local small brand?
It has never closed down.
Now it seems that I was too naive before. Cheng Yuanzhan walked into the conference room, where a 4-person team including Ling Xian was waiting. This kid is hiding something.
Captain Chang poured a glass of water and took a sip, but his emotions are very real and there is no malice.
Do you want us to investigate carefully? Hao Yong, who was dressed in exaggerated clothes but sat in a very upright posture, asked.
No need. Captain Chang waved his hand, Old Yuan has taken care of it.
Is there anything that he has to worry about the people he has interrogated?
Besides, it's normal for this kid to be mentally allergic when he suddenly gets involved in this kind of thing.
Let him have a good rest. He's really lucky.
Xiaomeng curled his lips, that's a Class B mission. It also involves true and false rules.
You may not be able to come back alive even if you let me in. It's not necessarily, it's definitely not possible to survive.
Shasha never let Xiaomeng's words fall to the ground. By the way, Captain Chang, things are almost over now, am I? Captain Chang was stunned for a moment, and then he realized when he saw Shasha's expectant expression, oh, okay, send it, but it involves personal privacy and sensitive information, so don't reveal too many details.
Okay.
Don't worry, Captain Chang, I have many years of experience. Shasha excitedly took out her phone and pasted the information she had edited into a forum post.
Shocked.
Innocent citizens encountered polluters and were involved in a Class B mission. Their lives were uncertain. Ling Xian looked puzzled, and Xiaomeng on the side explained, Shasha is a big V in the official forum of the Yuanxiu Society, with more than 10,000 fans. She posted a lot of news in our Ningdong Extraordinary Circle, even official notices, many of them have to be forwarded by her.
With that said, Xiaomeng took the opportunity to take out his mobile phone and said a little coyly, by the way, Ling Xian, what is your forum account? Let's block each other?
No, I don't do it often. Ling Xian refused lightly and turned to look at Team Chang, that Luo Jun, Mr. Yuan said he had a foundation of vitality before, I have confirmed this. Seeing that Mr. Yuan was not around, Captain Chang secretly lit a cigarette, his aura is indeed above the first level of Gubanjing, but less than 2 levels. It is estimated that he has practiced for more than 2 months.
There must have been a foundation before.
This also explains his performance in the surveillance of surviving from high altitudes and later avoiding the attacks of polluters. Although luck played a major role, his stronger than ordinary people's reactions also helped a lot. Ling Xian frowned slightly, but, I have never felt vitality in him before. The vitality of the solid state is not released to the outside, so it is not easy to detect.
Xiaomeng said, and there are so many classmates in the class, and that kid doesn't look very eye-catching.
It's normal that you don't pay attention to it, Ling Xian.
Well. No.
I confirm, he is indeed, Ling Xian was half-sentenced, slightly stunned, and swallowed the second half of the sentence. Okay, what you said makes sense, but looking at her expression, she still seemed a little concerned about it.
Chaotic world, entrance to the underground garage of Midnight Hotel.
With a harsh scraping sound, the rolling shutter door, which had never been opened since Luo Jun left, slowly rose. Several segmented tentacles swung out from the darkness, but when exposed to the setting sun, they retreated back as if burned. After a moment, a pair of fair, slender human legs stepped out of the door. This time, there was no burning pain. It seemed that he tapped the ground with his toes with some joy, and then, this leg brought the entire body behind him out of the darkness. This is a tall woman with long hair that almost reaches the floor. She is naked, with only a few strands of hair hanging casually to cover her body, but it cannot block her graceful curves. This woman's facial features are like carefully designed computer modeling. Whether taken alone or combined together, they exude a dreamlike perfection. Anyone who sees it will complain about Niwa, the creator of human beings. She obviously has such a perfect template. Why do you have to create a crooked melon like me? The woman's smart eyes looked at the busy world, but the pedestrians passing by turned a blind eye to her. I'm finally out. There was a hint of excitement in the woman's tone. This sound is exactly the same as what Luo Jun heard in the darkness underground. Sunday morning. It's been 2 weeks since I applied. Why hasn't the landlord come to fix the toilet? In the narrow toilet, a shirtless Luo Jun pressed the failed flush button twice, picked up the wash basin, took the basin water from the faucet and flushed it into the toilet. He also sent an urging message to the landlord, but the result was only I received a perfunctory reply of I understand. You're so lazy. Luo Jun complained and walked out of the toilet. In front of him was a narrow, dark single room. The entire space is more than 20 square meters, and the corners of the walls are stained with mildew caused by the return of moisture. The windows are also blocked by tall buildings, and the morning sun cannot be seen at all. Even with this poor condition, the rent still costs 600 yuan a month. However, Luo Jun has no choice. This is his home, at least temporarily. Luo Jun's parents who passed away left him a house, but they sold it to pay for his grandfather's medical treatment. After that, he had to rent a house. He can simply apply for a rental subsidy. After all, the rent is only about 100 yuan. In addition, he usually works part-time, so the rent is not too big a burden on his life. You won't have to live in this shabby house for long. Luo Jun stretched out, his whole body filled with explosive power. Yesterday, before getting off work, he had already deposited 50,000 yuan into the bank. Luo Jun's deposit amount reached a record high. When he thought of the numbers in the card, he couldn't help but feel silly. Now, with the help of Tianji dice and the cultivation of vitality, his future is no longer as gloomy as before. What awaits him is an extremely vast world. Lying in bed last night, Luo Jun kept thinking about the bright future, tossing and turning until 4 o'clock in the morning before falling asleep. But even after a long night, I still feel refreshed and energetic when I wake up in the morning. Is this the benefit of high attributes and vitality? A bright light flashed in Luo Jun's eyes. The agility attribute made him more sensitive in controlling his body. The perception attribute made him sharp, strong and energetic, and also allowed him to recover faster from physical and mental fatigue. Coupled with the circulation of vitality in the body, this feeling of being reborn is amazing. With great pride in his heart, Luo Jun opened the empty refrigerator and curled his lips. Anyway, I'm going to have money soon. Let's go out to eat today. With that said, Luo Jun quickly changed his clothes, opened the door and walked out. Let's get a set of pancakes, add intestines, add an egg, put more green onions, add more spicy food. As he said that, Luo Jun took out his phone with an exaggeratedly shattered screen and scanned the QR code. This phone was taken away with the bonus when I left the branch yesterday. At that time, his mobile phone fell from the 5th floor with him. He thought it must be broken, but he didn't expect that only the screen was broken. It was still barely usable. It was a blessing in misfortune. Holding the deluxe version of the pancake fruit, Luo Jun took a bite with satisfaction, feeling the pleasure of the hot sauce, eggs and ham mixing in his mouth, and hummed with happiness. I only have a deposit of 50,000 yuan, but I dare to add sausages and eggs. If I make 5 million yuan, I can't add a chicken steak. With a beautiful vision for the future, Luo Jun touched the wealth ring on his hand and turned to look at the lottery betting station on the street. After going home last night, Luo Jun, in addition to using his vitality and imagining the future, also spent the whole night thinking about how to use the Tianji dice system to obtain maximum benefits. After thinking about it, buying lottery tickets is the most profitable. With the wealth ring and primary attribute modification, he has at least a 10% success rate in matters related to money. Coupled with the fact that my current luck level is level 6, the probability is more than 1 in 10. So it is perfect to use a lottery ticket with a very small probability of winning. This is a great opportunity to make a fortune. On average, you can win one in less than 10 tickets, and you can win 5 million for about $20 in 2 days. It's not very comfortable. The agreement with Mr. Yuan was that tomorrow would be Monday. You couldn't go empty-handed to see the master. Luo Jun pointed to today to earn a big gift. Thinking of this, Luo Jun ate up the pancakes in his hand in 2 mouthfuls and strode into the lottery station.
Boss, just play a lottery and choose by machine.
At the same time as he said these words, the secret dice system in Luo Jun's mind had already started to activate.
Buy a lottery ticket that could win the jackpot.
After telling him what he requested, Luo Jun waited for the sweet sound of the dice turning. However, what finally sounded was not the sound of the dice, but a cold prompt, ding. The result of this event is not closely related to your current behavior, so it cannot be determined.
Relevance? What is this?
Luo Jun was stunned, and then some information related to the rules of Tianji dice appeared in his mind.
Relevance and complexity are the same attributes that affect the judgment of Tianji dice. Relevance is mainly affected by 2 parts.
First of all, this system can only determine events in which Luo Jun is highly involved.
In other words, Luo Jun's behavior can play a certain role in this incident before he can use the secret dice.
Things that are not affected by him, such as whether it will rain or whether the train will be delayed, cannot be determined.
Secondly, things that cannot produce immediate results cannot be determined by the secret dice. This is similar to complexity.
Complexity is because there are too many steps required to achieve the goal, so it is impossible to determine events that will take effect after a period of time.
But some things, even if they are not complicated, cannot be determined because of the delay in taking effect.
For example, when you are fighting someone, if you throw a banana peel at his feet, the secret dice will determine whether he can step on it. But if you throw a banana peel on the road and ask if anyone will step on it tomorrow, the dice cannot tell. The combination of participation and immediacy determines the correlation between Luo Jun's behavior and the outcome of the event. When the degree of correlation reaches a certain level, the Tianji dice can make a judgment. Looking at the lottery again, first of all, from the perspective of immediacy, it is no longer consistent with the lottery being drawn tomorrow. As for participation, it is unclear how much it has to do with whether he wins or not and which numbers he buys.
Of course, the secret dice cannot determine this kind of event.
As for how high the degree of correlation is required, there is no clear standard for this, and Luo Jun needs to explore slowly.
At least for now, it is unlikely that he will become rich overnight through lottery tickets.
The dream of 5 million was shattered.
But Luo Jun still didn't give up. He picked up the lottery ticket he just bought and set his eyes on a festive box next to him.
Inside is a scratch-off lottery ticket, also known as scratch-off lottery.
Hundreds of cards are coated in a red box.
Customers can draw as many cards as they buy, just like lottery tickets, which is also a very popular way to play. This should work. In terms of correlation, there are hundreds of cards in a box, and he draws one based on his own feeling. Compared with lottery tickets, he has more initiative. In terms of time limit, you can buy and scratch immediately, and the results will be available immediately, so it will not be timed out.
5 million is not enough, but 300,000 or 400,000 is fine.
Thinking of this, Luo Jun started the dice again on the box of scratch-off tickets, and the event took shape in his mind. Buy a scratch-off ticket that can win a grand prize of more than 100,000 yuan.
Ding! This event is an inevitable event and the secret dice cannot be used. Damn, I forgot about this. This is also easy to understand.
Although it has not been scratched yet, the scratch-off tickets have been printed a long time ago, and the numbers and patterns below will not change. If there is no big prize in this box, the lucky dice cannot change the fact.
There is no grand prize in this box? So what if I try to get 1,000 yuan?
However, the determination of inevitable events will also consume times.
He only has 4 times left now.
After wasting an opportunity, I only got the news that there was no grand prize of 100,000 yuan in this box.
What a big loss.
Based on this efficiency, even if he used it up 5 times, it would be in vain.
Hey, what's up, young man?
Seeing Luo Jun staring at the scratch-off game in a daze, sometimes holding his chin in his hand, sometimes winking, but not spending any money, the boss became impatient and urged him.
Oh, it's okay, Luo Jun waved his hand and left the lottery station while thinking. The boss was confused and thought to himself, what's wrong with this kid?
Walking on the road, Luo Jun was thinking, in other words, if you want to maximize the money-making function of Tianji dice, you must meet 3 conditions. First, it is best to use a lottery, where your actions will directly affect whether you win or not.
Second, the need is immediate and there is no time delay.
Third, we must ensure that there is indeed a grand prize in the prize pool of the lottery.
Where can I find activities that meet these 3 points?
Luo Jun was walking and thinking when he suddenly heard an advertisement coming from the street. Wandong Mall celebrates its anniversary by giving back to customers with a big prize draw.
If you spend over 200 new Taiwan dollars, you will get a lottery ticket. There is a 100% winning rate. Various gifts are waiting for you. You can win a cash prize of up to 50,000 new Taiwan dollars. This advertisement made Luo Jun's ears twitch. He turned around and saw that a shopping mall not far away was decorated with lights and was holding an event. This is good, let's go take a look. Luo Jun immediately quickened his pace and entered the mall. He saw a stage set up in the open space inside the main entrance. There was a transparent roller as tall as a person on it, with more than half a barrel of lottery tickets stuffed inside. Each one is only the size of a band-aid, and they look so densely packed that there might be tens of thousands of them. At this time, a little girl stepped forward, grabbed the handle, and turned it a few times with difficulty. When she saw that the lottery tickets in the drum were shaking evenly, she opened the lottery port, reached in and pulled out 3 tickets. The staff on the side drew the lottery on the spot, and the little girl won 2 sixth prizes and 1 fourth prize, and took away 2 paper draws and an umbrella. Luo Jun ran to the publicity board under the stage, which read different levels of prizes. Among them, there was no limit on the number of the 4th, 5th, and 6th prizes, and they were all worthless gadgets. The 3rd prize is an air fryer with a maximum of 99 servings, the 2nd prize is a floor scrubber with a maximum of 18 servings, and the 1st prize is a double-door refrigerator with a maximum of 3 servings. As for the special prize, it is the advertised 50,000 yuan in cash, and there is only one. This is great, it meets the requirements perfectly. Luo Jun's eyes lit up, and he turned to ask the staff responsible for registering and distributing lottery tickets, has the special prize been drawn now? Not yet, the staff replied with a smile, our event will be held for 3 days, and today is only the first day. The special prize is still in the roller and has not been taken away. Luo Jun felt relieved after hearing this and continued to ask, then if I spend 2,000 today in exchange for 10 lottery tickets, can I draw 4 tickets today and the rest tomorrow? The staff member was stunned, and Luo Jun immediately explained, I'm quite superstitious. If I draw a few cards but don't win, I think I'm unlucky today and I'll try again tomorrow. It's not impossible, the staff member smiled and said, our lottery tickets can be exchanged with small tickets at the service desk. They are valid for the past few days. You can come and draw them at any time. Okay. Luo Jun clasped his fists and bowed to the staff, thank you. After saying that, he walked into the mall without looking back. Luo Jun has calculated that he has at least a 10% chance of winning, which means he has a high probability of drawing within 10 cards. In this case, I would have to buy something worth almost 2,000 yuan. To be honest, given Luo Jun's financial situation, the last time he spent such a high amount of money was when he rented a house and paid a deposit. Although he currently has more than 2,000 yuan in his card, it's really heartbreaking for him to spend it like this. You have to spend money anyway, at least buy something useful. Luo Jun thought for a while and took out the phone with a broken screen in his trouser pocket. This was given to me as a gift when I was in my first year of high school with my phone bill. Even if it hadn't been broken, it would probably be dead soon. Thinking about a 2,000 yuan mobile phone, I'm really excited. Hello, this is our latest smartphone. It is cost-effective, with excellent gaming performance and camera. And the brand is having an event today, with an instant discount of 200 yuan, only 2,099 yuan. That's it. Luo Jun didn't waste any time. He immediately swiped his card to pay the money. He took the new phone and didn't even bother to open the box and check it. He went straight to the service desk with the receipt. After redeeming 10 lottery tickets, he came to the lottery table as quickly as possible. It was almost noon, and it was the weekend. Many customers were attracted by the event to shop. There was a long queue in front of the lottery table, and it took several turns. Luo Jun stood at the end of the row, but his eyes were fixed on the stage, praying in his heart not to let others win the grand prize first. After all, there are too many lottery tickets in the prize pool, and most people can only draw some umbrellas and towels. Occasionally, someone will draw an air fryer, but I have never seen anything above the 2nd prize. As long as no one draws, I have a chance. Luo Jun followed the team forward, and finally came to the penultimate corner. There was only one fold left in the team in front of Luo Jun. The distance between him and the lottery platform was very close. There was only an isolation belt between them, so he could see the situation on the stage. I saw a young man wearing glasses and with a weak temperament handing over 5 lottery tickets and walked onto the podium. The young man didn't even shake the roller, he just put his hand in, inserted it deep into the pile of tickets, and started groping around. Originally, this was nothing. Many lottery players like to draw deep, thinking that the probability of winning was higher. However, the man with glasses spent a long time touching and couldn't draw out a coupon. I asked you to smoke or not, hurry up, there are so many people waiting below. Finally, the people in line couldn't wait any longer and started urging. The man with glasses smiled apologetically and finally took out 1. Most people just draw a few cards and take them out in one go, which saves trouble. This guy spent a long time trying to draw one, and there was another round of complaints from the audience. After the man with glasses finished smoking, he closed the lid, apologized to the people below, grabbed the handle and turned it a few times, then put his hand in again, and fumbled for a long time before taking out a picture. Why is this guy so stained? It's too troublesome. Every time you smoke it, you have to touch it for a long time, and you have to shake it after you smoke it. Why is there so much trouble? The voices of dissatisfaction in the audience became louder, but the man with glasses just kept nodding and apologizing, but did not speed up at all. This unusual behavior attracted Luo Jun's attention. You know, for ordinary people, no matter how you shake it or touch it, the prize you get in the end is still purely luck. This guy puts in so much effort every time, is there some mystery behind it? If it were before, Luo Jun would probably only think that he had too many things to do. But now that he has the secret dice and has come into contact with vitality, his experience is completely different. Finally, the man with glasses finished 5 draws and came off the stage to claim his prize. 5 tickets, 3 third prizes, 1 second prize, and 1 first prize. When the staff announced the results of his lottery, the audience burst into laughter. If you just draw a big prize, even the first prize, it will only be surprising. But all 5 of them are limited high prizes, which is simply incredible. You must know that there are only more than 100 tickets for the third prize and above, and there are tens of thousands of tickets inside. In other words, the probability of the grand prize is only a few thousands, but these 5 tickets are all grand prizes? How did you do it? As for Luo Jun, when he saw this, he suddenly thought of Mr. Yuan. He was wearing pants at the time, but Mr. Yuan could tell at a glance that there was a hole in his underwear. If this trick is used in a lottery, will you know whether you have won or not before you touch the lottery ticket? You are not the only one who is special in this world. This man with glasses is definitely a vitality practitioner. Watching the mall staff pushing his prize away on a cart, Luo Jun secretly remembered the appearance of the man with glasses, and reminded himself in his heart that there are many hidden things in this world, and he is just a newbie who has just come into contact with the mystery. You can't feel how great you are just because of a lucky dice, you still have to be careful in everything. But precisely because of this man with glasses, the next contestants also followed suit and began to draw one piece at a time and touch each piece for a long time. After all, seeing him take away the grand prize, everyone thought this was some useful trick. Especially those who scolded him the harshest before were now the slowest. After such a delay, the team's progress slowed down greatly. By the time it was Luo Jun's turn, it was almost evening. Comparing his remaining chances, Luo Jun handed over 4 lottery tickets. Naturally, he didn't believe in the operation of the man with glasses, so he directly used his own method, went on stage and shook it a few times, and then activated the secret dice. Win the special prize. 2 dice, 1 black and 1 white, appeared to rotate, and the points were quickly obtained. The event difficulty is 100, the final points are 14 plus 10, and the event failed. I missed the first one, come next. The event difficulty is 100, the final points are 68 plus 10, and the event failed. The event difficulty is 100, the final points are 23 plus 10, the event failed. The event difficulty is 100, the final point is 91 plus 10, the event is successful. Success? Luo Jun was stunned for a moment, and then an uncontrollable smile appeared on his face. Unexpectedly, the 4th one was successful. I was really lucky today. Luo Jun reached out and took out the small ticket and scratched it open eagerly. After seeing the word special prize below, he couldn't help but tremble with his hands. This is 50,000 yuan. And this lottery brought him more than just benefits. The event difficulty is 100, the severity factor is 1 times 2 times, and the final experience value is 200 points. Luo Jun was slightly startled by the prompt. He only had 200 experience points? If this is not counting the doubling effect of the wealth ring, is it only twice as serious? This is 50,000 yuan, is it so insignificant to me? Luo Jun questioned the critical coefficient determination of Tianji dice, but soon figured out the reason. The severity factor is not static. As he continues to become stronger, some originally very serious things will become insignificant. For example, as an ordinary person, if Luo Jun was stabbed,
he would be injured even if it was not fatal, and the severity factor would definitely be very high. But now, with 6 times the strength of ordinary people, and after tempering his vitality, Luo Jun's muscles and bones can't be said to be made of steel. At least with the strength of an average person's wrist, it is not that easy to cut him. If you get stabbed at this time, the severity factor will naturally be extremely low. In the same way, the same goes for money. 50,000 yuan was indeed a huge amount of money for Luo Jun before, but now that he has strong abilities, it is not difficult to make money. Coupled with the bonus in his account, for Luo Jun now, 50,000 yuan is no longer a lot of money, but his own mentality has not changed yet. This also made Luo Jun realize a problem. As he gets stronger and stronger, the severity coefficient of the events he comes into contact with every day will become lower and lower, and the speed of gaining experience points will become slower and slower. If you want to gain a lot of experience again, it seems that the only way is Chaos Mission. Thinking of this, Luo Jun sighed, shook his head and walked off the stage, showing the lottery tickets to the staff. Seeing him scratching the lottery ticket and shaking his head and sighing, the audience below thought that this was another unlucky guy who didn't win anything. However, when the staff saw the lottery ticket handed over by Luo Jun, they couldn't help but exclaimed, "Special prize?" These 3 words caused the scene to explode instantly. People in the queue were talking about it, and everyone focused on this lucky young man. You're still so unhappy after winning the special prize. Are you not taking the money as payment? Maybe he's a rich second generation and doesn't take $50,000 seriously. Why did he wait so long for the lottery if he doesn't take it seriously? Maybe it's the young master who is experiencing life. The crowd's gazes made Luo Jun a little uncomfortable. After all, wealth should not be revealed. He received the bonus check, put it into his bag, and hurriedly left the mall. After cashing the check at the bank, Luo Jun found a boutique tobacco and alcohol supermarket and bought 2 bottles of good wine and 2 good cigarettes. He spent more than 3,000 yuan, including the 2,000 yuan on his mobile phone. Today has set a record since he can remember. My consumption has reached a new high. Well, I don't count the time when I pay grandpa's surgery fee. After a day of hard work and feeling a little hungry, Luo Jun stood on the side of the road carrying his things, habitually looking for his favorite food. His eyes turned in a circle, and suddenly he raised his eyebrows and patted his thigh. I'm stupid, I'm so rich, why should I eat pancakes and fruits? It's time to be extravagant. Having said this, Luo Jun's eyes shone as he looked at the hot food stall opposite, took big steps and walked in confidently. Boss, here are 2 big kidneys. If you want the fat ones, grill them dry for me. 20 more mutton skewers, a fried rice, and a fried egg. Pour some more heat. No. I want Coke. Bing Kuo Luo. The dishes were quickly served. Luo Jun found a small table, ate kidney skewers, devoured fried rice, poured Coke into the bottle, and his mouth was full of oil. Yesterday I didn't dare to eat meat at the Midnight Hotel, but today I feel free to do so. If I remember correctly, this was the most satisfying meal I had since high school. After eating and drinking, Luo Jun looked at the 3-digit meal bill and reflected that he was a little too extravagant. After his request to erase the 0 was unsuccessful, Luo Jun asked for an invoice and received a large bottle of Coke. Carrying cigarettes and wine in his left hand and a Coke in his right hand, Luo Jun walked out of the shop, sipping the aftertaste in his mouth, thinking that if he hadn't run out of dice, he would show you what it means to be an ancestor of haggling. It was a bit far from home. Looking at the taxis coming and going, Luo Jun finally checked out a shared bicycle. Even if you have money, you can't be so arrogant. My grandfather was right back then. If you don't have enough food, you won't have enough clothes, and you won't be poor forever. Back at the rental house, Luo Jun put the cigarettes and alcohol at the door, put the Coke in the refrigerator, washed up, went to bed, adjusted his new mobile phone, charged it and started playing with it. At this time, many notifications popped up on his phone. Luo Jun picked it up and saw that they were all messages from the WeChat class group. WeChat is the most popular social software in the world. It integrates messaging, blogging, short videos, and wallet. It is easy to use and almost everyone has an account. They are all energetic young people. The chat group of classmates is ringing almost 24 hours a day, but there are only about 10 people who often talk in it. Luo Jun usually has Do Not Disturb turned on. There will be continuous beeps today, indicating that someone at him. Luo Jun clicked on the class group with some curiosity and found that several classmates were at him. Their tone of voice was a little strange, pointing to a post forwarded by Gao Chang. Gao Chang is the biggest guy in the class. In Luo Jun's impression, he is the follower of Monitor Han Yuli. Apart from his big size, he is not very eye-catching. What did he forward? Out of curiosity, Luo Jun clicked on this post and found that it was a short video with the title, "This is probably the worst scalper in the world." The style of this title is a funny video? Luo Jun curiously clicked on the short video. It was a surveillance camera at the entrance of the cinema. A young man who looked like a student stopped and asked questions when he met everyone. Others waved and shook their heads, rejecting him. No speech can be heard in the video, but special effects are used to add text. Would you like a ticket? The latest blockbuster. No. The moment he saw this video, Luo Jun's eyes widened. Wasn't it me? The video was obviously cut, and quickly jumped to the scene where Luo Jun caught the man in the trench coat, and then was kicked out by the man in the trench coat. With the text, "I told you not to, you don't understand." The video ends abruptly, with Luo Jun just leaning back and taking off, facing the camera with a mask of pain. The video had only a few hundred reposted comments, so it was not a popular video, but because the protagonist in it was an acquaintance, there was a lively discussion in the class group. Ha 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 ha. Luo Jun, have you developed a second career? I remember you asked Ling Xin to watch a movie 2 days ago. Isn't that the ticket you sold? He didn't say anything. You must have guessed correctly, Brother Jun, you told me earlier. I went to see that movie too. It was quite exciting. I should have bought this movie from you if I had known it. This kick looks so strong. Are you injured? Stop talking, I'm in the ICU and the oxygen tube has just been removed. More and more students in the group began to participate in the discussion, and many people at Luo Jun asked him to come out and explain. Luo Jun frowned, not because he was teased. Now that he had the secret dice and was exposed to the extraordinary realm, his mentality was already different. What he really cares about is how this video appeared on the internet. When reporting the situation, he also asked the process team whether it would cause panic if so many people in the mall saw supernatural phenomena. The answer was that Yuanshou has a aftermath department that uses special abilities and props to modify the memories of onlookers, and even hypnotize them to delete the videos and photos they took. Even if there are occasional fish that slip through the net, video materials involving supernatural phenomena will be blocked on the internet, or comments will lead everyone to think that it is a special effects video to prevent large-scale dissemination. Could this be a fish that slipped through the net? But this shooting angle is the surveillance of the shopping mall, right? Shouldn't we focus on cleaning up as soon as possible? While Luo Jun was thinking, the messages in the group stopped. He looked curiously and found that someone finally spoke for him. That's almost it. Isn't it fun to make fun of your classmates? One sentence ends the topic. Who speaks so forcefully? Clear the place instantly. Luo Jun was very surprised by the supportive voice. The avatar who spoke for him was a cute kitten. Luo Jun was a bit unfamiliar. This person should rarely speak in the group. Looking carefully, the name next to it is Ling Xin. It's actually her? Luo Jun was a little surprised. Although the two were in the same class, they had little contact with each other. If it weren't for Tianji Dice's coercion, Luo Jun might not be able to speak a word to her for a month. Will she speak for me? Could it be that you feel guilty for rejecting me and want to make amends? Unexpectedly, Ling Xin looked cold and aloof, but she was actually quite kind and a good girl. Ling Xin's words silenced the group for a while, and finally Gao Chang, the initiator of the matter, broke the awkwardness. Oh Ling Xin, everyone just thinks the video is funny and it's just a joke. You see, Luo Jun doesn't take it seriously, right? The implication is that the owner has not expressed his position, so why are you anxious? You didn't say anything and I forgot. Ling Xin didn't give any face and responded tit for tat. What did you want to do when you followed me on Friday? Who is following you? Don't slander anyone. Gao Chang immediately retorted. Do you dare to do it or not? Scum! As soon as Ling Xin's words came out, the focus of the group was immediately drawn away. Everyone seemed to have forgotten Luo Jun's video and started to boo. You know, although Ling Xin looks a little cold, she is still very gentle and decent when interacting with others, with a faint elegant temperament. In the 3 years of high school, she had never had a conflict with anyone, let alone cursed someone. Today, he openly challenged Gao Chang in the group, which really shocked everyone and started to follow suit. Hey, Gao Chang, you are really good at playing. It's so exciting to follow you on the streets. Selling tickets, Luo Jun, can only be considered as a necessity of life. You are a bit of a polite scum, right? Come on, explain. There is no shame in having a secret crush.
There is no need to follow you. Just express your love loudly in the group and we will support you. Facing the public attacks from his classmates, Gao Chang was really unable to defend himself. That day, he was indeed entrusted by Han Yuli to find out who Ling Xian was dating. He followed Ling Xian to 2 intersections, but Ling Xian turned a corner and disappeared. He didn't know anything. See it.
For a girl with Ling Xian's temperament and appearance, many people would believe her even if she was slandering her, not to mention the truth. In just a few words, the topic turned to high-powered tracking, and no one in the group discussed Luo Jun's short video anymore. Although he didn't care much, Luo Jun was still very grateful for it. Of course, he wasn't sure whether Ling Xian really helped him out, or was simply being followed and wanted to vent her anger. At least, it turned out that she did help him. For this reason, Luo Jun chatted with Ling Xian privately and sent her a thank you. After 2 minutes, Ling Xian replied, "You're welcome." Luo Jun smiled, put the phone aside, turned off the light, and covered himself with the quilt. Early the next morning, after getting up, Luo Jun sent a message to his class teacher, saying that he had a fever and asked for a day off. Regardless of whether the teacher agreed or not, he put the cigarettes and alcohol he had prepared in an inconspicuous paper bag and carried it out. Ningdong University is located at the foot of Ningyuan Mountain in the western suburbs of Ningdong City. Although this university is named after Ningdong City, to most people in Aurora, Ningdong University is far more famous than Ningdong City. This is one of the top 10 higher education institutions in Aurora, and it is also the highest dream of local students in Ningdong. To be honest, with Luo Jun's grades, he was thankful to be admitted to an ordinary undergraduate program. He never thought that he would have anything to do with this prestigious school. Hello. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Luo Jun came to the south door on time and knocked on the window of the duty room. "Professor Yuan asked me to come." "Professor Yuan?" The young guard was stunned and said to himself that there are so many professors in the school, how could I know whose surname is Yuan? But before the words were spoken, the guard suddenly lowered his head and seemed to have dozed off. When he raised his head again, his eyes were a little distracted. "Okay, come with me," he said, turning around and greeting his companions inside. "I'll go in and do some errands, and I'll be back in a minute." Luo Jun didn't know why and walked into the campus with the young guard. The campus of Ningdong University covers a large area and has a high proportion of greenery. Standing on the campus, you can see the towering Ningyuan Mountain when you look up. The various buildings are well proportioned and perfectly integrated with the natural landscape. You can often see people walking on the roadside. The students are full of intellectual and youthful atmosphere. It's a famous university after all. This feeling is different, Luo Jun admired as he walked, turning to look at the young guard. "In which department does Professor Yuan teach?" The guard didn't seem to hear him, ignored him, and just kept walking forward. Luo Jun, who was bored, curled his lips and followed quickly. The two of them passed the teaching building, gymnasium, library, dormitory building. They almost passed through the entire campus. There were fewer and fewer students around, and it became more and more desolate. Luo Jun looked up at Ningyuan Mountain, which was getting closer and closer, wondering where he was going. Finally, after passing through a hazy fog, we came to a stone step in the mountains. Follow this stone step all the way up, and you will see Professor Yuan. Go from here? Luo Jun looked up. Is this the way to climb the mountain? Before he could question, the guard turned and left. Knowing that Mr. Yuan is a strange person who is proficient in vitality and cannot use common sense to reason, Luo Jun sighed and walked up the steps. With Luo Jun's current physical fitness, climbing a mountain is almost the same as walking on flat ground. In order to save time, he took long strides and ran up. Each step could cross 7 or 8 steps and climb quickly. But soon he realized something was wrong. As he climbed higher and higher, he felt an invisible resistance on his body. Slowly, he could only cross 4 or 5 steps in one step, and then he could only go up 2 steps. In the end, even with his physical strength, he felt as if his legs were filled with lead and he could only climb up 1 step at a time. Luo Jun initially guessed that the gravity on the stone steps was different, but seeing that the fragile paper bags in his hands were intact, he knew that the resistance was only acting on him. Is it a test? Luo Jun gritted his teeth, and his energy circulated in his body, focusing especially on his legs and waist. He tried his best to climb up, but he soon discovered that the steps consumed his energy very quickly. He didn't climb very far before his body was exhausted. The vitality reserves have bottomed out, and in the end, you can only rely on muscles to climb. Finally, after climbing an unknown number of steps, he came to a mountain pavilion. Sitting in the pavilion was an old man carrying a thermos cup, a goatee, and an obvious baldness. It was Yuan Shozhen. When Yuan Shozhen saw Luo Jun, who was sweating profusely, he smiled and squeezed out his deep crow's feet.
I knew you could climb up.
The old man chuckled and said, "These are called trial stone steps.
They are usually hidden in the shielding barrier and can only be seen by Yuan Qi practitioners.
The higher you go up the trial stone steps, the greater the resistance. It consumes a lot of vitality and physical energy.
Anyone who can climb up to this level is considered a top genius."
Ha!
Luo Jun no longer had the energy to speak. He staggered to the pavilion and sat down opposite Mr. Yuan.
He leaned on the railing and gasped for breath. After a while, he swallowed and put his hand on the pavilion.
"Hand over the contents. Old senior, I don't know what you like. You spread your vitality to me and saved my life. This is my little kindness."
"You are quite thoughtful."
Mr. Yuan took it and opened the bag. He was in a good mood when he saw the wine.
When he saw the 2 cigarettes, the corners of his eyes twitched. "There is no need to fix these nonsense in the future." Mr. Yuan put the things at his feet.
"Do you know what I asked you to do?"
Luo Jun took a deep breath and knelt down on the ground. "Master, please bow to me."
Mr. Yuan smiled and said, "You are quite clever. No wonder you can get out of the B-level mission."
"I do have a love for talents, but before I officially accept me as my disciple, I need to explain the pros and cons to you, and then you can consider it." As soon as Mr. Yuan raised his hand, Luo Jun felt an invisible force lift him up from the ground.
"First of all, do you know the realm of vitality cultivation?" Mr. Yuan looked at Luo Jun. "I heard you say it last time."
Luo Jun recalled the conversation in the hotel room. "I just remember that there are 2 realms, strengthening the foundation and cultivating the yuan."
"It's good that you haven't forgotten it." Mr. Yuan nodded. "Today I will give you a theoretical lesson first.
The realm of vitality cultivation is now recognized by the world as being divided into 4 levels. From low to high, they are the realm of strengthening the foundation and the realm of cultivating. The Yuan realm, the condensing heart realm, and the feathering realm. Among them, the strengthening realm, as I explained to you last time, relies on the vitality to continuously temper the body. When the strengthening realm reaches the 3rd level or above, you can try to practice the Peiyuan realm and condense the vitality. A major symbol of the Peiyuan realm is, it is to release the vitality and form the body-protecting qi. As he spoke, Mr. Yuan waved his hand, and a falling leaf in front of him suddenly split into 2, and the cuts were as neat as a knife. In the eyes of Luo Jun, who had already started to master Yuan Qi, when Mr. Yuan waved his hand, a half-foot-long faint light extended from his fingertips, like a sharp sword, cutting off the leaves.
Luo Jun's eyes lit up, and he thought to himself that with this ability, wouldn't he be able to carry 18 kinds of weapons with him?
Mr. Yuan continued, "When you reach the 3rd level of Peiyuan realm, you can try the practice of condensing mind realm. This level involves the high-end application of Yuan Qi, and the derived abilities are all kinds of weird.
As for the highest feathering realm, that is the highest state of vitality.
To reach that state, it can be said that it is another species beyond human beings. You can count the things that can be achieved in the world today with 2 hands.
Luo Jun felt yearning after hearing this and asked casually, "Master, what state are you in?"
"Me?" Mr. Yuan stroked his beard. "I have cultivated both realms of strengthening the foundation and cultivating the essence, and have reached the highest 7th level.
"Ah," Luo Juanxin said, "isn't this just a basic level? It doesn't even reach the high-end application of concentration."
Although the words were not spoken, Mr. Yuan obviously sought his disappointment and explained with a slight cough, "Consolidating the foundation and cultivating the essence is indeed the basis of vitality cultivation, but not everyone can cultivate to the top. In fact, consolidating the foundation, cultivating the essence, and condensing the heart are not so much the 3 progressive realms, but rather the 3 dimensions of vitality.
The strengthening realm seems to improve physical fitness, but in fact it improves the reserve of vitality.
Because the upper limit of the reserve of vitality is basically proportional to the physical constitution, the method of cultivation is also to expand the meridians and accumulate vitality to reach the limit of the current state.
Temper the body and increase its endurance and capacity for vitality. As for the Peiyuan realm, the main thing to cultivate is the quality of the vitality.
If the Yuan Qi in the solid realm is just pure energy without attributes, then the Peiyuan realm gives the vitality special attributes, such as what I just used sharp. When the vitality of the strengthening realm meets the vitality of the Peiyuan realm, it is like papyrus meeting a blade, which collapses at the first touch. As he spoke, Mr. Yuan condensed a ball of vitality without attributes in his palm. He activated the sharp blade again with his other hand and swept it. The vitality without attributes was instantly divided into two halves and dissipated. When you reach the Ningxin state, you practice the skills of using your vitality. At this level, the practitioners of vitality truly begin to have vast magical powers, and various abilities emerge endlessly, no less than the legendary celestial arts and magic. Luo Jun nodded. So, those who are in the strengthening realm cannot practice the Peiyuan realm until they reach the third level, because they must first have a certain amount of vitality before they can improve their quality. In the same way, at the third level of the Peiyuan realm, the quality of the vitality is somewhat different. Guaranteed, can you learn to concentrate your mind and start all kinds of sexy operations? What a cool operation, that's called high-end application. Mr. Yuan snorted coldly, but nodded approvingly. The understanding is good. Therefore, as long as the prerequisites are met, all three realms can be cultivated, in no particular order, and the three dimensions of vitality can be improved at the same time. And only when these three dimensions have reached the level of proficiency can one have the opportunity to attack the final realm. The highest realm. Luo Jun nodded. So, teacher, you are only missing one dimension? Mr. Yuan sighed. I have a hidden injury that prevents me from cultivating the realm of condensing the mind. Therefore, I can only continue to polish the two realms of strengthening the foundation and cultivating the essence for so many years. I am destined to have no chance to become immortal, that's it. Luo Jun saw the loneliness in old Yuan's eyes. He was about to say something to comfort him, but saw a hint of pride rising on the old man's face. However, in terms of simply consolidating the foundation and cultivating the Yuan, no one in the entire cafe can compare with me except the president of the Yuan Show Society. So awesome! You are worthy of being a master. Luo Jun praised, but he was a little curious in his heart. These two basic realms are only at the 7th level, but no one can reach the top? As if he had read the doubts in his heart, Mr. Yuan said with a smile, don't think that consolidating the foundation and cultivating the essence is easy to practice. The further you go in these 7 levels, the more difficult it will be to break through. That's right. Luo Jun nodded. You said that the improvement of each level of the solid state is an exponential improvement based on a percentage, so the training time also increases exponentially, right? That's not true. Mr. Yuan shook his head. Although the improvement is getting bigger and bigger, your foundation is getting higher and higher. Take the strengthening realm as an example. By the 5th level, the speed of accumulating vitality must be much higher. On the 1st level. Therefore, in fact, the time from cultivation to breakthrough is not much different at each level. The main difficulty is to break through this step. Breakthrough? Luo Jun blinked. Remember when I taught you the skills, I said that the success rate is only 1/3. Mr. Yuan stroked his beard. That is not a problem with my skills, but the characteristics of the energy breakthrough, which itself has certain probability of success. Hearing this, Luo Jun's eyes lit up. I don't feel sleepy when you talk about the probability. Let's take the solid state as an example. If you practice normally, depending on your personal talent, it can take as short as 1 or 2 months or as long as 1.5 years. However, when you reach the breakthrough level, you can only try your luck. According to countless practitioners have gathered experience that the probability of breaking through the first level is about 90%, the second level is 70%, the third level is 50%, and by the 5th level, there is less than 10% chance of success. If you succeed, you will be able to successfully enter the next level. But if you fail, not only will your efforts at this level be in vain, you will have to practice again, and you will also fall into a closed state for a period of time, unable to use your vitality at all. The cultivation of the Peiyuan realm is also very different. Luo Jun heard that, relying on his limited mathematical literacy, he calculated in his mind that the probability of reaching the 5th level in one breath without failing was less than 1%. As long as it fails once, it will take 1 or 2 more layers of time, which on average takes about the same. Looking at the way he clapped his fingers, Mr. Yuan chuckled. Based on my experience, if you want to reach the 5th level of cultivation, you usually have to fail 7 or 8 times. Counting the time when the vitality is closed, a person with first-rate talent will also fail. It takes 2 to 3 years. If you have poor talent and really bad luck, then practicing for a lifetime may not be enough. Looking at it this way, it's not bad. Luo Jun suddenly frowned. Wait a minute, what is the probability of the 6th level? Mr. Yuan smiled slightly. Most cultivators only regard the strengthening realm as the precursor to the subsequent realms. As soon as they reach the 3rd level, they specialize in the Peiyuan realm. Because from the perspective of improving strength, in the same time, such the highest profit. Even if you want to increase your vitality reserves in the later stage, it is usually enough to go back to the 5th level. There are very few people who try to reach the 6th level, and there are not many statistics, but according to the results of my investigation, it's probably only 1%. On the 6th level, there is only 1%? Luo Jun was stunned. Doesn't that mean that even a genius will have to practice this level for an average of 10 or 8 years, and he may not be successful? At this time, Luo Jun suddenly remembered that Mr. Yuan was on the double 7th floor. Teacher, how long have you been practicing? Keep it secret. Mr. Yuan smiled proudly, but I can tell you that I am very lucky. In the words of you young people, I am a European emperor. European emperor? This is so difficult. Assuming that you don't fail even once, the probability of reaching the 6th level is less than 1 in 10,000. The 7th level is definitely more difficult than the 6th level. Luo Jun simply can't imagine it. It is estimated that 99.99% of people will have a hard life. It's impossible to complete a single 7-story building, let alone a double 7-story building. However, Luo Jun thought of his secret dice, and suddenly he was filled with pride and thought, how can you beat me no matter how hard you try? Don't worry, master. Luo Jun patted his chest. No matter what difficulties and obstacles lie ahead, I have the confidence to move forward. I will follow your example, master. Don't rush to express your determination. Mr. Yuan laughed and said, what I just told you is just common sense. What I want to say next is the conditions for joining my sect. Whether you want to practice with me or not, after listening to this, then make a decision. Thanks to Zuikarin for the 100 starting coins. Feeling that Mr. Yuan's tone was getting serious, Luo Jun also became serious. Do you remember, I told you how much the various body functions will be strengthened if you break through the 1st level of the solid realm? Luo Jun replied, at that time, you said that it was usually about 50%, but my breakthrough increased by 100%. You said it was because of the original method, but you didn't say it was too specific. Luo Jun doesn't know now what is the difference between himself and ordinary cultivators. Now I can tell you. Mr. Yuan looked at Luo Jun, as if he was admiring a work of art carved by his own hands. That day, I used an original technique, the body strengthening technique, to open up your meridians. Body training secrets? Luo Jun's eyes lit up. Does it sound like a unique secret book? It can be said, Mr. Yuan nodded. Yuanqi has been developed for more than 100 years, and many factions have secretly spawned. Many organizations, families, and sects have their own unique cultivation methods, but most of them are based on condensation. Only the state of mind can be used. The cultivation methods of the two realms of strengthening the foundation and cultivating the essence are similar all over the world. Of course, with the same training method, the final results are also different. For those with good talent, the increase after breakthrough will be higher than 50%, while for those with poor talent, it may not be less than 50%. This gap is not obvious. Generally, the difference is still small. Less than 10%, if the increase at each level exceeds 60%, you are considered a genius. Luo Jun thoughtfully said, it seems that there is not much difference between each level, but as you practice higher and the index accumulates, the difference will be obvious in the later stage. Mr. Yuan nodded, I thought the same way back then, so I'm very curious about the reason for this difference in increase. Is it the same as the breakthrough success rate, and is it purely based on luck? I collected a lot of information at that time, and after detailed comparison, I finally found that those whose growth rate after breakthrough was higher than the average, were usually very strong and had a more radical training style, combined with the fact that in the early years, some people went crazy because of their training, and even records of death due to explosion. I have a bold guess. The current vitality cultivation method is a castrated, relatively mild cultivation method, because the human body is too fragile and cannot withstand such a huge transformation. This kind of castration weakens the strengthening effect and reduces the cost of failure. In order to verify this, I ventured among the major alien worlds to collect techniques and information. Some alien worlds are very close to us biologically, and have been in contact with vitality for longer than us. Many of their methods can be used for reference. After years of hard work, I finally figured out the bodybuilding technique. You succeeded in the end? Luo Jun heard this with yearning. No, I failed, Mr. Yuan sighed. My theory is correct. Each level of the body training technique can improve the body's functions by more than 70%, up to 100%. This is also what I speculated. The theoretical maximum improvement is, but correspondingly, once the breakthrough fails, the backlash will be huge, ranging from the destruction of the meridians to the death of people on the spot. Many of the disciples who studied this technique with me at the time died because of it. This technique was also officially defined as a heretical evil technique, and its dissemination is strictly prohibited, a skill that makes you invincible in the world, but if it fails, you will die. This is indeed an evil skill. The key is that the probability of not failing even once is far less than 1%, so you don't dare to practice it in evil ways. Luo Jun knows how Mr. Yuan's hidden injury came about. Then, I am practicing this technique that has serious backlash? Luo Jun's sweat just subsided and his head was dripping again, but then he thought about it. He had the secret dice in his hand, and he could regret it once a day. As long as he has patience, he can do it. Avoid the possibility of failure. Seeing the sweat on his forehead, Mr. Yuan thought he was scared, and comforted him. There was nothing I could do at the time. The method of imparting Kung Fu is unique to the bodybuilding art. If you want to survive the mission, you can only use this method to fight. Fight. And I also believe that even if you fail, you can survive. Why are you so confident in me? Luo Jun looked at Mr. Yuan suspiciously, and then reacted. Someone has succeeded before? Did you say before that you have seen someone with stronger bones than me? Mr. Yuan nodded. That was my most proud disciple back then. He was extremely talented and his bones were more than 10 times that of an ordinary person. He was the only one who could withstand the side effects of the body strengthening technique and successfully practice it. He proved that my theory is right. The bodybuilding technique is originally prepared for inhuman monsters. It is the strongest technique. But this technique also failed. Except for monsters, ordinary people will have to practice it to avoid death. I am disabled, and to resist the backlash, I can only rely on innate physical conditions, acquired training, and growth, all of which have no effect. Luo Jun recalled that when he first broke through, the severity factor seemed to be quite high, but he would definitely not die. 10 times the physique of an ordinary person can resist the backlash. This innate condition should correspond to the attribute value. At that time, I was about 5 times that of an ordinary person, so I should be injured, but now it is almost 6 times, and I am definitely stronger than then. 10 times? As long as I keep leveling up, it will only be a matter of time before I surpass that disciple. Then my senior brother must be a top expert now, right? Luo Jun looked forward to it. He has 10 times the physique of an ordinary person, and it increases with each level. Even if it is calculated at the lowest 70%, the 5th level is still an ordinary person. With a physique that is more than 100 times stronger, even without the use of vitality, the physical strength alone is comparable to that of the Hulk. Him? Speaking of this, Mr. Yuan hesitated for a moment, a trace of regret and anger flashed in his eyes, and sighed, dead. What? Luo Jun was shocked. All such powerful people are dead? How did they die? You don't need to ask any more questions. Mr. Yuan's tone became serious. In short, if you want to practice with me, I can teach you the complete body training technique. Although your bones are not as good as his, as long as you can continue to practice, your future achievements will be far greater. Not accessible to anyone else. If you don't want to practice with me, I can destroy your realm now, erase your memory, and let you return to the life of an ordinary person. Choose for yourself. Luo Jun didn't hesitate at all, and bowed his head. I already expressed my position when I came. Master, I am an orphan, helpless, and have no worries. As an ordinary person, I can only struggle on the poverty line for my whole life. Instead of being like that, why not follow Master to practice, which will not only change your life, but also help you solve the regrets of the past? Luo Jun's words were very practical and sincere. Mr. Yuan nodded with satisfaction. Okay, but if you want to become my teacher, you must comply with my 3 conditions. First, our master-disciple relationship is known only to you and to me. Don't admit that you are my disciple in front of anyone. Second, don't let anyone know that you practice bodybuilding techniques, and don't show any differences. Remember, in the eyes of the authorities, this is an evil practice. Third, your cultivation must be step by step and down to earth. You must not practice the cultivation realm before cultivating the foundation realm to the top level. You must not touch the condensing mind realm before cultivating the essence cultivation realm to the top level. Luo Jun immediately kowtowed 3 times and agreed. Very good. Mr. Yuan helped Luo Jun up. This time he did not use his energy, but his hands. Master, I have a question. Luo Jun asked curiously. I understand the first 2 conditions of yours, but why is the third one? According to what Mr. Yuan said before, the 3 realms are in parallel relationship, and as long as the prerequisites are met, one can practice them all. The body training technique is different from other cultivation methods. Mr. Yuan glanced at him. Your senior brother died because of this. Luo Jun couldn't help but tremble after hearing this. Disciple, please obey the master's orders. Mr. Yuan nodded. It's not too late, let's start practicing today. Master, Luo Jun hesitated for a moment. After all, I am still a student. I asked for leave today. Can I just use my spare time to practice? But the college entrance examination will be in 1 month, and I will be able to focus on it then. It's time to practice. Although he has entered the extraordinary realm, Luo Jun has been an ordinary person for 18 years. He is about to graduate but is expelled for absenteeism and cannot get his diploma. He feels a little reluctant. Oh, I forgot if you didn't tell me. Mr. Yuan waved his hand. There is no need to go to number 2 middle school. During this time, you can practice hard and prepare for the entrance exam at the end of the month. Entrance exam? Luo Jun was stunned. Where is it? Mr. Yuan glanced at him and pointed at his feet. That's it. Ningdong University? Luo Jun's eyes widened. I haven't heard that there is an early admission exam? General majors don't have it. Mr. Yuan chuckled and said, Explorer College has it. I said I was Professor Yuan, not to trick you. At night, dragging his tired body back to the rental house, Luo Jun fell on the bed. Even with his current physique, he could barely survive today's devilish training. First in the morning, the master taught him how to memorize the bodybuilding exercises, and then led him step by step to run the system systematically for several weeks. So far, Luo Jun still feels good. By afternoon, hell had set in. Elder Yuan's request was very simple. He kept his vitality running while climbing the trial stone steps. You must know that these trial stone steps will drain your physical strength and vitality at the same time. If you climb it once and you are sweating profusely, climbing it repeatedly will cost your life. Moreover, in order to supervise Luo Jun, Mr. Yuan also gave him a supervisor belt. This thing is a kind of treasure that can detect the movement of vitality in the body. Once it stops, it will inflict a mental blow, although there will be no substantial damage, but painful. In this regard, Luo Jun expressed dissatisfaction at first. He could use up all his energy in less than half of climbing the stairs. How could he continue to operate if it was all gone? Mr. Yuan's reply to him was to squeeze out of the sea of qi when he was naked. As long as there was a trace of vitality, the supervisor's belt would be able to sense it and stop the attack. In addition, when climbing, concentrating on stabilizing the energy in the body can reduce consumption. Many noble phantasms and skills will drain other people's vitality. If someone drains all their mana during a battle, they will still be beaten. In this way, Luo Jun spent the entire afternoon in the pain of constant climbing. Fortunately, after practicing, Mr. Yuan gave him an elixir. Although this pill could not relieve fatigue, it could replenish nutrition and energy, so that he did not need to eat dinner and had enough nutrition to recover. This kind of day will continue tomorrow. It will last for more than 20 days. Why don't you let me go crazy and explode and die? I have never met my senior brother, and I will follow in your footsteps. Luo Jun covered his head in the pillow and whimpered in pain. After complaining for a while, he took out a small metal plate from his pocket, with the 3 characters admittance ticket engraved on it and Ningdong University Explorer College entrance examination engraved below. Looking at this metal plate, Luo Jun thought of the future planned for him by Mr. Yuan during the day. Explorer College? Does Ningdong University still have this major? Yes, that is an educational institution established by the Aurora official and the Yuanqiu Society to recruit talents. It generally relies on famous domestic universities. Including Ningdong University, there are a total of 5 schools offering this major. Of course, and different from ordinary majors, Explorer Academy is directly under the jurisdiction of Yuanqiu Society and is managed separately from ordinary students. It mainly teaches knowledge about vitality and exploration of other worlds. In addition to the chaotic world that is unstable in nature and regularly summons energy practitioners, the main world is also connected to multiple different worlds with different styles. To enter these worlds, you need to pass through doors located in various parts of the main world. Pass through these doors at that time, no items other than the noble phantasms obtained from the chaos world could pass through. So when we explore other worlds, the only thing we can rely on is our own strength. The earliest purpose of cultivating vitality is to help humans explore other worlds. Explorers secretly learn techniques from other worlds, acquire knowledge, and help human society develop and progress. Explorers monitor the movements of civilizations and monsters in other worlds to ensure that the stability and peace of the main world.
Every year, in Cathay alone, hundreds of energy practitioners die while exploring other worlds. They are all heroes unknown to the public. Explorer Academy is the place to cultivate heroes like this. The profession of a hero. Luo Jun looked at the admission ticket in his hand, his eyelids gradually becoming heavy. While half asleep and half awake, Mr. Yuan's final words rang in his ears: "We will not treat heroes badly." The most basic explorers also have a monthly salary of 36,000 yuan, insurance and 2 golds, and commissions for meritorious service. Hey, Luo Jun, who was sleeping, unconsciously raised the corners of his mouth. In the following days, Luo Jun would go to Ningyuan Mountain every morning to receive devil training from his master. First, there is combat training every morning. The elder installed a machine puppet in an open space near the pavilion. This thing is driven by a battery that stores vitality. It looks like a humanoid, but it is equipped with 3 heads and 6 arms. The joints of the whole body can rotate in all directions. When fighting, it can use human powers. All moves can also simulate many inhuman monsters and even perform actions that exceed biological limits. Faced with such an all-round sparring partner, Luo Jun basically spent every morning being beaten. Of course, the master didn't teach him anything. Some tips for exerting force, details of movements to prevent injuries, and techniques for energy movement were still poured into Luo Jun's mind as a foundation. But the ever-changing moves in battle can only be understood by yourself. At noon, Mr. Yuan will bring food to Luo Jun and treat his injuries with precious phantoms. It was a device similar to a portable electrocardiogram. It was a rare device. If it was connected to this device, as long as there was no damage to the muscles or bones, all the pain in the whole body could be restored to the original state within half an hour. After a short but wonderful lunch break, we started the afternoon project trying the stone steps. Wearing the supervisor's belt, he struggled to maintain the movement of vitality in his body and climbed endlessly over and over again. This was a test of endurance and perseverance. The intensity of this training made Luo Jun feel that if he had worked so hard earlier, it would not have been a dream to get into Ningdong University by studying. Of course, now that he has become a disciple, Mr. Yuan will not let him go back to study. According to Mr. Yuan, Ningdong Explorer College enrolls students every year, and admission tickets will be issued every year after the Chinese New Year. The issuance of admission tickets is the responsibility of the Ningdong branch of the Yuanshou Society, and candidates are required to be between 15 and 30 years old. As for other restrictions, there are approximately none. These admission tickets are generally divided into 2 parts, one of which is kept at the Ningdong branch headquarters. Anyone who meets the age requirements can register. Because those who know about this exam must have an understanding of vitality and other worlds. People in this circle can obtain qualifications after a simple review. If the admission ticket is not enough, you can reprint it. As for the remaining part, the distribution targets are ordinary people. Because the existence of other worlds and vitality is hidden from the public, this kind of exam cannot be widely advertised. The review of qualifications is basically the final decision of the Yuanshou Association. The organization will select elites from all walks of life from schools and society. As long as they feel that they have excellent qualities and are suitable for the explorer career, they will contact them. After explaining the pros and cons, admission tickets will be issued to those who are willing to try, and relevant memories will be erased to those who are unwilling to participate. In the exploration of other worlds, in addition to force, a smart mind, a calm personality, adaptability, special skills, etc. will all play an important role. In comparison, Yuan Qi is a compulsory course after entering school. It is too late to learn it after passing the exam. It is not a particularly important indicator in the exam. This is why age is the only requirement. Those who are younger than 15 years old have immature bodies and cannot withstand high-intensity training. Those older than 30 years old are too late to practice their vitality and learn skills. After all, I might be retired in 5 years. Basically, after half a year of distribution, more than 1,000 people take the Ningdong University Explorer exam every year, and among them, only 20% can stand out and successfully enroll. According to Mr. Yuan, Luo Jun has basically no special skills except physical fitness. In order to pass the exam, he can only maximize his advantages. So training must be arranged. In this way, after a week, Luo Jun finally began to adapt to the intensity of training. The sparring with the machine puppets changed from being abused on one side to back and forth, and the injuries on his body became less and less at noon. As for the trial stone steps, he has been able to guarantee that he can climb to the small pavilion in one go without triggering the belt penalty. This is not only because of the increase in vitality reserves,
but more importantly, Luo Jun's control over vitality has become stronger. The vitality that was easily drawn away and escaped can now be firmly imprisoned in his body. Minimal consumption produces maximum results. Feeling that he was getting stronger, Luo Jun became more and more confident and his eyes were full of light. It seems to be working well recently. This morning, standing in the open space, Mr. Yuan looked at Luo Jun, who was warming up with confidence, walked behind the machine puppet, opened the armor, and didn't know what he was playing with. Come on, be careful. After debugging, Mr. Yuan exited the open space and smiled at Luo Jun. What's there to be careful about? Luo Jun looked at the rushing machine puppets and thought to himself, they have known each other for so many days, who doesn't know whom? But as soon as the machine puppet got close, its speed suddenly increased. At the same time, its waist turned at a strange angle, and it attacked with a posture that Luo Jun had never seen before. New posture? Luo Jun was caught off guard. He hurriedly parried, but felt a strong force coming, and his whole body was sent flying out. He spun twice in mid-air and hit a tree. The bullet fell to the ground. Luo Jun got up in disgrace, moved his joints, and looked at the machine puppets in the field with a surprised expression. Something is wrong, absolutely something is wrong. Seeing his embarrassed look, Mr. Yuan sneered, didn't I tell you? The machine puppet can adjust the difficulty level. It used to be level 1, but now it's level 2. Is this the second gear? Luo Jun swallowed, the gap is a bit big. How many gears are there in total, teacher? Mr. Yuan smiled slightly and showed 5 fingers. I don't ask for much from you. As long as you can survive the 3rd gear before the exam, you will be considered qualified. Who are you looking down on? Luo Jun was worried. I will definitely survive the 5th gear to show you. Putting down his heroic words, Luo Jun rushed back to the field, and 3 seconds later, he flew out again. After finally getting through the morning training, after lunch and rest, it was time for the much-loved stair climbing session. The trial stone steps that had daunted Luo Jun a week ago were no longer a challenge. He maintained an even breath and a steady speed as he climbed all the way to the small pavilion and found that Mr. Yuan had not left today. Master is so free today. As he said hello, he turned around and walked down the mountain. Wait, Mr. Yuan suddenly stopped him, today's training content has changed. As he spoke, he pointed to the stone steps behind him that extended to the top of the mountain. Keep climbing. Ah? Luo Jun was stunned and pointed at the stone steps behind the pavilion. Could it be? Mr. Yuan nodded. When did I tell you that the Stone Street trial only ends at the pavilion? The light in Luo Jun's eyes completely disappeared. The stone steps above the pavilion had greater resistance, and Luo Jun once again tasted the punishment of the supervisor's belt and the pain of muscle failure. 3 days before the Explorer student entrance exam, Mr. Yuan stood at the edge of the open space, looking at Luo Jun, who was fighting with the machine puppet in the field, with an expression of relief on his face. The current mechanism puppet has been adjusted to the 3rd gear. But in the face of powerful sparring partners, Luo Jun did not fall behind at all. After so many days of devil training, coupled with the nourishment of elixirs and therapeutic devices, Luo Jun's physique became visibly stronger. But even so, his power cannot compete with the 3rd-level mechanism puppet. Being able to cope with it depends not only on reaction and skills, but more importantly, the use of vitality. The vitality flows in the body like water. For a skilled practitioner, it can be controlled wherever there is more or less. In this way, the vitality can naturally be concentrated and produce stronger effects. Luo Jun is like this now. When faced with the attacks of the 3-block machine puppets, he will hide whenever he can. If he can't avoid it, he will concentrate his energy on defense to minimize the damage. This is actually considered a basic combat skill in the solid realm, but it would probably take a year and a half to practice it so proficiently. As for Luo Jun, it only took 20 days. Although Mr. Yuan's targeted training is important, Luo Jun's own talent and hard work should not be underestimated. It's a good seedling. Mr. Yuan nodded with satisfaction, and the coastline around the Mediterranean Sea swayed in the wind. In the evening, under the afterglow of the setting sun, Luo Jun, who was walking heavily, stepped on the last step of the trial stone steps and stood on the top of the trial peak. Trial Peak is one of the 3 main peaks of Ningyuan Mountain, and it is also the shortest one. It is 606 meters high from the top to the bottom of the mountain, with a total of 3,600 steps. The small pavilion on the mountainside has exactly 1,800 steps. Although the number of steps in the upper half and the lower half is the same, the resistance increases as you go up, so the second half of the climb is 10 times more difficult than the first half.
Today, Luo Jun finally reached the top in one go without triggering the belt penalty. Not bad.
Mr. Yuan, who had been waiting at the peak for a long time, nodded with satisfaction, but was a little shocked at Luo Jun's progress. Generally, cultivators must reach at least 3 or 4 levels of the strengthening realm before they can climb to the pavilion in one breath. After reaching the Yuan Peiyuan realm, their control over the vitality has reached a qualitative leap before they dare to challenge the summit. This Luo Jun, who is only at the first level of his own realm, can stand here. He is indeed extremely talented. His naturally powerful physique gave him energy reserves that were far superior to those of ordinary people, but this alone could only be regarded as a gift. In the history of vitality cultivation, there are as many talented people as there are crushing carp crossing the river, but to truly achieve great achievements, you need firm belief and extraordinary perseverance. Being able to crush Trial Peak under his feet so quickly shows that Luo Jun possesses these qualities. He is a talent that can be made, but he cannot be too complacent. Master, how are you? After Luo Jun took a breath, he looked at the teacher confidently, with praise me now written all over his face. When Mr. Yuan saw him raising his head, he suddenly became serious. What do you think I'm doing? Being able to climb to the top of the trial peak can only be regarded as an introduction to vitality cultivation. There is nothing to be proud of. Hearing this, Luo Jun sighed, and Lian Shang's pride disappeared, as expected. Seeing that he was a little depressed, Mr. Yuan coughed slightly and changed the subject. However, it is good for you to be standing here. At least you should be able to stand out in the entrance exam in a few days. The day after tomorrow, the college will start preparing the examination room. Tomorrow you don't need to train anymore. Take a good rest and prepare for the exam. No, Luo Jun shook his head and looked directly into Mr. Yuan's eyes, his eyes flashing with light. Teacher, I'll do it again tomorrow. I'll give you a surprise. Surprise? Mr. Yuan was stunned, then nodded and said, that's okay, but it can only be done in the morning. In the afternoon, people from the college will come to inspect the venue. The relationship between my master and apprentice cannot be exposed. No problem, one morning is enough. At night, Luo Jun returned to the rental house, sat cross-legged on the bed, and opened the Tianji dice panel. Level 11, 966/1200, strong, 32 points sensitivity, 25 points perception, 26 points spirit, 28 points luck, level 6 skills, everything is dice, primary point correction, regret item, wealth ring chips, 40 pieces number of uses, February 5th you currently have attributes that have not been extracted. Do you want to extract them? These days, Luo Jun is not only exercising his body and cultivating his vitality, but also has not failed to upgrade the Tianji dice. As analyzed before, as he becomes stronger and stronger, there are fewer and fewer opportunities to earn experience in the real world. In order to upgrade as soon as possible, Luo Jun used all 5 opportunities every day to fight against the machine puppets. But the mechanism puppet is for training after all. Although the attack is fast and violent, as long as Luo Jun cannot guard against it, he will immediately withdraw his power. At most, it can only cause some skin injuries. Although the beating looks fierce, in fact, the severity coefficient is extremely low. What can be obtained, the experience is very limited and incomparable to a real life and death battle. Relying on training, Luo Jun could only get a few dozen points of experience every day. After more than 20 days, he only got more than 1,000 points, and the general was promoted to a level. However, Luo Jun did not extract the attribute points at this level. Because Mr. Yuan decided for him to adapt to the 3rd level mechanism puppet before the exam and climb to the top of the trial. This is the goal of training. If he achieves his goal by increasing his attributes, Luo Jun feels like he is cheating. He must first pass Mr. Yuan's test and then give him a surprise. Extract attributes. The white dice rolled and finally landed on 3 o'clock, not so lucky. With the point correction, I got 8 points of attributes, which were evenly added to the 4-dimensional attributes. Speaking of which, after these days of devil training, Luo Jun's body has become much stronger. Whether it is strength, endurance, resistance to fighting, reaction speed, or body flexibility, these improvements have not been reflected in attributes. It seems that exercise will not increase attributes. Similarly, pure physical exercise will not have much effect on increasing vitality reserves. Luo Jun feels that attributes are more representative of the personality of living things. For example, as a human being, strength is all 5 points. Whether he is a skinny man of less than 100 kilograms or a world strongman champion, there is no essential difference in the muscles and bones that make up their bodies. But as for Luo Jun, he is over 30 points strong, and the strength of his muscles and bones has exceeded the limits of ordinary creatures.
This is a difference in personality.
As for the improvement brought about by exercise, it is more like state. Strong men will become weak if they are malnourished for a long time. And thin people can become strong if they work hard at fitness.
The attributes have not changed, what has changed is the state. So what about the tempering of the body by the solid state? Luo Jun can feel that the solid state is also an essential improvement of body functions and an improvement of personality. However, this improvement did not improve the attributes. Does this mean that compared to the tempering of the body in the solid state, the properties of the Tianji dice are more original enhancements? Luo Jun shook his head.
These profound issues are not what he should worry about now.
Let's seize the enhancement in front of him first. For example, the second level of the solid realm.
That's right, after more than 20 days of special training, the vitality in Luo Jun's body has become twice as strong as before due to the constant depletion of pressure. The conditions for breaking through the second level of solid realm have been met. Now, only the last bit of luck is left. But he is not worried about this. According to what Mr. Yuan said, the second level breakthrough generally has a 70% success rate. Coupled with his attribute modification and level 6 luck, the actual success rate is estimated to be 80%. Even if he was really unlucky and failed, Luo Jun could give up and try again tomorrow by relying on the regret skill, but in that case, he wouldn't be able to give the teacher too many surprises. After getting ready, Luo Jun sat on the bed, leaned against the headboard, found the most comfortable position, and began to mobilize the abundant energy in his body. Slowly, the vitality in Luo Jun's body reached its highest speed, filling all the meridians, and reached the critical point of breakthrough.
Secret dice, start. As the black and white dice rotated, a prompt sounded in Luo Jun's ears. Ding, the event difficulty is 88 points, the final point is 86 plus 5, the event is successful. Luo Jun? 88 difficulty points? Is this definitely the probability of breaking through the second level? Will Lao Dang lie to me? If there were no attribute correction and regret, I might have to explain it here. But at least it was a success. Although Luo Jun had some doubts, he still tried to push his energy to the extreme and began to break through. Every time it circulates for a week, part of the vitality in the body will be integrated into the limbs and bones, tempering his body, spirit, and even soul. As long as it takes 9 weeks, the body will completely absorb these vitality, complete the tempering, and break through to the second level of the solid state. This process will last about 10 minutes. Luo Jun feels the changes in his body and is excitedly preparing to meet his new self. It's the 8th week, and in 2 minutes at most, I'm going to. Wow! When victory was in sight, the window next to the bed suddenly shattered, and a figure crashed into the narrow rental house. F***CK. Luo Jun was startled by the sudden change and almost lost his strength. Thanks to the willpower he had honed during this period, he was able to stabilize his mind and concentrate on his luck. But at the critical moment of breakthrough, he did not dare to move rashly and could only lean on the bedside, turning his head slightly to look at the uninvited guest. This is a woman, about 23 or 4 years old, with extremely delicate facial features. With long curly hair and bright makeup, she is extremely gorgeous. She wears a close-fitting half-sleeved t-shirt on her upper body and tight jeans on her lower body, which outlines the proud body curves. This is a great beauty. What's even more terrible is that this beauty seemed to have just experienced a fierce fight, and part of the few fabrics on her body was torn apart. The looming feeling made Luo Jun, an restless young man, swallow his saliva. The stable vitality seems to be a little off. Luo Jun hurriedly stabilized his mind and cleared away his distracting thoughts. When he looked at this woman again, there was only one thought in his mind: what kind of witch dares to break my Taoist heart? Thanks to Qing Jinya for the 100 starting coins. Gong Shiriyue also noticed Luo Jun. She was also chased into despair and rushed into the room by mistake. When he looked up, he saw a young boy leaning on the head of the bed, head tilted, staring at him blankly, motionless. Gong Shiriyue smiled softly. She was very confident in her own charm. Especially for a boy of 18 or 19, it was difficult to resist. But it's rare for someone to look at him so stupidly. Gong Shiriyue's ears twitched as she heard the movement surrounding them downstairs. In her current state, she probably couldn't escape, but the young man in front of her was a good dose of medicine. Thinking of this, she stood up, walked towards the bed, and climbed up with her knees on the edge of the bed. There are 10,086 hidden tricks in every tiny movement. Brother, does sister look good? You look so paralyzed.
Luo Jun cursed in his heart, but he didn't dare to speak. He could only speed up the circulation of vitality in his body and strive to break through as soon as possible. He now knows why this breakthrough is 88 points difficult. Seeing Luo Jun's eyes widen even more, Gong Shuriwe smiled proudly and raised her hands to wrap around Luo Jun's neck, so that the boy could smell her body fragrance. As long as this kid is distracted, I can absorb his essence to heal myself. After my injuries are healed, it will not be easy to get rid of those official lackeys. Gong Shuriwe lowered her head and looked at Luo Jun's body. Well, he is quite strong and should be able to provide himself with a lot of energy. At this moment, another figure flew in from the window, but it was a young man in his mid-20s, with a strong build and a stern face. The young man held an ancient sword with a ring head, pointed at Gong Shuriwe, and snorted, "You witch." Gong Shuriwe pulled Luo Jun in front of her and smiled at the young man. "Lu Fei, you are indeed powerful and worthy of the name of genius. But you are too arrogant. You can really hurt an innocent person just to catch me. Passers-by?" Lu Fei frowned slightly. The knife in his hand did not waver, but he did not take another step forward. However, from Luo Jun's perspective, he could see a 2-foot-long blade glowing from the tip of the knife, less than 10 centimeters from his nose. Good guy, this is really a person sitting at home with a pot coming from the sky. Why did he get involved in a battle between vitality practitioners at this time? Luo Jun was anxious, but he did not relax the movement of vitality in his body. By the 9th week, there was not much vitality left in his body, except for the last strand, which was still being tempered. Let him go. Lu Fei's tone was cold. The tip of the knife was slightly tilted, trying to aim at Gong Shuriwe behind Luo Jun. Gong Shuriwe dodged and sent Luo Jun's face toward the sword light, scaring Lu Fei into hastily withdrawing his strength. Don't play tricks with me. Gong Shuriwe raised a finger and shook it. Really, there are so many murderers and arsonists out there who don't want to catch them. I just occasionally take advantage of others. How can I be so persistent in pursuing them? Occasionally steal sheep? Lu Fei snorted coldly. We won't mention how many treasures you have stolen in the past. This time the Hell Creek family of the Federation has issued a reward of 20 million federal coins for you. What did you steal from them? Thing? Guess? Gong Shuriwe smiled slyly. Maybe it's the lifeblood of old Rex? I advise you to just surrender. Lu Fei advised. Now all the bounty hunters around the world are targeting you. Even if you can escape Ningdong, you can't escape the pursuit of the Hell Creek family. In comparison, the prison of the Yuanxiu Society is the safest place. You are all in the same boat. Gong Shuriwe snorted coldly, leaning forward and pressing her chest against Luo Jun's back, intentionally or unintentionally stirring up the young man's nerves. I only believe in myself. Lu Fei frowned and warned aloud, little brother, don't be fooled by her. If you have evil thoughts, she will control your mind and absorb all your energy. Hey brother knows people well. Gong Shuriwe laughed. The restless heart of an 18-year-old boy cannot be controlled just by trying to control it. As she said, he put his chin on Luo Jun's shoulder and took a breath into his temple. Not good. Lu Fei felt that Gong Shuriwe was activating his ability. This young man was going to suffer. He tried to get closer, but saw Gong Shuriwe's fingers touching Luo Jun's neck tightened. Having been sucked out of all his energy, he would be comatose for a few days at most, malnourished, and physically weak for several months. If he had acted recklessly and stepped forward, the young man would probably have died. Lu Fei gritted his teeth, but did not dare to move rashly. However, after sucking for 2 seconds, Gong Shuriwe showed a stunned expression. Didn't even get it? What happened? Is this kid not tempted? There was a surge of frustration in her heart. She didn't know whether it was because she was eager to recover from her injuries or to prove her charm. Gong Shuriwe increased her strength with some annoyance. The hand that was around Luo Jun's neck moved across his chest muscles. Feel down along the abdominal muscles. But at this moment, Luo Jun suddenly yelled, suck your grandma. Before he finished speaking, he grabbed Gong Shuriwe's arm. Gong Shuriwe didn't expect that the young man would dare to resist. She instinctively wanted to break away, but she felt that the other person's hand was extremely strong. She wanted to mobilize her vitality, but it was not running smoothly due to the injury. I was unable to resist for a moment. Luo Jun didn't give her a chance. He used all his strength and threw Gong Shuriwe over his shoulder. It was like swinging a sledgehammer, slamming her to the ground. This fall was not light, and the floor was broken and raised. Gong Shuriwe was not good at close combat. In addition, she was injured, and she felt that her internal organs had been moved. She had just mobilized. A little body protecting chi was instantly dispersed.
Taking this opportunity, Lu Fei stepped forward, put the blade on Gong Shiyue's neck, and completely controlled her. At this time, the door of the rental house was suddenly opened, and a muscular man in strange clothes rushed in from the outside. Almost at the same time, a young man wearing a headscarf and sportswear came in through the window. Boss Hao? Brother Meng? Luo Jun took a look and realized, aren't these all acquaintances? After the two came in, they saw that Gong Shiyue had been subdued. They were relieved. When they turned around and saw Luo Jun, they were also stunned. Is this your home? Lu Fei, who was pressing Gong Shiyue, looked at them. Do you know each other? Hao Yang laughed. He is Luo Jun. Lu Fei's eyes lit up when he heard this. Are you the one who was involved in the B-level mission and still came out alive, and even got a reward? No wonder you are so determined, and you still have the energy to fight back in this situation. Luo Jun was also a little confused. Why am I so famous? You don't know? Xiao Meng came up and said, your story was on the hot search a while ago. As he said that, he opened his phone and flipped through it a few times, showing Luo Jun a forum page. I saw a post displayed on it. Shocked, innocent citizens encountered polluters and were involved in a Class B mission with their life or death uncertain. The following is the story of that incident. It is well written, vivid and fascinating. There are a lot of comments below, and the discussion is lively. What is this? Luo Jun looked confused. The post was sent by Sha. Isn't it well written? Xiao Meng looked proud. No, I mean what kind of forum is this? Luo Jun pointed to his mobile phone. Can't we post matters about vitality and chaos missions online? Oh, this is an internal forum for Yuanqi practitioners. This is the information age, so it's normal. Then can I register? Luo Jun looked expectant. Okay, didn't you register with the branch last time? Xiao Meng said with a smile, whether you are a member of the Yuan Shou Society, a disciple of a major sect family, or a private cultivator, as long as you register with the official apply for a forum account, but you must undergo real name authentication. With that said, Xiao Meng downloaded the app for Luo Jun and registered an account for him. Real name authentication is to confirm the identity of the cultivator in the background. You still need to get a vest to browse the forum. Luo Jun thought for a while and named himself Jianbing Fruit and Chicken Steak. You can get a lot of information by browsing the forums regularly. The news about you was very popular a while ago. Many people said that you are calm in times of crisis and have good fortune and a promising future. After saying that, Xiao Meng turned to look at Gong Shiyue, who was really restrained by Lu Fei. I didn't expect that you are still capable of summoning people. Gong Shiyue is a well-known evil cultivator. If you can help catch her, you will be arrested tomorrow. I guess it will make headlines again. Luo Jun patted his chest. This is what a good citizen should do. After cleaning up the scene, the three of them prepared to escort Gong Shiyue away. As for the damaged doors, windows and smashed floors, they said that the aftermath department would come back later to determine the damages. In view of Luo Jun's help in this arrest, Hao Yang said that he would also apply for a bonus for him. Hearing this, Luo Jun's eyes lit up. I heard that she offered a reward of 20 million federal coins? That's more than 100 million Cathay coins. How much can I share? You are talking about the bounty on the black market. Hao Yang shook his head and said, Yuan Shou is an official organization. The purpose of arresting her is to bring her to justice. It is impossible to sell it to the black market. But I will try my best to apply for you, even if there is no 50,000, let's strive for 30,000. Oh, Luo Jun curled his lips in disappointment. By the time the aftermath department was sent away, it was already very late. Only then did Luo Jun have the opportunity to savor the improvement brought about by the breakthrough. I have to say that the witch Gong Shiyue is really powerful. How could an ordinary restless young man withstand the teasing just now? Luo Jun almost lost his mind, but it was probably the function of the dice that made him firm up at the critical moment. Only then did he successfully break through the second level and successfully counterattack. In the cultivation of vitality, the foundation of the first level is very important. The increase of each subsequent level of cultivation will refer to the first level. Therefore, Luo Jun's second level of solid body realm has once again strengthened all functions of his body by 100%. Not only that, because this breakthrough was very difficult, he also gained a lot of experience after success, and upgraded again. This time he finally got lucky and rolled a full 10-point attribute. 15 attributes are randomly assigned. Luo Jun's current attributes are as follows. Level 12, 676/1300, strong, 39 points sensitivity, 31 points perception, 31 points. Spirit, 33 points luck,
level 6 skills, everything is dice, primary point correction, repentance. Some details in the previous article have been modified, the penalty-free skill has been changed to repentance, the effect is basically the same, you can reject the execution event once a day, we apologize for the inconvenience caused to everyone. Item, wealth ring chips, 40 pieces. Number of uses, May 5th. The four-dimensional attributes have been improved to a certain extent, and coupled with the tempering of the body at the second level of the solid realm, Luo Jun's pure physiological function is enough to be 30 times that of ordinary people. If you just look at the strength of your body, relying on the training during this period, you may not be able to beat it even if it is 40 times stronger. This does not include the assistance brought by the energy movement. At his current level, the increased attributes by simply upgrading a level are no longer obvious, but the improvement brought by breaking through the first level of solid state will not be diluted, and he will be completely transformed every time. This is only the second level. He has the secret dice in hand. It will definitely not be a problem to practice to the 7th level. Even if he does not practice the cultivation realm, he can become a powerful and invulnerable Superman just by relying on his body. Tomorrow, I will definitely give Master a surprise. Looking forward to tomorrow's performance, Luo Jun tidied up the bed messed up by Gong Shiyue and planned to sleep. What is this? Luo Jun found a plush doll with a lockbuckle under the quilt. It was about the size of a palm, just like the ones girls usually put on their mobile phones or bags. I shouldn't have this thing at home. Did Gong Shiyue drop it? Luo Jun suddenly remembered that Lu Fei had just mentioned that Gong Shiyue was a big thief and would even steal the treasures of cultivators' families. Could it be that this doll was also a treasure? Luo Jun's heart beat faster. If it was really a powerful treasure, let alone whether he could use it, he would get a lot of rewards even if he turned it into the organization. But after playing with it for a long time with great expectations, I didn't find anything special about this thing. There was no response at all when I input the vitality, and the treasure box couldn't be stored in it. The prompt also said that the item was not a treasure phantom and could not be stored. It seems that this is really just an ordinary decoration. Gong Shiyue is also a young girl, so it is normal to carry such a thing with her. Luo Jun was a little disappointed and threw the doll on the bedside, then washed up and went to sleep. The next day, in the open space halfway up the trial peak, Luo Jun and the machine puppet with 3 heads and 6 arms stood facing each other. Are you sure you want to directly challenge the 5th gear? Mr. Yuan looked at the apprentice in front of him in disbelief. Don't worry, master. Luo Jun patted his chest confidently. Mr. Yuan was a little hesitant. The 5 levels of the advanced mechanism puppet correspond to 15 times, 30 times, 50 times, 70 times and 100 times the power of an ordinary adult male. Luo Jun is extremely talented. After being tempered at the first level of the solid realm, coupled with the training during this period and the help of the vitality in his body, it is estimated that the maximum output will be slightly higher than the 2nd gear, but definitely weaker than the 3rd gear. Being able to barely cope with 3rd gear relies on the combat awareness and skills trained during this period. But facing the 5th gear, it is almost 3 times the force to crush it, and it can no longer be smoothed out by technology. What's more, 5th gear can unlock more skills, making it more difficult to deal with. Is this guy a little too confident? Mr. Yuan looked at Luo Jun, who was doing preparatory activities, and thought to himself, after all, the machine is used for training. It will withdraw its force at critical times and break a few bones at most. My treatment device can be connected to him and it will not delay the day after tomorrow. Exam. Then let you experience the power of the top machine puppet. After completing the debugging, the machine puppet lit up the circuit. As Mr. Yuan announced the start, the huge mechanical sparring partner rushed towards Luo Jun. The speed is much faster than the 3rd gear, and the moves are also extremely fast. However, Luo Jun changed his previous strategy of relying on prediction and wandering around. He stood still and did not dodge or dodge. His vitality circulated in his body. He walked upstream from his heels, filled his right arm with force, and blocked frontally. Idiot! Mr. Yuan screamed. If he was hit during the fight, the machine puppet could still stop. But this kind of long-distance sprint, the huge inertia after speeding up, cannot be stopped at will. He never expected that when faced with the most powerful machine puppet, this brat would actually choose to fight head-on. We can't let him continue to mess around. Mr. Yuan lifted his feet off the ground and, driven by his vitality, slid towards Luo Jun at a speed far exceeding that of the machine puppet. However, the incident happened suddenly and he was too far away, so he was still a step slower after all. Less than 2 meters in front of him, Luo Jun and the machine puppet were facing each other head-on.
Thanks to Guzenrenal for the 200 starting coins. Thanks to Zwikarin for the 100 starting coins. Boom!
With a solid collision, the sprinting machine puppet suddenly stopped under the impact.
Luo Jun absorbed all the kinetic energy and retreated.
But it was only a retreat in position. He still maintained his standing posture. His feet rubbed 2 shallow marks on the ground. The soles of his shoes rubbed and smoked. He slid back more than 10 meters and finally stopped.
Enough! Luo Jun grinned and shook his right hand to block. Not broken? Boss Yuan was shocked when he witnessed all this.
This kid really withstood the attack of the 5th speed machine puppet. The mechanism puppet has no intelligence. After breaking the defense, it will certainly withdraw its hand to avoid serious injury to the opponent, but as long as the opponent can withstand it, it will never withdraw its strength.
This kid actually came next?
Luo Jun was also very competitive and blocked the blow head-on, mobilizing all his strength and pushing his vitality skills to the extreme. In actual combat, it was impossible to accumulate energy like this for every move. He just wanted to prove that he could catch it, and that was enough. The machine puppet will not be surprised. If it fails to succeed in one hit, it will immediately pursue it. Luo Jun then gave up the head-on approach and still used skills to deal with the opponent. In the 5th gear, the machine puppet not only exerts its full power, but also unlocks all moves. The universal joints of the whole body, combined with the 4 extra arms, can perform many non-human skills and attack from unexpected and tricky angles. But after more than 20 days of sparring with machine puppets, Luo Jun was mentally prepared for this. No matter how many new tricks there are, no matter how strange they are, they still remain true to their roots. After getting used to them for a while, you will be able to fight the machine puppets again and again. Seeing this scene in Mr. Yuan's eyes, his expression changed from surprise at first, to joy, and finally to worry.
That's it. Luo Jun exited the battle circle.
The machine puppet lost its target and returned to its original position to stand obediently.
How is it, Master? Luo Jun came to Mr. Yuan expectantly, waiting for Master's praise. Very good, Mr. Yuan nodded approvingly, and then asked, have you made a breakthrough?
The only way to achieve such a huge increase in combat power overnight is to achieve a realm breakthrough.
Yes. Luo Jun nodded, I made a breakthrough last night. Nonsense. Why didn't you tell me in advance?
Mr. Yuan said with a stern look on his face, the exam is coming soon.
If you make a breakthrough at this time, how can you still take the exam if something goes wrong?
Luo Jun knew that Master cared about him and scratched his head. Don't worry, Master, my luck has always been very good.
Then you can't be so willful.
Mr. Yuan frowned and said, remember, the cultivation of vitality not only improves, but also has risks. Especially for you, the bodybuilding technique you cultivate will backfire on you once you fail to break through. You must choose the best way to break through. When you are safe, make sure you have enough conditions and time to recuperate your body even if you fail, otherwise you might as well hold on to the level first.
Luo Jun nodded, I understand, Master.
But he said in his heart that I regretted it.
I have a chance to try and make mistakes every day.
If I keep trying, I can guarantee a 100% success rate, and there is no need to adjust at all.
There are some detailed modifications in the previous article.
The original penalty-free skill was renamed to regret.
The effect is basically the same. You can refuse to execute the event once a day. We apologize for the inconvenience caused to everyone. Mr. Yuan nodded, it's lucky that nothing happened this time. It won't happen next time.
With that said, he opened the treasure box, took out a necklace and handed it to Luo Jun. Take this with you.
Are there any gifts? Luo Jun took it without seeing the effect, so he put it around his neck.
In an instant, Luo Jun felt that most of the vitality in his body had been sealed, leaving less than 1/10 to be mobilized.
What's going on? Luo Jun held up the necklace and used his vitality to find out. Named Seal Necklace Grade, Rare Introduction, a necklace made by a powerful cultivator in order to limit his too strong energy to hone his skills. Function, after wearing it, it can seal 300 breaths of vitality. Note, come on, no matter how lucky you are, aren't you quite capable? Luo Jun was startled by this explanation. Master, why did you give me a prop with a negative effect? And what does this 300 breaths mean? Breaths are the measurement unit of vitality.
Mr. Yuan took a sip of tea and explained patiently, generally speaking, when ordinary people have just opened their meridians and completed a complete cycle, their vitality reserves are 10 breaths.
After practice, the vitality volume expands to 10 breaths.
After reaching the bottleneck at about 5 breaths, you can try to break through the first level of solid origin realm. Luo Jun nodded when he heard this, so the vitality reserve and the physical fitness are directly proportional. The vitality of an ordinary person at 10 breaths, and when the vitality breaks through at 15 breaths, the physical fitness will correspondingly increase to 1.5 times of the original. Then continue to improve the vitality. When you are 22 or 3 breaths away, you can try to break through to the second level. Luo Jun counted on his fingers. The average person only has less than 200 breaths of qi after reaching the 7th level. Isn't this all sealed? Mr. Yuan shook his head. When you reach the cultivation realm, although the reserve of vitality will not increase, it will become more pure and will not be so easy to seal. In addition, the vitality of ordinary people with 10 breaths does not mean that the vitality of geniuses is also 10 breaths. There are many kinds of talents. For example, you are born with extraordinary bones. There are also people who have average bones but have different vitality reserves. When you enter school, you will learn that there is a vitality coefficient. For ordinary people, it is 10, and there are some people can reach 15, 20, or even higher. Luo Jun estimated his qi and found that 90% of it was sealed with a necklace, indicating that his qi was only in his early 300s. Taking into account his attributes and the second level of the solid realm, it seems that my coefficient is also 10, Luo Jun sighed with some disappointment. You don't have to envy those with high coefficients. Mr. Yuan patted him on the shoulder. The vitality coefficient is commonly known as spirituality. Although spirituality is considered to be a talent if it is too strong, the vitality generated will exceed the load of the body. If the operation is not careful, it backfires on oneself and is more likely to be dangerous when breaking through. Although it is not as dangerous as the body training technique, it can also easily damage the meridians. In my opinion, people like you who have extraordinary bones but ordinary spirituality are the top talents. At this point, Mr. Yuan coughed twice, but you can't be proud. After all, it's too late to come into contact with vitality. Although your bones are good, your understanding is only so much. You still need to be more diligent. That's what I mean by giving you this necklace. Of course, your extraordinary strength and courage are your talents. It shouldn't be difficult to pass this exam. But looking at the future, the work of exploring other worlds is full of risks. No matter how strong you are, there are many dangers. When you are unable to do anything, what I really want to see is your resilience and determination in the face of difficulties. Of course, this necklace can also hide your skills. Your current aura is a bit too high compared to your realm. This necklace can easily hide it. Remember our agreement, don't expose your specialness before you master the body training technique. That will only bring disaster to you. Luo Jun nodded. Disciple understands. Go back, take a good rest these 2 days and recuperate your body. I will also be involved in setting up the examination room these 2 days. Don't contact me unless you have something special to do. Come to the examination on time the day after tomorrow morning and don't be late. Yes, master. Looking at Luo Jun's back walking down the mountain, Mr. Yuan's stern face couldn't help but smile. This kid, I thought he just had a good set of bones, but I didn't expect him to be so motivated. In just over 20 days, he was able to break through the first level of solid foundation realm. This speed of progress is also extremely fast. He didn't warn him in advance because he didn't expect him to break through before the exam. This kid really brought him too many surprises. I never thought that I would meet such a talented person in my lifetime. In front of Mr. Yuan's eyes, the disciple who made him regretful appeared again, and his face gradually showed regret. Exam day. Luo Jun arrived at the back of Ningdong University early in the morning. For today's exam, he specially bought a new set of sportswear that is easy to move around, and also bought a pair of high-heeled sneakers. The total cost was as high as 350 yuan. The gathering place is near the Trial Stone Steps. Although this place belongs to Ningdong University, as it is a desolate back mountain and prohibited by school regulations, few students come here. Luo Jun boasted that it was already early, but when he arrived, there were already 200 to 300 people waiting here. These people have different temperaments and costumes, and most of them have found a comfortable place to stay alone. Some were examining other candidates, some were closing their eyes and concentrating, and some were simply warming up on the spot and adjusting their condition. There are also some familiar people among them, greeting and chatting with each other. Luo Jun saw a faint covering of vitality from them. The cultivators of Peiyuan realm are all insiders, so do you know them? As for most other people, there is no vitality in their bodies, they are either in the solid realm or just ordinary people.
The proportion of ordinary people is very high. Luo Jun originally thought that ordinary people were just a foil in this kind of exam. But now, at a glance, there are only a dozen people who can see the vitality. Even if there are 100 people who are in the solid state among the remaining people, ordinary people candidates also account for half. According to Mr. Yuan, these ordinary candidates all have special skills, but they just don't understand their vitality. Compared with those cultivators, they have to go through stricter screening. As a novice who had only been exposed to Yuanqi for less than a month, Luo Jun naturally had no acquaintances, so he simply found a tree to lean against and took out his mobile phone to kill time by browsing the forum. I have to say that the forum for vitality practitioners is indeed a good thing. It contains a lot of recent news in the practice circle. In recent times, the most discussed topic is the admissions examination of the major explorer colleges. There are those who predict the content of the exam, and there are also those who predict the promotion list. The average minions naturally pay less attention to it, but some famous geniuses in the vitality circle still attract much attention. For example, Qin Junsong applied for Kansai University this year, Zhuge Zi applied for Powashan College, Donghai Sanren applied for Tianjin University, and Lei Tianyang applied for Ningdong University. Some of them are real names, and some are nicknames. In the circle of cultivators, fame is achieved through typing, and sometimes nicknames are easier to spread than real names. As time passed, there were more and more people at the scene, and the number of cultivators in the Peiyuan realm also increased significantly. Moreover, the vitality concentration of those who came later was obviously stronger than that of the earliest ones. Real masters are not in a hurry. Those who come early are unsure. Luo Jun had a guess in his mind and classified himself into the bottomless gang, and he paid more and more attention to this exam. You're here too. A somewhat familiar voice sounded behind him. Luo Jun looked back and saw that it was a short-haired girl with sunglasses on her head. Are you Sha? Luo Jun remembered that this was the girl who acted with Hao Yong in the mall incident. Ha! You still remember me. Sha has a cheerful personality. I heard from Boss Chang that you have only been exposed to Yuanqi for 2 or 3 months, and you actually applied for Explorer College? Ha, I can't get into the normal college entrance examination. Of course I won't miss it if I have the opportunity. Luo Jun laughed. I just said that I saw Brother Hao and Brother Meng 2 days ago, but I didn't see you. It turned out that I was here to prepare for the exam. Woolen cloth. Yes, it's my dream to get admitted to Ningdong University. Sha rubbed her nose, but it's you who has made a meritorious service again. That Gong Shuriwei is not easy to catch. Did you see my post? Shhhhhhhh, please spare me. Luo Jun hurriedly covered Shasha's mouth. Good guy, that man named Meng really didn't lie to him. Early the next morning, the post about Gong Shuyue's arrest made the headlines. Shasha's writing is really good, and she vividly describes how Luo Jun remained calm in the face of danger and helped the patrol team arrest Gong Shuyue. However, she did not mention him by name in order to protect her privacy, and only mentioned that he was an enthusiastic citizen. Luo Jun originally thought that there would be a lot of praise for him under such a post, but when he scrolled down, he found that only half of it was praise, and many of them were scolding him. Although Gong Shuyue is defined as an evil cultivator, she has never done anything murderous. The main black spot is that she likes to steal various treasures and props, and she only targets sects and big families. For the vast number of lower-level cultivators, he said that Gong Shuyue posed no threat to them, and even expanded the source of goods in the black market, which to a certain extent meant robbing the rich and giving to the poor. Coupled with her outstanding appearance and the imaginative characteristic of sucking in men's semen, Gong Shuyue is quite popular in the circle. Many male practitioners are her fans, and these people dare not make it public. I support evil cultivators, but I don't have any scruples in the forum. They all denounced this nosy, enthusiastic citizen. Why don't you know how to show mercy? Who dares to throw my goddess? Let me catch you and make you look good. This is considered civilized. Yes, some of the scoldings were quite unpleasant, giving Luo Jun the look of an old man on the subway. Thanks to these people, this post has been widely discussed, and more people are threatening and intimidating enthusiastic citizens. Fortunately, Shasha didn't give his real name or attach a photo or anything else, otherwise 20 or 30 people might pop up at the exam site today and eat him alive. Okay, I get it. I won't tell anyone else. After all, Shasha agreed to keep his secret. By the way, this is your first time taking the exam this year, right? Yes. Luo Jun nodded. Hey, Shasha sighed and patted Luo Jun on the shoulder. It's okay if you don't pass the exam. Just try harder next time. Ah. Luo Jun's head was full of black lines. We haven't taken the exam yet, how do you know I can't pass it?
It's not just you, I'm the same, the competition is too fierce this year.
Shasha sighed, several famous geniuses have come to sign up.
They are either children of aristocratic families or outstanding disciples of sex. For ordinary people like us, the casual cultivators are so unfriendly.
Luo Jun thought of the posts on the forum. I think the one who has the loudest voice among us is named Lei Tianyang. Who is he?
That's the third young master of Peian's Lei family, a master who broke through the state of mind concentration before he was 20 years old.
So powerful?
Luo Jun was shocked and turned to look at the crowd.
Where is this big guy? No need to look for it.
Shasha waved her hand. He is relatively famous, but among the candidates in this class, he is not the strongest.
There are still masters? Luo Jun was stunned. Shasha was stunned when she heard this. You don't know? Luo Jun looked puzzled. Where do I know where to go?
Oh, Shasha showed a playful expression and said with a smile, do you still remember that day, the woman wearing a mask and using golden light to cut the polluter into pieces?
It's her? Luo Jun was shocked. She's so strong?
Why else should she take the test? After these days of understanding Yuan Qi, Luo Jun is very sure that the golden light of the masked woman is first-rate in destructive power in the Ningxin state. Such an expert is more than enough to be a teacher, so why come here to take the college entrance examination? Her nickname in the circle is Jean Fengwich. Although she is strong, she is young.
Shasha smiled and said, she should be about the same age as you, and the academy does not only teach vitality.
She wants to be an explorer, and has knowledge about other worlds, and experience is more important.
This has been explored by countless seniors. No matter how talented you are, you still have to learn from scratch. As old as me?
Luo Jun was shocked, thinking that they are both 18 years old, so the gap is too big. At this time, Shasha saw other acquaintances and said goodbye to Luo Jun, leaving him alone to continue observing other candidates.
A woman without a mask.
Luo Jun glanced at the many candidates, trying to find the legendary Golden Blade Witch, but he didn't know her appearance and couldn't recognize her at all. Suddenly, Luo Jun's eyes lit up and he noticed a girl who had just arrived. She is 17 or 18 years old, with a pure and beautiful appearance. Her long hair is tied into a smart high ponytail on the back of her head, with only a few strands left randomly in front of her forehead. The upper body is a short denim jacket with a white t-shirt underneath, and the cuffs are rolled up casually to the forearms. The lower body is a pair of loose denim trousers, which are strong and easy to move around. Paired with a pair of sneakers, it has a sporty and casual feel.
This is Ling Xin? Luo Jun didn't expect to see his classmates here. He subconsciously used his vitality vision to observe and didn't see any vitality fluctuations from Ling Xin. Solid state? Or an ordinary person? It's right to think about it.
Although Ling Xin is only a student, her academic performance and motor skills are very good. She is so outstanding in a prestigious school like No. 2 Middle School. She can be said to be the best among ordinary people. She will attract the attention of the Yuanxiu Society and get the admission ticket is not surprising either. He always said hello when he saw an acquaintance. Luo Jun walked towards Ling Xin with a smile on his face and raised his hand to wave from a distance.
Ling Xin. It's really you. This was not what Luo Jun said. A boy rushed to Ling Xin one step ahead of him, with an excited look on his face. This back view. Han Yuli? Luo Jun didn't expect that he would meet two classmates in the examination room. That annoying monitor of Han University was also here? Squad leader? Ling Xin was a little surprised to see Han Yuli.
A hint of unnoticeable displeasure flashed between her brows, but her good cultivation still made her say hello. Are you here too?
Yes, Han Yuli chuckled. At the beginning of the year, people from Ningdong University came to me and invited me to take this exam.
You know, I was also determined to take the exam at Ningdong University.
With this special of course I can't miss this opportunity.
Oh, I didn't expect to meet Ling Xinyo here. The fate is really amazing.
Ling Xin frowned slightly and nodded. This exam is quite dangerous. Han Yuli raised his head and laughed. How can a man be afraid of the slightest danger? Besides, if I didn't come, how could I meet you here by chance? Wouldn't that be living up to God's arrangement? Ling Xin shrugged her shoulders. Whatever you want. Don't worry Ling Xin, I will protect you if there is any danger.
Han Yuli did not hear the other party's impatience and bulged his biceps to show off his masculinity.
Oh, isn't this an old classmate?
Seeing the monitor, Teddy, wagging his tail at Ling Xian, Luo Jun interrupted rather bluntly, "Monitor, I miss you so much."
Luo Jun?
Han Yuli saw Luo Jun's surprised face, and Ling Xian next to him also opened his eyes wide.
Why are you here too?
Han Yuli's eyes twitched slightly.
It's the same as you.
Luo Jun smiled and shook the admission ticket in his hand. I originally refused, but they were too enthusiastic and insisted on giving it to me.
Oh, it's so annoying, it's bothering me these days. I haven't even gone to school, and my relationship with the monitor has become estranged. Come on, let Daddy give you a hug.
As he said this, this guy really opened his arms and faced him. Han Yuli was so frightened that he quickly got out of the way and cursed, "Stop bragging.
What level are you taking the same exam as me?"
After saying the words, Han Yuli felt that he had made a mistake. He turned to look at Ling Xian, coughed, and explained to Luo Jun,
I mean, this exam is very dangerous. You may get injured or even die.
It's better, don't worry, squad leader." Luo Jun patted Han Yuli on the shoulder. "If you have any shortcomings, your goddess, I will take care of you, so you have nothing to worry about."
What nonsense are you talking about?
Han Yuli flushed with anger and snorted coldly, "We'll see during the exam."
He turned around and left angrily. Showing his middle finger at Han Yuli's back, Luo Jun turned back to look at Ling Xian. "If you are in danger during the exam, just call me. I don't have any other skills. I can fight."
Ling Xian looked at him, sighed, shook her head and said, "You shouldn't have come, it's still too late to quit now."
Luo Jun scratched his head in confusion. What does this mean? Ling Xian looked at Luo Jun. "Exploring is not as simple as you think.
This is a job that may cost your life at any time, even."
"I know," Luo Jun nodded calmly, and then looked at Ling Xian strangely.
"You don't care about me, right?" Ling Xian was stunned for a moment, and then she looked angry. I just don't want to see the corpses of my classmates during a certain mission." After saying that, he snorted coldly, walked past him, and walked towards the depths of the crowd.
"That's so scary. Did I offend her?"
Luo Jun was quite grateful to Ling Xian when she helped him speak in the group last time.
He happened to be a candidate and came to say hello. Unexpectedly, it also hit a snag.
Soon it was exam time, and 5 figures walked down the trial stone steps. The leader was about 1.9 meters tall, with a strong build and a resolute face. There was also a scar on his face that penetrated his left eye, and his face was quite vicious.
The scar-faced man looked at the time and said loudly to the candidates present, "Okay, the exam time has come.
From now on, all candidates who have not arrived will be considered as abstainers." He didn't shout much, but his voice could accurately reach everyone's ears. The vitality practitioners present were all mentally prepared, but the ordinary people were quite surprised and started talking about where these people came from. Luo Jun remembered what his master had said, that the trial stairs were sealed with a barrier and could only be seen by cultivators. Therefore, in the eyes of ordinary people, this person suddenly appeared out of thin air.
"Hello, all candidates."
The man stood with his hands behind his back and introduced himself. "My name is Zhang Hu, and I am the fighting teacher of Explorer Academy.
I will be the examiner for the first exam."
As for the content of the exam, Zhang Hu waved his hand and seemed to have lifted some kind of ban, and ordinary people in the venue exclaimed in surprise. "Why did a stone staircase appear?
It wasn't there just now, was it? It's amazing. Is this the technology of Explorer Academy?"
Zhang Hu pressed his hands to silence the scene. "The stone steps you see now are called the trial stone steps. You will feel great resistance when climbing, which is 100 times more difficult than ordinary mountain climbing. The content of your first exam is to climb this trial stone step." Luo Jun was already prepared for this exam content. Browsing the forums these days, he had long known that the previous entrance exams for Ningdong Explorer College were all 4 subjects. Among them, subjects 1 and 2 are the same every year, which are the fighting tests of stone steps and machine puppets. This is exactly what Mr. Yuan has been training him these days. When he saw the news, Luo Jun was filled with emotion. The master seemed to be strict, but in fact he was worried about him passing the exam. However, Luo Jun didn't realize that climbing the stone steps requires a lot of vitality and physical strength.
There are so many candidates of different levels, and there are even ordinary people. It's not fair to compare them together.
No one has mentioned this question in the forum, probably because the first 2 subjects are available every year and everyone knows the rules, so no one knows and asks questions. But soon, the examiner Zhang Hu answered his doubts. "Before climbing the ladder, all candidates please come to me and take a small test. As he spoke, the 4 assistants behind the examiner carried a long table. On the table were 4 large bronze plates side by side. Each plate had 2 handles. The body of the plate was carved with exquisite animal patterns and contained water. This is called the Spirit Appraisal Plate. It is an artificial treasure made by the weapon refiners of the Yuan Shou Guild. Hold the handle with both hands, and the appraisal plate can measure the current level of your vitality cultivation. As he spoke, an assistant gave a demonstration on the spot, and the water in the tasting plate glowed with a bright blue light. The realms from low to high are white, green, blue, purple and gold. Those who have not cultivated Yuan Qi will not shine. Blue represents the practitioners on the first to second levels of the Yuan Qi cultivator. For the sake of fairness, before climbing the trial stone steps, we will use the spirit plate to test your realm and determine the endpoint based on the realm level. As long as you climb to the endpoint specified by us within 1 hour, you will be considered to have passed this level. Detection devices are arranged on both sides of the stairs. If you use the noble phantasm to assist you during the climb, you will be deemed to have violated the rules and will be disqualified from the competition. After introducing the rules, the candidates lined up to start the mountain climbing test under the guidance of the staff. The stone steps could only accommodate 3 or 4 people walking at a time, but there were more than 1,000 candidates on site, and they quickly formed a long queue. Fortunately, the test is convenient. As long as you hold the handle with both hands, the results will be displayed immediately, and the speed is very fast. It's the same grade as the noble phantasm. Luo Jun stood in the middle of the row, watching from a distance as the lights lit up in front of him. Most of them are ordinary people with no light, followed by mostly white light and green light, and occasionally blue light or even purple light, which is enough to cause a few exclamations. It seems that most of the candidates are below the level of Guban realm, so Luo Jun is somewhat confident. Oh! Awesome! There was a sudden commotion ahead. Luo Jun looked over and saw a dazzling golden light shining in the crowd. Golden light? Could it be a state of concentration? The legendary third son of the Lei family? Or the golden-edged witch who can control golden light? Luo Jun was a little curious about what the 2 big guys looked like, but they were too far away. There were many people in front who were attracted by the golden light and gathered there, so they couldn't see inside at all. Luo Jun looked at the hundreds of people lining up behind him. If he left the queue to watch the excitement, he would have to stand at the end of the queue when he came back. He suppressed his curiosity and waited patiently. After about half an hour, Luo Jun finally followed the team to the stone steps. Holding the handle of the spiritual disc with both hands, a white light lit up. The staff entered Luo Jun's admission ticket information, collected photos, took out a white wristband, scanned it with an instrument and handed it to Luo Jun, telling him that as long as he climbed to the place where the white banner was hanging, he could show the wristband and he would be fine. A staff member guided him to the next exam site. Luo Jun nodded in agreement, turned his head and glanced at the all too familiar trial stone steps, stepped up with his head held high, and ran up 7 or 8 steps at a time. There are many people sprinting as fast as him around him. Those who can come to the exam all have 2 brushes. They are arrogant and arrogant. How could they be frightened by the small stone steps? They all want to reach the finish line as quickly as possible. Get a good result. However, the vast majority of people realize something is wrong before they can reach level 50. The higher you go up the trial stone steps, the greater the resistance, and even the vitality in your body will be consumed faster. Those ordinary people with gray wristbands were already struggling to climb the 200 steps. Many people slumped beside the steps and began to gasp for air. Even those practitioners of the solid realm who wear white wristbands can only move 1 step at a time when they reach 200 or 300 steps. Although they are still climbing steadily, looking at the sweat beads on their foreheads, it is obvious that they are not easy. Only Luo Jun continued to sprint without losing momentum, and soon saw the gray banner hanging above the steps. Is this the end point for ordinary people? Luo Jun, who had climbed up and down the trial stone steps for more than 20 days, was extremely familiar with this road. This location was far away from the small pavilion, probably only 400 to 500 steps. Here, a large number of ordinary people with gray wristbands gathered. After climbing up to this point, most of the ordinary people were almost exhausted. Most of the candidates were lying on the stone steps. They could only groan feebly and hum for a long time before they could use their hands and feet to climb up. Move a step and look from a distance, like caterpillars crawling on the steps. There are only a few dozen steps left to the end, and no one who can get here is willing to give up. However, these caterpillars also hindered the climb of the candidates behind. Those with green or even blue wristbands are okay, they are still flexible here and can easily pass through obstacles. Ordinary people with gray wristbands are not hindered at all, and basically everyone who climbs here is a bear in this way. Even if you want to overtake, you are powerless and can only hum and squirm along with the large group. The most affected ones are those with white wristbands. These are all novices who have just started practicing and are on the first or second level of the solid realm. Their physical strength is not much stronger than that of ordinary people. After climbing all the way here, the limited energy in the body has been basically exhausted. 2 legs were already full. Like a lead, the competition also changed from stair climbing to obstacle course, and the difficulty skyrocketed. Many white wristbands tripped over the lying gray wristbands without paying attention. It was difficult to think of it again, and they could only turn into a slightly more agile caterpillar. This is difficult to handle. A man with red hair and a white wristband wiped his sweat and looked at the scattered steps in front of him. He sighed in despair and turned around to see Luo Jun standing next to him. "Brother, are you also in this realm?" The red-haired guy adjusted his breathing and glanced at Luo Jun's white wristband. "Okay, I've climbed this far, and I'm not blushing or out of breath. I'm practicing pretty solidly." "Ah. Well, not bad." Luo Jun dealt with it absently, his eyes scanning the gray wristbands lying in front of him. "Looking at this battle, it won't be so easy for us to continue moving forward." The red-haired brother stretched out his hand towards Luo Jun. "Let's go like this, let's hold hands and walk together. If anyone stumbles, there will still be something wrong." A response. Luo Jun didn't hear what he said at all. He focused all his attention on the front. He looked at it for a while, with a surprised expression on his face. Ling Xin and Han Yuli are not here. They should be in front of me. I didn't even look at them all the way. Has it been past? What are you mumbling about? The red-haired boy raised his hand. "Are you willing to give me a pleasant word?" "Ah." Luo Jun then noticed the examinee next to him, looked at his raised hand, and was stunned for a moment. Then he understood it, smiled and stretched out his hand, and gave him a high five. "Come on." With such a word of encouragement, Luo Jun squatted slightly, kicked his legs with strength, and his whole body jumped up. He instantly crossed the candidate obstacle belt of more than 10 meters, crossed the gray banner, and continued to stride forward. "What the hell?" The red-haired boy looked at Luo Jun's farther and farther back, and his jaw almost dropped to the ground. It took him a while to react and shouted, "Report to the examiner, someone is cheating. P.S. I will update a long chapter today and sort out the next plot. Thanks to Yenxingyu for the 297 starting points. Thanks to Sanoafangu for the 200 starting coins. Thank you all for your monthly votes and recommendations." After crossing the gray banner, Luo Jun saw the white banner not far away. He estimated that there was still half a distance to the small pavilion, which was less than 1,000 steps. Just like in front of the gray banner, there were also a bunch of people lying here, but their wrists were all wrapped with white wristbands. Compared with gray wristbands, the number of people with white wristbands was still much smaller. Luo Jun found the gap and jumped under the banner. Turning around, he saw a chubby staff member sitting by the steps, holding a piece of victory chocolate, crossing one's legs while scrolling through short videos. He looked very young, and Luo Jun suspected that he was a senior student who was brought here. "Hello." Luo Jun greeted. The little fat man glanced at him and pointed lazily upward. "This is the white end point, and the blue-green one is still above." Luo Jun stepped forward and showed his white wristband. "Are you wearing a white wristband?" The staff was surprised. Seeing that Luo Jun was refreshed and his face was not red, and his heart was not beating, he felt a little suspicious. "Replacement guaranteed. Don't steal other people's wristbands to take advantage of the situation," the staff warned. "When each wristband is distributed, the candidate's information is entered and cannot be replaced. Then you'll know after you scan it." In the life of D, the staff looked at the tablet in their hands. The candidate information and photos displayed on it were exactly the same as the boy in front of them. The arrival time was calculated to be only 4 minutes and 38 seconds. Less than 5 minutes. Just kidding, there are a total of 900 steps to get here, and the height is almost 60 floors. Not to mention the trial stone steps, even the 60th floor of stairs, ordinary people can't climb up in 5 minutes. "Is it possible that I gave you the wrong bracelet?" The staff underestimated it, but it was not his duty to verify this kind of thing, and he didn't bother to do it. After eating the last chocolate in his hand, the little fat man pointed to the jungle behind him. "Did you see the white line drawn on the ground? Follow the white line for a few dozen meters and someone will take you away." Luo Jun nodded his thanks and went into the forest beside the road. Not far away, he saw several staff members who looked like students surrounding him playing cards. Seeing Luo Jun coming, one of the bald men stood up and turned around to tell him, "Don't steal the cards, I remember it." As he spoke, he took out his mobile phone and scanned Luo Jun's wristband. After confirming that it was correct, he pointed to a 5-meter square open space to the side. A magic circle was drawn with special paint in the open space, in which many mysterious magic patterns and talismans could be seen. There was a cane-like thing stuck on the edge of the magic circle, with a bead embedded at the top.
"What is this?" Luo Jun asked curiously.
"Teleportation circle." The bald guy who returned to the card game said while pulling the pile of cards, "The next examination room is not at the trial peak, so you can teleport there.
But it takes a lot of energy to activate the magic circle once. It's enough to gather more than 5 people. There was just one wave before you came. Vital energy has such a magical effect?" Luo Jun was very curious. He stood in the magic circle and touched the cane beside the circle. "What is this for?"
"This is the starter, Shunzi." The bald boy responded absently, "The energy of the magic circle is the spirit stone in the eye of the magic circle, but to start it requires external force injection, which consumes 5 breaths at a time."
"Take care of it. If you don't want to wait, you can just stand in the formation and inject vitality.
But you probably won't be able to raise your vitality even if you climb up here." Before they finished speaking, several people felt a burst of light coming from the magic circle.
They turned around and saw that Luo Junren had disappeared. "Passed it away by yourself?"
A few people were stunned for a moment. They had sent off several waves of candidates, and this was the first time they had the strength to send them away on their own.
"Wait.
I seem to have seen something just now." The bald man blinked, took out his mobile phone, opened the information column where Luo Jun had just been scanned, and turned to the results column.
4 minutes and 38 seconds?
Several people were stunned. After injecting vitality, Luo Jun felt his eyes blurred, and then the surrounding scenery changed. After stabilizing, he was in a huge gymnasium. There were many staff around the venue, as well as stalls providing food and drink. There were about 100 candidates sitting or lying in the rest area.
In the center of the venue is an empty field that is nearly 50 meters square. It is divided into 9 blocks horizontally and vertically.
Each block is spaced about 5 meters apart, creating 9 small fighting arenas that are more than 10 meters square.
In the middle of each fighting arena, there is a mechanism puppet.
In some arenas, there are people fighting the puppet, while in others, only the puppet is standing alone.
Luo Jun smiled slightly.
The first 2 subjects of the exam were fixed every year, and the master had already trained him for the second subject.
But the intensity is very different.
Most of the machine puppets in the field are ordinary humanoids, and their sizes are similar to those of normal people. Only the middle one has 3 heads and 6 arms like his sparring partner, and is 2 heads taller than an ordinary person. When Luo Jun walked out of the teleportation array, a staff member immediately came over to scan the code to register his information and introduce the rules to him.
The content of the second exam is to fight against the machine puppet. If you survive for 5 minutes, you will be considered qualified.
9 venues, the one in the middle is a high-level mechanism puppet, and the surrounding ones are ordinary mechanism puppets.
If you have a white wristband, just choose an ordinary one.
We will adjust the output level of the mechanism puppet to a level that suits you.
If the first exam consumes too much energy, you can take a rest first.
Food and drinks are provided around the venue.
However, you must complete the second exam before 5 o'clock tonight. If you exceed the deadline, you will automatically lose your qualifications. Any more questions?
The receptionist was a sweet-looking girl with a round face, who gave Luo Jun a standard business smile.
Yes, Luo Jun looked around the venue. You said food and drinks are provided, is it free?
Eh?
The girl didn't seem to expect to hear such a question.
The smile on her face froze for a moment, and then she smiled and said, "It's free, is that limited?"
"No limit, can it be packed?"
Shouldn't be able to." Faintly seeing the throbbing veins on his forehead, Luo Jun suppressed the idea of asking this lovely receptionist to recommend some special snacks, thanked him, and turned to walk towards the venue.
It's still morning, so it's still early before the 5 o'clock deadline. Subjects 3 and 4 are definitely tomorrow's projects.
Before I finish subject 2, I'll fill my stomach first.
Boss, here's the pancake with fruit, make it more spicy, and add an egg. 2 sizzling squids and a chicken rack. This hairy belly looks good, give me some.
Hey, there are also grilled cold noodles, add more vinegar. While other candidates were taking a break and preparing seriously for the test, Luo Jun was the only one who lingered in the snack area without thinking.
I said, haven't you eaten yet? Luo Jun was eating happily when he suddenly heard an annoying sound.
After stuffing the last bite of grilled cold noodles into his mouth, Luo Jun turned around and saw Han Yuli standing behind him.
Why do I always meet you when I'm in a good mood?
Luo Jun snorted and turned to look in another direction. Where's Ling Xin?
Are you still thinking about her?
Han Yuli snorted coldly. Don't think she takes you seriously just because she said a few words for you in the group.
You and we are not from the same world. Han Yuli glanced at Luo Jun's white wristband and confidently showed his own wristband, which was green.
This means that he is above the third level of the strengthening realm, but has not yet broken through to the Peiyuan realm.
Ling Xin is in front of me. I haven't seen anyone all the way here.
Either she is a practitioner with a higher level than me, or she is past this subject.
No matter which possibility, it means that she is stronger than me. Powerful. You are an unwanted orphan.
Even if you come into contact with Yuan Qi by chance, you can't change your garbage nature. He glanced at the grilled cold noodles he had just finished eating in Luo Jun's hand. Trash, you only deserve to eat this kind of junk food. After saying that, he snorted contemptuously and passed by Luo Jun.
Without Ling Xin present, he didn't even bother to pretend to be his usual high quality.
Luo Jun remained silent, walked to the stall, and picked up a portion of the freshly made grilled cold noodles. That's not yours, the boss was about to dissuade him, but saw Luo Jun already chasing Han Yuli.
The surname is Han.
Han Yuli turned around instinctively and saw a bowl of grilled cold noodles coming towards her.
Puff!
Caught off guard, Han Yuli fell to the ground on his back. Luo Jun rode on him and pressed the roasted cold noodles on Han Yuli's face so hard that the paper bowl was twisted and deformed.
Come on, try some junk food.
The freshly made grilled cold noodles were steaming so hot that Han Yuli screamed, but when he opened his mouth, the soup with chili pepper and vinegar went into his mouth and nose, and the irritating taste made him even more painful. Han Yuli had not been practicing Yuan Qi for long, and he had no actual combat experience. He used to be a pampered young master and had never fought at all.
Although I have now entered the world of cultivation, I am mainly in the realm of breaking through.
Although he did a lot of fighting training for the exam, he didn't have the chance to do it for real, and he didn't know how to deal with such an unexpected situation. For a while, all the fighting skills he had learned were forgotten, and he could only throw wild punches at random, unable to get rid of Luo Jun who was riding on him. At the critical moment, the staff on the side rushed up to pull Luo Jun away and helped Han Yuli, who was still flopping.
Report to the teacher, he hit someone. He must be disqualified from the exam.
Han Yuli's face was already bruised at this time, covered with a mixture of sauce, nosebleeds and tears. He looked embarrassed and funny, pointing at Luo Jun and accusing loudly, this kind of person has violent tendencies and is a cancer in society.
If he is allowed to enter Ningdong University, there will be endless troubles. Stop arguing.
A clear voice interrupted Han Yuli's crying. Luo Jun turned around and found that the person speaking was a cute round-faced girl, who was the one responsible for reception next to the teleportation array. A staff member walked over. Sister Miao, Teacher Su is not here now. Teacher Su is not here, I have the final say. Senior Sister Miao changed her previous business smile, her eyes were fierce, and she burst out with a scary momentum. She glanced at the two of them. Really, being arranged to welcome guests is enough. I'm so tired of having to deal with candidates like this.
Yes.
Han Yuli touched his face, came close to Senior Sister Miao, pointed at Luo Jun and said in support, this kind of person should be disqualified from the exam.
I'm talking about you.
Senior Sister Miao raised her almond-shaped eyes, grabbed Han Yuli's collar, and threw the 1.8-meter high boy out with one hand. Han Yuli couldn't stand still and sat down on the ground with a plop.
Han Yuli was stunned. He couldn't understand why he, the victim, became the one being blamed.
Humph! Senior Sister Miao crossed her arms across her chest and looked at Han Yuli condescendingly. Are you aggrieved?
I don't want to think about what you are here for.
Those who pass this exam may become explorers of other worlds in the future. That is a warrior who has to fight against master monsters from another world, which is not a job that a pampered young master like you can do.
If you get beaten up, beat him back. What a big man, standing behind a little girl like me.
First, he was splashed with grilled cold noodles, and then he was scolded all over his face.
What does this mean? If you get beaten up, beat him back? Han Yuli turned around and glanced at Luo Jun, with a fierce look in his eyes. Luo Jun glared back without showing any signs of weakness and waved his fist. Young Master Han shrank back reflexively. I don't know the same as you.
Han Yuli gritted his teeth and got up, turned around, and left the venue.
Senior sister Meow frowned and said, "Did he abstain from voting?" The staff member next to him said, "He just passed the second round, TCH, can such a person pass?" Senior sister Meow curled her lips disdainfully, "I just said the entrance exam is too easy." "That's right." Luo Jun supported, "If you ask me, I have to make it more difficult in the future, otherwise all the cats and dogs will be classmates with my senior. Wouldn't it be a disgrace to my senior?" Luo Jun had already expected this result. Whether it was the forums he had been browsing in the past 2 days or his previous exchanges with Mr. Yuan, Luo Jun had a concept. In the world of cultivators, as long as it did not involve issues of principle, they basically advocated force and the strong were respected. A green wristband was beaten by a white wristband. Regardless of whether he was right or wrong, he was definitely despised. Senior sister Meow turned to look at Luo Jun, glared and said angrily, "You said he didn't say anything? You are very good at fighting, right?" As she said that, she raised her hand and pointed at the high-level machine puppet in the center of the field. "That thing happens to be empty all the time. Do you want to go up and try? If you pass, that's it. If you fail, you will be remembered for disturbing the discipline of the examination room today, and you will be required to enroll in the school in the future. Leave a mark on the file." As soon as these words came out, the surrounding staff were shocked. "Senior Meow, that is a high-level puppet, and the one corresponding to the first level should also be a blue wristband. There is no way he can get by with a white wristband. I think this guy is pretty good. I just happened to pass by and heard it. It was the one who was beaten who provoked him first. Anyway, he wasn't hurt much. Otherwise, let's just forget about it. Yes, that high-level mechanism puppet is a bit difficult for me to deal with even in my second year." Senior sister Meow snorted coldly, "Don't worry, I won't embarrass him. It doesn't take 5 minutes, just 1 minute." As she said that, she looked at Luo Jun, with a smile on her cute little round face. "How are you doing? Do you dare to go?" Luo Jun chuckled, "Why don't you dare? Thank you, senior sister, for giving me this opportunity." With that said, Luo Jun strode towards the center of the field. What the senior said is worth pondering. Even if he fails, he will still be punished if he enrolls. In other words, if he fails, he will not be disqualified and will still have the opportunity to enroll. So I just wanted to rub off his energy or test his courage. Senior sister Meow didn't seem to expect Luo Jun to agree so happily. A faint light flashed in her almond eyes, and she whispered to the staff next to her, "Go and check the equipment, first gear, training mode, don't have any accidents." Luo Jun stood on the field and watched the staff carefully debugging the equipment. He was very familiar with advanced mechanism puppets. He could solve the battle with just one move and one kick. But that definitely won't work. Master told me not to show off too much. It's a bit difficult to show strength that matches the realm and last for 1 minute. Thinking about countermeasures in his mind, Luo Jun took off his sportswear top and tied it around his waist with 2 sleeves. As the debugging was completed, the machine puppet's eyes lit up, waving its 6 arms, and rushed towards Luo Jun. But Luo Jun didn't accept the move at all, turned around and ran away, taking the huge machine puppet and starting to wander around the field. "I'll go, is that okay?" The white wristband challenge to high-level agency puppets also attracted many candidates to watch. I was expecting this kid to have some countermeasures, but I didn't expect him to be so timid and run so decisively. Only senior sister Meow showed a smile on her face. The right response. When explorers perform tasks in other worlds, they often encounter enemies whose strength far exceeds their own. In such cases, escape is the most appropriate response. However, the speed of high-level mechanism puppets, even in the first gear, is not comparable to that of white wristbands. The venue is more than 10 meters wide and is not too spacious. Can you escape for a full minute? As time passed by, Luo Jun was almost caught by the machine puppet several times, but he was able to avoid it with his flexible movements. However, the machine puppet had a speed advantage due to its height and long arms. As it got closer and closer to Luo Jun, it became increasingly difficult to avoid it. Finally, with 10 seconds left on the timer, Luo Jun was forced into a corner, unable to escape. If you exit the boundary later, it will be considered a failure, but if you move forward, the machine puppet with 6 arms is like a big net covering the front, and there is no chance of breakthrough. That's it for now. Senior sister Mia shook her head. She was already good enough to be able to hold on till this point. Next, she will report this matter to the teacher. She will not count the punishment as a student, but it is just to scare this kid. But this kind of courageous, agile, and clever new kid has unlimited potential. The teacher won't be too embarrassed. Senior sister Meow was thinking in her mind as she saw the mechanism puppet rushing towards Luo Jun.
As for Luo Jun, his eyes suddenly widened and his eyeballs trembled slightly, taking every limb of the machine puppet into his field of vision.
The left arm attacks from above, and the three right arms attack from below. The left arm, the left arm, the left arm, the second arm, the right arm, the second arm and the right arm attack from the lower right. They are blocking both sides. As for the legs, they are in the perfect position, giving no chance to get past. Desperate situation. The monster with 6 arms could completely block human attacks. Unless Luo Jun faced it head-on, he would not be able to win. But a head-on confrontation will inevitably expose his special features. There was light in Luo Jun's eyes and the corners of his mouth raised slightly. Senior sister Meow frowned slightly. Could he still laugh at this time? Just as he was wondering, he saw Luo Jun move his hands. The sportswear around his waist was torn off, and he threw it towards the face of the mechanism puppet. What is this for? The candidates watching the competition looked puzzled. Besides blocking their vision, what else did the fluffy sportswear do? It has been blocked in a blind corner. Even if the machine puppet cannot be seen for a moment, as long as the attack is carried out, it will definitely hit. But then, a shocking scene happened. The mechanism puppet actually retracted its 2 arms and caught the sportswear. No, look at that look, it's blocking. Is the mechanism puppet blocking? Block a tracksuit? And precisely because of the change of moves and blocking, there was a gap in the blockade of the machine puppet. Luo Jun found the opportunity, and when the machine puppet's vision was blocked and lacked response, he leaped up, keeping his whole body parallel to the ground, like a line swimming in mid-air. The big fish got through the gap blocked by the machine puppet. At the same time, the machine puppet blocked the sportswear and threw it to the ground. But at this time, Luo Jun had already landed behind it. Before the mechanism puppet had time to turn around, he swooped up and hit the hard back. Advanced mechanism puppets are much taller than ordinary people, and their metal bodies are also heavier. But it was already at the edge of the ring now, and the momentum of the forward attack had not yet ended. Luo Jun's collision caused the mechanical body to lose its balance, fall forward, and fall out of the ring with a plop. At this point, there are 5 seconds left in the 1-minute time limit. This candidate actually knocked the high-level agency puppet out of the field. Most of the candidates watching the battle were a little confused. In their opinion, this kid just ran away the whole time and managed to catch him at the last moment by catching the machine puppet's flaw. Some candidates with good eyesight saw that the attack of the machine puppet was sharp, and that the last flaw was created by Luo Jun using sportswear, but they did not understand how the sportswear disrupted the rhythm of the machine puppet. Only the seniors who were captured as staff could see the secret. Although the mechanism puppet is powerful, it is a training machine after all. It is not very intelligent and cannot judge the specific lethality of the incoming items. It is a normal reaction for the light sportswear to be regarded as an attack block. But the problem is, only they who often practice with the agency puppets know this. How did this candidate see this weakness? Luo Jun picked up the sportswear on the ground, put it on his shoulders and walked out of the ring. Senior sister Meow walked over. Well played. Senior sister Meow nodded in agreement. You took off your school uniform as soon as you came on the field. Did you plan this tactic from the beginning? Luo Jun nodded. I noticed that when these machine puppets were fighting against some candidates with loose sleeves, their response timing was a little off, so I guessed that they would not be able to judge the truth from the truth, so I wanted to try this method, but I didn't expect it to succeed. Of course Luo Jun couldn't say that he had been sparring with the agency day and night for more than half a month, and he knew even a few screws on this thing by heart, so he thought of the reason in advance. To be honest, he was really a little panicked when he was called by Senior Sister Meow. It is not difficult to defeat the machine puppet. The key is how to win with the strength that a white wristband should have. You actually saw it? Senior Sister Meow looked surprised. You're a very interesting kid. Okay, you passed this subject. Luo Jun grinned. Thank you, Senior Sister. After speaking, he touched his stomach. To be honest, I haven't eaten enough yet. Can I finish eating before leaving? Senior Sister Meow's cheeks twitched, sighed, and waved her hands impatiently. Go ahead. Seeing Luo Jun happily running towards the food stall, the senior in charge of the central arena came over and said, Meow Meow, this is against the rules. He should challenge the surrounding arenas. My system cannot record his results, then go for special approval. Senior Sister Meow said, didn't the little girl from the Ling family just take the second subject and pass the special approval directly? The senior was a little embarrassed. After all, Ling Xin is a master at condensing the mind, and her spirituality is also excellent. High-level puppets are far from rivals, so we can only give special approval. Why does this kid have to do it? He defeated the high-level puppet with his white wristband. Senior Sister Meow glanced at the senior. Do you think he only won by throwing clothes away? Although his hard power is only at the level of the second level of the solid realm. But his mentality when facing a strong enemy, his response timing, and his on-the-spot strategies are all excellent. It can be said that he is at the top of his level. Unlike those monsters whose bones and spirituality are beyond ordinary people, he is a genius of another level. But Teacher Sue's side, Teacher Sue, let me tell you. Senior Sister Meow looked at Luo Jun holding the big squid and smiled slightly. After eating and drinking, Luo Jun left the venue. After leaving the gymnasium, Luo Jun realized that he was already on the main peak of Ningyuan Mountain. Luo Jun has always been curious about why Ningyuan Mountain, as a famous mountain representing Ningdong City, has never been developed into a tourist attraction. He has never heard of anyone climbing here. Looking at it now, it turns out that Ningyuan Mountain is the property of Ningdong University and is also the location of the mysterious Explorer College. The secrets involving vitality and other worlds are naturally not open to ordinary people. The venue for the second exam just now is actually the gymnasium of Explorer College. After leaving the gymnasium, you can still see the teaching buildings, dormitories, canteens, playgrounds and other school facilities. However, unlike other schools, this place is located deep in the mountains and there is rarely flat land, so various buildings are built against the mountains at random heights. The architectural style also follows the classical cornices and brackets. Looking from a distance, one might have thought it was some ancient mountain temple, rather like a martial arts sect in a costume drama. Following the guidance of the senior, we walked along the mountain road and soon came to a valley. There is a small river in the middle of the valley. On the rock walls on both sides, densely packed wooden houses are built, with more than a dozen rows above and below. They look like two buildings standing opposite each other. Although the houses are not neat, their structures are simple and exquisite, and their styles are unified. Doesn't look cluttered. This is the dormitory. The senior introduced. Today's exam has ended. Those who passed the first two exams will have to stay here overnight. The last two exams will be held tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. Accommodation is also provided. Luo Jun looked at the novel mountain dormitory and was quite curious. Senior, aren't there a lot of mosquitoes living here? The senior rolled his eyes at him. As a cultivator, what are you afraid of mosquito bites? When you venture to another world in the future, there will be more powerful poisonous insects than these. If you can't bear this bit of suffering, you might as well go home. Luo Jun chuckled. The senior's lesson is right. Then which one should I go to? Have you seen that suspension bridge? There are many suspension bridges connected between the rock walls on both sides. The senior pointed to the nearest one. The ones on this side of the suspension bridge are all guest rooms. You can just pick one to live in. The door lock is used. The wristband can be released. Just pick? Luo Jun asked curiously. Don't you have roommates? They are all single rooms. The senior curled his lips and said, when the college was first built, the capacity of 3,000 people was used as the standard. But after so many years, it is impossible to recruit so many students. When the number of students was the highest, it was only 2,000. No, there are a lot of empty houses. 3,000? Luo Jun looked carefully. According to the mountain topography, some of these wooden houses were single or in a row, but they were all very small. It stretches all the way to the depths of the valley, covering at least 500 or 600 meters. From this point of view, there must indeed be 3,000 houses. At 5 o'clock in the evening and 6 o'clock tomorrow morning, there will be food in the cafeteria. After breakfast tomorrow, gather at the door of the cafeteria. The teacher for the next exam will take you to the examination room for the third subject. After explaining the precautions, the senior left. Luo Jun climbed up the steps between the mountain walls, found a random room and opened the door. It looks like a very ordinary wooden house. The inside of the house is not spacious. Apart from the bathroom, it is a narrow bedroom. The furniture only has a basic bed, table, and chairs. The total area is only a dozen square meters, which is smaller than his rental house. In a student dormitory, it would be nice to have a single room with these conditions, but also a bicycle. But the house is entirely made of wood. Is it strong? Luo Jun patted the doorframe and found that it felt very solid. You know, his current strength attribute is close to 40, and he has practiced the body training technique to the second level of the solid state. Even without the help of vitality, his strength is 30 to 40 times that of ordinary people. The strength of a casual slap is not bad, but this seems to be weak. The door frame didn't shake at all. It seems that it is not wood, but forged steel. It seems that this is no ordinary wood. Luo Jun went up and smelled it, and there was a faint smell. Could it be materials from another world? A different world. Luo Jun has only experienced one chaos mission.
Mr. Yuan said that it was not a stable different world, but a real different world. Human beings can arrange teams to explore in a planned way, and even take root in it and develop their forces.
But these are not things Luo Jun should worry about now. I ate too many snacks in the sports tube and stopped eating in the evening.
Luo Jun was lying on the bed, using his inner breath to strengthen his energy while taking out his mobile phone to browse the forum. According to Master, there are currently about 150,000 registered Yuan Qi practitioners in Cathay, which is basically 1/10,000th of the number of ordinary people. However, the vast majority of them are just practitioners of the strengthening realm. After all, if you reach the Peiyuan realm, you will be forced to participate in the chaos mission. Therefore, most cultivators only practice the strengthening realm to strengthen their body and work as back-office clerks in organizations such as the Yuanqiu Society. Even if they have the opportunity, they will not try to break through. But this does not prevent them from caring about major events in the extraordinary world. The forum is still quite lively every day. The hottest posts must be big news in the circle, such as the hottest posts right now. Martial Arts is shocked. The leader of the Tianmen sect has issued a letter of challenge to the sword masters Wu Taixian, agreeing to a decisive battle in the ancient city of Mabe on September 16. Wild Wilderness, Ling Yao successfully hunted the Qishui Jiajiang dragon, and no one can challenge his status as the number one person after becoming an immortal. Chaos, Situzhen successfully led the team to clear the Class A mission, and killed the Neptune Emperor's projection and received a perfect rating. The Holy See wants to purchase Neptune Emperor's information, and the two parties are currently negotiating. Yu Hao, the Marrow Hunter who was ranked 9th on the most wanted list, was arrested, and Zhugeqi of the Powashan branch recorded the first crime. The above are all news posts officially released by the forum. Those with parentheses in front of them indicate major events that happened in another world. Those without them are news from the main world. Wait, Ling Yao? Luo Jun noticed a familiar name inside. I am the strongest hunter, Ling Yao. This is a promotional line for his long-awaited movie, Wild Hunt. It was a science fiction movie, telling the story of humans fighting monsters on a wild planet. Because he had been training during this period, he had forgotten about the movie. Unexpectedly, he saw the name of the male protagonist in the forum, and looking at the post, he was also a powerful hunter. If this is not a coincidence, does it mean that the story in the movie really happened? Luo Jun rolled his eyes. If the story of exploring another world could be made into a movie, it would be a good way to make money. After all, the monsters in the other world are real. Using some real battle images and slightly processing them will make them more realistic than computer special effects, and the cost will be much lower. These Vitality practitioners are so good at playing. If you have a chance, you should watch the Wild Hunt movie, go on an adventure in this wild world, go on a Holy Land tour or something. After reading the post, Luo Jun continued to scroll down and soon saw news related to himself. Thanks to Zuikarin for the 100 starting coins. Now is the admissions season, and the entrance exams of several major explorer colleges are also very popular. There are many related posts in the forum. Currently taking exams, in addition to Ningdong College and Powashan College started the exam one day earlier than them and has completed the third subject today. The third section of Puhua Mountain is to go deep into the forest where strange animals are active and find the treasures in it. Those strange beasts are all raised in Puhua Mountain. Although their ferocity is greatly reduced, they are still very dangerous. Depending on the realm, the treasures candidates need to find are buried in different locations. The deeper they go, the more powerful the alien beasts are. In this exam, the seed player Zhuge went all the way to the center, obtained treasures under the siege of many strange beasts, and received the highest score. It also comes with a short surveillance video. In the center of the screen, a girl with shoulder-length hair is standing in the jungle. Facing the attacks of monsters, her body flashes frequently. She can appear in different places every time, relying on her extraordinary skills. Bypassed the monster. This is no longer a movement skill, Luo Jun replayed it. There is no movement track at all. Is it an instantaneous movement? The Peiyuan realm obviously does not have this function, which shows that Zhuge has reached the Ningxin realm and has his own unique ability. It's so frustrating to compare people to each other. They're both candidates, so why is there such a huge gap? Continuing to scroll down, Luo Jun's eyes suddenly lit up. A new talent appears in Ningdong College, and candidates with white wristbands challenge high-level agency puppets. Click on it and take a look. There is a short video attached below the simple content. It is the scene of him fighting the puppet. The video is only about 30 seconds long. The poster probably started recording it halfway through. The first 20 seconds are all about Luo Jun escaping, and the last 10 seconds are about him pushing the machine puppet out of the field. This post is not very popular, but there are sporadic replies below. Yunjo and I Songgu, what's so great about this? Just keep running. I can change a light bulb, didn't you finish reading the one upstairs? This guy finally pushed out the high-level mechanism puppet. Brother Song from Yunjo, I see, what's so great about a first-class high-level mechanism puppet? This stupid guy can do it alone. Look at life with a smile. It's not easy to do this with a white wristband, but I think this guy has potential. Brother Yunjo Chinson, he has a lot of potential. Just look at his actions and you will know that this guy has ordinary bones and intelligence. Even if he is a little smart, he will be given free money in the future. I guess he may not be good at the last two subjects. 10 yuan and 3 pounds at Yunjo, your brother Song. That's quite a loud tone. Which college are you a talented student in? Brother Song from Yunjo, the academy is where you nerds go, and the Real Masters get their training in actual combat. Generally speaking, everyone's evaluation of him is pretty good. As for Yunjo, Brother Song has always been the opposite, but such internet trolls can be found everywhere, and Luo Jun doesn't care too much. Having said that, this troll is right. In the world of vitality cultivation, bone spirituality and amplification are the first talents. Luo Jun's talents are very ordinary, and this post cannot arouse the interest of many people. The playback volume is not high, and it syncs after refreshing a few times. It didn't matter to Luo Jun. As long as he practiced hard, he would have many opportunities to become famous in the future. Go to bed early, get up early tomorrow and have an exam. Early the next morning, Luo Jun happily showed off his meal in the cafeteria. I have to say that the food here is really good, from the daily porridge buns and tofu to Western-style bread and ham cakes, from the people-friendly pancakes and fruit-hot dry noodles, to the more upscale roast duck steak and caviar. Basically everything you can think of for breakfast can be found here. Luo Jun picked up 2 large plates full of various meals, and while he was feasting, a man sat opposite him. Take 2 more bites. The annoying voice reached Luo Jun's ears. Han Yuli sneered and hummed, this may be your last meal. Luo Jun frowned and looked up at Han Yuli, want to fight? I'm always with you. It's a matter of life and death. I'm not an orphan like you, I don't know the rules. Han Yuli snorted coldly, you don't know, right? It is an annual practice that starting from the 3rd exam, the difficulty will rise sharply, and the candidates may even face life dangers. Danger? Each other. Luo Jun didn't like people calling him an orphan, but the plate was too clean. He subconsciously turned his head to see if there were any dishes that were heavy in smell, hot and difficult to wash, over there. The spicy soup seems good. To each other? Han Yuli didn't seem to notice Luo Jun's intention and smiled slightly, I'm different from you. I came prepared. Ha? Ling Xin. Before Luo Jun could get up to get spicy soup, Han Yuli had already stood up and chased a beautiful figure passing by not far away. Luo Jun turned around and saw this guy calling out to Ling Xin who was preparing her meal. His expression was like a peacock spreading its tail. You run fast. Luo Jun snorted. Suddenly he noticed that Ling Xin glanced at him and sighed slightly, with a look of disappointment in her eyes. Are you looking at me? Luo Jun looked around to make sure there was no one else around him. Then he looked at Ling Xin, who had gotten rid of Han Yuli's entanglement and looked elsewhere. Is it an illusion? Luo Jun scratched his head. No, there is obviously some disappointment in his eyes. I have advanced, what is there to be disappointed about? Being confused by Ling Xin's eyes, she even forgot to look for the squad leader who had escaped into the crowd. At 8 o'clock sharp, all the candidates who had passed the first 2 subjects gathered in the open space at the entrance of the cafeteria. Luo Jun took a rough look around and found that there were about 600 people who had passed this level. This year, more than 1,200 people took the exam. In other words, half of the contestants were eliminated in the first 2 subjects. You must know that those who can get the admission ticket have gone through a round of screening and are considered elites. In this way, half of them have been eliminated, which shows how difficult the exam is. According to previous year's experience, the final pass rate is only about 20%, which amounts to more than 200 people. In other words, more than half of the candidates present will be eliminated in the next two subjects.
The candidates stood in a square formation under the organization, and several young staff members helped record everyone's admission ticket.
After the final confirmation, a woman with a lazy temperament stood in front of the line. She looks very young, probably less than 30 years old, with a slim figure and a good face, but her long hair is messy. Her top seems to have been washed many times, with some fluff and fading. The hem and collar are loose, and half of her shoulders are inadvertently exposed. The lower body is a pair of jeans that have been washed white and are also loose and deformed. If it weren't for the belt with some holes, the pants would probably fall off. Paired with a pair of slippers and sleepy eyes, this slovenly appearance makes it difficult for people to associate her with a college teacher. The lazy girl yawned, wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, took out a note from her pocket, and read feebly, "Hello everyone, congratulations on clearing the second game, but please don't be proud.
What's next? What awaits you is the real test.
I am the examiner of your third exam." Having said this, she was stunned for a moment, turned over the note in her hand, and then read, "Jody, hey, even if you read the manuscript, you don't have to read your own name too." The candidates had black marks all over their heads, and the three big words "unreliable" seemed to appear behind the examiner.
I am a theoretical instructor of the creationists. After enrolling in school, if there are people who follow the path of the creationists, you can ask me for advice. Of course, it is best not to ask for advice. The last sentence is definitely not in the manuscript.
Okay. Next, about the rules for the third exam, Yuchodi turned another page, looked at the densely packed words at the bottom of the manuscript, frowned slightly, then raised her hand to greet a staff member, and handed the manuscript to him. "You tell, it's too troublesome to put the responsibility on the students." The staff members were also students who were caught working hard and did not dare to disobey the teacher's instructions. They took the manuscript and began to explain the rules. The content of the third exam is to capture fugitives. The examination venue is at Confused Peak, one of the three main peaks of Ningyuan Mountain.
The mountain has complex terrain and numerous trees.
There are 300 extraordinary criminals who have been arrested and brought to justice.
These criminals have been banned and cannot leave the designated area of activity, nor can they open the treasure box. Each criminal carries a scorecard. Depending on their strength, the score ranges from 1 to 5 points.
What you have to do is enter Confusion Peak, find these criminals, and seize the scorecards in their hands.
Candidates of different levels need to capture different points cards. The white wristband corresponds to 1 point, and the gold wristband corresponds to 5 points. Candidates need to capture the corresponding scorecards.
Those with gray wristbands do not need to capture the scorecards, as long as they keep them on the mountain.
If you have your own wristband and survive until the end of the exam, you will pass.
The examination time is from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m., a total of 12 hours.
No communication equipment is allowed into the examination room. After the examination, candidates who receive the corresponding score plate will pass the examination. There are a few things you need to pay attention to during the exam.
1. When settling scores, each candidate only counts one scorecard, so it is meaningless to win low-difficulty scorecards, and the school does not encourage this behavior. 2. Regardless of whether you have obtained a scorecard or not, you are not allowed to leave the venue before the end of the exam. Your wristband has pulse monitoring and positioning functions. Once you are found to have left the exam area early, you will be disqualified from the exam.
3. While you are hunting the prisoners will also try to snatch your wristbands.
After this test, if the prisoners keep their scorecards and get your wristbands at the same time, they will receive a corresponding reduction in sentence. 4. The examination room is divided into 4 areas from top to bottom. The higher the score, the smaller the range of activities of prisoners, closer to the top of the mountain. Therefore, after entering the examination room, please choose the appropriate area for activities according to your own situation. If you enter if the range of activities exceeds your own level, the wristband will issue a reminder. 5th, and the most important point, this exam does not restrict any fighting methods within the rules.
The lives of candidates and prisoners will be in danger.
Prisoners participate voluntarily.
Candidates must sign a life and death certificate to participate in the exam.
Of course, if you are afraid of danger, you can also choose to give up the exam. It is completely voluntary.
It's starting to get more difficult. Luo Jun smiled slightly.
The first 2 subjects were all about playing around, and it was only in subject 3 that the real fun started. After all, explorers are a profession that deals with death all year round, so it would be unjustifiable if the entrance exam was not life-threatening. Obviously, all the candidates present also understood this truth. In the end, only 2 gray wristbands who happened to be sick chose to withdraw. Speaking of which, practitioners of Yuan Qi rarely get sick. First, their physiques have been strengthened and their immune systems are far superior to those of ordinary people. Secondly, the vitality running in the body also has the effect of regulating the body and dispelling diseases. The candidates who agreed to take the exam all signed the agreement. After the student acting as a staff member gathered them, they came to Yuchioti's side, only to find that the real examiner was leaning against the corner and fell asleep, with a transparent snot bubble rising and falling along with the slight snoring. Small. Is this guy really a teacher? Finally, led by Yuchioti who woke up, everyone arrived at the bottom of Confusion Peak. Confusion Peak is different from the steep Trial Peak. The mountain here is relatively gentle, but it covers a much larger area. There are various strange rocks, trees, ravines and streams on the mountain. The terrain is extremely complicated. It is easy for ordinary people to get lost when entering the mountain, hence the name. There is a circle of barbed wire surrounding the bottom of Confusion Peak, and there are monitoring and sensing devices at every other section to prevent stray people from entering and exiting, leaving only a few entrances and exits. Candidates are gathering at the largest entrance to wait. At 10 o'clock, the candidates entered the examination room on time. For this exam, Confusion Peak is divided into 4 areas: top, upper, middle, and lower. The top of the mountain corresponds to 5-point prisoners, which is the hunting target of Ningxinjing candidates. The upper level corresponds to 3 and 4-point prisoners, which is the prey for candidates of the Peiyuan realm. The middle level corresponds to 2 points, corresponding to the green wristbands of the 3rd level and above of the solid realm, and the bottom level is 1 point, corresponding to the white wristbands of ordinary people and those who have just entered the solid realm. Regardless of whether they are candidates or prisoners, those from the Guban realm still account for the majority, so the middle and lower classes account for a large proportion and are divided relatively finely. After entering the examination room, the candidates with green wristbands and above immediately began to climb up. It was meaningless for them to stay at the bottom. Soon nearly half of the candidates disappeared. As for the rest, they were either ordinary people or rookies who were just learning about Yuan Qi. Everyone was not in a hurry to disperse. Everyone with gray wristbands, listen to me. A boy wearing glasses stood up. We are different from those who can use their vitality. We don't have the pressure of points. As long as we can survive until the end of the exam, that's it. So, I propose that we gray wristbands unite so that those prisoners don't dare to hunt us. There are more than 200 gray-banded candidates among the candidates. Although their individual combat effectiveness is weak, the numerical advantage gathered together is enough to scare away the 1-point prisoners in the lower area. This proposal was immediately supported by many people. Yes, we don't need to hunt prisoners. We can just unite and find a place to hold our ground. We don't even have to choose a place. We can just stay at the entrance and go out directly after the exam. Not beautiful. However, there are still some gray wristbands who are unwilling to stay put and choose to leave the large army and find a place to hide on their own. As for those white wristbands, they began to explore the forest while envying those gray wristbands without performance pressure. This also includes Luo Jun. Brother, are you forming a team? A somewhat familiar voice came from behind. Luo Jun looked back and saw that it was the red-haired brother who had spoken to him when he was climbing the trial stone steps yesterday. To be honest, I don't have a deep impression of Luo Jun. I only remember him because of his red hair. Team up? Luo Jun was stunned. That's right. The red-haired boy ran over. He was wearing a purple t-shirt today. He was accompanied by a cute girl with twin tails and a burly man over 1.9 meters tall. Let me introduce myself. My name is Chen Ran, this girl's name is Sukiki, and this big guy's name is Cheng Yen. We are all at the 2nd level of the solid realm, and Cheng Yen has reached a bottleneck. If he were not afraid of delaying the exam, he would have broken through last week. Luo Jun, he just broke through to the 2nd level of Guban realm. After getting to know each other, the red-haired Chen Ran smiled and said, Brother Luo, remember? We talked about the first exam. I also saw the scene when you defeated the high-level agency puppet in the 2nd exam. You are our masters at this level, let's join forces. Each of us has to hunt a prisoner, right? Luo Jun asked curiously, what are the benefits of forming a team? Chen Ran looked at Luo Jun and said, you must be a casual cultivator who has not been exposed to Yuan Qi for a long time, right?
Luo Jun nodded calmly. How can you tell? Hey, the reason why they are prisoners is because they are all extremely vicious guys.
Chen Ran shook his head. These gangs of people who rely on superpowers to commit crimes are not comparable to ordinary criminals in terms of their methods and ferocity. Although the academy has arranged for us, we met opponents with similar strength, but in actual battle, those prisoners were stronger than us.
Luo Jun thought about the same truth.
Even if they are ordinary people are still in danger when facing criminals. Seeing that Luo Jun was somewhat persuaded, Chen Ran continued to add, and these criminals entered the examination room before us, so they will definitely be able to familiarize themselves with the terrain and make traps in advance.
They will even form a team to hunt us.
In this case, it's not wise to fight alone. And when we work together as a team and cooperate with each other, it is easier to find prey. The speaker was Su Kiki, a cute girl with twin tails. She wrinkled her little nose. For example, I have a very good nose. After concentrating my energy, you can smell very subtle differences in odors.
And me.
The tall Chang Yenshi said in a low voice. He pointed at his feet. I am very sensitive to vibrations.
If there is someone moving nearby, I can feel it immediately. After listening to the introductions of the two people, Luo Jun was a little puzzled. Aren't these senses that can be strengthened by concentrating one's energy?
It's different. Chen Ran was even more certain that Luo Jun was just starting out, and patiently explained, the energy concentrated in the corresponding parts can indeed strengthen the corresponding body functions, but the talents of different people are different. For example, Coco, her nose is strengthened by the vitality, and her sense of smell is much stronger than that of the ordinary solid state.
This is her talent. This difference will continue to be magnified as the state improves.
When she reaches the condensing state, it is possible to develop her own unique abilities. On the other hand, for many masters in the condensation realm, their unique skills have already begun to emerge when they are in the solid realm. Chen Ran smiled and bulged the muscles in his arms. By the way, my specialty is explosive power. Compared with practitioners of the same realm, when I activate my vitality, the assistance is much stronger, but the consumption of vitality is also higher. That's it. Luo Jun thought for a while, and he really didn't feel anything special. Mainly because he had never compared it with others of the same level before, and his master had never mentioned this.
I don't seem to have any special skills. Stop being modest. Chen Ran smiled and patted Luo Jun on the shoulder. Your Qinggong is not a specialty.
I have never seen such a light consolidated realm.
It seems that Luo Jun's performance on the trial stone steps left a deep impression on Chen Ran.
That leap, which relied purely on strength, was understood by him as some kind of light gong technique.
Okay, I'll join.
Luo Jun felt that what Chen Ran said made sense. Although he claimed to be stronger than those in the same realm, he had never really fought against anyone, especially when faced with the life and death battle of extraordinary criminals. It's better to be careful.
Okay. Then our team of 4 is officially established. Chen Ran laughed and said, as long as we work together, we will definitely pass the exam.
Just when Luo Jun was mentioning 3 teammates, the battle between the candidates and the prisoners had already begun in the upper area. A candidate with a purple wristband, with a strong body protecting aura rising from his body, was fighting a strong prisoner with a collar around his neck.
Both of them were good at melee combat.
They fought hard, and the examinee was so hardy that he didn't notice at all that there was a prisoner with a cold temperament hidden in the jungle not far away. The prisoner paid attention to the battlefield, broke off a branch in his hand, and wrapped it with vitality. Under his exquisite control, the vitality attached to the branches became sharp, like an armor-piercing arrow.
The man aimed his armor-piercing arrow at the 2 men who were fighting fiercely.
The strong prisoner who was fighting seemed to have received some signal, and suddenly showed a flaw. His figure flashed, and the examinee seized the opportunity to pursue him and adjusted his position. But he showed his back to the cold prisoner. The cold prisoner took action decisively, and the branches shot out, hitting the candidates directly. At this moment, a golden light swept across and knocked the branch to the ground. Only then did the examinee notice that there was a sneak attack, and immediately got out of the fight and remained on full alert.
Thank you for your help.
The candidate turned his head and shouted behind him. After a while, a girl wearing jeans walked out of the bushes.
It was Ling Xin. You're welcome, I'm just passing by. I can help with a little effort.
After saying that, Ling Xin was about to pass the candidates with purple wristbands and continue walking up the mountain. As soon as he finished speaking, 5 prisoners sprang out from the surrounding trees. The number plates on their chests were all 4 points, and 6 people surrounded the 2.
6 people? The purple wristband candidates suddenly became nervous. You gang of prisoners are actually united together? Isn't this normal?
The cold man chuckled. We were released into the mountains at midnight last night, several hours ahead of you in preparation.
It's only your fault that you have no brains and dared to come to the upper level alone. This girl is pretty. Another short and fat prisoner licked his tongue. Don't use your evil thoughts.
A tall, middle-aged prisoner snorted coldly. Although the college tells us that we can kill people, don't forget what's around your neck. If you do unnecessary things, there's no guarantee that those guys won't fall out.
I know. The pudgy prisoner swallowed and looked at Ling Xin greedily. 2 children.
The cold prisoner stepped forward and seemed to be the leader of the group. Our goal is just to reduce the sentence. We have no grievances and no grudges. There is no need to fight to the death. As long as you can take the initiative to remove the wristbands, come down and I can let you leave safely. He was telling the truth, including the sneak attack just now, and he didn't target the vital points. Although these students sign life and death certificates, rational prisoners did not want to really go on a killing spree, especially in the upper level area. Candidates with blue and purple wristbands must have good training conditions and probably have some background. If lives are at risk, the family masters behind them will not cause trouble to the academy, but they may not spare these prisoners who take action. This was an opportunity to reduce their sentences, and the prisoners didn't want to cause trouble. But obviously, the candidates did not appreciate their good intentions. Humph, there is no way for me to surrender. The boy with the purple wristband was resolute and unyielding, with a protective aura rising from his body. I'm sorry, girl, it's me who has caused you trouble. Smelly and hard. The cold man snorted coldly and looked at Ling Xin. Little sister, you look like a smart person. Ling Xin glanced at a few people and raised her hands to roll up the wide sleeves of her denim jacket, revealing a golden wristband. You want this? Gold wristband? Several prisoners were shocked. The difficulty of cultivating the Ningxin state is far more difficult than consolidating the foundation and cultivating the essence. To break through the Ningxin state requires not only talent, hard work, and luck, but also opportunity, inspiration, and sufficient preparation. They knew many masters who could reach this level, but this was the first time they met one at this age. So what if Ning Xinjing? The stocky man who fought with purple wristband before snorted. Ning Xinjing at this age must be a quick product. Her foundation is not strong, and her abilities may not be mastered. We can't defeat her with our combined efforts? After the others were surprised, they also showed disdain on their faces and looked eager to try. Obviously, they didn't take this yellow-haired girl seriously. Wait. The cold man stopped them with a wave of his hand, and smiled at Ling Xin. I am too blind to see the mountain. Please continue up the mountain. Your real opponent is there. This cold man seemed to have a high prestige. The others were slightly startled when they heard his words, but they still followed through. Ling Xin did not continue walking, but looked back at the purple wristband. You'd better hand over the wristband, they won't give you a hard time. What? The wristband was stunned. What do you mean? This is your exam, I won't help. Ling Xin said calmly, you can't handle 6 of them by yourself. Rather than fighting hard and getting injured or even dying, it's better to admit defeat. Are you asking me to give up just like that? The wristband looked dissatisfied. I came all the way from Shunqing to take the exam, not just to give up. The exam has been over since you were surrounded. Ling Xin glanced at the boy. Explorers are not just about the level of the realm, but more importantly, the ability to deal with problems. You don't have enough strength, and you don't have a cool head. You are destined to fail this exam. After saying that, Ling Xin walked towards the mountain. When passing by the cold man, he said softly, he's very angry and he comes from Shunqing. The cold man nodded, understood, I have a sense of discretion. After saying that, Ling Xin continued to walk up the mountain, leaving behind only the screams of the purple wristband candidates who were being beaten. The 6 people quickly knocked down the boy and took away the wristband. The stocky man asked, Boss, why did you let that woman go so easily? The cold man snorted coldly, don't you want to ask for information? In this exam, Ningdong University only has 2 Ning Xinjing candidates. One is the 3rd son of the Lei family in Peian City. Ning Xinjing made a breakthrough at the beginning of the year. One is the Golden Blade Witch. Golden Blade Witch? This name made several prisoners take a breath. She is so young? The cold man shook his head. I didn't believe it just now. According to the news, it must have been 4 or 5 years since she broke through the Ningxin state. When I heard that she came to take the exam, I thought she was a woman in her late 30s.
I didn't expect this. Young. 4 or 5 years? The pudgy man swallowed. Then when she broke through, she was only 13 or 14 years old, a junior high school student? What kind of talent is this? It's not just talent. The tall middle-aged prisoner gritted his teeth and said, there must be a huge force behind it. So you can't afford to offend him. The cold man shrugged his shoulders and kicked the unconscious purple wristband on the ground. This kid is not a young man. We have to be more careful when hunting. It is best not to kill anyone. As he said that, he glanced in the direction of the top of the mountain. Those people on the top of the mountain, please wish yourselves good luck. Thanks to Zweikarin for the 200 starting coins. Thank you all for your recommendations and monthly votes. At the junction of the middle area and the upper area, Han Yuli walked concealed in the forest, always paying attention to the movements around him. Here, prisoners ranging from 2 to 4 points may appear, so he moves extremely carefully and seems a bit sneaky. Why does Han Yuli appear here? This starts from the beginning of the year. Half a year ago, Han Yuli was just an ordinary person. At the beginning of the year, Yuan Xiuhui came to visit him and did some basic quality tests on Han Yuli on the grounds of enrollment. But unlike what he boasted before, the final test result was unqualified. Normally, preparatory candidates who fail the test will have their memories erased. But that day, I don't know whether it was a staff error or an equipment problem. Han Yuli's memory was not cleared, and he was left with memories related to Explorer Academy. Han Yuli has always been arrogant, thinking that he was born to be a master. Failure to pass the assessment made him feel frustrated. Now that he knows the world outside the secular world, how can he be willing not to pursue it? But as an ordinary person, he has lost his qualifications. In order to successfully obtain the admission ticket, he can only take another path. Become a vitality practitioner. Under Han Yuli's persuasion, his wealthy businessman father finally found a powerful Yuan Qi practitioner through many connections and paid him a lot of money to teach his son Yuan Qi. However, this cultivator seemed to have little interest in worldly money. Han Yuli and his son visited him several times, lowering their posture and saying nice things before the master finally relented. He met Han Yuli alone and looked at his bones. After the gift, a request was made. You can accept him as a disciple, but Han Yuli has to do something for him in the entrance examination of Ningdong University. Accomplishing this will ensure that he will become a transcendent and a superior practitioner in the future. If he doesn't agree, then this master will help Han Yuli and his father clear their memories related to the extraordinary world and completely cut off their thoughts. It should be here. Han Yuli looked around cautiously. Suddenly, a stone flew over and hit him on the butt. Han Yuli was startled, lowered his head to pick up the stone, and found a strange symbol engraved on it. He turned around and looked in the direction where the pebbles were flying, which was the upper area. Han Yuli swallowed and mustered up the courage to grope over. When passing a bush, he suddenly felt a strong force sucking him in. Wow! Han Yuli screamed in horror, but a big hand covered his mouth. What are you shouting for? You're going to die. A scolding made Han Yuli calm down. He looked up and saw that the person holding him down was a burly, unshaven middle-aged man with a 4-pointer on his chest. Points card. Han Yuli took out a photo from his pocket, compared it, and then breathed a sigh of relief. Uncle Wu? Wu Yid nodded, and then looked at Han Yuli with a hint of disdain in his eyes. Why did my junior brother accept a disciple like you? You only know how to bark when things happen, and you are not calm at all. What your uncle taught you is, Han Yuli smiled in apology, raised his head and looked around. Don't worry, I've done the investigation, and there is no surveillance here. The confusion peak is so big, it's impossible for the surveillance to cover all of it, and there are many blind spots. Wu Yid snorted and took out a 3-point scoreboard from his arms. The cards are too eye-catching for you, so I gave you a 3-pointer. The man has been killed and is lying in the grass over there. You can go and see the scene later. If someone asks you about the process, you can answer it. Come up. Master Uncle is still thoughtful. Han Yuli smiled happily and reached for the scorecard, but Wu Yid stopped his hand and pointed to his neck. Do business first. Oh, yes, yes. Han Yu nodded repeatedly, put out a pair of gloves, and took out a folded piece of golden paper from his shoes. After unfolding, it was a talisman. The texture on it was faintly gleaming. Obviously, not an ordinary paint. A barrier-breaking talisman of legendary quality? Wu Yid's eyes lit up. No wonder junior brother is so confident. Taking the talisman, Wu Yid attached it to his collar and slowly injected vitality into it. As a flash of light lit up, the collar clicked open. Successful. Wu Yid's eyes flashed with gold.
He had been in prison for many years and dreamed of freedom every day. Unexpectedly, his dream came true today. Congratulations, uncle, for regaining your freedom.
Han Yuli responded. It's not that simple.
Wu Yud thought carefully. This barrier-breaking talisman is very advanced and has been specially modified to temporarily simulate the breath of living creatures, so the backstage will not realize that I have escaped from trouble for the time being, but if I throw it here, they will soon notice that something is wrong. When the time comes to adjust the surveillance and find that you have come this way, they will not be able to tell clearly.
What should we do? Han Yuli panicked.
I'll take this collar with me first and deal with it when we're far away.
You should also quickly return to the lower area and hide it. We'll pretend we've never seen each other before.
After saying that, Wu Yud took the collar and was about to leave.
Wait a minute, uncle.
I have a small request. Han Yuli stopped Wu Yud and took out another photo.
It showed the head of a boy in school uniform. It was only 1 inch in size and seemed to be from a school. Cropped from a large photo.
This person also came to take the exam. He is my mortal enemy.
Han Yuli gritted his teeth and said, Uncle, can you help me deal with him?
Wu Yud glanced sideways at Han Yuli. Take a photo of a boy with you.
What's your boy's hobby?
I didn't bring this photo because of him. Han Yuli's face darkened.
Oh, it seems there is a girl in the photo.
Wu Yud looked at the profile picture on the photo with a I understand expression on his face.
What kind of strength does this boy have? Just white wristbands. That's not as good as you?
Wu Yud looked at Han Yuli with even more contempt. Such a small character actually wants me to do something. After all, I'm also a candidate, so it's not convenient for me to do anything. Han Yuli didn't say a word about the fact that he let this white wristband slap his face with cold noodles.
Wu Yud looked at Han Yuli and narrowed his eyes. You know, although I have reached the 4th level of Peiyuan realm, there are many masters of condensing mind among the teachers in the academy.
In this case, the risk is not small if I help you kill someone.
Ah.
I heard that my uncle's son is studying in elementary school in Shuncheng. Han Yuli looked at Wu Yud and said slowly, it seems, the 6th Road Primary School in Taidong District?
Wu Yud's eyes suddenly became sharp. You dare to threaten me?
Feeling a real murderous aura pressing on the top of his head, Han Yuli saw sweat on his forehead and couldn't help but tremble all over. He swallowed, squeezed out a smile and said, how dare I threaten my uncle? I mean, my little brother will soon be entering junior high school.
I have a house in Shuncheng.
Although it is not big, it has a good environment and is adjacent to a famous school. Looking at Han Yuli's smiling face, Wu Yud put away his murderous intent, remained silent for a few seconds, and reached out to take the photo.
Make a deal. The 4 members of Luo Jun's team were walking through the jungle in Xiaoqing district. The leader is Cheng Yan.
Not only can he feel the vibrations on the ground to detect the enemy's situation, but his tall stature also gives him powerful strength, which is best suited for dealing with emergencies. Behind him was Su Kiki. This girl's fighting ability was a little weaker, but she relied on her sense of smell and cooperated with Cheng Yan in front to be able to detect nearby movements at the first time. As for Luo Jun and Chen Ran, they were protecting Su Kiki from behind, one on the left and the other on the right. Chen Ran is very confident in his explosive power, and his personality also likes close combat. As for Luo Jun, he is the most flexible in everyone's eyes, and the two of them are suitable for the queen.
Luo Jun was also happy to be misunderstood.
Because his skills could not be exposed, he originally planned to reduce the number of head-to-head battles with others. He knew how to use light skills and relied on flexibility to deal with people, which was a good way to hide his direction. Walking close to the middle floor, Cheng Yan suddenly frowned and signaled a few people to take cover.
He leaned down and felt the ground. 50 to 100 meters ahead, there are people moving. The footsteps are quite messy. There should be no less than 3 people. Su Kiki raised his nose and took a sniff. There is indeed someone there, and I've never smelled it before. It's very miscellaneous, so he shouldn't be a candidate. A group of prisoners with more than 3 people? Chen Ran looked ahead. It seems to be the junction of the middle level and the lower level. Could it be the middle level prisoners? Let me go take a look. Luo Jun raised his legs and jumped up to a big tree nearby. As agile as a monkey, he climbed to the top in twos and looked down from a high position. I saw 3 prisoners with collars about 70 or 80 meters ahead, moving furtively. The place they were in was close to the edge, but still at the lower level. Luo Jun gestured downwards, as if he had found prey, then gestured with 3 fingers, and then gestured to the lower level. Are there 3 prisoners in the lower area? Chen Ran was very excited. Just in time, we have the numerical advantage, go up and kill them. Wait a minute, look at Luo Jun. Tsukiki pointed at the tree. Chen Ran looked up and found Luo Jun waving his hand to signal them not to move rashly. Something is wrong. Luo Jun looked at the three prisoners in the distance and felt that their movements were a bit strange. Normally, candidates search for prisoners, and prisoners should also be looking for candidates. In the complex jungle, everyone should proceed carefully and try to avoid staying in the same place for too long. But these three prisoners were different. They were moving back and forth within a range of about 10 meters. It looked like they were circling in circles. If they are tired, they should rest where they are. If they are searching for candidates, they should just pass by and leave quickly. What does it mean to wander around in circles without resting or leaving? Luo Jun thought about it and found only one possibility. They are deliberately making noisy noises to lure prey into taking the bait. That's a trap. Thinking of this, Luo Jun motioned to the people below to wait for him, then opened the treasure box and took out a fleshy tentacle. The troll's tongue, which was the reward he got in the last mission. The collars sealed the prisoners' treasure boxes, but the examination room had no restrictions on candidates in this regard, which meant that the use of treasure chests was allowed. After all, for cultivators above the Peiyuan realm, the noble phantasm is also part of their own strength, and the more advanced the noble phantasm is, the greater the consumption of vitality will be when used. Depending on its different functions, there are often some side effects. He is not strong enough and cannot control high-level noble phantasms. Therefore, the school is not worried about some candidates passing the exam with the help of high-level treasures given by their teachers. But the school probably didn't expect that some of the candidates with white wristbands would actually get the treasure box in advance. What is he doing? Tsukiki asked curiously. It seems that he took out something? Isn't it a noble phantom? Impossible. Chen Ran waved his hand and said, there is no treasure box in the solid realm. Besides, even if he does bring the treasure phantom in, the burden of using the treasure phantom is too heavy in our current realm. It's like handing a large caliber pistol to a 6-year-old child. Even if he can pull the trigger, he won't be able to withstand the recoil. But before he finished speaking, Luo Jun on the tree waved his hand forward, and a tentacle shot out, stabbing a big tree more than 20 meters away. Luo Jun jumped down from the treetop. Following the contraction of his tentacles, he swung to the tree. It's really a treasure. The three people below were stunned. Landing accurately on the tree, Luo Jun pulled out the bone spur that pierced the trunk. To be honest, he could jump over a distance of more than 20 meters on his own, but his strength was difficult to control and his accuracy was difficult to guarantee. Secondly, the branch he stepped on may not be able to withstand such a strong force. Using this tongue, he can position accurately and make little movement, which is easier than jumping over by himself. As for being found in possession of a noble phantasm, he was not worried. The matter of being sucked into the Chaos mission was officially registered, and was even made into a post by Sasha that made the headlines. Many people in the circle knew about it. He didn't hide the fact that he had obtained the treasure box. It would be reasonable to take out any treasure box now. Getting closer to the three guys, Luo Jun observed carefully and finally found some clues. Above the spot where the three prisoners circled, something seemed to be hidden in the dense canopy, which was not clearly visible from this angle. Luo Jun compared it, found another tree, and raised his hand. When the troll's tongue is used, the fleshy root will cover Luo Jun's hand, making it look like they are growing together. As long as the energy is poured into it, it can be ejected. The strength increases with the amount of energy poured into it, and one shot consumes up to 10 breaths. At least 2 breaths. Luo Jun poured 5 breaths of vitality into his tongue, and his tongue shot out and hit a tree 15 meters away. The bone spur was inserted into the trunk of the tree. This power is almost the same as the original troll attack. After confirming that it was firm, Luo Jun swung over again. This time he not only shortened the distance, but also changed the angle. He finally saw clearly that hidden in the canopy was a suspended boulder. The overall shape of the boulder is similar to a goose egg, but the narrow head has obvious edges and corners. It is almost more than 1 meter wide and as tall as a person. There are several tree vines tied to it, connected to several nearby trees, and the pointed ends hang downward in the crown of the tree. A rough estimate is that it weighs at least 2 to 3 tons. How did you get such a huge stone up there? A practitioner at the second level solid state, including the help of vitality, is 4 to 5 times as powerful as an ordinary person. 3 people have the strength of more than a dozen people. It is very difficult to push a 2-ton boulder, let alone hang it so high. There must be help.
Thinking of this, Luo Jun used the troll's tongue to return to the tree above Chen Ran and the others, and climbed down nimbly.
Good guy, what was that thing you used just now? Where is it hidden? Chen Ran was very curious about Luo Jun's precious phantom. Don't worry about that for now.
Those 3 guys are bait to lure us into taking the bait. Luo Jun explained what he had just discovered. And these 3 guys never walked directly under the boulder. I looked carefully and found that the place was full of weeds and broken leaves. There is probably a pit below, waiting for someone to fall in, and then the rocks will fall. Looking at it this way, there must be at least 6 people on the other side. Chen Ran analyzed, 3 people are acting as bait outside, and a few more people are lying in wait. If there are few people coming, everyone will come out to counter the siege. If there are more people or there are master, then use the trap to destroy at least one person. That's too cruel. Tsukiki grinned, if you fall into a pit and get hit by such a big stone, you will be smashed into pieces. This kind of trap should not be used to deal with us. Luo Jun analyzed, it is located at the junction of the middle and lower classes, and it is likely to attract candidates with green wristbands or even higher levels.
Candidates can only hand in a scorecard. I don't know, are there any restrictions on prisoners?
If they kill high-level candidates, they should be able to get a higher sentence reduction. The other party is well prepared.
Cheng Yin frowned and said, what should we do? It seems that we have no choice but to give up.
Chen Ran shook his head. Even if you don't consider traps, we don't have an advantage just in terms of numbers.
I think you can give it a try. Luo Jun expressed a different opinion.
The 3 of them looked at him, and saw Luo Jun showing a wicked smile and glancing at Chen Ran's t-shirt.
There is a purple striped pattern on the lower edge of the white t-shirt.
I said, we have been walking around here for a long time, and we haven't seen a single person. Under the boulder, the tallest of the 3 prisoners complained.
Is there too many people and no one dares to go in?
The bald prisoner next to him scratched his head. If you ask me, just leave one person.
Isn't that because the boss won't let you go?
The 3rd person with a mustache said, brothers have put so much effort into setting up a trap, but it's not enough to catch just a few small fish and shrimps. If you want to catch, just catch something with a big wave. I wish I could get a green or even blue wristband, which would save me a few more years. Don't worry, the exam has just started. If it doesn't work, there is a plan B.
As he said that, the mustache looked at the sun. It's been a long time, is it time to change shifts?
As soon as he finished speaking, a tentacle suddenly shot out from the woods and hit Mustache on the shoulder with lightning speed. The tentacle was fast and fierce, with a bone spur with inverted teeth at the end, which instantly penetrated Mustache's body. Before he could cry out in pain, it shrank sharply and dragged him into the woods.
What? The other 2 were startled and didn't even react.
One of them was lost. Before they could get into position, another tentacle shot out. This time they were prepared and immediately dodged, and the tentacle passed between them. But this time, the tentacle suddenly swung to one side and hit the big man. It entangled him and then suddenly retracted it, dragging him deeper into the jungle.
Help me!
The big man shouted for help. The bald man wanted to step forward, but was a little afraid of the power of the tentacles. At this time, 4 people jumped out from the bushes on the other side and chased the big man. But the tentacle was too fast and dragged him into the woods. Then there was a muffled sound, and the cry for help suddenly stopped. The 5 people stood in the open space, looking at each other, but did not dare to step forward. Who knows how many people are hiding in the jungle, and the tentacles are too weird. Could they be a treasure? Just when they hesitated, the tentacle shot out again. This time, several people were on guard. No matter whether they stabbed or swept, no one was caught.
Who are they, hiding and stabbing people?
The leader of the 5 people was a man with a scarred face, shouting at the bushes.
He, stabbed someone in the back? How dare a group of criminals accuse others?
A burst of laughter came from the woods, and then a young man who looked less than 20 years old came out, with his right hand following a strange tentacle fused together.
Did you do it?
The prisoners were on guard, and the scar-faced man looked stern and said, Who are you?
Are those tentacles a noble phantasm? How can there be a noble phantasm in the solid realm?
Luo Jun chuckled, Who said I am in the solid state? As he spoke, he smoothed his hair and inadvertently revealed a touch of purple on his left wrist.
Purple wristbands? Several prisoners were shocked. This is the lower area, why do purple wristbands appear here? I'm not a prisoner. Luo Jun chuckled and said, Where can't I go on this mountain?
Brother, must you have misunderstood? The scar-faced man swallowed and showed his scorecard. We all have 1 point, it's useless for you to take it. If a low-level candidate mistakenly enters the high-level area, there will be a warning on the wristband, but there will be no warning on the wristband for high-level candidates who enter the low-level area. The prisoners also took advantage of this and covered up the scorecards in an attempt to lure the big fish to the bait. However, they overdid it and the big fish failed to come in. Instead, a crocodile came. Who said I was here for the points card? The smile on Luo Jun's face gradually became abnormal. I have obtained the 4-point card. For the next time, I just want to enjoy the thrill of hunting. As he spoke, he swung his tentacles, lightly slapped the ground, and walked slowly towards the 4 people. The purple wristband means those who are above the 3rd level of Peiyuan realm are as powerful as crushing the prisoners on the 2nd level of Guban realm. But seeing him approaching on his own initiative, several prisoners looked at each other secretly. Keep walking, take a few steps forward, and you'll reach the trap. The scar-faced man was still gesturing behind his back. They did not rush out in full force. They also left a teammate to guard the mechanism secretly so that they could put down the boulder at any time. 5, 4, 3, 2. Just when Luo Jun was only one step away from the trap, he suddenly stopped. He turned his head to look in the direction of the middle area and said to himself, "There is movement over there, and there seems to be more interesting prey. Forget it, you little fishes and shrimps, I'll come back to deal with you later." After saying that, Luo Jun calmly turned around and left. The 4 prisoners all breathed a sigh of relief. Although they were confident of using the boulder mechanism to kill this master of the Peiyuan realm, if he escaped, they would definitely not be enough for this pervert to kill him. It's best to be at peace with each other. Scarface turned around and ordered, "Let's get out of here quickly. It will be difficult to deal with that pervert when he comes back. Hurry up and call the 3rd child." They hurried to find their teammates who were guarding the facility, but when they walked into the woods, they found a person lying next to the facility. The teammate who was ambushing him was knocked unconscious at some point, and his scorecard was taken away. Scarface rolled his eyes and then slapped his thigh. "Damn it, we've been fooled. That kid didn't have a purple wristband at all, he just came here for the points card. He was just bluffing to attract our attention, and a teammate got behind him and attacked. What should we do?" Several people looked at each other. "Nonsense, of course we are chasing." Scarface gritted his teeth and said, "If you dare not confront us head-on, it means they are no match. As long as you are careful with that tentacle, you can kill them all." With that said, he led a few people and rushed out of the woods. After taking just 2 steps, he saw a middle-aged man with a strong build and a stubble on his face walking towards him. "Guys, I want to ask something." The stubble-faced man took out a photo. "Have you seen this kid?" "Thank you, bookframe 202000513." After Luo Jun ran a certain distance, he successfully reunited with Chen Ran and the others. "How is it?" Luo Jun asked with a smile. "It's exactly what you guessed." Chen Ran said with a smile, "They were attracted by you, but one person was left to control the mechanism. If these guys hadn't been scared by your tentacles and ran out, we really wouldn't have been able to know where the agency is." With that said, he took out a 1-point scorecard and handed it to Luo Jun. "This way we have 3 scorecards. It's less than 2 hours since the exam started." Luo Jun looked at his watch. "Next, let's get another one and complete the task." "Yes." Su Kiki nodded. "When the mission is completed, where will we hide?" "This is not easy." Chen Ran said with a smile, "Go back to the door. There are at least 100 gray wristbands gathered there. It is the safest place. But the target is also the biggest." Luo Jun was a little worried. If those gray wristbands are still there after 5 hours, it will basically be an absolutely safe place. Otherwise? The 3 of them were stunned. "The gray wristbands don't need to hunt. They won't run around." "Forget it, let's get the last scorecard first." Luo Jun smiled. "Next, we can." At this time, Chang Yan frowned. Something is approaching, very fast. As soon as he finished speaking, a stone suddenly shot out from the woods behind a few people. With Chang Yan's reminder, everyone was on guard and immediately dispersed. The stone hit a big tree, making a loud bang, sawdust flying, and a deep pit the size of a bowl opened in the trunk. Good guy, this power is definitely not an ordinary stone. An attack with vitality. Cheng Yan's eyes widened. The opponent is from the cultivation realm, and his cultivation level is not low. Several people were shocked when they heard this. How could a master from the Peiyuan realm appear here and attack them? At this time, there was a noise behind him, and a middle-aged man with a stubble on his face walked out of the jungle and glanced at several people. Who is this? Candidate? Wrong age, prisoner? But why doesn't he have a collar?
Finally, Wu Yud's eyes fell on Luo Jun's face. He raised the corners of his mouth. Luo Jun felt murderous intent. "You guys, run!" Luo Jun shouted loudly, "He is coming for me. Have you offended any enemy?" Chen Ran looked confused. "I don't know him." Luo Jun was also confused, but his murderous intention is obviously directed at me. "You guys leave quickly." "Then we can't leave." Chen Ran shook his arms and clenched his fists. "Since we have formed a team, we are our companions. So if our companions are in trouble, we will run away first?" Luo Jun frowned and looked at Cheng Yen. The latter understood what was going on, walked around behind Chen Ran, punched him in the back of the head, knocked him out, picked him up and ran away. Sukiki was stunned, and Luo Jun yelled, "Run with Cheng Yen. Ha, don't leave even one." As he said that, Wu Yud was about to catch up. At this moment, a sound broke through the air, and the troll's tongue shot towards Wu Yud. Feeling that the tongue was coming from an evil person, Wu Yud hurriedly dodged. The bone spur passed by and hit a rock behind him. It was completely submerged in it. The huge force even caused the rock to crack. This penetrating power, could it be a rare treasure? Wu Yud's eyes changed when he looked at Luo Jun. No wonder that boy doesn't dare to deal with you on his own. Seeing Sukiki and Cheng Yen running away together, Luo Jun breathed a sigh of relief. He tried to withdraw the bone spur, but found that he couldn't breathe. The energy is exhausted. He had used 10 breaths of all his strength in this attack just now, and coupled with the previous attacks on the prisoners, the sealed vitality had been exhausted. The necklace only sealed the vitality and did not limit the speed of the return of the energy. The speed of the return of the energy followed Luo Jun's real energy reserves. It stands to reason that the lost 20 or 30 breaths of vitality can be fully restored after a short rest. But the Peiyuan realm gangster in front of him obviously wouldn't give him a chance. Seeing Wu Yud walking towards him, Luo Jun decisively gave up the troll's tongue, turned around and ran away. How could Wu Yud let him go and immediately chased after him? At the same time, Sukiki, who had already run a certain distance, asked Cheng Yen, "You just ran away as you said, isn't it too interesting? Didn't you run away too?" Cheng Yen, who was carrying Chen Ran on his back, looked down at her, and Sukiki blushed. "I was a little panicked when he yelled, so I instinctively ran away with you." Remember the expressions of those prisoners when they saw Luo Jun's purple wristband? Cheng Yen sighed. Those who are on the second level of Guban realm and encounter masters of Peiyuan realm will basically be crushed. A head-on battle, even if we fight with more than less, there is no chance of winning. Among the 4 of us, only Luo Jun, who is good at speed, can use his body skills to deal with him for a while. If we stay, we are just a drag on him. Then we just ran away? Sukiki looked back, feeling unwilling. Of course not. Cheng Yen said calmly, "That guy should be a prisoner who took off his collar. This is not a normal situation. We have to find the examiner as soon as possible and let her handle it. I hope Luo Jun can survive until that time." After walking through the dense forest, Luo Jun returned to the open space where he had previously confronted several prisoners. There are 5 more bodies on the ground. All dead? Luo Jun's heart trembled when there was movement behind him. Wu Yud rushed out from the bushes and rushed towards Luo Jun. Luo Jun hurriedly rolled away and turned around to confront Wu Yud. "Boy, you're very fast." Wu Yud chuckled and said, "It's rare to have such foot strength on the second level of the solid realm, but you must have run out of energy after escaping here. Did you kill them?" Luo Jun did not answer, pointing to several corpses on the ground while secretly observing the surrounding environment. "Everyone who has seen me will die, including your companions." Wu Yud sneered. "They should have fled to the exit. At their speed, it will take at least 20 minutes to get back. Solved you, I will kill them. Before I die, can I ask why?" Luo Jun adjusted his posture and peeked in another direction. "It seems we have no grievances, right? You don't need to delay any more time." Wu Yud snorted coldly. "Do you want to find a camera to ask for help? I advise you not to waste your efforts. There are only 2 probes nearby, and they have been destroyed by me. Boy, die in despair." As he said that, Wu Yud's momentum surged. In Luo Jun's field of vision, the aura on his body was like a burning flame, constantly beating. "There is no camera. Then I'm relieved." Luo Jun breathed a sigh of relief and raised his hand to take off the seal necklace from his neck. Wu Yud frowned. He felt that this boy's aura was different, but he couldn't see anything in his vision blessed by vitality. "Humph, bluff." Wu Yud suddenly rose up and rushed towards Luo Jun. But this time, Luo Jun didn't dodge and rushed back toward Wu Yud. Boom, the 2 faced each other head-on. Wu Yud's fist was caught by Luo Jun's left hand,
and Luo Jun's right fist hit Wu Yud's chest.
Wu Yud neither dodged nor parry.
He didn't take a mere fist of the strengthening realm into his eyes at all. But the moment he was punched, he felt something was wrong.
Why is this guy so strong?
His body protecting energy was shaken by the impact, and the huge impact sent him flying backwards for several meters.
He flipped somersaults in the air before landing smoothly. Luo Jun also felt uncomfortable.
Although he caught the punch, his right hand was numb from the shock, and his palm was burning, and it looked like there were traces of burns. Wu Yud's attack was very strange, and the attached aura seemed to have an explosive effect. This also shows the difference between the solid body realm and the Peiyuan realm. In terms of physical strength, Luo Jun is definitely far superior to Wu Yud, but with the Gengqi body protection, it is difficult for Luo Jun's attacks to hit Wu Yud's body, and Wu Yud's the attack can directly affect Luo Jun. What's even worse is that the quality of the qi tempered by the Peiyuan realm is far from comparable to that of the solid realm. The force of the explosion not only hurts the skin, but also penetrates into the body, trying to cause greater damage.
In order to offset this force, Luo Jun consumed nearly 30 breaths of vitality. Cultivation in the Peiyuan realm does not increase the energy reserves.
Even if an average person reaches the 5th level of the strengthening realm, he will only have less than 100 breaths of energy. It is impossible for him to consume 1/3 of his energy in one blow. Taking into account the need for Gengqi to protect the body and inner breath to assist, the actual attack used by this blow should be less than 5 breaths. Facing Wu Yud's attack, Luo Jun needed at least 5 or 6 times the energy to resolve it. Counting the damage caused by physical resistance, this ratio is obviously higher.
This is the Peiyuan realm's crushing of the solid origin realm.
The quality of Yuan Qi is very different. Luo Jun felt like a gladiator with bare hands and brute strength, facing a knight in plate armor and holding a sharp sword.
Is this what it feels like to fight against a real cultivator? It's a completely different experience than a machine puppet.
Luo Jun shook his left hand, with a ferocious smile on his face. P.S. I saw a friend say that the plot of the entrance exam is not as exciting as the previous mission part.
Let me explain here.
In addition to explaining the admission process, this plot is also the transition from the secular world to the extraordinary world. It lays out some worldviews about the extraordinary world, such as hidden rules, forces, families, etc., which is used by the protagonist to adapt to the extraordinary world.
Novice Village, it will be over soon after Subject 3.
There will still be chaos missions, which may not necessarily be weird rules, but may also be games with rules.
I personally like to design this kind of thing, but it will not be the main line. It is mainly used to obtain equipment and open a way to fame.
I have roughly conceived the main plot and ending of this book. Old book friends who have read my previous books may know that I basically confirm several possible endings when I outline them, and they may evolve as the plot develops. There are some trade-offs, but it certainly won't go astray. So there's no need to worry about eunuchs in this book. I couldn't bear to read it myself. Finally, thank you all for liking my writing.
Your support is the motivation for my creation. Looking at the somewhat crazy young man in front of him, Wu Yud put away his contempt and said, "You kid, you are not just an ordinary white wristband, have you hidden your realm? Or are you carrying some kind of amplified treasure? What do you think?" Luo Jun grinned, revealing his white teeth. "It doesn't matter."
Wu Yud snorted coldly, "You must not have reached the Peiyuan realm, and you can't bear the load of a high-level noble phantom. I was a little careless just now, and I won't give you another chance."
"Both each other,"
Luo Jun responded, then bent his body slightly and kicked his feet sharply.
He made the first move.
Facing the opponent who was shooting at him like a cannonball, Wu Yud pushed the Gengqi on his body to the extreme, most of which was concentrated in his hands, and hit Luo Jun who was charging towards him. But who would have expected that Luo Jun, who was rushing forward, suddenly stretched out a foot and stepped on the ground in front of him. While stopping the momentum of the charge, it also stirred up a large amount of dust, which instantly enveloped Wu Yud. The dust was blocked from the Gengqi, but it did obscure his sight. Taking advantage of this time, Luo Jun used the foot that stepped on the ground as a fulcrum, suddenly lay down, and swept his other foot across Wu Yud's legs. Wu Yud concentrated his energy on his hands at this time, and the defense of his legs was very weak. The energy was directly kicked away by Luo Jun's terrifying force, and the two people's tibias collided head-on.
"Ah!" Wu Yud let out a scream. He felt as if his calf had been hit by an iron rod. Thanks to the cushioning of Gengqi, it was not broken. He fell forward in severe pain, supported the ground with one hand, and raised his right hand to the ground. "Gather your energy and attack Luo Jun."
Luo Jun hurriedly pulled out his leg, turned around, and caught Wu Yud's right fist with both feet. Boom! There was an explosion, and Luo Jun felt a pain in the sole of his foot. He shot out sideways and hit a tree before he could stop. The vitality in his body was running, and the violent power in his calf was resolved. When he looked down, he saw that both shoes had exploded. Broken, and traces of scorch can be seen on the soles of the feet.
What a domineering explosion!
Luo Jun ignored the pain in his calves, turned over and kicked off the tree trunk, and rushed towards the enemy again. At this time, Wu Yud had just gotten up. When he saw Luo Jun rushing towards him, he thought to himself, this kid doesn't know how painful it is. How can he still have the strength to fight back after being hit by his own blasting fist? In desperation, he raised his energy to fight back again, but this time he did not dare to use too much energy, and his whole body was protected to a certain extent. Although Luo Jun was not as good as his opponent, he relied on the bonus of high attributes and bodybuilding techniques to react faster than Wu Yud. He flexibly dodged the attack, turned around and kicked Wu Yud in the back. Boom! There was an explosion, and Wu Yud staggered forward a few steps, while Luo Jun turned and flew out. The kick just now detonated the energy in Wu Yud's back. The force of the explosion can not only be used for attack, but also for defense, just like the reactive armor of a tank. The force of the explosion was one way, which offset most of Luo Jun's attacks. Wu Yud was not hurt at all, but Luo Jun's trouser legs were blown to pieces. He adjusted his posture in mid-air, got down on all fours, grabbed his feet with both hands, and endured the explosion. The pain rushed away again. Seeing this kid charging towards him again, Wu Yud hurriedly raised his energy to protect his body. He couldn't figure out how a boy in the solid realm could get up after being hit by his explosive force continuously. He was at the 4th level of the Peiyuan realm. With such a series of explosions, the opponent's vitality should have been exhausted long ago. Even if it's a body made of iron, it should be blown to pieces. After all, Wu Yud is not in the condensation state yet. This explosive power relies on his talent in the elemental sect to simulate some fire attribute effects. It consumes a lot of energy. If he cannot kill this kid as soon as possible, his vitality will also be at risk of exhaustion. Seeing Luo Jun approaching, Wu Yud's body was filled with explosive energy, and he silently said in his heart, "This stinky boy, fall down." However, this time Luo Jun smiled slightly, suddenly stopped, and waved his hands towards Wu Yud. He saw a few compacted clods of soil flying towards him. Wu Yud felt bad and it was too late to remove the explosive force. Boom boom boom. Explosions sounded one after another, and Wu Yud's entire body was engulfed in flames. As for Luo Jun, he retreated back the moment he threw the clod of earth. When the explosion subsided, Wu Yud squatted on the ground and panted heavily. The weak vitality on his body flickered several times and then went out. The explosion just now completely drained his energy. Are you exhausted now? Luo Jun chuckled, it seems that your energy capacity is smaller than I thought. Luo Jun's words gave Wu Yud a chill. He gritted his teeth, opened the treasure box, took out a pill and swallowed it. Then he took out a skateboard, stepped on it, and fled deep into the jungle at high speed. The elixir just now gave him an emergency supply of 20 breaths of vitality, which he used to drive the skateboard to escape. Both of these are props he got from the Chaos mission. He had no intention of fighting anymore and just wanted to escape from this weird young man. I thought that I would just deal with a fly and leave without anyone noticing, but I didn't expect that the iron plate was mentioned. This guy is weird. The guy named Han tricked me. Before he could get too far, Luo Jun was already catching up from behind. Relying on the training during this period, Luo Jun's explosive power when he exerts all his luck is close to 100 times that of ordinary people. Long-distance running is not as good as this kind of transportation, but the instantaneous acceleration from the start is far greater. Wu Yud was startled. Before he could finish speaking, Luo Jun's fist had already come up to greet him. Boom! When his fist was close to half a meter away from Wu Yud, it was blocked by an invisible wall of energy. This was not a body-protecting energy, but an additional function after activating the skateboard. Although he failed to hit his opponent, the force of his fist deflected the direction of the skateboard. Wu Yud hit a big tree uncontrollably. He adjusted his movements urgently, tilting his skateboard and trying to scrape across the tree trunk. Taking advantage of this moment, Luo Jun had already circled in front of him and hit Wu Yud with all his strength. The skateboard can form a shield to protect the driver, but it is like a car shell. It can block damage but cannot withstand the impact. Luo Jun did not touch Wu Yud in this collision, but knocked him over with the skateboard. As soon as his feet left the skateboard, the protective shield disappeared naturally. Before Luo Jun could even wait for Wu Yud to land, he flew up and hit him with a fist. Wu Yud could only block hastily, but without the strong energy to protect his body, how could he withstand Luo Jun's strength? He only received one punch and one of his arms was broken. His whole body was like a kite with broken strings, flying backwards. Go! Hitting the ground with a thud, Wu Yud curled up, holding his twisted arms and begging for mercy. Please, don't. Luo Jun didn't give him a chance to speak at all. He rushed up and kicked Wu Yud in the stomach. The arrogant 4-point gangster rolled back like a ball and landed right on the spot dug by the previous group of prisoners. On the trap. The false cover of weeds and fallen leaves collapsed instantly, and Wu Yud fell into the pit with a thud. But he was holding his stomach and hunched over, unable to crawl out again. Taking advantage of this time, Luo Jun ran behind the bushes, found the trap made by the previous prisoners, and raised his hand to untie the knot. With a whooshing sound, the tree vines were instantly pulled up. The huge rock lost its support and fell freely downwards. With a roar, it accurately fell into the pit. With a rumble, a circle of blood-colored dust poured out from the edge of the pit. Wu Yud, who was murderous, eventually died in the trap made by the prisoners he killed. Luo Jun breathed a sigh of relief and collapsed on the ground. The battle was fast, but only Luo Jun knew the danger. Every time he ate the opponent's explosion, regardless of the pain of his flesh and blood, the force that penetrated his body required at least dozens of breaths of vitality to resolve. Even though Luo Jun's energy, which was far superior to others, was consumed by 80%. If Luo Jun hadn't figured out a way to detonate it with clods of soil at the last moment, he really wasn't sure he could defeat his opponent. As for the advantage of physical strength, it is insignificant given the difference in vitality realm. Vitality is like a weapon. A strong body is just to make it easier to use weapons. As long as the conditions for using weapons are met, physical strength is not that important. What everyone really cares about is how to upgrade their weapons. A woman holding a knife may kill an unarmed strong man. If she holds a pistol, even a heavily armed warrior will have to stay away. If she holds a bomb, no one within 10 meters will dare to approach. This is basically the consensus among Yuan Qi practitioners, and Luo Jun also experienced it personally through this battle. But he had a different idea. Looking at the red palms of his hands, Luo Jun thought of the tree trunk that was first exploded by stones. His vitality could not protect the surface of his body, but his skin was firmly damaged by the explosion. Other people's physical bodies can only rely on their innate bones and cultivation of the solid state, but he is different. Luo Jun brought up the Tianji dice panel. When he was fighting Wu Yud, he used the Tianji dice several times at critical moments. Fortunately, he succeeded, but he did not upgrade. After his last breakthrough, he has already passed the halfway point of level 12 experience. During the exams in the past 2 days, he will also use dice at critical moments. Although the difficulty is not high, the severity coefficient is not low when it comes to the success of admission. I have also gained more than 200 experience points. In addition to the battle with Wu Yud just now, the difficulty and severity coefficient are not low. The experience in the prompt sound the value has increased by hundreds of points. It should be upgraded soon. Luo Jun's eyes fell on the experience bar. Level 12, 1299/1300, just a little bit? After looking at the number of dice left to use, Luo Jun picked up a stone and aimed at a branch in the distance. Hit that branch. The event difficulty is 35, the final points are 44 plus 5, the event is successful. Whoosh! Snapped. The event is completed, the event difficulty is 35, the severity factor is 0 times, and the final experience value is 1 point. Congratulations, you have been upgraded. After forcibly gaining some experience points, the upgrade prompt sounded, and Luo Jun suddenly felt a warm current rising from his body. It not only healed the pain, but also replenished his energy, filling his body with vitality again. Then the white dice appeared in front of me, and after spinning, it finally landed on 5 o'clock. It's quite satisfactory. I got 10 points of attributes. Luo Jun's attributes are as follows: level 13, 0/1400, strong, 41 points sensitivity, 34 points perception, 33 points spirit, 36 points luck, level 6 skills, everything is dice, primary point correction, regret item, wealth ring chips, 40 pieces number of uses, 5 out of 5. With his current attributes, an average of 2 or 3 points of enhancement would no longer make sense, but the little things add up. Luo Jun believes that as long as he keeps upgrading, he can always become the strongest. The The root bone should mainly have the strength attribute. Remember that the genius brother who died young had 10 times the normal bones, so that means 50 points of strength? I will soon surpass him. After upgrading, Luo Jun began to clean up the battlefield. He first picked up Wu Yud's skateboard. After the owner died, the treasure became ownerless. Luo Jun put it into the treasure box and completed the recognition of its owner. If the owner is alive, even if the treasure is lost or stolen, others can only use it, but it cannot be stored in the treasure box. It is said that some noble phantasms are bound to their owners and cannot be used if others take them away. Through the treasure box, Luo Jun can directly check the properties of items. Name: Power Skateboard Grade, Rare Introduction, a transportation tool for a young hero who values both wisdom and strength. It is durable, easy to operate, adaptable to various terrains, and a must-have for home and travel. Function: it can be driven after injecting vitality, and at the same time it will form a protective shield that can resist attacks. The speed can be adjusted according to the amount of vitality injected, with a maximum speed of 100 km per hour and a maximum consumption of 1 breath of vitality per minute. It takes 10 breaths of vitality to activate the protective shield. Note: get out of the way, you are not responsible if you bump into it. Luo Jun nodded with satisfaction. This was a very practical treasure. No wonder the bearded man was confident that he could catch up with Chen Ran and the others after killing him. It turned out that he had transportation. It's a pity that although this skateboard is good, it can't increase the combat power. In the end, Luo Jun was advantaged. This is also thanks to Wu Yud being a prisoner. Luo Jun once asked Mr. Yuan about the Chaos Mission. Mr. Yuan told him that only when the Chaos Mission reaches a good or above rating, or completes some hidden tasks, can he get the Noble Phantasm reward. The difficulty is actually not low, so in most cases, when participating in the mission, you will pass the mission and return empty-handed, or you may even die in the mission. Therefore, many practitioners do not want to participate in chaos missions and have studied some methods to evade recruitment. At least the Yuan Shou Society has a way to block the perception of the chaotic world. A typical example is the prisoners in prison. If these prisoners are recruited by the chaos mission, they may take the opportunity to escape. Therefore, prisoners will be banned and cannot participate in chaos missions while serving their sentences. This also led to the fact that although Wu Yud had been in the Peiyuan realm for many years, he spent most of his time in prison and did not get any powerful treasures. If it were a master of the same level with a powerful weapon, Luo Jun would be in danger. Shaking his head, Luo Jun returned to the woods, recovered the troll's tongue, and began to rest and wait on the spot. Not long after, there was movement from down the mountain. After careful identification, it seemed that someone was calling Luo Jun's name. Luo Jun took a few steps forward and looked down, and saw a black panther about the size of an ox running through the mountains and forests, carrying Yuchodi and Tsukiki on its back. What is this? The beast master? Luo Jun was shocked and waved to them. Seeing Luo Jun, Tsukiki had an expression of surprise on her face. Yuchodi controlled the black panther and caught up with him in a few leaps, landing in front of Luo Jun. It's great that you're okay. Tsukiki jumped off the black panther, her eyes red with excitement. She felt guilty for leaving Luo Jun behind, and was afraid that when she came back, she would find only Luo Jun's body on the ground. Where's the out-of-control prisoner? Yuchodi straddled Black Panther's back, her face changed from its usual laziness and became much more serious. Seeing the tattered clothes on Luo Jun's body, Yuchodi knew that the two of them had fought each other. The most likely reason he could survive from the prisoners in the Peiyuan realm was that the prisoner found that he could not kill him quickly and was afraid that the academy would send someone to arrest him, so he escaped. This guy is very lucky. That prisoner? Luo Jun pointed behind him. I killed him. Oh, that's good, Yuchodi agreed habitually, then he was stunned and stared at Luo Jun. What did you say? The sleepy eyes that had been half closed suddenly opened wide, startling Luo Jun. Teacher, are your eyes so big? That's not important. Yuchodi grabbed Luo Jun's shoulders. Did you just say that the prisoner was killed by you? Luo Jun nodded. I'll take you to see it. The three of them came to the pit. Luo Jun pointed to the huge boulder in the pit. It's pressed down here. Tsukiki looked at the familiar corpses around him and said with surprise, these people were also killed by the prisoner? Luo Jun nodded. They were already dead when I came back. They must have been silenced after he asked for directions. I see. Yuchodi calmed down a lot. It was a very smart move to use a trap to kill an enemy who was stronger than myself. There is no way. Luo Jun shrugged. I can't even break through the defense on my own, but you still survived. Yuchodi looked at Luo Jun's tattered clothes.
it seems he didn't break your defense?
Regarding this point, Luo Jun had already thought of his excuse. I used a consumable item obtained from the Chaos mission, which can temporarily greatly enhance my body's strength and regeneration ability. If it weren't for this, I would have been killed in one encounter.
It's impossible to lure him into a trap. Yuchodi asked suspiciously, how can you participate in the Chaos mission when you are in the Strength realm? I was involved in an operation to capture polluters before, and was accidentally sent into the world of Chaos. This is registered in the Ningdong branch. If you don't believe it, you can check it. Luo Jun said this with confidence. Is it you? Yuchodi has obviously heard of this. I heard that you received excellent evaluations and obtained more than one treasure? Luo Jun looked regretful. Yes, I got 3. This consumable is of the best quality. I didn't expect it to be used here. Rejoice, without it, your life will depend on this. Yuchodi yawned, obviously relaxed a lot, probably accepting Luo Jun's words. Teacher Yu, a prisoner has escaped control. Should the exam continue? Luo Jun tried to ask. After all, if this is not an exception, then all candidates will be in danger, and this will be a serious accident. Let's see who he is first. Yuchodi looked at the big stone. I contacted the backstage, and all the collars showed normal. It is impossible to determine the identity of the escapee, and the body must be taken out. Do you want to notify the seniors outside to help? Tsukiki looked at the boulder and thought that the 3 of us couldn't move it. I don't have that kind of skill. Yuchodi frowned. I hate working with strength the most. As she spoke, she snapped her fingers, and the huge panther behind her suddenly began to transform. After a moment, it transformed into a gorilla over 3 meters tall. Luo Jun was startled. Teacher, can your pet still transform? This is the Yuan beast. Tsukiki has more knowledge than Luo Jun. It is a creature created by condensing Yuan Qi. The creation school in the Ningxin realm can use Yuan Qi to simulate textured objects, which are also divided into creation and creation. The 2 major branches, the so-called creation, are the ones that can simulate living beasts. Teacher Yu is a top master of creation, especially good at creation, and she was also a genius girl who was famous throughout the country. Don't mention those troublesome things. Yuchodi looked impatient when she mentioned those years. She nuzzled at the Yuan beast, and the gorilla obediently walked to the edge of the pit and squatted down, hugging it with both hands. Huge boulders were pulled out of the pit. The 3 of them came up and saw Wu Yud under the boulder. His body had been severely deformed by the pressure, with multiple fractures, ruptured internal organs, and bleeding from his orifices. He looked miserable. This was also Luo Jun's purpose. Using a boulder trap to crush him to death would not only provide a reasonable explanation for his counterattack against the masters of the Peiyuan realm, but also cover up the injuries he left on Wu Yud. With his explanation of the mysterious consumables, even if Luo Jun's hair dander and the like were found on Wu Yud's body afterwards, there would still be a reasonable explanation. But if Wu Yud was injured by him, it would be unjustifiable. Yuchodi took out an instrument, took samples from Wu Yud's body, confirmed his identity, sent the information to the prison director, and quickly located the location of Wu Yud's corresponding collar. With such a large-scale prisoner dispatch, Yuanxiui's prison must have a lot of manpower to supervise it. When Yuchodi received the report, he had already contacted the person in charge of the prison. The jailer responsible for escorting the prisoners had already entered the venue and began to secretly confirm the prisoner's status. After receiving the location, the nearest jailer quickly found the collar and found that it was on a hair. The rabbit was also tied to a tree. Therefore, from the background, Wu Yud had not left the upper area, and was in the upper area. Continuous activities in a small area, very inconspicuous. Report, the collar was cracked by a high-level barrier-breaking talisman. I will send the photo of the talisman right away. After receiving the photo, the person in charge of the prison immediately sent it to the talisman expert for appraisal, and finally concluded that the talisman was based on the barrier-breaking talisman, with some changes made to the collar so that it could simulate Wu Yud's life fluctuations after being removed. Deceiving background detection. In addition, this talisman also has a timer function. After 2 hours of use, it will spontaneously ignite and disappear. It can be said that it is a prison escape prop tailor-made for Wu Yud. There must be a careful plan behind it. This is good news. When they were first notified, the prison director thought there was a bug in the collar and had been cracked, fearing that a large number of prisoners would escape control. But now it seems that this is only a plan for Wu Yud, and other prisoners cannot copy it. Do you want to cancel the exam?
Yuchodi stood by the pit and contacted the dean.
No need for now.
Don't tell other candidates yet, so as not to cause panic. An old female voice came from the other side of the phone. The jailers have intervened, and I will also arrange more people to control around the confusion peak.
Shouty, you are also pay more attention, and if similar incidents are found again, the exam will be terminated immediately. Yuchodi frowned and nodded. What about the 4 candidates who met Wu Yud? Are they injured?
Only one of them is currently unconscious and is not in serious condition. And they have all obtained scorecards. As she spoke, Yuchodi took off the 4-point scorecard from Wu Yud's body and threw it to Luo Jun, then let them pass. The fact that they obtained the points card in such a short time and escaped from the prisoners in the Peiyuan realm is enough to show their strength.
Okay. Yuchodi nodded. By the way, Dean, there is one more doubt.
Wu Yud could have escaped quietly, but he came to the lower area to hunt down an unrelated candidate. This is very suspicious.
What did the candidate say? He said he didn't know Wu Yud at all. Yuchodi looked at Luo Jun. This candidate is Luo Jun, who was accidentally involved in the chaos mission by the polluter before.
He has only been in contact with Yuanqi for 2 or 3 months and has almost never left Ningdong City. Wu Yud has been there for many years. Before his arrest, he mainly worked in Shuncheng. The two have no intersection at all. 2 jailers are heading towards you. You and the candidate should wait there and cooperate with their investigation.
Okay, Yuchodi hesitated and said, also, Dean, Wu Yud's escape from prison has obviously been planned for a long time. I suspect, I know what you mean, I'll keep an eye on this.
After hanging up the phone, Yuchodi's energy, which he managed to lift up, immediately slumped. Hey, I hate this kind of trouble the most. Not long after, a man and woman wearing black uniforms came to the scene. Long time no see, Senior Yuchodi. One of the short-haired female jailers ran over excitedly when she saw Yuchodi, but the latter took a few steps back with a look of disgust on her face. After all, she did not escape the hug. Is that him? The male jailer has a somewhat gloomy temperament. His slender figure and black uniform exude a chilling air. He straightened his black hat, took out a pair of white gloves and put them on. He squatted on one knee next to Wu Yud's body, not shying away from the bloody flesh, and began to inspect it. There are many fractures on the body, and the muscles have begun to stiffen, indicating that there was strenuous exercise before death, and there are signs of exhaustion of vitality. Have you fought any strong enemies? As soon as these words came out, Tsukiki subconsciously looked at Luo Jun. Yuchodi on the side got rid of the entanglement of the schoolgirl and explained, he was killed by the boulder. He should have used Gang Chi to support him for a while before he died. He was crushed to death after his energy was exhausted. The male jailer nodded, accepting this explanation. Huh? What is this? The jailer took out a photo from the corpse and looked up at Luo Jun. Is this you? Me? Luo Jun was startled and leaned over to see if it was him. Why does he have your photo? The jailer looked at Luo Jun, his eyes as cold as ever. How do I know? Luo Jun was also confused, but then his eyes lit up. Wait, this photo looks familiar. As he spoke, he leaned forward and took a closer look. This seems to be our school's graduation photo. The collar is our school uniform, and the outline of the teaching building can be vaguely seen in the background. Your school's graduation photo? Which school? When was it taken? Number 2 middle school, just last month. Judging from the size of the profile picture, it's not a big group photo, but a small group photo. Luo Jun's eyes lit up. By the way, 2 of my classmates took the exam. The jailer looked at Luo Jun. Before the prisoners entered the examination room, they all underwent physical examinations and did not bring any irrelevant items. This photo could only have been obtained during the examination, and it was probably given to him by one of your classmates. This guy took off his collar, gave him the photo, and wants to kill you. Then I think I know who it is. Luo Jun narrowed his eyes. Somewhere in the lower area, Han Yuli was walking quietly. As a green wristband, he has already obtained the points card, so he is relatively safe in the lower zone. He originally planned to go directly to the door and stay there until the end of the exam where many gray wristbands gathered. But then I thought, the 3-point scoreboard so quickly was a bit conspicuous, so it would be better to wander around the lower area for 2 hours before passing. Anyway, the prisoners here are of a lower level than him and are basically no match for him. At this moment, he suddenly heard movement behind him, and immediately turned around on alert to find a man in black uniform walking towards him. Who is this person? Han Yuli became alert. This person was not wearing a collar and could not see his wristband. He did not know whether he was a prisoner or a candidate. Class 3, Grade 3, Ningdong City Number 2 Middle School, Han Yuli? The visitor directly reported his school class and name. Han Yuli instinctively agreed. and the man in black disappeared in a flash. Han Yuli, before Lee could react, he felt a pain in the back of his neck, his vision went dark and he lost consciousness. At the same time, at the top of Confused Peak, two prisoners were lying on the ground, unconscious, and a beautiful girl with a high ponytail and jeans was sitting on the boulder on the top of the peak, playing with the two prisoners in her hands. 5-point scorecard. Opposite her, not far away, a purple-haired young man wearing a gold wristband was fighting fiercely with a 5-point prisoner. The prisoner was surrounded by layers of gravel. During the battle, the stone moved with his heart and shot at his opponent like bullets, which was very powerful. And that young man has the ability to control lightning, and his body is wrapped with lightning, and every strike can release a shining arc. But it can be seen that he must have mastered his ability not long ago, and he is still unable to use it well. He was suppressed by the prisoner who was playing with stones. But the prisoner kept half of his strength, and glanced at Ling Xin from time to time during the battle. It seemed that compared to the opponent in front of him, this absent-minded girl was the biggest threat. I advise you not to be distracted. Ling Xin said casually, the Lei family's thunder control skills are famous all over the world. Although the third son of Lei has not broken through for a long time, he must have powerful tricks. Moreover, he wants to fight you fairly, but he has never been able to do so. Use Noble Phantasm. Even if you are going to lose, you have to at least force out some of the opponent's trump cards. You were considered a powerful figure back then, but you are defeated by a junior who is not close to your full strength. Aren't you afraid of being embarrassed? Ling Xin's words really aroused the prisoner's ferocity, and his attacks became obviously fierce. Mr. Lei couldn't resist it, so he retreated repeatedly. Finally, he sighed, used a thunderstorm move to force the opponent back, opened the treasure box, and took out a long knife. I didn't want to use it. After the long sword was unsheathed, it was wrapped with lightning. Young Master Lei's aura suddenly increased, and he accelerated towards his opponent. For a moment, the lightning flashed around him, and all the floating stones around the prisoner were cut down. Broken to pieces, he finally fell under the sword of Mr. Lei. Taking off the scorecard from the scorched and smoking prisoner, Mr. Lei came to Ling Xin and said, although I don't want to admit it, I still thank you for plundering the formation for me. I didn't do anything. Ling Xin shook her head, besides, he did his best in the end, so you win fair and square. Before she finished speaking, Ling Xin frowned, raised her hand, transformed into a golden sword, and shot it to the right. The long sword stopped in mid-air. After a moment, under the surprised gaze of young Master Lei, the air twisted at the point where the sword pointed and revealed a figure. He was wearing black clothes and a black hat, with his hands raised high and sweat on his forehead. He was clearly a jailer. From Yuanxiui prison? Ling Xin scattered the golden sword and asked, aren't you guarding the outside? How did you get in? Something happened, the jailer breathed a sigh of relief. There are some things that need to be confirmed. Please come with me, me? Ling Xin was a little strange. You are one of the suspects. Of course, I personally think it has nothing to do with you, but according to the procedures, as he said that, the jailer took out his ID. I understand. Ling Xin nodded, let's go. When Han Yuli woke up again, he found himself in a dark classroom with shackles on his hands and two people sitting opposite him. One of them was Yu Chiodi, the examiner of the third exam, and the other was a middle-aged man wearing a black uniform. He was thin, with slender eyes, high cheekbones, and sunken cheeks. His face was cold and mean. In addition to these two people, there were two young men and women in black uniforms standing behind Han Yuli on the left and right. What is going on? Han Yuli was a little flustered. Examiner Yu, I am the candidate this time, why are you locking me here? Yu Chiodi yawned, let me introduce to you. The person next to me is Shirley, the warden of the northern prison of the Yuanxiu Society. The two people behind you are both third-level wardens of the northern prison. They are Chuizhen and Xiang Muzi. These are the ones responsible for the safety of the prisoners in this examination. After saying that, Yu Chiodi put her chin on her hand and glanced listlessly at Shirley next to her. The rest is up to you. People from Yuanxiu prison? Hearing this name, Han Yuli roughly guessed the reason why he was arrested. But he still had a glimmer of hope and kept telling himself to calm down. The Yuanxiu is an official organization and must have a basis for doing things. Master, did you miss it? Impossible. He is a master of the Peiyuan realm. Without the restraint of the collar, killing a second-level Guban realm player is almost like crushing an ant. The uncle should have escaped after killing the orphan. The barrier-breaking charm expired, and they found that there was a missing prisoner. When they traced it, they found that Luo Jun died at the hands of the uncle.
According to the conflict between Luo Jun and me, they suspected him.
Master said that no outsider knows about his relationship with his uncle, so they should have no evidence against me. Thinking of this, Han Yuli slowly calmed down, but still pretended to be panicked on his face.
Prison of the Yuanqiu Society? What are you doing with me? I'm just an innocent candidate, I haven't done anything, you know what you did. Shirley snorted coldly and took out a photo of Wu Yud wearing prison uniform. Do you know this person?
Ah. Han Yuli pretended not to be able to see clearly and was about to get up and move forward, but Chuizhen held him down and prevented him from leaving his seat. Xiang Muzi walked up to Shirley with a smile, took the photo and sent it to Han Yuli. Han Yuli pretended to be very careful, looked at it for a few seconds, frowned and shook his head. I don't know him, I've never seen him before.
Oh?
Shirley's eyes suddenly widened, and a murderous aura suddenly enveloped the room, as if the temperature had dropped a few degrees. Han Yuli suddenly trembled. Master Warden, I really don't know. Then you know this person, right? Shirley snorted coldly, and took out another photo, which seemed to be the ID photo of the candidate when registering.
I know this. His name is Luo Jun, he is my high school classmate. Han Yuli thought, did he say bad things about me?
Lord Warden, you can't believe what he said.
This kid is a bad guy in school.
Boy, because he has a crush on a girl in our class, but that girl is relatively close to me, so he always dislikes me and always makes trouble for me.
During the exam yesterday, he even threw snacks on my face. This many candidates have seen it. It seems that you admit that there is a feud between you two?
Shirley narrowed his eyes, stared at Han Yuli and said, the person I just showed you is named Wu Yud, and he is a prisoner who participated in the exam this time. But someone helped he escape from the restraints of the collar, and this guy ran to the lower area and attacked Luo Jun. At this point, Shirley slammed the table. You and Luo Jun are the only ones in the examination room who have a problem.
Say, did you help Wu Yud get out of trouble and ask him to help you kill your enemy? Faced with Shirley's accusation, Han Yuli immediately denied, Master Warden, you are wronged.
Although I have some issues with Luo Jun, it was Luo Jun who made things difficult for me.
How could I hire him just because of such a trivial matter? Where is the murderer? Besides, if I have a secret, how can I admit that I have an affair with Luo Jun?
And I have no means to help the prisoner escape.
As he spoke, Han Yuli almost shed tears, as if he had really suffered an unjust injustice. Sir, you can check my background. My family are all legal and good people. I only started to contact Yuan Qi at the beginning of the year, and I have been practicing for less than half a year. How can it be possible to master such a powerful technology?
Shirley looked at Han Yuli. What this kid said made sense, but it made too much sense. His thoughts were very clear, as if he had already thought of his words.
Then how do you explain this?
Shirley took out another transparent plastic bag, which contained a slightly wrinkled photo, only 1 inch in size, and it was Luo Jun's. The moment he saw this photo, Han Yuli's pupils suddenly dilated. This is the photo he gave to Wu Yud. Why does it appear here?
Could it be that Master Wu was arrested? If Wu Yud confesses him, then all the excuses will be useless. Although there was a storm in his heart, Han Yuli still pretended to be calm on the surface. It's Luo Jun's photo again. What does this mean? I found this on Wu Yud.
Shirley sneered. He has already done all the tricks. Do you still want to carry on?
Master has already been recruited?
Han Yuli swallowed. Shouldn't. The house that Han Yuli had promised to Wu Yud was partly an inducement, but also a coercion. Wu Yud was wary of knowing the information about his wife and children. Han Yuli's master commented that Master Wu, although he did many evil things, valued his family the most and was very tough. Based on his master's evaluation, Han Yuli felt that his master would not betray him. No, I can only think that he did not betray himself. This head nurse was deceiving me.
This is impossible. Han Yuli denied flatly. I don't know him at all. What did he do? He must be slandering me. If you admit it, everything will be over.
If you refuse to admit it, there is still a chance.
Still talking back?
Shirley snorted coldly. Didn't you give him this photo?
Isn't it taken from your graduation group photo? He said he gave it to me because I gave it to him? There are too many people with this photo.
Han Yuli quibbled. Are there my fingerprints on it?
This is really not the case.
Han Yuli is also very thoughtful. He is afraid of leaving any clues. He wears gloves when he comes into contact with Wu Yud.
There must be no fingerprints on the photo.
The photo of Wu Yud he brought with him and the remaining group photo after Luo Jun was taken away were also burned and disposed of by him. Even if Wu Yud really identifies him, there is no substantial evidence.
It can be said that someone deliberately framed him.
Especially after seeing this photo, Han Yuli became more certain that Wu Yud did not confess himself. It was probably because they judged from the photo that it was related to classmate Luo Jun that they arrested him.
Moreover, Han Yuli captured a detail.
Shirley said that the photo was found from Wu Yud, but did not mention Wu Yud's life or death. How could a master at the 4th level of the Peiyuan realm be captured alive so easily?
Is there a possibility that Wu Yud was killed while resisting arrest and the photos they took out from the body? Thinking of this, he became even bolder and shouted, "And where is this Wu Di? Why should he slander me and let him come out to confront me?"
Shirley narrowed his eyes and looked at Han Yuli, really admiring this kid's mind and heart. But it's still too young, and the performance is somewhat deliberate.
Okay, I'll let him confront you. Hearing this, Han Yuli was slightly shocked. Wu Yud was really coming? Did he really betray me?
Cui Zhen left the classroom behind him. A moment later, there was a knock on the door.
Cui Zhen opened the door and came in, followed by a person. "Han, you have made me suffer so much."
As soon as the man came in, he went straight to Han Yuli.
After seeing his appearance, Han Yuli was shocked. "Luo Jun, you are still alive. I won't die even if you die."
Without saying a word, Luo Jun rushed up and kicked Han Yuli over, including him in his chair.
"Why are you beating people?"
Han Yuli was handcuffed and had trouble getting up. He lay on the ground and screamed.
Luo Jun didn't care what he said, he was just a big mouth. This scene shocked everyone else in the room, and even Shirley showed a surprised expression. The confrontation between Luo Jun and Han Yuli was arranged in advance, but they just wanted to use Luo Jun to stimulate Han Yuli.
They helped Luo Jun sort out some questions in advance and gave him some conversation skills, hoping to make Han Yuli reveal flaws. But no one expected that Luo Jun, who was always cooperative and promised well, would not follow the rules as soon as he entered the field and kicked Han Yuli over with one kick.
This guy is a bit interesting.
Luo Jun spread his arms and shot his bow left and right, his big mouth snapping loudly. Han Yuli could only block it with his shackled hands. Seeing that he couldn't explain to this barbarian, he could only ask for help from the people around him. "Examiner Yu, warden, 2 jailers, you don't care if he beats people."
However, Yu Qiudi was dozing on the table at this time.
Shirley didn't know when he started looking down at the materials, as if he didn't hear the call for help at all. As for Cui Zhen and Xiang Muzi, the former walked outside and looked at the door, while the latter stood there,
looking at the scenery from the window. "Ah, the sunset at my alma mater is still so beautiful," Han Yuli yelled angrily. "You are all official personnel, how can you beat people?" "They are official personnel, but I am not."
Luo Jun scolded while beating him. "This is purely a personal grudge between us."
"You are so damn cruel. You actually hired a murderer to kill me."
"I didn't expect my life to be so fatal."
"Don't be slanderous. I didn't hire you to kill people."
They were all just guessing. Han Yuli was parrying and retorting, and his words were somewhat incoherent.
"You didn't hire him, so why did Wu Yud mention your name?"
Luo Jun found a flaw and punched Han Yuli on the left eye, which immediately gave him a black eye.
"Ouch.
You're talking nonsense and you have the guts to make me confront him."
"He can't come." Luo Jun sneered. "I have already killed the man named Wu." "What?" Han Yuli was shocked. "You are bragging. He is a master at the 4th level of Peiyuan realm, how could he die in your hands?"
"Oh?" Luo Jun stopped suddenly, and Shirley also raised his head, staring at Han Yuli.
"How do you know that Wu Yud is at the 4th level of Peiyuan realm?"
Shirley stared at Han Yuli with sharp eyes. "I never told you his specific realm."
Han Yuli was stunned.
Luo Jun stood up from him and stood aside obediently, looking at young Master Han with a playful expression.
"Look, the warden." Han Yuli stood up in a hurry. "Didn't you say it? I think someone told me about it just now." "Someone must have mentioned his realm." Shirley pointed to the surveillance camera in the room. "There is a video there, do you want to play it for you?" Han Yuli was trembling all over. "Of course, I have a more convenient way." Shirley looked at the female jailer by the window, walked to Han Yuli with a smile on his face, raised his hand and put it on his head. Han Yuli only felt a strange energy entering from the Tianling eye, and then his head felt erratic, as if his soul was about to leave the body. Muzi's ability to concentrate on the state of mind is related to memory. Shirley looked at Han Yuli and said slowly, "She can forcibly extract your memory, but this will cause irreversible damage to your soul, ranging from mental loss to limbs. Numbness can lead to dementia or even vegetative state." Han Yuli broke into a cold sweat when he heard that, and his body began to tremble involuntarily.
He could only speak harshly. Don't lie to me. You have already used this method. To retrieve the memory, you need my signature to authorize it.
Shirley said coldly, if the finally retrieved memory shows that you were wronged, I will take full responsibility. So I will not use this trick easily without absolute certainty. How about it? Do you want to try what it feels like to have your soul extracted?
Shirley's words were filled with cold pressure, causing Han Yuli to lower his head, break out in cold sweat, and start to breathe quickly. It's all your fault. Han Yuli lowered his head and murmured, it's all your fault, you damn orphan.
It's all your fault. Under the evidence and pressure, Han Yuli finally collapsed completely. He roared and rushed towards Luo Jun. You are obviously trash. Why do you let Ling Xin speak for you? Why do you practice vitality like me? Why do you participate in the same competition as me? Exam. Are you qualified?
Looking at young Master Han rushing towards him, Luo Jun's eyes turned cold and he slowly clenched his fists.
Boom!
With a crisp sound, the handcuffed Han Yuli flew backwards, hit the wall with a thud and fell down. His head tilted to one side, and blood was spitting out from his mouth, which was also mixed with broken teeth. At this time, Cui Shinsai walked up and helped Han Yuli, whose face was deformed by the beating. Han Yuli was still cursing, but his speech was no longer clear, and only the weird sounds were left. Control him and send him to the court.
Shirley ordered, and Cui Jin and Xiang Muzi took Han Yuli down. Looking at Luo Jun, whose fist was stained with blood, Shirley nodded. You just had the ability to kill him directly, right? Luo Jun turned around and showed a silly smile. How is it possible? I am at the second level of the strengthening realm, one level lower than him. If he hadn't been wearing handcuffs, I wouldn't have been able to successfully fight back. Everyone has different talents. Realm does not completely determine strength. Shirley showed an ugly smile. I don't think someone who can counter-kill Wu Yid will be as simple as it seems on the surface. With that said, Shirley stood up and collected the materials. With this punch, you not only spared Han Yuli, but also spared yourself. I hope that when you master powerful power in the future, you will not forget this punch today. After saying that, he stood up and left the classroom. Looking at Shirley's back, Luo Jun frowned slightly. Just now, he did have murderous intentions, but in the end he still held back. Although it was Han Yuli who attacked first, it is understandable that he, the victim, accidentally killed him in self-defense. But after all, he still had some scruples about killing people in front of 4 masters of concentration. Regardless of whether this will involve legal issues or affect his exams in future. Just revealing the ability to kill with one strike would arouse suspicion, which would be a disgrace to the master's instructions. On balance, he spared Han Yuli's life. And Luo Jun also listened to Shirley's last warning. Although Shirley looks stern and mean, as a law enforcer, he hopes that the world will be peaceful and stable. Luo Jun has shown some talent and may become a powerful practitioner in the future. The more powerful a person is, the easier it is to disrupt order and stability. Naturally, Shirley hopes that Luo Jun will grow into a strong man who keeps his integrity. On this point, Luo Jun coincided with him. His childhood experience made him somewhat insecure, and he longed for a lawful and stable world more than most people. But on the other hand, strong power is necessary to maintain order. In the past, he was weak and helpless. Facing the ridicule, rolling eyes, and bullying of others, he prayed in his heart countless times, hoping that the world would give him another chance and not take away his parents or his happiness. Now, having mastered the secret dice and bodybuilding techniques, Luo Jun is confident to change his destiny and become a truly strong man. One day, when he is strong enough to face the chaos and darkness of this world, he hopes that he has the ability and qualifications to give this world a chance. Luo Jun clenched his fists and placed them on his chest, held his head high, took a deep breath, and secretly encouraged himself in his heart. At this moment, a confused voice sounded. Ha! Are they all gone? Luo Jun was startled and turned around to see Yuchodi rubbing her sleepy eyes and just getting up from the table. Teacher Yu, have you just woken up? Luo Jun retracted his excited attitude with some embarrassment and scratched his head. Ah, Yuchodi yawned. Did that boy named Han plead guilty? Oh, it's determined. Luo Jun smiled. Finally, this troublesome matter has been solved. Yuchodi looked at the sky outside. The exam is not over yet. I have to go to the exam room. You passed the exam today. Go back and have a good rest and prepare for the last subject tomorrow. After saying that, she walked out of the classroom lazily. Why did you forget her just now? Luo Jun frowned and said, This teacher Yu, her sense of presence is so low when she is asleep. Under the covert protection of the jailers and teachers, the exam ended without incident at 10 o'clock in the evening.
By the way, the hundreds of gray wristbands huddled together at the entrance to keep warm in the lower area failed to hold up in the end. More than 3 hours after the exam started, a team of more than 30 prisoners came to them. Even if the prisoner is only 1 point, his physical fitness is far better than that of ordinary people. Coupled with the bonus of vitality, beating 3 or 4 by one person will look like a fake. What's more, these are brutal criminals, and their attacks are accurate and dark. In an instant, they were like tigers entering the flock of sheep, killing the group of gray banded people and turning them upside down. Among the gray wristbands, there were also a few who got scorecards and came to seek protection, hoping to get the white wristbands after the exam. However, in the face of an overwhelming number of prisoners, these white wristbands escaped as soon as the battle started. As for the invigilators standing outside the entrance, separated only by a wall, they watched this unfair battle with indifference. The weak gathered together, seemingly in large numbers, but in the end they were just paper tigers. With such a big target, as long as the prisoners united, they had no power to resist, and a large number of wristbands were robbed. In contrast, many of those gray wristbands who acted alone to hide survived until the end. Of course, if the prisoners do not act, as time goes by, more white wristbands or even green wristbands will join, and quantity and quality will coexist. Sooner or later, this team will become a difficult nut to crack. But unfortunately, the prisoners were not stupid either. They took advantage of the fact that the bones were still fat sheep and took action decisively. According to statistics, a total of 328 people finally passed the Subject 3 exam, and nearly half of them were eliminated. After dinner, Luo Jun sat in the dormitory and scrolled through his mobile phone. There are a lot of news about the exam in the forum. Most of them are candidates who failed the exam and complained that the exam was too difficult. There are also many people who passed the exam who are angry. As for Wu Yud's incident, there are no relevant posts. After all, the exam is not over yet. Although Han Yuli has been caught, the matter still needs to be investigated. Officials will definitely not talk nonsense. Luo Jun and other candidates involved were also told not to spread the matter. Of course, as a victim, Luo Jun will receive certain compensation, which needs to be decided after discussion and judgment by the Yuanxiu Society and the school. Flipping through the pages boredly, suddenly, a post caught Luo Jun's attention. I met the love of my life in Chaos Mission. The poster was called Ask Just 1.8 meters. Most of the content of the post was about nymphomaniacs. Luo Jun refined it. The poster participated in a B-level Chaos Mission and encountered a powerful monster. He just thought that when he was about to die, he was saved by a mysterious woman. This post was written eloquently for several pages. In addition to the dry information mentioned above, the rest used all kinds of exaggerated words to describe how beautiful this mysterious woman was. She was a miracle created by God and an angel sent by God to save him. Etc., etc. Under this post about a nymphomaniac and a rainbow fart, there are a lot of doubts. No pictures to express my condolences. Brother, your mental state makes it difficult for me not to suspect that you are under an illusion. Make a cup of coffee, and you'll calm down if you enter sage mode. Are you sure the guy upstairs is making coffee? Among these doubts, there is a different voice. Flying Elephant, in the mission that he and I participated in together, only the 2 of us were left among the 5 of us, and we were indeed saved by a mysterious woman. Someone immediately asked, is that woman really that beautiful? Flying Elephant, the description of 1 meter 8 is a bit exaggerated, but I have to admit that she is indeed quite pretty. It was followed by an eye-rolling expression. Several people responded below, does that mean it's not that beautiful? Maybe it just happened to suit the original poster's aesthetic taste. I guess the poster himself is a nymphomaniac. Underneath the many replies, a reply from the author of the post suddenly appeared. The 1.8 meter tall asked, don't listen to her, the flying elephant is a woman. As soon as these words came out, Elephant's reply, especially the eye roll, seemed a bit sour. The following LSPs changed their tune and began to ask for photos and videos. Can a beautiful woman save you from a desperate situation? After recalling his narrow escape experience in the Chaos Mission, Luo Jun curled his lips with dissatisfaction. How come I only met one bald old man? While Luo Jun was complaining about his poor luck in love, in another room not far from him, Ling Xin was lying on the bed scrolling through her phone. As Luo Jun's classmate, she was also one of the suspects in Wu Yud's escape today. However, obviously, in terms of strength and motivation, her suspicion was far less than that of Han Yuli. She was only taken away for routine questioning to determine the truth. After the murderer was Han Yuli, he was released.
Ling Xian was really shocked when she heard that Luo Jun was attacked by 4 prisoners.
Luo Jun was involved in the chaos mission, and she always felt that she had her own responsibility. If Luo Jun really died in the mission, she would definitely blame herself. Fortunately, he survived, but after learning that he had cultivated vitality, Ling Xian felt a little uncomfortable.
Although Mr. Yuan said that Luo Jun had mastered Yuan Qi before, Ling Xian didn't quite believe it.
She hadn't noticed any signs of vitality from Luo Jun for so long before, so why did she suddenly learn it? Did he hide it so well before that he even deceived me? It would be fine if he just cultivated 2 levels of the strengthening realm to strengthen his body, but now, not only did he come into contact with more extraordinary secrets, he also took the entrance exam and wanted to become an explorer. Ling Xian didn't know where he got the admission ticket, but she knew that Luo Jun's qualities as an ordinary person and his vitality cultivation were not enough to attract the attention of the Yuan Shou Society. His ability to take the exam was probably related to that incident.
Ling Xian knows better than anyone what a dangerous profession an explorer is.
Although Luo Jun took the exam on his own initiative, Ling Xian always felt that it was his mistake that indirectly led him to this path of no return. I didn't even pass the exam, but I encountered such danger.
There will be many more dangers in the future.
Why do you want to step into this world? Ling Xian looked at Luo Jun's profile picture in the WeChat address book and hesitated whether to click on it. Isn't it good to just be an ordinary person? At this moment, the phone suddenly rang, and the caller showed Ling Yao.
Hey, bro, what's going on?
What did you say? Okay, I'll go to the school to ask for leave right away. After hanging up the phone, Ling Xian immediately dialed another number.
Dean Li? Sorry to bother you so late, something happened at home.
Early the next morning, after breakfast, the candidates came to the college's large conference room under the guidance of their seniors. This is a stepped conference room that can accommodate almost 2,000 people from the front to the back. More than 300 candidates are sitting here, sparsely. Most of the candidates were unfamiliar with each other and sat far away from each other, but there were also some who knew each other and gathered together in 2s and 3s to whisper.
For example, Luo Jun.
Because of Wu Yid's incident, he, Chenran, Sukiki, and Shengyan's team all passed subject 3 ahead of schedule and were sitting together.
I heard that you killed that guy later? How did you do it? Chenran asked curiously as he missed the whole thing because he was in coma. Also, it is said that the mastermind behind the scenes is your classmate?
Is there such a big hatred?
Luo Jun was dealing with Chenran, his eyes constantly scanning the candidates in the room.
Shasha also passed subject 3 and was chatting with her friends when she noticed Luo Jun's gaze and waved over, revealing her blue wristband. It seems that this is not the first time she has taken the exam. She is very hopeful that she will pass this time and she seems to be in a good mood.
Ling Xian is not here, could it be that she was eliminated?
Her wristbands were always hidden in the sleeves of her jeans, and her state of mind was not visible.
But I heard Han Yuli say that Ling Xian was stronger than him, maybe because of the blue wristband. Looking at the wristbands of the candidates, there are only a few dozen gray wristbands that originally accounted for the most, accounting for less than 20%.
In contrast, the purple wristbands that were originally relatively rare accounted for significantly more. At first glance, there are about a dozen of them, so the number of people lost is very small. Although the examination is intended to identify potential candidates, and the rules try to avoid the influence of realm, high-level practitioners not only have strong basic qualities, but also have richer combat experience, making it easier to cope with the exam. As for the gold wristband, there was only one in the house. It was a handsome young man with purple hair, who looked about 18 or 19 years old. That is Lei Tianyang, the 3rd son of the Lei family in Peian City. Chenran noticed Luo Jun's gaze and introduced him. Their family's thunder control skills are unique in Cathay, and are as famous as the Thunder Temple in the West.
He is the most outstanding of this generation.
He just broke through at the beginning of the year. He is also considered a genius among the rising stars in China in the past few years.
You know a lot about me?
Luo Jun looked at Chenran. Although this guy was average in strength and looked a bit big, he knew a lot about a lot of news in the Yuanqi circle.
Of course I understand. Chenran sighed, I was beaten by him when I was a child, and then he became someone else's child in the eyes of his parents. Have you ever fought against him? Luo Jun was stunned.
Listening to what he meant, the Lei family was a large family of practitioners.
Chenran's background should not be simple if he could contact them. I'm from the Chen family in Zhuke town.
Chenran revealed his background with a self-deprecating smile on the surface, but a proud smile on the inside.
However, what he received was only a confused expression on Luo Jun's face. Never heard of it? Chen Ran was embarrassed. I've never heard of the Lei family, so why do you think I must have heard of the Chun family? Luo Jun looked confused.
Chen Ran coughed twice, and Su Kiki sighed and explained for him. Zhuke Town is a small town in Lingnan province. The Chen family in Zhuke Town is the #1 family in the field of fire element in China, and Peian City the young master is also a family friend.
He is the eldest son of the current head of the Chen family. He is similar in age to Mr. Lei. He was often compared to him when he was a child. However, since he was beaten when he was 8 years old, his Taoist heart was broken and he had no intention of practicing. The gap with others is getting bigger and bigger. Chun Yen on the side listened to the introduction and kept nodding. Chen Ran frowned. Kiki, those last few sentences are a bit redundant.
So you are also a child of an aristocratic family.
Luo Jun looked at Chen Ran and then noticed something wrong. Wait, did she just call you young master? Chun Yen and I were both retainers of the Chen family and are now employees of the Chun group. We are here mainly to escort the young master. Hey, you brought your retainers to the exam? Luo Jun was really shocked.
I don't want to either, Chen Ran shook his head and said, who asked me to be a good person?
Otherwise, I wouldn't have come all the way from Lingnan to take the exam for Ningdong University in the north.
I was just afraid that I would make a fool of myself during the exam and be laughed at by the younger members of the clan. I didn't expect to meet Lei Tianyang here. Hey, people are so annoying.
Don't be too depressed.
After we enter school, we are all classmates, and we are all on the same starting line. What will happen in the future may not happen. Luo Jun patted Chen Ran on the shoulder and changed the subject. By the way, I read the forum. He said that someone named Jean Fong which also came to take the exam.
She seems to be very famous, but I didn't seem to see it.
None of the candidates wore masks, but there were quite a few girls with long hair, but none of them had gold wristbands.
Her?
Chen Ran smiled and said, I guess you don't need to take subject 4. She has already been admitted under special conditions.
Exceptional admission? Can it still be like this? Luo Jun said in surprise. What do you think? That is the #1 person in Cathay under the age of 20.
Chen Ran snorted coldly. At the age of 13, he broke through the Ningxin state. He was born with first-class bones and excellent spirituality, and created an indestructible weapon. Many long-established masters are no match for her in the demon-breaking golden edge. Her strength and talent no longer need to be tested. I heard that the dean of Ningdong Explorer Academy personally invited her to come.
For those who are admitted, the exam is just a formality. Are you so awesome?
Luo Jun didn't expect that the masked woman who reached out to save him had such a big background. But think about it, those golden lights are really sharp, and they must be the legendary demon-breaking golden blade.
Bar.
At this time, the door of the venue opened, and a gentle young man wearing glasses walked in from the outside. The moment he saw this person, Luo Jun was stunned. I still remember the time he drew a lottery at the mall before. There was a man with glasses who won several big prizes in a row before him. That was him.
He is actually a teacher at Explorer Academy?
Dear candidates, first of all, congratulations to everyone for passing the first 3 rounds of exams and coming to the final subject of this year's Ningdong Explorer College entrance exam. The man with glasses stood on the podium with a smile. Let me introduce myself. My name is Song Yi, is the instructor of the Insight sect. After you enroll, if you have any questions related to the Insight sect, you can ask me at any time. Song Yi, the Divine Eye. Chen Ran said with a smile, this is also a character.
Don't look at him wearing glasses, but they are actually used to limit his abilities. None of the instructors in Explorer Academy is an ordinary person. Okay, next, I will announce the topic of the final trial. After introducing himself, Song Yi pushed up his glasses. That's the interview. Interview?
The candidates in the audience looked at each other, a little surprised.
Don't be surprised, everyone.
Song Yi explained, after the first 3 exams, we have a general understanding of your physical fitness, fighting skills, and ability to perform tasks in the wild.
People who can make it this far are all excellent candidates in all aspects.
However, to become an excellent explorer, you don't just need to pass the test with hard skills. The school also needs to make a basic assessment of your character, quality, state of mind, etc. Don't worry, this 4th subject is not dangerous at all.
It's just like an ordinary company interview in society. Just relax and chat with the examiner.
With that said, Song Yi took out a list and opened it. Next, the candidates whose names are read, please come with me. Song Yi called 10 candidates, and Chen Ran happened to be among them.
Good guy, I'm in the lead.
Chen Ran stood up, said goodbye to Luo Jun, and followed Song Yi out of the venue. About 10 minutes later, a staff member returned to the conference room and called away 10 more people. At this rate, if everyone is interviewed in 10 waves, it will take more than 6 or 7 hours, basically a whole day. Cell phone signals were blocked in the venue, and it seemed that candidates who had completed the interview were not allowed to come back. No one in the room knew what the interview was about, so they could only wait here. As the interview progressed, there were fewer and fewer people in the venue, and soon Chang Yan and Su Kiki were also called away. Luo Jun observed that the interview list did not seem to be random. For example, in the first wave, the third young master of the Lei family who had the only gold wristband in the field was called away. Each subsequent wave also has a purple wristband, and other wristbands are chosen in proportion as much as possible. Is there any secret here? Luo Jun's name was never called, and he waited until noon. The school even prepared a simple lunch for the candidates and delivered it to the venue. However, instead of filling their stomachs, most people were worried about what problems they were about to face. When the sun set in the west and dusk was approaching, Luo Jun's name was finally called. After waking up from meditation, Luo Jun looked at the other 7 people standing up in the field. It seemed that this was the last wave. By the last batch, all other color wristbands had been interviewed, leaving only the largest number of white wristbands. Several people left the venue and went all the way to the second floor. Under the guidance of the staff, they entered different rooms. There are 3 people in Luo Jun's room. The one in the middle is the examiner Song Yi. To his left is a short, fat middle-aged man about 40 years old who looks very friendly with a smile. To his right is a young man, who should be he is a student, holding a notebook and taking notes. Hello, Luo Jun, right? Song Yi looked at Luo Jun's information and pushed up his glasses. Your previous experience is legendary. It's just good luck, Luo Jun smiled and scratched his head. Don't be nervous. The kind middle-aged man on the side smiled and said, let me introduce myself. My name is Huang Hua, and I am also a teacher at Explorer College. Next I will ask you some questions, and you can answer them based on facts or intuition. Don't try to lie or go against your true intentions. Teacher Song here is a master of the insight sect, and his ability to observe words and emotions is almost to the level of mind reading. It's almost mind reading, which means it can't really read minds. Luo Jun knew what was going on. It's true that I can't really read minds, but I can see your mood swings, and with your smallest expressions and movements, I can roughly know what you are thinking. Song Yi looked at Luo Jun and smiled. Damn it, did he really guess it? Luo Jun was shocked. Song Yi nodded, I did guess it. Luo Jun immediately restrained his mind and did not dare to think anymore. Next, Teacher Huang had a casual chat with Luo Jun and asked some seemingly insignificant questions, such as previous experiences, opinions on some current news, how to deal with certain situations, etc., with an easygoing tone and a kind attitude. Luo Jun felt that while he was answering, Song Yi was constantly scrutinizing him. If he lied or the answer he gave was not in line with his intentions, he would definitely find out the clues. Fortunately, Luo Jun considers himself an upright and kind-hearted young man. He doesn't have big problems with his views and answers frankly. Not bad, Teacher Huang nodded, seemingly satisfied with Luo Jun. Last question, how long have you been in contact with Yuan Qi? Who is the master? This question made Luo Jun stun for a moment, and then he felt keenly that Song Yi on the side pushed up his glasses. Obviously, his reaction caught Song Yi's attention. Damn it, why are you asking this? He had been exposed to Yuan Qi for less than a month, and his master was Yuan Shoujin. But Mr. Yuan had ordered that these things should never be disclosed to anyone, but if he lied and Song Yi found out, it would only arouse more suspicion. Is this question important? Luo Jun hesitated. Oh, no, Huang Hua smiled and said, I just saw that your scores in the previous rounds of exams were very good, so I was a little curious. The first round of trial stone steps was completed in less than 5 minutes. In the second round of fighting, I faced a high-level machine puppet and was able to push it out of the field. In the third round of Confusion Peak, I encountered a prisoner with a score of 4 points, but being able to fight back. And before, when I was involved in a Class B mission, I was able to escape unscathed and even received an excellent rating. Counting Luo Jun's resume in detail, Huang Hua still smiled. This glorious record makes me a little curious. Are you really just a second-level solider who has just learned Vitality? It seems that I am still a bit too high-profile. Luo Jun sighed in his heart, then gathered his thoughts and quietly called out the Tianji dice. Say an answer that won't be seen through by Song Yi. After confirming the event, the 2 dice rotated in front of his eyes and finally settled.
The event difficulty is 96, the final points are 68 plus 5, and the event failed. Well, Luo Jun didn't expect that the difficulty of hiding from Song Yi would be as high as 96 points. It seems that this divine eye is indeed well deserved. Fortunately, he had a chance to repent, and after a short silence, he made another judgment. The event difficulty is 100, the final points are 39 plus 5, and the event failed. Why has the difficulty increased? After being stunned, Luo Jun figured it out. Apparently, the unnatural silence just now aroused more suspicion. It seemed that he could not escape this level. Luo Jun could only bite the bullet and said after careful consideration, "It is true that I only came into contact with Yuanqi this year." As for the master, Luo Jun hesitated. "To be honest, I don't know much about the master. We just met by chance. He said that I am a talent that can be made, he taught me some basics. He also told me not to mention anything related to him to outsiders." Luo Jun's answer was very clever. Strictly speaking, it was all true, but it did avoid some things. If this kind of trick targets the kind of regular and mechanical lie detection ability, most of the time it can be fooled. But Song Yi's ability is more akin to observing words and expressions. Word games don't work at all in front of him. The target's mentality when speaking and whether there is any subjective deception are the criteria for Song Yi's judgment. Song Yi glanced at Luo Jun meaningfully, then turned to Huang Hua and nodded slightly. "Okay, that's the end of today's conversation." Huang Hua stood up with a smile. "Go back and wait for the news. Keep your phone open. If you are admitted, we will contact you within 3 days." After exiting the door, Luo Jun left the building under the guidance of the staff. The official gate of the college is halfway up the mountain on the south side of the main peak of Ningyuan Mountain. There is a winding downhill road out of the gate. Because Ningyuan Mountain is designated as within the scope of Ningdong University, and the school prohibits students from going up the mountain, the place seems very secluded and few people set foot there. The scenery of Ningyuan Mountain is good, but Luo Jun has no time to appreciate it. Although he didn't say it clearly, under the judgment of Tianji Dice, he knew that he was out of luck. "I passed the first few rounds, but I didn't expect to fail at the last step." Luo Jun did not place any hope that the other party would let him go because of this small problem. The explorer is related to the main world's plan to explore other worlds, and it is the grand plan of all mankind. Therefore, the Explorer Academy must be very strict in selecting students, and their abilities are first class. On the other hand, it is also important whether the background is clean. Therefore, the school will definitely be more cautious about a candidate who conceals the origin of his abilities. There is no shortage of talents in China. With such candidates, one more person is not too much, and one person less than him is not too much. If his concealment is listed as a dangerous factor, it is likely to be brushed off. Luo Jun sighed, stood on the mountainside and stretched. At this time, the phone rang, and the word Laodang was displayed on the incoming call. "Hello, master? How was the exam? Is it over today?" Yuan Shouxin's voice came from the opposite side. "I have an impromptu mission to another world in the past 2 days, and I just came back." "Hey," Luo Jun sighed, "I guess it's enough. I have failed master's expectations." "What?" Yuan Shouxin said with surprise in his tone. "Did you encounter a problem in subject 3? As the leader of the school, Yuan Shouxin naturally understands the content of the exam. He trained Luo Jun for more than 20 days in the first 2 levels. There is absolutely no chance that there will be any problems. However, the variables in the third subject are too great. Even if Luo Jun is stronger than the same level, candidates are not guaranteed to have accidents. Subject 3 went well, but the problem lies in subject 4, Luo Jun told him the experience he just had. "Although I, your apprentice, am extremely intelligent and can answer every detail, but when faced with the inside of the divine eye Song Yi, it is inevitable that flaws will appear." "Song Yi," Yuan Shouxin's tone relaxed, "then it's okay, eh?" Luo Jun was stunned, then smiled and said, "Master, do you want to intercede with him on my behalf?" "What a beautiful idea." Yuan Shouxin scolded, "If I come forward, wouldn't everyone know that you are my apprentice? How can it be okay?" Luo Jun asked curiously. "Because Song Yi doesn't like to meddle in other people's business," Yuan Shouxin said with a smile, "and his divine eye is more powerful than you think. People often say that concealing something is a problem in itself. That's because they don't have Song Yi's insight. He can not only see that you are hiding something, but he can also see whether the issue you are hiding is worthy of attention. In his eyes, everyone is hiding something more or less. Song Yi is used to it. If everyone is found out and investigated, he will be exhausted.
As long as your concealment does not contain any malicious and concealed issues do not involve principles and will not harm others, so he generally doesn't bother to care. Luo Jun beamed when he heard that. Yes, Tianji dice only confirmed that he would be seen through, but it didn't say that the person who saw through it would say it was revealed. Unfortunately, the dice were time-sensitive and could not directly determine whether he could pass the exam, which made the fire of hope in Luo Jun's heart ignited again. In the next few days, stay at home and wait for the notice. Mr. Yuan asked, also prepare some luggage. I will book a ticket for you next week and send you the ticket information later. Ticket? Where to go? Luo Jun was confused. Go to Lingyun Island. There are still 3 months until school starts. Don't even think about slacking off during this period. Practice hard for me. Thanks to Wuming Yu88 for the 20,000 starting coins. Thanks to Vincent for the 300 starting coin reward. Thanks to Zwikarin for the 100 starting coins. Thank you everyone for your monthly votes and recommendation votes. Please read and collect. Jiangdong Province, Donghai City, 9 o'clock in the morning. A plane made another landing and stopped at Donghai Airport. After the boarding bridge was erected, the cabin door opened and the passengers walked out with their luggage. Luo Jun, who was carrying a school bag, was also among them. It has been a week since the exam ended. 5 days ago, he received the admission notice from the school. It was exactly what Mr. Yuan said. Although Song Yi saw through his concealment, he did not embarrass him. The admission notice also stated that ordinary people who do not understand Yuan Qi and beginners in the solid state can use the 3 months before the start of school to improve their Yuan Qi at Ningdong University, where they will be guided by specialized teachers. Of course, if you don't want to, you can also do things on your own, but after the school starts, the school's classes and courses will not be able to take care of low-level students like they did during the exam. By then, those with insufficient vitality will risk falling behind. Luo Jun naturally did not choose to go to school for further studies, because his master Yuan Shozhen had arranged more difficult courses for him. Jiangdong Province is one of the most economically developed regions in China. As the provincial capital, Donghai City is also one of the top modern metropolises in the country. It is a world of difference compared to the third-tier Ningdong City. However, Mr. Yuan's schedule was so tight that Luo Jun had no time to appreciate the modern atmosphere of Donghai City. He didn't even leave the airport, so he took the subway directly to Dongwan Pier and caught the 10:30 a.m. ferry to Lingyun Island. Lingyun Island is located in the East China Sea of Sinian, more than 80 nautical miles away from Donghai City. It covers an area of more than 50 square kilometers and has a permanent population of about 30,000 people. From the map, this is an inconspicuous island with no famous specialties and no beautiful scenery. In today's information age, the residents of the island are still low-key and secluded. Even the nearest Donghai City, and few people know about this island. I heard that this island seems to be very exclusive. The residents of the island have spontaneously formed patrols. Fishermen from other places who go to sea will be warned and expelled if they accidentally approach this island. Even the daily ferry is operated by Lingyun Island itself. Other than that, there is no way to get close to the island. The reason is that Lingyun Island is an island open only to Yuan Qi practitioners. Luo Jun got out of the subway and came to Dongwan Pier. He found the ferry timetable. After looking for a long time, he couldn't find the ferry flight to Lingyun Island. When I asked the ticket office, there was no ferry ticket to Lingyun Island. There's no such thing. Luo Jun looked at the ticket information on his phone and muttered, Master also said that as long as you get to the pier, you can find it at a glance. There isn't even a timetable. Where can I find it? After passing the security check and entering the waiting hall with doubts, Luo Jun glanced at the various boarding gates lined up, and soon his eyes were attracted by an inconspicuous boarding gate in the corner. Compared with other spacious and eye-catching boarding gates, the small gate is unique. There is no large screen showing flight information, no staff in uniforms checking tickets, and even the door is half smaller than the others, looking shabby and old. There is no gate for checking tickets. There is only a little old lady blocking the door, checking a ticket and letting each person go. At first glance, you would probably mistake this for the toilet door. The reason why Luo Jun was able to notice this place among the many imposing ticket gates was because above this inconspicuous ticket gate, there were several huge light characters shining. If you go to Lingyun Island, come here. This light character is composed of vitality. Ordinary people cannot see it at all and cannot pay attention to it. However, practitioners of vitality can be attracted by it at a glance. As for the person who maintains this light character, it is the old lady checking tickets at the door. Being able to release your vitality, at least in the Peiyuan realm. Being able to use your vitality to write such large and complex characters and still maintain it shows that your energy and control skills are very high. This old lady may look inconspicuous, but she is actually a master.
Ah. Luo Jun also walked over and showed the ticket to the old man.
The old lady scanned it with the machine in her hand, and after confirming that it was correct, let him pass. After passing through the ticket gate, he came to a special passage, which seemed to lead in a different direction than ordinary tourists. Luo Jun walked all the way, and when he got out of the passage, a huge ferry appeared in front of him. To the naked eye, it seemed to be no different from an ordinary ferry, but under Luo Jun's field of vision, he could see the faint fluctuations of energy on the ship.
Luo Jun's first reaction was that this was the vitality emanating from the passengers on the ferry.
But he soon realized that something was wrong. Even cultivators at the Peiyuan realm and above, in order to save physical strength, hide their aura, and are not in a combat state. They would only cover the body surface with a thin layer of gangqi at most, which could not be dispersed outside the hull at all.
Come.
Especially when Luo Jun boarded the ship, he could clearly feel that the fluctuations covering the ship were very thick and stable, probably coming from the devices on the ship used to protect the hull.
Then this is a bit powerful.
To cover such a huge hull and still maintain a certain strength, the consumption of vitality is absolutely terrifying. Regardless of whether it can collect so much vitality, just a ship that can store a huge amount of vitality, the equipment is at least a legendary treasure.
This is the background of Gate. After finding his seat, Luo Jun looked at the almost full cabin and remembered the teacher's instructions yesterday. 3 days later, it will be the day when the gate to the wilderness opens.
I will help you book a boat ticket to Lingyun Island. You can get off the plane and take the subway to the pier directly.
You can get to Lingyun Island by boat. Gate to the wilderness? Isn't it right, master? I haven't even entered school yet, so you are going to send me to another world? It's not like you haven't been there before.
Yuan Shoujin snorted coldly. Compared to the B-level chaos mission, the wilderness is a relatively gentle world.
Real or false? Luo Jun didn't believe it. I read the posts on the forum.
The wild world is full of monsters, but they are not gentle at all.
Don't believe all the posts on the internet, just watch the fun.
Mr. Yuan said seriously, I was just here to train your vitality, and I didn't tell you about the door in detail.
I just took this opportunity to give you a good a lesson. Currently known, there are 3 doors in Cathay.
The world behind the door is called martial arts, supernatural, and wild wilderness, according to its characteristics. The gate of Wulin is located deep in Ningyuan Mountain.
This is why Ningdong, an inconspicuous city, has an explorer academy. The gate of supernatural is located in Puhua Mountain in the southwest of Cathay. There is also an explorer academy there.
These 2 doors are under the jurisdiction of the association and are officially controlled. As for the 3rd, Barbarian, gate, it is on Lingyun Island and is in private hands.
Can a private person control a door? Luo Jun asked in surprise. Gates appeared one after another more than 100 years ago.
The gates that appeared on the mainland caused riots and were quickly controlled by the government. However, Lingyun Island was isolated overseas. By the time the gates became known to the outside world, the islanders had already turned to the gates.
After many years of exploration, we have accumulated a profound foundation.
The government also tried to take back the jurisdiction of the gate, but met with fierce resistance from the islanders. Most of them gained control of their vitality through exploration of the wilderness. Coupled with the geographical advantage, they became a force that cannot be underestimated. After several frictions, the government and the islanders reached an agreement. The gate is under the jurisdiction of the islanders, but the information inside the gate needs to be disclosed to the government, and a certain proportion of the resources obtained from the gate must be handed over. The government will also explore the islanders. The act was sponsored and supported. Later in modern society, this agreement was revised several times, but in the end Lingyun Island retained jurisdiction over the wilderness gate. I didn't expect there to be such a history. Luo Jun nodded. Master, in that case, why don't you let me go to the other 2 doors under the jurisdiction of the association?
Where there are local snakes, won't there be trouble? After so many years of development, Lingyun Island's management has been very perfect and will not embarrass outsiders.
Yuan Shoujin explained, and more importantly, Lingyun Island, as an unofficial organization, is not so strict in the review of explorers. As long as you pay according to their rules, they don't care what you do in the wilderness, and they won't delve into your background and identity.
This is more convenient for you. Is it really appropriate to let people go to other worlds casually like this? Luo Jun remembered that Mr. Yuan said that the door is only more conspicuous in the main world. From the other side, the door is almost completely transparent and very hidden.
Therefore, all the gates currently are discovered and controlled by humans first, and then they use them to quietly explore other worlds. None of the currently known alien worlds know of the existence of the main world. Therefore, the screening of explorers from other worlds is very strict. One of the criteria is the ability to keep secrets. For this reason, the association has even developed related secret techniques to restrict explorers from revealing information about the main world. But the door of Lingyun Island was just given away for money. Aren't you afraid of being behind the door and getting information about the main world? There is no need to worry about this at all. Mr. Yuan showed a smile, because the wild world is a primitive world full of monsters, and there is no civilization at all. The primitive world full of monsters, his thoughts returned to reality. Luo Jun looked at the other passengers in the ferry. In this situation, the danger comes not only from monsters, but also from the mixed fish and dragons, and the bulk explorers who come for profit. Most of these passengers can see a touch of Dangqi on their bodies, and they are at least starting from the Peiyuan realm. But other than that, they look like ordinary people.
Practitioners also have to live in reality, and their clothes are not too exaggerated. For example, the person sitting next to Luo Jun now is a little old man with an unattractive appearance. Young man, are you going to hunt in the wilderness?
The old man looked to be in his 60s. His upper body was a loose hurdle vest, and his lower body was a pair of coarse cloth shorts that reached the knees. He was wearing a pair of slippers.
He looked like he could be seen everywhere in the village. Uncle.
Yes. Luo Jun replied with a smile, this is my first time going there.
Sir, you can tell from your experience that you have a lot of experience. Is there anything you can pass on to the younger generation? The young man is quite good at talking. The man in the vest smiled and said, it's your first time here, so you must have never registered with the Wilderness Hunters Guild?
Wild Hunters Guild?
Luo Jun was stunned.
His master had never mentioned this to him.
You don't even know about this? The vest man became interested and introduced. That is an organization established by Lingyun Island specifically for the wilderness. The current president is the contemporary island owner Ling Ao.
Anyone who wants to enter the wilderness must join the Savage Hunters. The guild registers and must pay an entrance fee to pass through the wilderness gate. The guild will charge a commission for the trophies hunted in the wilderness and provide sales. If you want to take them away, the guild will take a commission based on the valuation.
Luo Jun frowned when he heard this. How much is the entrance fee? 50,000 at a time.
The vest man said, if you don't have money, you can borrow it first. If you die in the door, forget it. Otherwise, if you want to come back, you have to use the income from the wilderness to make up for the entrance fee.
50,000?
Luo Jun thought to himself that the entrance fee would cost him half of his net worth.
This is not a guild. It is clearly an evil capitalist. The word exploitation is written in every rule. Who let the Ling family control a door?
The vest man said with a smile, this is the only door in cafe that is not in the hands of the official. For most casual cultivators, if they want to go to another world, except for the unstable chaos for the mission, we can only come here. It is precisely because of the resources behind the door that the Ling family has become the well-deserved largest family among cultivators in the country.
Is another world so good?
Luo Jun turned to look at the passengers in the cabin. Why do you all want to go there so much? The man in the vest looked at Luo Jun with a strange look on his face. It's not good to be in another world, so why are you here?
I was forced to come here.
Luo Jun smiled bitterly. The old man in the vest raised his eyebrows. You were forced to come here by master, right?
Luo Jun was shocked. How do you know?
The old man in the vest looked like he had seen through the truth. A young boy who has never heard of the Hunter Guild wants to come to Lingyun Island. The only possibility is to be forced to practice by the teacher. There are many attractive things in the other world, such as scenery that cannot be seen in the main world, such as brand new opportunities and inexhaustible wealth. But the biggest difference between it and the main world is the concentration of spiritual energy.
Aura concentration? Can it increase the speed of cultivation? Luo Jun asked curiously. You really don't know anything.
The old man in the vest shook his head. You have an irresponsible master. The rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth is indeed good for cultivation, but the more important role is to help you better master and utilize your own energy and form a style that suits you. The cultivation of Yuan Qi, from consolidating the foundation, to cultivating the Yuan, and then to condensing the heart, is also a process from the inside out. In the consolidation realm, The yuan qi completely runs within the body and has no communication with the outside world. It relies purely on the practitioner's own talent and work hard. But when you reach the cultivation realm, your vitality can leave the body and you can initially come into contact with the spiritual energy between heaven and earth. Although these spiritual energies of heaven and earth cannot be used directly by the cultivator, they can provide direction for practice. When you reach the Ningxin state, it involves profound vitality. By using techniques, you can not only learn from the rules of the aura of heaven and earth, but also directly communicate with the aura of heaven and earth to use more powerful combat techniques. You can understand it this way. The cultivation of vitality is like going to school, elementary school, middle school, and university, step by step. And the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is like school. A world with strong spiritual energy is like a famous school. Not only the teaching quality is good, but the classmates around you are also good. Top students, in such an environment, will definitely have better learning results. It may not allow you to skip a grade, but students from prestigious schools will naturally have better results. You can just listen to the excitement when I say so much. Once you experience it, you will feel the difference. The man in the vest said with a smile. I don't think so, Luo Jun understood. The help of spiritual energy concentration in cultivation becomes obvious only from the cultivation level. The original energy in the solid state cannot communicate with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, so he can only play with himself. Uncle Lu thought he didn't believe it, so he continued, you'll find out when you go there. Among the many other worlds, the wilderness has the most spiritual energy. If it weren't for the fact that it is also the most polluted, I really want to live in it. Not coming out. Pollution, Luo Jun muttered subconsciously. Regarding this point, Mr. Yuan had warned him. The time you enter another world at one time should not be too long, otherwise you will be contaminated by the rules of the other world. The specific cause of pollution is still unclear to humans. I just learned from observation that different worlds have different rules. Some technologies are effective in other worlds, but have no effect at all in the main world. There are also some technologies in the main world that cannot be replicated successfully in other worlds. These, due to the so-called different rules. If creatures in the main world enter other worlds, they will be infected by the rules of that world. Over time, they may lose themselves and become insane, or they may mutate into monsters or even die. Those who are polluted by the alien world are called polluters. For example, the man in the windbreaker that Luo Jun met in the mall, although he still looks like an ordinary person, his mind and soul have been contaminated by the other world, and he has abandoned the rules and morals of the main world. He is completely different from ordinary people on the inside and may do something at any time. Engage in extreme behavior. Once such polluters are discovered, they will be strictly controlled by the association. If possible, they will be purified. If they cannot be purified, they can only be eliminated. In order to avoid becoming polluters, when people explore other worlds, they will strictly limit the time they stay in other worlds. Generally speaking, it is safe within a month. If it exceeds a month, the pollution will begin to corrode the human soul and body. The specific pollution rate varies in different worlds. A world full of spiritual energy like the wilderness is polluted the fastest, and practitioners will basically not stay there for more than a month. Like other worlds, some are relatively lightly polluted, and you may be able to stay there for a year and a half without any problem. From a practitioner's perspective, the stronger the body, the tougher the spirit, and the stronger the vitality, the stronger the ability to resist pollution. Also in the wilderness, some people lose themselves in less than 2 months, while others persist for 3 months and still have room to turn back. This varies from person to person and can only be mastered by yourself. As for the way to resolve pollution, the simplest way is to return to your original world and spend the same time purifying it. For example, if you have accumulated pollution for 5 days in another world, you can be completely purified by returning to the main world and resting for up to 5 days. The upper limit of this purification is 1 month. Generally speaking, as long as it is not completely contaminated, it can be purified after returning to the main world for up to 1 month. If there are still signs of contamination after a month, more drastic measures can only be used to deal with it. The gate to the wilderness will open once every half month for 3 days at a time. In this way, if Luo Jun successfully enters this time, in order to prevent contamination, he will have to come out the next time it opens, and then rest in the main world for a month to purify. Due to pollution, we can only enter the wilderness again in early August. This was also the itinerary planned by Mr. Yuan for him. The journey was calm and the ferry was not slow. In about 5 hours, we could see Lingyun Island on the horizon from a distance. Luo Jun had a good chat with the old man in the vest along the way. He found out that this old man's surname was Lu and he was already a senior practitioner of Ningxinjing. When he learned that Luo Jun was only in the strengthening realm, the uncle was surprised, but he understood immediately. It seems that your master wants you to break through the cultivation realm in the wilderness. Feeling the abundant spiritual energy of heaven and earth immediately after the breakthrough will indeed be of great benefit to your future cultivation. Although your master is not very responsible, he is still considerate. You're so ambitious. Luo Jun complained in his heart. According to the teacher's training, I have to reach the 7th level before I can enter the Peiyuan realm. At the speed of ordinary people, I don't know how long it will take, but he still had a smile on his face and said, yes, although my master is not as amiable as you, I still feel sorry for my disciple after all. The ferry slowly docked, and Luo Jun finally set foot on Lingyun Island. Handsome guy, let's find out about the hotel. Is there anyone going to the west of the island? There is still one place left to start. Lingyun Island's specialty, grilled giant squid, 15 skewers per skewer, 25 tails per skewer. Loot consignment, formal channels, lose 10 for every loss. Unlike the isolated overseas islands that he imagined to be closed and exclusive, Luo Jun's first impression of Lingyun Island was not too down to earth. As soon as the ship arrived at the port, a large number of islanders came forward to promote their business. The battle reminded Luo Jun of the train station in Ningdong City. The only difference is that the physical fitness of the islanders here to sell them is obviously better than that of ordinary people. They are probably all practitioners of the solid realm. It took a lot of effort for Luo Jun to squeeze out of the crowd. Try not to look for hotels or anything like that at the port. Uncle Lu took Luo Jun's hand. I have an old friend on the island, and I stay at his house every time I come here. If you don't have a place to live, you can follow me. Come. This overseas desert island is vast and sparsely populated. Every household is big and big. There is no shortage of a room for you. Mr. Yuan had already booked a 5-star hotel for Luo Jun, so he declined Uncle Lu's kindness, and the father and son parted ways at the port. The town on Lingyun Island is not big, but it is very prosperous. Although the permanent population is only about 30,000, practitioners from all over the country and even the world make this place overcrowded and lively all year round. Luo Jun followed the navigation system all the way to the booked accommodation. Looking at the low and dilapidated building in front of him, he couldn't help but feel black lines all over his head. Is this the 5-star hotel that Lao Deng said? Luo Jun looked at the 3 worn and faded characters on the crooked signboard. So the name of the hotel is 5-star? If I had known earlier, it would be better to leave with Uncle Lu. Since the master has spent all the money, Luo Jun can only drag his things in. At the front desk was a fat ant with a head full of curling irons. She was wearing a sweater and watching TV series on her tablet. When she saw Luo Jun come in, she put down her sweater and without even taking her eyes off the tablet, she checked him in casually. Long-term room. Stay here until the end of August, right? Luo Jun nodded, feeling a little sad when he saw the bill displayed on the screen, but thinking that it was Lao Deng who paid anyway, he didn't say anything more. After confirming the information, the curling iron raised his head and said, hello, yeah, we have a guest. Hey! There was a promise from upstairs, and then there was the sound of footsteps. A very delicate girl of 15 or 16 years old ran down the wooden stairs with bare feet. You're not wearing shoes, the fat ant scolded, and the little girl made a face at her. The fat ant was so angry that she yelled at the stinky girl and threw the room key to hit her. The little girl deftly took the room card and waved towards Luo Jun. Follow me. I followed the little girl up to the 2nd floor and all the way to the innermost room. The little girl swiped the room card twice before opening the door. This door lock doesn't work very well. If it doesn't open, just swipe it a few times. What's the problem? Just call me Yaya. It's in the outermost room on the 2nd floor. Is that your mother downstairs? Luo Jun suddenly asked. What's wrong? Yaya was a little confused. It's nothing. Luo Jun smiled and shook his head. I'm just a little envious. After saying that, he entered the room. Yada looked at the closed door, pouted, muttered weird, turned around and left. The rooms in the 5-star hotel are very simple, with only one bed, a table and chairs, a wardrobe, and not even a TV. Although there is an independent bathroom, there is only a slightly blocked shower head and a squat toilet. Pit. Luo Jun didn't pick any conditions, put down his backpack, lay down on the bed comfortably, and then dialed Lao Deng. Hello? A familiar voice came from the other end of the phone. How are you? Have you arrived at Lingyun Island? We're here. Luo Jun's tone revealed a sense of grievance. Master, is this the 5-star hotel you always booked for me?
Did I say that right? Did it say 5 stars? Lao Deng's tone sounded like he wanted to be beaten.
Okay, Luo Jun curled his lips. I won't pursue this. Please explain to me first what the 50,000 door-to-door fee is.
Why have I never heard of you talking about it?
Well, it doesn't make any difference if I say it or not.
Mr. Yuan said with a smile, can't you get it on credit?
I believe in my ability as a good apprentice, and you will definitely be able to earn back the 50,000 yuan in the wilderness.
It's not, master, don't you believe in my abilities a little too much?
Luo Jun was about to burst into tears. I am still a poor person in the Guban realm.
The players I met along the way all started in the Peiyuan realm.
Ah, even the old man in the vest sitting next to me is a master of calming the mind.
You want me to make money in a solid state? The wild wilderness is so vast, there are always ways to make money. Mr. Yuan ignored his apprentice's cry, and you are considered an ordinary consolidated realm? An ordinary consolidated realm cannot kill Wu Yud. Mr. Yuan has already read the report on the Wu Yud incident.
In the eyes of others, this is how Luo Jun defeated the strong by relying on his intelligence and traps. Mr. Yuan clearly knows that his apprentice can compete with the 5th-level high-level agency.
If the puppet fights head-on, even if it's a hand-to-hand fight, it will never be in vain to train a prisoner on the 4th level of the Yuan realm. Luo Jun sighed, you are really my good master.
Even my apprentice doesn't know what to say. Halfway through his words, he stopped abruptly.
Mr. Yuan noticed something was wrong. What's wrong? What happened? Xiao Jun.
Master, Luo Jun's voice was a little surprised. I just received the chaos mission notification. What did you say?
Mr. Yuan on the other end of the phone sounded shocked. I received a notification of the chaos mission. I will enter the mission in 30 minutes. Impossible. Mr. Yuan denied, you were so talented in your own realm, how could you be recruited by a chaotic world? I don't know, could it be because I went in once?
After all, there is even a treasure chest. Captain Chang also said before that he didn't have to worry about the chaos mission, but now the notice hit his head, saying nothing.
Useless.
You are not the first person to have entered the chaos mission in advance.
Mr. Yuan explained, even if you have the treasure box in advance, you have to wait until you truly break through the Yuan Shui realm and be able to release your energy before you can be locked by the chaos world.
Wait, did you get something in your last mission?
Or did you do something that caused the chaos world to lock you in advance?
No, Luo Jun recalled his last experience. There was nothing unusual about the 3 noble phantasms he obtained. The only thing worth mentioning was that he was finally exposed to the strangeness underground in the Midnight Hotel.
Wait.
Luo Jun suddenly thought of another unusual thing about himself.
Secret dice. Could it be that Chaos World noticed the existence of this thing and locked onto him? But Tianji Dice is his biggest trump card in secret. He has never told anyone, including Master. Thinking of this, Luo Jun gritted his teeth and tried to explain, Master, do you think it was the mysterious existence underground that did something to me during the last mission? Luo Jun's experience in the Midnight Hotel has been recorded, and Mr. Yuan knows it. This possibility cannot be ruled out. Mr. Yuan said, the last time you entered was a rule-based survival mission.
The thing underground is probably an aborigine of the chaotic world.
We don't know much about these things. What methods do they have? It's not surprising.
It makes no sense to say so much now. The gate to the wilderness will open in 2 days. Before then, you can't cause any trouble.
Just refuse the chaos mission first. Once you enter the wilderness, the lock of the chaos world will be blocked. When you come back, we will study the reason.
It is not compulsory to participate in the chaos mission.
You can refuse it up to 2 times in a row. In other words, if you don't want to do it, you can do it once every 3 months. Okay, Luo Jun agreed, but then fell silent. Master, why do you refuse this mission? It's just rejection. When the chaos mission is released, you will be asked if you accept it?
No, Luo Jun searched for information about the chaos mission in his mind. There is no option to refuse, just post it to me and let me prepare the mission. You can't even refuse?
Mr. Yuan was also a little panicked. Don't panic. Since you have to participate, make complete preparations. In addition to the treasure box, the chaos mission will also allow you to bring the most basic belongings. Try to change into clothes that are durable and easy to move around. Also, get some food to fill your stomach. Who knows if there will be food in the mission. Also, have you got any information related to the mission now?
No, Luo Jun had already started to change clothes. I just said that I was about to enter the chaos mission. That doesn't seem to be a large-scale recruitment mission. Mr. Yuan smacked his lips. Next, I will tell you some things you need to pay attention to in the chaos mission. You can listen while preparing. Luo Jun agreed and put on his earphones so that the call would not delay the matter at hand. First of all, the chaotic world is an unstable world. It is contaminated by other worlds for some unknown reason. Therefore, in the chaotic world, you may see elements of any world, and you may even meet people from other worlds. But these are not real. In addition to the native aborigines of the chaos world, there are also practitioners who participate in missions like you. Most of the people and monsters you see in the chaos mission are projections from other worlds. Projection? Then how can I tell which ones are real people and which ones are projections? This is not difficult for experienced explorers, because they probably know the creatures in other worlds. Even if they have never seen them, they have learned about them from books and the internet, but it is not that easy for you. The native inhabitants of the chaos world include harmless-looking ordinary people as well as dangerous monsters. The monsters native to the chaos world are especially twisted and weird. They look like the kind that mutated after drinking nuclear wastewater for 2.5 years. Isn't that the same one I met last time? Luo Jun blinked. That's why I say you have a great destiny. It's not easy to come back alive after encountering a chaos monster on your first mission. But such luck will never happen again. Chaos monsters are not only distorted in appearance. Their strength may not be the strongest, but they are definitely the craziest. If you see them, you must stay away. As for people and monsters from other worlds, chaos missions will not project waste, so most of those who can appear in the mission have information for reference. Even if you don't know them, you can also ask other people who participated in the mission. But remember, everyone participating in the mission is not trustworthy, especially those casual cultivators, most of whom are egoists. You must be careful when dealing with them. If you can try to hide your identity, Mr. Yuan originally thought that Luo Jun's participation in the chaos mission happened a long time ago, and he had never told him about his experience in this area in detail. This time was tight, and what he could say over the phone was really limited. Luo Jun was making preparations and listening at the same time, trying to keep it in mind. 30 minutes passed by in a blink of an eye. Mr. Yuan, who was still talking endlessly, suddenly realized that there was no sound on the other end of the phone. He must have entered the task. Mr. Yuan frowned and looked at the cell phone during the call, worried about his apprentice's safety. You must come back alive. When Luo Jun came to his senses, he found himself in a white room with 7 people standing around him, 4 men and 3 women. Luo Jun touched the midnight mask on his face, which he had put on before entering. No matter why he was recruited in advance, the fewer people who knew about this abnormal situation, the better. Therefore, Mr. Yuan specially reminded him that during the chaos mission, it was best not to reveal his true identity. The task of 8 people seems to be quite difficult. A tall, muscular man with a beard said with a smile, "Let's get to know each other. My name is Zhao Deshang. I am at the 5th level of the Peiyuan realm. I have the tendency of martial arts. As the level of vitality increases, it will gradually show different tendencies according to the different skills practiced and personal talent and personality. This tendency basically determines the ability after breaking through the Ningxin state. Different from strengthening the foundation and cultivating the essence, the practice of condensing the mind is very dependent on talent. Not everyone can achieve a breakthrough by practicing step by step. Generally speaking, the earlier the tendency appears and the stronger the tendency, the greater the chance of breakthrough in Ningxin state and the stronger the ability. For example, Sukiki and Chang Yan, who are around Shenran, both have certain tendencies in the 2nd level of the solid realm. If everything goes well, they will most likely be able to break through the Ning Xian realm. On the contrary, if you reach the Peiyuan realm and your abilities still have no tendency, you may not be able to reach the Ningxin realm for the rest of your life. The ability to condense one's mind is also divided into many factions based on different characteristics. For example, Sukiki's sense of smell and Song Yi's divine eyes belong to the insight faction, while Yuchioti's Yuan beast belongs to the creation faction. As for the martial arts faction, abilities, it is basically an enlarged version of the Peiyuan realm. Its characteristic is that the body-protecting gas is extremely powerful. It not only has excellent defensive power, but also provides strong assistance. It is best at frontal melee combat. Although it is simple, it is practical. Looking at Zhao Deshang's burly figure and strong muscles, he is at the 5th level of the Peiyuan realm. He is indeed a warrior who can resist and fight, which gives people a sense of security.
My name is Su Yun.
The speaker was a woman in her 20s or 70s, with burgundy wavy hair, gorgeous makeup, a curvy figure, and an enchanting temperament.
4th level of Peiyuan realm, elemental sect tendency.
As she spoke, she raised her fingers, a mass of vitality condensed on her fingertips, and mist instantly formed around her. Although it is not yet at the level of ice condensation, it can indeed initially simulate the ice element. I believe that after a breakthrough, he will be a powerful ice mage.
Gaosun, 4th level of Peiyuan realm, inclined to the illusion school.
The speaker was a tall, thin man with a pale face.
Sun Xiaowei, 3rd level of Peiyuan realm, with creative tendencies.
A long-legged girl wearing a cap and denim shorts said with a smile. Jiang Shengli, 5th level of Peiyuan realm, elemental sect tendency. An old man in his 60s pushed up the spectacles on his face.
Luna, 4th level of Peiyuan realm, leaning toward the insight sect. This is a middle-aged woman in her mid-40s, slightly fat.
Lei Tianyang, the first stage of Ningxinjing, elemental sect, the art of controlling thunder. As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes gathered. Not because of the state of Ningxinjing, but because of his surname and ability.
Your surname is Lei? Do you know how to control thunder?
Suyin flipped up her long burgundy hair and looked at the purple-haired young man in front of her with interest. What is your relationship with the Lei family in Peian City?
My father is the head of the Lei family.
Lei Tianyang held his head high, with a sense of pride in his expression.
Still from the Zhong family. Others were even more surprised, including Luo Jun. He didn't expect that he would actually meet his future classmates here. Although he glanced at Lei Tianyang from a distance when listening to Chen Rant's introduction in the conference room, it was only half of his face at that time, and he was called away not long after. Luo Jun was not too impressed.
Now listening to his introduction, if you take a closer look, you will see that it is really the third young master Lei.
I've heard of you.
Sun Xiaowei's eyes were bright. The forum said that you took the entrance examination of Ningdong College.
Did you pass it? Then you still need to ask?
Luna said with an envious look on her face, you have broken through the Ningxin state at such a young age.
You must be a top student.
Oh my, if my child is half as good as yours, I will be proud of him. Everyone praised Lei Tianyang repeatedly, even ignoring Luo Jun who had not yet introduced himself.
In the end, Gaosun, who had a gloomy temperament, thought of him, this little brother wearing a mask. Luo Jun coughed lightly and introduced himself, just call me Yi. I am at the 3rd level of the Peiyuan realm.
I have no tendency. Luo Jun couldn't give his real name, so he simply took the Yi character from Midnight Mask as his code name.
No tendency? After hearing Luo Jun's self-introduction, the others felt somewhat sympathetic towards him.
There is no tendency to reach the 3rd level of Peiyuan realm, and I will basically say goodbye to the Ningxin realm in this life.
Little brother, don't be depressed.
Zhao Deshang came over and patted Luo Jun on the shoulder. The majority of people in the Peiyuan realm have no tendency.
It's not a shame.
Besides, the Chaos Mission will select people of similar levels. So there are a few people here. You are not only a master of Ningxin realm, but also a master of Peiyuan realm.
You are already very good at doing tasks with us. Luo Jun looked at Zhao Deshang's sincere eyes and thought to himself, do you see my depression in that eye? According to your advice, dogs can even become depressed.
But on the surface, he just took a step back, avoided Zhao Deshang's comfort, and said lightly, thank you, I'm fine.
Hey, let me tell you, it's been so long, has any of you received any mission information? Jiang Shengli, the oldest, suddenly reminded.
The others checked in their heads and found that there was indeed no mission information.
Just when everyone was confused, writing suddenly appeared on the white wall in front of them.
Main Mission 1, climb to the top of the Tower of Decision. Main Mission 2, defeat the Watcher at the top of the Tower of Decision. Mission time limit, 12 hours. Mission type, cooperative survival. Mission level, level B. Mission description, the Tower of Decision is a mysterious tower at the border of time and space. It has 7 floors.
You are currently in the only room on the 1st floor.
After the mission starts, 4 doors will appear in the room, corresponding to the 4 rooms on the 2nd floor, namely the safe room, the challenge room, the monster room, and the random room. Once a player enters the room, it will disappear after 30 minutes and destroy everything in the room, so please be sure to meet the conditions of the room within 30 minutes to make the door to the next floor appear.
The following introduces the conditions for doors to appear in various rooms. Safe room, after entering, supplies and treatment will be provided, and a door to the next level will emerge unconditionally. Challenge room, after entering, you need to accept the challenge mission.
After completing the mission, not only will the door on the next floor be revealed, but you will also get a temporary treasure, can only be used in this mission. Monster Room. After entering, you need to kill the monsters in the room to make the room on the next floor appear. Random Room. After entering, there is only one door in the room, which randomly leads to a room in the tower that has not disappeared. Each room in the tower has only one entrance. Except for the random room and the room on the 6th floor, each room has 4 exits. Once you enter the room, you cannot go back. You can only leave if you meet the conditions required by the room. After the player reaches the 7th floor, he can choose to summon the Watcher immediately and fight with him, or he can choose to wait for other players later. When all surviving players reach the 7th floor, the Watchers will be forced to descend within 5 minutes. As long as the Watcher is killed within the mission limit, the mission is considered successful, and all players who die during the mission will be resurrected. If the mission fails, everyone dies. I wish you smooth customs clearance. Note, come on, climb up one level at a time and face me, cubs. After the mission information was released, 4 identical doors appeared under the white wall. Above the doors, a capital number 1 appeared. No wonder I didn't put the mission information directly into my mind. Suyin chuckled and said, it turned out to be a playground mission. Amusement park mission? Sun Xiaowei, who looked the youngest, asked curiously, what is that? It's a task like now, where practitioners are summoned to a specific scene, and they need to meet specific conditions according to the rules to clear the level. Lei Tianyang looked at the rules on the wall and explained, because the gameplay is quite special, it is difficult to pass the level. It's jokingly called a playground. As expected of the young master of the Lei family, he is well informed. Suyin winked at Lei Tianyang. Generally, the mechanism of this kind of mission will be very complicated and there are many variables. It usually appears more in Class A or even Special Class. There are relatively few people below Grade B. I was lucky enough to experience it once before. It was an unforgettable experience. Then why do you have to write the rules on the wall in the amusement park mission? Zhao Deshang opened his sincere eyes and asked if he didn't understand something. How do I know? Suyin was obviously not interested in this bearded man. She rolled her eyes and said to the others, you have always experienced those rules-based survival missions. You just put the target in your mind. The specific rules are written. Is it everywhere in the scene? Maybe there are too many rules in my mind and I can't remember them. Others made sense when they thought about it. Sun Xiaowei said, don't worry about this now, the countdown has already begun. Everyone took a look and saw a 30-minute countdown under the task rules, with 28 minutes left. This room should be a safe room. Zhang Shengli pushed his reading glasses and looked at the rules. The huge one should mean the first floor. Luna frowned. In other words, behind the 4 doors are 4 rooms on the 2nd floor. But these 4 doors are all the same. How do you choose? It just depends on luck. Zhao Deshang bent down and began to untie his shoelaces. Let's throw away the shoes, and let the shoe point to whichever room is closest to us. Let fate dictate. Suyin looked at this guy with disdain. You are indeed from the martial arts sect. Are your brains all about muscles? You don't plan to put everyone in the same room, do you? Otherwise? Zhao Deshang frowned and said, when we encounter challenges and monsters, wouldn't it be easier if we all fight together? What if we encounter someone who is particularly strong and the group is destroyed? Isn't there no hope at all? Suyin snorted coldly. Sun Xiaowei echoed, I think what Sister Su said makes sense. You see, it is written in the rules that the Watchers cannot be released until all survivors arrive. This shows that the possibility of taking different routes has been considered. I also agree with the division of troops. Lei Tianyang analyzed, with 4 doors and 2 people at each door, 4 people will encounter the safe room and the random room. Even in the worst case, at least half of them can survive. Then what's next? Luna didn't seem to agree. Each room on the 2nd floor still has 4 doors. How can we divide it between 2 people? The number of rooms on each floor is 4 times that of the previous floor. Each of us will be split. 8 petals are not enough. It's not 4 times, it's 3 times. Suyin retorted, there are random rooms starting from the 2nd floor. The random rooms do not lead to the next floor and will be teleported randomly, so there should be only 12 rooms on the 3rd floor. There are 36 rooms on the 4th floor. That's not the same thing. Luna stood next to Zhao Deshang. I still think it's better for everyone to go together. I also think it's better to be together. Zhang Shengli also walked over. Suyin and Sun Xiaowei looked at the others. Lei Tianyang came over and stood with them. I don't think we can put all our eggs in one basket. This guy spoke very rationally, but you could see that he was arrogant and disdainful of going through the barrier with everyone. As for Gao Sen, He didn't say a word and silently stood on the side of the Solidarity faction. Now it was 4 versus 3. Everyone looked at Luo Jun. If he also agreed with the Unity faction, it would be an absolute advantage. Luo Jun hesitated for a moment and finally chose to side with Su Yun. Why? Zhao Desheng didn't understand. He felt that Yi, who was wearing a mask, was the weakest of all, so he should choose to stick together. The rules are very clear, Luo Jun said calmly. Of the 4 types of rooms, the most important is not the safe room, but the challenge room. The more challenge rooms you pass, the more treasures you will master. I think the difficulty of this mission does not lie in the monsters and challenges on the road, but in the final guardian. Without enough noble phantasm assistance, even if we reach the top with full strength, we will not be able to pass the final boss. If everyone gets together, even if they reach the 7th level smoothly, how many treasures can they master? Luo Jun's words caused everyone to think deeply, and the eyes they looked at this mysterious young man were a little different. Although his self-reported level is not high, his ability to analyze rules is pretty good, and his calm and indifferent temperament when speaking makes him feel like an outsider. In the conscience of heaven and earth, Luo Jun is not pretending to be cool. In fact, there is Lei Tianyang, his future classmate, on the scene. Although Midnight Mask has the function of distorting cognition, it is impossible to recognize him from his body, outline, voice, etc. But I'm not sure someone will pick up clues from his habits and temperament. Now he and Lei Tianyang are not familiar with each other. If they become familiar in the future and Lei Tianyang recognizes him as Yi, it will be unclear. In order to hide himself, Luo Jun also hopes to perform 2 vivid personalities. But he does not consider himself a good actor, so the only thing he can do is to choose the most difficult facial paralysis performance, and try to be as plain and indifferent as possible in his speech and behavior, without showing any emotions. Let me leave you with a mysterious and cold night. Luo Jun's proposal somewhat swayed the Solidarity faction. In the end, everyone came up with a compromise solution. For doors, 1 door for the strongest Lei Tianyang himself, 1 door for Zhao Desheng, Luna, and Jiang Shengli who still adhere to the Unity faction. Although these 3 people are not as good as Lei Tianyang, they have a solid foundation and good strength. Even with their hands, they are a powerful force to break through. The remaining Gaosun, Su Yun, Sun Xiaowei and Luo Jun were combined in pairs. Luo Jun and Sun Xiaowei were assigned to a group, and everyone began to choose a door. Luo Jun secretly activated the secret dice. Choose the door outside the monster room. The reason why I chose this is because the monster room is the only room that is dangerous and has no benefits. Of course, it is better to avoid it as much as possible. The event difficulty is 26, the final points are 44 plus 5, the event is successful. After receiving the successful information, Luo Jun walked firmly towards a door without consulting others. Hey, wait for me. Sun Xiaowei chased after her with her long legs. Anyway, every door is the same. What you choose depends entirely on luck. Others don't care too much. They just add a label to this cold night in their hearts that they act decisively but go their own way. After pushing the door open, there is a new white room in front of you. There is nothing in the room. Obviously, the room attributes will not be triggered unless you fully enter. The 2 stepped into the house, and the door behind them closed and disappeared. At the same time, the room began to change. A door slowly appeared on the opposite wall, and a large number 2 appeared above the door. There is only 1 door? Sun Xiaowei breathed a sigh of relief. It seems to be a random room. If you are lucky, you can jump over several floors, or even jump directly to the 7th floor, right? In her opinion, as long as she can reach the 7th level completely in this mission, it is enough. As for the final boss, there are Lei Tianyang and those seniors from the 4th and 5th levels of the Peiyuan realm. It is not their turn for the 2 young men with the lowest level to worry. But Luo Jun curled his lips. Although he thought he was the weakest among everyone, he didn't want to just be a salty fish and leave his fate to others. At this time, a message came from Tenji Dice. The incident is completed, the severity factor is 10 times, and 260 experience points are gained. 10 times the severity factor? Luo Jun's pupils suddenly dilated, which meant that if the incident failed and he entered the monster room, he would probably be seriously injured even if he didn't die. Luo Jun frowned slightly. It seemed that the difficulty of this task was quite high. Although it was the same as level B, it was much more dangerous than the last time at the Midnight Hotel. At least this unknown monster is much stronger than the troll last time. Now it seems that, as Mr. Yuan said, the difficulty of the Midnight Hotel has been greatly increased by the mysterious existence underground. I don't know who chose that monster door, I hope he can survive.
Sighing secretly, Luo Jun used the secret dice again. The content of this judgment is to be transported to the challenge room or random room.
Luo Jun's original intention was to directly choose the challenge room, but considering that there was only a 1/4 probability of failure, he added a random room so that he could be randomized again even if he did not enter the challenge room after success. As for the safe room, it means nothing to the two of them who are in full condition. Moreover, after the probability of success is increased, it is easier to gain experience. For him, upgrading the secret dice can also improve his strength somewhat.
The event difficulty is 51, the final points are 82 plus 5, the event is successful. After receiving the success prompt, Luo Jun walked straight towards the door with a beating countdown. Why are you in a hurry?
Sun Xiaowei shouted, we can still stay here for half an hour, why are you in a hurry to die? Luo Jun looked back at her, controlled his emotions and said calmly, I'm not going to die, I'm going to clear the level.
Pass the customs? Just by you?
Sun Xiaowei was stunned when she heard this, and then said with a sullen face, look at the half of your face that is not covered, you are about the same age as me, right?
A third-level Peiyuan realm doesn't even have a tendency, why do you say such big words? Luo Jun was too lazy to pay attention to her.
He had already pushed the door open and turned around and said, if you don't come, I will leave on my own. Wait for me. Sun Xiaowei was afraid that she would be random again after the door was closed.
She didn't want to be alone in a place like this. After the two pushed open the door, they entered the new room.
As the entrance behind them disappeared, a door appeared in front of them, with a big word Lu appearing above the door.
The 6th floor?
Sun Xiaowei's eyes lit up, and then she noticed that there was no one else around, and immediately smiled, it seems that this is a safe room.
We can reach the 7th floor by pushing the door. No, this is a random room. Luo Jun denied.
Why do you say that? Before, this mysterious man wearing a mask supported the idea of dividing the troops. Sun Xiaowei had some affection for him. But now she realized that this guy was stubborn and boring. He couldn't say a nice word. He was a self-righteous Iron Man.
Straight man. Why did I choose to be with him? What a disappointment. Luo Jun did not answer her.
At this time, he was receiving the reward for a successful event. This time, the severity factor was only 6 times, and he gained more than 300 experience points. This serious factor made Luo Jun frown. You must know that even if you fail this time, there is still a half chance of entering the safe room.
Even so, the severity factor is 6 times. Doesn't it prove that if you enter the monster room with a factor of 12 times, you will definitely die? This is obviously unreasonable, because the random room may enter all monster rooms.
According to the rules, there should be 1 monster room on the 2nd floor, 3 on the 3rd floor, and so on. By the 6th floor, the entire Tower of Decision should have more than 100 monster rooms.
The monsters here must be strong or weak.
For example, the monster room on the 2nd floor has a 10 times severity factor.
It is impossible to die in any monster room except that room, right?
The rules this time encourage the collection of more temporary treasures, so even if the troops are divided, the monster room should not all be in a certain death situation. After all, in addition to him, there is also Sun Xiaowei, who is a genuine Peiyuan realm, and is normally recruited.
Player.
Look at it this way, assuming that some of the more than 100 monster rooms will die, and some may survive, then even if you are unfortunate enough to step into the monster room, you should have a certain probability of surviving.
Overall consideration, the severity coefficient is definitely not a 10-point indicator of death.
Twice. Either, the system's calculation method for the severity coefficient is different from what he guessed, and it cannot be simply understood that the half danger is 6 times, which means 12 times, or, 12 times is not the upper limit of the severity coefficient, and stepping into the monster room, and something more terrible may happen.
Luo Jun extremely hopes it is the former. Thanks to the Immortal Lord for the 500 starting coins.
Luo Jun lowered his head in thought, analyzing the current situation, but Sun Xiaowei on the side became impatient. Ignore me, right?
Okay, just stay here, I'm going to the 7th floor.
After saying that, she walked straight to the door. By the time Luo Jun came to his senses, she had already pushed the door open and entered.
Wait, Luo Jun was too late to stop him. She even acted like a young lady during the chaos mission. How did this girl survive until now? Luo Jun shook his head. With so many rooms, it would be a matter of time before they were separated.
That's all. Let's explore the rest by ourselves. Opening the Tianji dice panel, Luo Jun found that the experience level of level 13 had exceeded 700 points, and there were still more than 600 points left to advance to the next level. There are still 3 chances to roll the dice. Luo Jun thought for a moment and chose the event, enter the room other than the monster room. In this way, the difficulty of the event will be greatly reduced, making it easier to succeed, and the severity coefficient will increase, and the experience will not be much different. Luo Jun made this choice because he hopes to break through level 14 with the next few dice rolls, which will not only improve his strength, the number of dice rolls will also be refreshed. As the 2 dice stopped spinning, a prompt came from the system. The event difficulty is 26, the final points are 99 plus 5, the event is a great success. Oops, there's an unexpected bonus. Luo Jun's eyes lit up at the great success. This not only meant double the experience, but also meant that good things would happen in the next room. If it's a random room or a safe room, there are no variables, it's probably a challenge room. An easier challenge? Or a relatively generous reward? Luo Jun opened the door with anticipation. It was still a white room, but this time, after the door behind him was closed, only a capital appeared on the opposite wall, but no door appeared. It is indeed a challenge room. Although he had expected it, Luo Jun still increased his vigilance and quietly took out the troll's tongue. On the white wall, words slowly appeared, "Welcome to the challenge room." The challenge in this room is stay awake. A challenge area will appear in the room, where the time flow rate is 1,440 times that of the outside world. Players need to enter the challenge area and stay there for more than 10 minutes, outside time. During this period, they must stay awake. Once they fall asleep, the challenge will be considered failed. The challenge area will provide players with sufficient supplies and daily necessities. There is no need to worry about hunger and excretion. The only thing you need to do is to prevent yourself from falling asleep. Along with the text, there is a small house, about 5 meters square, standing in the middle of the field. This must be the challenge area. 1,440 times, Luo Jun calculated in his mind. In other words, 1 minute in the outside world is equivalent to 1 day inside. 10 days without sleep? Luo Jun gritted his teeth. His current mental attributes were 7 times that of ordinary people. Coupled with the 2-level increase in the strengthening realm, his ability to resist fatigue far exceeded that of ordinary people. After 10 days, it should not be a big problem. Moreover, this challenge has some benefits for him. In the 10 days, he doesn't know if he can refresh the number of Tianji dice. These time can also be used to cultivate his vitality, and maybe he can reach the bottleneck of breakthrough. This is not a challenge, it is clearly a benefit. Is this the value of great success? With a happy face, Luo Jun immediately stepped into the house and the timer started. The furnishings in this house are very simple, without any entertainment facilities, a set of tables and chairs, a refrigerator, a microwave, a wall clock, and a separate bathroom. The most annoying thing is that there is a bed. The wall clock only has 10 spaces in total, which is obviously used to calculate the challenge time. The bathroom can be used for washing and going to the toilet, and there is plenty of food in the refrigerator at all times. As the rules say, the only thing that needs to be fought is the constant sleepiness. Luo Jun didn't waste any time, sat on the bed and started practicing. The vitality circulates over and over again in the body, constantly growing and expanding the meridians throughout the body. After an unknown amount of time, Luo Jun felt that the movement of vitality began to slow down and the generation was not so smooth. At the same time, there was a growling sound in his stomach. I opened my eyes and looked at the wall clock. The hands had moved 1 step, and 1 day had passed before I knew it. Strengthening vitality also requires a lot of energy. If you don't eat for a day, you have no capital for cultivation. Opening the refrigerator, he searched around and found no pancakes. Luo Jun was a little disappointed and took out a piece of chicken rice and put it in the microwave to heat up. He took this time to check the panel. There are still 2 uses of the dice left and there is no refresh. It seems that Tianji dice is not affected by this time distortion effect. The plan to use the number of times for free fell through, but fortunately, the vitality cultivated is still running in the body. According to this progress, if you practice 24 hours a day, you should be able to touch the bottleneck of the next level in 10 days. After filling his stomach, Luo Jun yawned instinctively. Counting the time in the real world, he had not slept for more than 30 hours. Although he could not be called tired, his body's biological clock urged him to sleep. I went to the bathroom, washed my face, and did some simple exercises in the room. After cheering up, I continued to practice. Time passed day by day, with sufficient food as a backing. The vitality in Luo Jun's body continued to grow, but at the same time, fatigue also continued to accumulate, and the effect of practice became worse and worse. After all, people still need to rest. With his current physique, although he will not become dizzy after not sleeping for a few days, his condition will definitely decline. Finally, when the pointer landed on the 9th grid, Luo Jun realized a problem. With the current progress, he will not be able to reach the bottleneck in the last day. Luo Jun stretched out with dark circles under his eyes. If you can't make a breakthrough in this challenge, I'm afraid you won't have a chance in the future. Even if you push through the challenge and drag your tired body to continue to pass the level, your status will decline a lot. If you encounter another challenge or monster, you will basically die. But if you can hold on until the breakthrough, not only will your strength be greatly improved, but you will also gain experience points. The warming effect of the Tianji dice when upgrading can perfectly eliminate fatigue. At this point, Luo Jun realized that this seemingly simple challenge of not sleeping was actually dangerous. The purpose of this challenge is not to trap the player here, but to greatly weaken the player's condition and let him die in the next room. Thanks to him having the Tianji dice system with him, he had the possibility to break the game. If another person passed through this room, unless the next 2 floors were safe rooms, he would never be able to survive the 7th floor. Thinking of this, he became more determined to break through. Looking at the clock on the wall, Luo Jun took a deep breath, stood up suddenly, opened the door and left the challenge area. This challenge failed. 6 big characters appeared on the white wall. Luo Jun looked at the countdown on the wall. There were still 19 minutes left. Yes, although this challenge failed, it does not mean that there is no chance. The content of the challenge is to survive 10 minutes in the challenge area, but it does not say that you can only try it once. The time limit for the challenge is 30 minutes, which means you can theoretically try it at least twice. Luo Jun chuckled, took a deep breath, and re-entered the room. Everything in the room returns to its initial state, the clock returns to 0, and the challenge begins again. With enough time this time, Luo Jun was no longer in a hurry to practice. Instead, he did some gentle exercises in the room, stretched his body, took a shower and washed his hair, relaxing himself in a way other than sleeping, and trying to combine work and rest. Although the daily practice time was greatly reduced, his physical condition did not decline so fast. He continued to practice step by step. Finally, on the 5th day, he reached the bottleneck of the 2nd level of the solid realm and could start to break through. But Luo Jun was not in a hurry. He spent time and consolidated his realm. Just like this, 5 days later, when the pointer was about to reach the end, he sat on the bed despite the fatigue of 19 days of not sleeping. Activated the secret dice. Break through the 3rd level of solid realm. Event difficulty is 62, final points are 39 plus 5, event failed. Difficulty level 62? Luo Jun looked at the prompt in surprise, thinking, shouldn't it be about 50 points of difficulty? He immediately realized that his current state of high fatigue was not suitable for breaking through the realm, so the difficulty would naturally increase. Luo Jun naturally did not dare to try to break through, and immediately activated the regret skill and summoned the secret dice again. 62 difficulty points, taking into account attribute modification and level 6 luck, it's about half the probability. Do you want to fight? If you fail, not only will you be temporarily unable to use your vitality, but you will also be seriously injured. But if you don't take this gamble, even if you survive the last few hours, you will most likely die in the next room. Even if your luck reaches the top, you still can't get past the boss. After all, now he only has one chance to throw the dice. No matter what, a dead ball is a dead ball. If you really can't survive it, it only means that your level has reached this point. I hope other seniors can give me some help and help me win. Thinking of this, Luo Jun still rolled the dice. The white dice stopped first, it was 7 o'clock. The black dice spun 2 more times. In Luo Jun's eyes, these 2 times seemed as long as 2 years. Finally, the dice stopped at 8. The event difficulty is 62, the final points are 87 plus 5, the event is successful. Luo Jun was so excited that he jumped up from the bed. It was really a blessing from the god of luck, and he had really bet on it. Without saying much, he stared with bloodshot eyes and immediately began to mobilize the vitality in his body to rush through. As the vitality reached its peak, these surging energies began to merge into Luo Jun's limbs and bones, washing over his body over and over again, strengthening every bone, every viscera, every inch of muscle, every nerve. This is what it feels like. Luo Jun concentrated on guiding his vitality, feeling his body continue to become stronger. After an unknown amount of time, the energy in his body was finally completely exhausted. Luo Jun slowly got up from the bed and moved his reborn body. The event is successful, the severity factor is 10 times, and the final experience point is 620 points. Congratulations, you have been upgraded. Before the feeling of breaking through the realm completely subsided, a warm current rose up from Luo Jun's body, warming his body. The dark circles and bloodshot eyes disappeared instantly, and the fatigue of the entire body was swept away, as if he had just taken a weekend off. Working people, be energetic and ready to face the challenge on Monday. Luo Jun stretched, but he didn't draw any attributes. According to the rules of the secret dice, if you do not take the initiative to draw attributes, they will be retained until the next upgrade at most. If you do not draw them by then, the normal functions of the dice will not be available. Next time, Luo Jun will reach level 15 and can upgrade the basic points to the intermediate level. If he can upgrade his skills first and then extract attributes, Luo Jun should be able to get some points for free. He wanted to see if he could get a bug stuck. Even if the points are not increased, the realm breakthrough has doubled Luo Jun's physical fitness. He stood on the ground and moved his body, feeling the explosive power, with a satisfied smile on his face. Although he is still in the solid state, he believes that with his attributes and body training techniques, he should be able to make up for the gap with others to a certain extent. Luo Jun did not feel inflated just because he defeated Wu Yud. After all, the prisoners cannot participate in the chaos mission. They lack mission experience and do not have much reserves of noble phantasms. In terms of strength, those who participated in the mission this time should not be weaker than Wu Yud, especially Zhao Deshang and Jiang Shengli, who are themselves at the 5th level of the Peiyuan realm. Coupled with props and tendencies, it should be far stronger than that prisoner. Not to mention there is also Mr. Lei. Luo Jun positions himself as the weakest echelon, but now, after breaking through again, he believes that he has the qualifications to fight alongside others. The challenge is not over yet. Luo Jun adapts to the feeling after the breakthrough, recondensing his energy in his body and consolidating his realm. About 4 or 5 hours later, the hands finally moved through the last space, and the challenge completion bell rang. Luo Jun walked out of the hut and found that the writing on the wall had changed. Congratulations on completing this challenge, you will be rewarded with a noble phantasm. You can leave and go to the next room. 4 doors appeared on the wall, and in the open space in front of the 4 doors, a platform rose with a box on it. Luo Jun stepped forward and opened the box. Inside was a silver needle more than half a foot long. Name, Energy Silver Needle Grade, Excellent, Green, Introduction. A certain medical master, using a silver needle tempered by his own medical skills, can control people's energy. Function 1, Energy Extraction. When the empty needle pricks the target's energy can be extracted and stored in the silver needle. Consume a breath of vitality. Function 2, Energetic. When the full needle pricks the target, the energy in the silver needle can be replenished into the target's body. Consume a breath of vitality. Function pairs can only be used once per 24 hours for the same target. Note, take a shot when you have insomnia to ensure you sleep well. Take a shot when you yawn, and it will feel like a shot of chicken blood. This was an interesting prop. Luo Jun picked it up and stabbed himself to try it out. It has to be said that Luo Jun's body strength increased greatly after the breakthrough. The silver needle seemed to have limited hardness. Luo Jun found several angles and almost bent the needle before inserting it. As the needle tip broke the skin, Luo Jun suddenly felt that something was missing. Thinking of the challenge just now, he felt the same as when he had not slept for 3 days. As for the silver needle, it changed from the original silver to a faint golden light. This must be a state of full energy. Looking at it this way, the effect of this silver needle is quite obvious. After Luo Jun's breakthrough, his energy must have been greatly improved. To reach the level of fatigue that he had endured for 3 days, he would have to endure it for at least 4 or 5 days now. If an ordinary person endures this, they are basically not far from sudden death. Moreover, this energy has nothing to do with the cultivation of Yuan Qi. It only depends on the physical quality. Even if you are a cultivator of cultivating Yuan Ning's state of mind, if the solid state is not solid enough, 1 injection will probably be enough to drink a pot. It's just that the strength of this silver needle is average, and it doesn't have any armor-breaking effects. It's probably difficult to pierce the practitioner's gang qi. After evaluating the treasure he had received, Luo Jun pricked himself again to regain his energy and looked up at the 4 doors. The secret dice is activated, and you still choose the challenge room or the random room. The purpose of upgrading had been achieved. It was now on the 4th floor. Not counting the random rooms, it would take 2 more rooms to reach the 7th floor. He didn't want to waste this opportunity on a safe room. The event difficulty is 51, the final points are 54 plus 5, the event is successful. With luck, Luo Jun randomly found a door and opened it. Welcome to the challenge room. The challenge content of this room is Guardian Goddess. Another challenge room? When Luo Jun saw the words appearing on the wall, the sound of Tianji dice also sounded in Luo Jun's ears. The incident is completed, the severity factor is 4 times, and the final experience point is 204 points. The severity factor is only 4 times? Luo Jun was stunned for a moment, then realized that it was probably because his strength had improved after his breakthrough that the monster room no longer posed such a great threat to him. Feeling a little more confident, Luo Jun continued to read the mission description. A statue of the goddess will appear in one corner of the room, and a portal will appear in the other triangle. A wave of monsters will come out of it every minute. The monsters will try to attack the statue of the goddess. Players need to build a guardian mechanism to defeat the monsters and protect the statue of the goddess. 5 minutes after the player enters the challenge room, the portal is officially opened. 10 minutes after the portal is opened, if the goddess statue is not destroyed, the player will be considered successful in the challenge and can obtain the basic reward. After the challenge is successful, the player can choose to continue guarding the goddess statue. Then a wave of monsters will appear in the portal every 2 minutes, a total of 5 waves. The final reward will be upgraded according to the time the player guards. During the challenge, monsters will not harm players, and players are not allowed to attack monsters directly. They can only defend themselves by building protective mechanisms, otherwise the challenge will be considered failed. The guardian mechanism can only exist in half of the area where the goddess statue is located. Building the guardian mechanism requires the player's vitality. Please arrange your vitality reasonably. These rules are so familiar. Luo Jun remembers playing similar games before? Looking at the countdown below with just over 4 minutes left, he had no intention of thinking about all that nonsense. At the same time that the rules appeared, the room expanded a lot, and portals and goddess statues appeared in the 4 corners. There was also a transparent operation panel in front of the goddess statue, which should be used to build a guardian mechanism. The enlarged room is about 50 meters square and about 70 meters diagonally. This is the shortest distance for the 3 monsters to reach the goddess statue. It is not easy to stop them at such a close distance. The only means of attack is the guardian mechanism. Building the guardian mechanism requires vitality. In other words, the key to determining the level is the player's vitality reserves. It seems that this is a challenge suitable for many people. With more people, there will naturally be more energy. It is somewhat difficult for one person. While thinking, Luo Jun came to the statue of the goddess. The statue was about 3 meters tall, dignified and beautiful, but the material was just an ordinary marble statue. No monsters were needed. 2 laborers and hammers could smash it in minutes. Don't let monsters touch the idols, not even one. Click on the operation panel and find that there are 3 types of guardian mechanisms provided, namely flame mechanism, entanglement mechanism, and storm mechanism. Among them, the flame mechanism will fire a powerful explosive bomb every 3 seconds. The explosive bomb has a range of 15 meters. It is the main means of attack. Its construction consumes 5 breaths of vitality. The entanglement mechanism will grow tough vines around it, entangling nearby monsters within 5 meters, and at the same time inject paralyzing toxin into the monster to slow down its speed. The entanglement is triggered once every 10 seconds and lasts for 5 seconds. The paralysis effect of the poison can last for 1 minute. It is an effective control method. It consumes 10 breaths to build. The storm mechanism will generate a powerful wind field and blow approaching monsters away from the statue of the goddess. Different from the first 2 fully automatic mechanisms, the storm mechanism can be manually operated by the player. The cooling time of the wind field is 1 minute, and the construction of the mechanism consumes 15 breaths of vitality. There is also a note below. The energy consumed in building the mechanism during the challenge cannot be offset by the realm. Luo Jun heard from Mr. Yuan that when using the noble phantasm, the full amount of vitality is paid in the strengthening realm, but in the Peiyuan realm, because the quality of the vitality is improved, the consumption will be reduced to a certain extent. Therefore, many high-level noble phantasms seem to be very expensive, but in fact, as long as the cultivation level is high enough, you may only need to pay less than half of the energy. This is also one of the reasons why people with insufficient cultivation are not suitable for using high-level noble phantasms. However, this rule does not apply to this challenge. If you calculate it this way, building one of these three mechanisms will consume 30 breaths of vitality. Even if you come from the Peiyuan realm, if your cultivation in the strengthening realm is not solid enough, this set will probably consume most of it. Fortunately, this has no impact on Luo Jun, and what he is most proud of in cultivation is his strength.
Click on the map on the operation panel.
It is divided into two halves along the diagonal.
Opposite are three portals. The goddess's side is Luo Jun's range. Luo Jun first placed 6 winding mechanisms in the front row near the diagonal line.
The winding radius of the mechanism is 5 meters, which means it can cover a range of 10 meters. The diagonal line is over 70 meters, and when you step back about 10 meters, the horizontal front is only about 50 meters.
6 winding mechanisms can just cover the whole area.
About 5 meters behind these 6 entanglement mechanisms, Luo Jun placed 10 more flame mechanisms. These flame mechanisms have a range of 15 meters, can perfectly cover the entanglement range, and can even strike in advance. About 5 meters behind the flame mechanism, Luo Jun installed 3 more winding mechanisms. Because the statue of the goddess is in a corner, the closer you get to the statue, the narrower the sight. At this point, it is only less than 30 meters wide, and 3 of them can just cover it. 5 or 6 meters behind these entanglement mechanisms, Luo Jun arranged 5 more flame mechanisms to attack the monsters entangled by the second wave. At this point, these flame mechanisms were less than 10 meters away from the goddess statue. Within this 10-meter range, Luo Jun created 2 storm mechanisms. If there are monsters that can break through the layers of defense and come here, he will personally operate the storm mechanism to blow them back to the winding mechanism in front, allowing them to experience the front row of gunfire again. Considering that 1 minute is a bit long for a wind farm, he installed 2, which can be used interchangeably. Behind these 2 institutions, he also found some open space. It was not enough and could be temporarily built. At this point, Luo Jun has initially completed the deployment, consuming a total of 195 breaths of energy. After thinking for a while, he pressed a flame mechanism at the feet of the goddess and gathered it together, which was exactly 200 breaths. Without specific measuring tools, Luo Jun didn't know exactly how much energy reserve he had. Based on his attributes and realm, it should be between 600 and 700 breaths, so he set a standard for himself to try to control it within 300 breaths. Leave half of your energy for the later levels. At this point, Luo Jun can finally see that the challenge room is on the surface to give players an opportunity to earn equipment, but on the other hand, it is also weakening the player's strength. The last sleep challenge weakened the energy, but this time it simply weakens the energy. You must know that if your vitality is exhausted, it cannot be restored by taking a rest for a while. Even if you pass this mission, you will not be able to maintain full status when you face the boss later. It is indeed a chaos mission, so vicious. Luo Jun curled his lips and thought. As the 5-minute time limit expired, 3 portals opened at the same time. The first one to appear was a small green-skinned monster. Most of them use sticks and stones as weapons and rush towards the goddess statue while chirping. Luo Jun discovered that the basic information of monsters could be viewed on the operation panel, so he clicked on it. Goblin, a weak monster from the Empire. It has a cruel and despicable personality. Its individual strength is weak, but when gathered together, it is a force that cannot be underestimated. Goblin Captain, an elite warrior among the goblins, stronger and better equipped. Is Empire the code name for the foreign world? Looking at these noisy little monsters, Luo Jun keenly discovered that ordinary goblins exited the farthest teleport from the teleport on the opposite side from the closer teleport on both sides. The ones who came out were all goblin captains. The number was small, but stronger. It seems that there are differences in the monsters at the 3 doors. The one farthest away is the elite monster. The strength of these goblins was not very good. Before they could reach the range of the entanglement mechanism, they were knocked off their feet by the flame mechanism with a longer range. Luo Jun was not proud of this. This was just the first wave, and the next monsters would become more and more powerful. The goblins were quickly blown away. Soon, 1 minute was up and the second wave of monsters was released from the portal. This is a group of monsters that stand on all fours and have the characteristics of both arthropods and reptiles. They have bony spikes and mouthparts full of sharp teeth, and they jump towards them. Springtails, Zerg units from deep space. They are numerous and fearless of death. They are the most basic combat unit of the Zerg. Mutated springtails, mutated individuals among springtails, with larger sizes and faster speeds.
These springtails are far more sensitive than goblins. Although they are also very fragile, most of them were killed by explosive bombs before they got close. However, due to their speed advantage, a small number of them rushed to the range of the entanglement mechanism and were still unable to escape after being entangled. The fate of death. The springtails had just died, and the third wave of monsters had already rushed out of the portal. This time, a group of dinosaur-like monsters appeared. They were more than 3 meters long and nearly a person tall. They were covered in blue skin and had big bloody mouths and sharp teeth. The elite individuals that appeared on the diagonal portal were even larger. Nearly 5 meters tall, the skin is bright blood red, and there are sharp bone spurs on the back. The information shows that these are the Velociraptor and the Elder Raptor, monsters from the Savage. The Elder Raptor is an individual that mutates and evolves after the Velociraptor reaches its lifespan. It usually serves as the leader and guard of the group. Not only were these dinosaurs not inferior to springtails in speed, but they were also stronger. After withstanding a wave of bombings, only those hit directly were killed on the spot. The only ones affected by the aftermath were injured. They continued to charge through the fire, and most of them rushed in. The realm of entangled organs. Even though they were restrained by tree vines, the flame mechanism did not kill all these dinosaurs in 5 seconds. There were still a few elders who managed to survive until the entanglement ended. However, due to the paralysis poison, the remaining Elder Raptor was obviously not very agile after escaping from the trap. It stumbled forward a few steps, and was killed by the next round of explosive bombs before it could get out of the range of the entanglement mechanism. Next, waves of monsters of different shapes walked out of the portal and rushed towards Luo Jun's defense line. He successively saw snake men, mutant zombies too, centaurs, and horned demons. However, no matter what they did, despite his efforts, he failed to break through the first line of defense arranged by Luo Jun. Seeing that 7 minutes had passed, Luo Jun looked at the thick piles of charred flesh and blood on the first row of entangled traps, and began to wonder if he had arranged too many traps. At this moment, the 8th wave of enemies appeared. This time, there were not many of them. Only 3 appeared in the portals on both sides. They were earth element giants with a height of more than 4 meters and a thick build. In the middle portal, only 1 appeared, with a height of more than 5 meters. A rock giant with a hard black body. Earth element, a magical creation from the Empire. It has powerful power and an unshakable body. It has non-biological characteristics, immunity to poison, charm and other effects. The disadvantage is that it moves slowly. Rock element, the evolved version of the earth element. The body is made of obsidian. It is extremely hard. Its power and strength far exceed that of the earth element. Elemental creatures. Luo Jun squinted his eyes and saw those elemental giants walking heavily into the range of the flame mechanism and being hit by explosive bombs. Boom boom boom. Explosions were heard one after another, and lumps of earth and gravel were flying everywhere. However, those elemental giants who did not know pain and fear still marched forward with firm steps despite the fierce firepower. Luo Jun's pupils dilated. This was the first monster that could receive an explosive bomb head-on without dying. The previous monsters relied on their numbers or speed to escape from explosive bombs before entering the range of the entanglement mechanism, but this time it was different. There were only 7 monsters in total, and each of them had eaten at least 1 head-on. Explosive bombs were fired, and although they all suffered varying degrees of damage, none of the giants fell. What a powerful defense! However, it's too slow. Under Luo Jun's gaze, these giants continued to move forward, and before they stepped into the entanglement mechanism, they ushered in the second wave of bombing. The maximum range of explosive bombs, to the range of the entanglement mechanism, is only 10 meters. Normal monsters can easily cross 10 meters within a 3-second bombing interval. But these earth and stone giants were too bulky, and because they had all been hit by the first round of bombings, they were somewhat shaken back by the power of the explosions. They actually ate another round of explosive bombs before they stepped into the mechanism. In this round, 2 earth elements finally couldn't hold on and collapsed completely. The remaining 5 dragged their broken bodies into the winding mechanism and were wrapped in tree vines. However, even so, they were still moving forward slowly, dragging their bodies covered with tree vines. Their bodies are too heavy and their strength is too great. The trees and vines cannot completely restrain them, but only make them slower. Under such circumstances, this group of earth and stone monsters still withstood 2 rounds of bombings. When the duration of the entanglement was up, all the earth elements collapsed and disintegrated, but the most powerful obsidian rock element still dragged its broken body and continued to move forward.
Because it was immune to toxins, its speed was not affected. Taking advantage of the interval between the activation of the flame mechanism and the entanglement mechanism, it completely walked out of the range of the first row of entanglement mechanisms and past the flame mechanism behind it. This is the first monster to break through the first line of defense. But then, it was blasted into pieces by the second row of flame machines that were ready to go. Luo Jun felt the crisis. The effect of entanglement was not absolute. Monsters like earth elements could ignore control to a certain extent. These were only 7. What if 17 or 27 came? Can you still hold on? However, the portal did not give Luo Jun time to think, because the earth element giant was slow and particularly resistant to beatings. As soon as he fell down, the next wave of monsters had already rushed out. This is a group of Taoran warriors armed with sharp double axes. These Taoran are more than 3 meters tall, and the elite Taoran in the center is nearly 4 meters tall. They are also wearing heavy armor and holding a large shield. Soon, the first round of explosive bombs came down. The ordinary minotaurs slowed down when they saw this. The elite minotaurs holding large shields behind them stood up and leaned on their shields to catch this round of bombing. Explosive bombs destroyed their shields, but not a single Taoran died. The elite Taoran threw away their hot broken shields, picked up 2 axes, and organized a charge. Although they are not as tall and powerful as the earth and stone elements, they know how to cooperate and are faster. Almost instantly, they rushed into the range of the entanglement mechanism, and suddenly vines pierced through flesh and blood and wrapped around them. However, this group of Taoran did not sit still and wait for death like the previous monsters. They actually waved their giant axes to chop at the vines. The vines broke under the sharp axe blade and were never really entangled, but the flame mechanism behind was not idle. While the Taoran was dealing with the vines, another round of exploding fireballs came. This time there was no protection from shields. Amidst the continuous bombings, ordinary Taoran without armor were killed and injured. Only those elite Taoran relied on heavy armor and stronger bodies to survive and rushed out of the first place. Arranged the range of entangled mechanisms. Relying on their agility, they took advantage of the gap between bombings and quickly rushed into the second row of entanglement mechanisms. Feeling the danger, Luo Jun did not hesitate at all. He connected his fingers on the console and added 2 winding mechanisms in the second row. These 2 new mechanisms are arranged staggered with the previous 3, very close to each other, and their entanglement range overlaps greatly. After these Taoran entered the second row, they repeated their old tricks and used giant axes to cut off the entangled vines. However, due to the overlap, the number of vines entangled towards them was twice as large as before. The elite Taoran who couldn't cope with it were eventually entangled, and then they were attacked by the flame mechanisms in the front and rear rows, and were blown to pieces. Seeing that they were all dead, Luo Jun finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that this challenge is not that easy to pass. I had underestimated it before. Taking advantage of the gap before the 10th wave of monsters came out, Luo Jun clicked on the map and arranged a few more mechanisms. First, 5 winding mechanisms were added to the first row to fill the weak spots and increase the density of the vines. Then, a row of 6 flame mechanisms was added to the outside of the first row. Because the flame mechanism fires every 3 seconds, it is easy to have a shooting interval, so adding an extra row can provide more comprehensive fire coverage. Although the mechanism was built instantly, the operation still takes time. As soon as Luo Jun finished the operation, the 10th wave of monsters had already appeared. What appeared this time was a gargoyle. According to the introduction, this is a powerful magical creation. They look like winged demons. There are 3 ordinary gargoyles on the left and right sides. The whole body is made of rock, and a portal in the middle appears. Obsidian gargoyle. These guys are just as powerful and strong as the previous earth and stone giants, and what's even more terrible is that they can fly. Because a row of flame mechanisms was added at the front, these gargoyles were hit by the first round as soon as they walked out of the portal. However, these gargoyles flapped their wings and flew into the air to dodge. Only half of this round of attacks hit and did not cause serious damage to the gargoyles. Taking advantage of this moment, the most powerful obsidian gargoyle had already rushed over. Under his leadership, the gargoyles began to attack the defense line of the Guardian Agency. Then, under Luo Jun's surprised eyes, these guys crossed the entanglement mechanism. Yes, facing flying units, the entanglement mechanism does not work at all. Although these mechanisms sensed the enemy invasion and stretched their vines as much as possible, they still could not reach the gargoyles in the sky and could only watch them pass overhead. And because they were far more agile than the stone giants, these gargoyles moved forward extremely fast. During this period, the 2 rows of flame mechanisms only had time to make one attack. Some of these dozen explosive bombs were flexibly dodged. In the end, only 4 gargoyles were shot down. The steel golem and its remaining 2 men successfully rushed within 10 meters in front of the statue of the goddess. This was really beyond Luo Jun's expectations, but fortunately, he was well prepared. Wind farm starts. The storm mechanism on the left suddenly lit up, and then a powerful airflow rushed forward like an explosion. The originally invincible gargoyles happened to hit the wind field. The strong airflow blew them upside down. It was difficult to maintain balance even when flapping their wings in mid-air. Finally, they fell to the winding mechanism in the first row with a few thuds. Within range. This time the entanglement mechanism finally caught the opportunity, and the tree vines were instantly entangled, and the 2 rows of flame mechanisms in front and back also began to bombard the 2 gargoyles into pieces in an instant. The most powerful obsidian gargoyle was still alive, but one of its wings was blown off. It struggled to break away from the vines, but could only continue to move forward on 2 legs. In the end, it fell to the ground under the entanglement and bombardment of the vines. On the second row of defense, Luo Jun finally breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't expect that there would be a flying unit, which really caught him off guard. At this point, he had killed all the monsters in the first 10 rounds, and the words "challenge success" appeared on the wall. But the challenge is not over yet. There are 5 rounds of more powerful monsters to come. What kind of reward he can get depends on how many rounds he can survive. In the next 11th round, the monster is a steel golem. In terms of strength and power, it is stronger than the gargoyle, but fortunately it is ground-based and can be stopped for the time being. The previously set budget of 300 breaths has arrived. Feeling the movement of vitality in his body and looking at the mechanisms and monsters on the field, Luo Jun frowned. You can practice cultivating the Yuan realm at the 3rd level of the strengthening realm. Even if you have solid basic skills, those who have cultivated the strengthening realm to the 5th level will generally only have 70 or 80 breaths of energy. 100 breaths is considered good. 300 breaths of vitality is about the same. It took 3 or 4 ordinary cultivators to exhaust their energy to reach it. This level of difficulty is completely different from the previous level. If he could survive such a difficult challenge, Luo Jun had a hunch that the final reward would definitely be extraordinary. He even suspected that this was the most difficult challenge in the tower, and if passed successfully, there might be hidden rewards. But if we continue, there are definitely not enough mechanisms on the field now. As the monsters become more and more difficult, let alone 300 or 500 monsters, it may not be possible to defeat them. Should we stop our losses in time and let the goddess statue be knocked down and pass the level smoothly, or should we persevere and get the final reward? Luo Jun hesitated. Thank you for your continued support. This book will be officially released at noon today. I will try to add as many chapters as possible to satisfy everyone. Friends who like this book are welcome to come and support. The interval between monsters was only 2 minutes. After a brief thought, Luo Jun put his hand on the operating table and arranged a mechanism. He chose to continue. Luo Jun knew well that before he reached the cultivation realm, he only had a huge amount of vitality, but it was difficult to be effective in the face of powerful monsters. If this energy can be exchanged for a powerful item, it will be more useful when besieging the boss in the end. Even if you don't use it yourself, giving it to other teammates is more useful than using your own fists to beat him. Even if you don't consider the possible hidden rewards, you still have to fight to survive. There are still 4 dice rolls left, so it won't be a big deal in the next room. Try to avoid other challenges. Luo Jun focused on improving his defenses. By the time he defended the 13th round, he had already consumed more than 500 breaths of vitality. At this time, Luo Jun, while controlling the battle situation, was also secretly running his inner energy. Fortunately, he had plenty of energy and a solid foundation. He kept recuperating for the past 20 minutes. While his energy was depleted, he also slowly recovered about 20 or 30 breaths. Looking at the densely packed various mechanisms on the field, Luo Jun was confident that even if there were 27 gargoyles, they would never be able to break through his defense line. Finally, as the portal opened, the 14th wave of monsters appeared. The difference from before was that this time, only 1 monster appeared at each door, both of which were ancient giant snakes with multiple heads. According to the data, the monsters on both sides are called Hydra, and the one that appears in the middle is called the Elder Hydra. Although the name is Hydra, an ordinary Hydra has only 5 heads, each head is the size of a water tank, and the main body of the body is as thick and long as a bus, which makes it look oppressive from a distance. As for the elder Hydra in the middle, not only is he one size larger than the ordinary Hydra, but his head has also increased to 7, making him look like a monster from a fairy tale. These 3 monsters pressed towards Luo Jun's defense line and were immediately attacked by dense explosive bombs. After many rounds of increases, there are now more than 50 flame mechanisms on the field. After activation, the attacks are continuous, and the 3-second cooling explosive bombs are fired like a machine gun. These 3 Hydras are not vegetarians. Not only are they huge in size and have thick scales, they also have powerful self-healing abilities. Data shows that when Hydra is seriously injured, it will sacrifice one of its heads to activate a healing spell to restore itself. The only shortcomings of this monster are probably that it is not very fast and is big enough that the explosive shells can almost miss. Coupled with the restraint of the entanglement mechanism, these 3 big reptiles can be said to have taken all the damage. Finally, after being beaten for dozens of seconds and sacrificing 2 heads, the strongest Hydra elder approached the statue of the goddess. Seeing this monster covered in wounds, Luo Jun activated the wind field without hesitation. Even the ancient giant snake could not withstand the powerful storm. The elder Hydra was blown backwards uncontrollably and returned to the winding area in front. He was concentrated by countless explosive bombs and was forced to absorb it again. Not a single head was beaten to death. At this time, an ordinary Hydra also broke through the defense line. It was even more miserable than the elder Hydra, with only the last head left. However, it had just completed its self-healing and was in good condition. It rushed towards the statue of the goddess at full speed regardless of everything. Luo Jun immediately activated the second storm mechanism and blew the poor snake back. Just as the wind stopped, the last Hydra arrived, with only 1 head left and many scars on its body. Luo Jun chuckled and activated the third storm mechanism. Yes, in order to better protect the goddess, Luo Jun consolidated the final line of defense in the last round and added a storm mechanism. This last one can be said to be the most miserable. It was already seriously injured, but in the process of rolling backwards, it could not withstand the continuous attacks of explosive bombs and was beaten into pieces. Not 3 seconds later, its brother also left with it. At this point, there was only the last Hydra elder left on the field. It has to be said that this ancient snake really resisted being beaten. After the death of his 2 younger brothers, he became the only target of fire in the field. Even so, he still held on for dozens of seconds before falling in front of the final line of defense. Luo Jun looked at the newly cooled storm mechanism and smiled slightly. With ease. This round of taking off was a bit long. There were less than 5 seconds left before the last round. Luo Jun thought about it and added another storm mechanism. It's the last round, so take insurance to avoid falling short. Soon, the last round of monsters appeared. Looking at the portal in front of him, Luo Jun's eyes slowly turned from confident at the beginning to surprise. Luo Jun's eyes widened. Because he saw densely packed birds flying out of the 3 portals? It was about the size of a pigeon, but its body was round and its head and tail could not be seen clearly. It moved forward with only 2 wings flapping, and it was quite fast. As soon as these strange birds appeared, they attracted the firepower of the flame mechanism. Explosive bombs exploded among the birds, causing a chain reaction in an instant. That's right, those strange birds will actually explode after they die, killing their companions with them. But there are too many of them and their speed is very fast. As soon as they appear, the super goddess statues will fly in desperately and put a distance between them. It is difficult to kill too many by exploding. Luo Jun immediately checked the information. Bird Bomb, a mechanical monster from City that simulates the appearance of a bird and is equipped with high-performance bombs. It is used to assassinate or attack important enemy facilities. This time, there is no distinction between elites and ordinary people. What appears on the 3 doors are all these flying bird bombs, and they explode as soon as they are touched. It can be said that individual strength is completely sacrificed and victory is purely based on quantity. This is not easy to handle. The entanglement mechanism is ineffective against flying units, and the only way to rely on the flame mechanism is for air defense and interception. But there are too many of them. As long as one of them is missed, it will blow up the goddess statue in an instant. Luo Jun was sweating on his forehead. He put his hands on the 4 storm mechanism signs in preparation and stared at the situation on the field. But fortunately, he deployed enough flame mechanisms in the early stage, and coupled with the characteristics of the exploding bird that explodes in pieces, he can barely prevent it at the moment. No, Luo Jun suddenly looked to his left and found a few scattered ones breaking through the defense line and flying straight towards the statue of the goddess. The storm mechanism was activated, and the powerful wind field was turned on. The light explosive birds were blown by the wind field and flew back in a circle. One of them was hit by the explosive bomb, and several others were killed together.
Flying units are too troublesome. Not only are they flexible, but their height also limits the range of the flame mechanism.
Explosive bombs that are originally capable of hitting 15 meters on flat ground may not be able to hit 10 meters in the air, and there may be gaps in fire coverage. Luo Jun looked at the series of explosions on the field, wondering whether to add some flame mechanisms, but as soon as he removed his hand, he found several more explosive birds flying over, and he could only go back and control the storm mechanism to resist.
There were too many monsters, and he didn't dare to be distracted at all.
The thrill just now made him change his mind. There were already more than 50 flame mechanisms on the field. Adding a few more would not help, but the large-scale wind field of the storm mechanism was more useful. At this time, several more flying bird bombs approached the goddess statue. Luo Jun immediately opened the third wind field. At the same time, before the wind field was over, he used the fastest hand to make up a storm mechanism. 5 mechanisms, 1 minute of cooling, can be activated in an average of 12 seconds. Counting how many seconds the wind field can last, the cycle should be basically guaranteed. It's a pity that the storm mechanism does no harm, otherwise if you install a few more in front and blow a large area, you should be able to clean up these strange birds quickly. There were continuous explosions on the field, but Luo Jun keenly felt that the frequency seemed to have dropped. These exploding birds are not endless after all, they seem to be running out soon. At this moment, 7 or 8 more birds bypassed the defense line and rushed towards them.
Luo Jun hurriedly activated his mechanism to resist.
Just as the wind field here ended, a series of explosions suddenly came from the front. Luo Jun looked up and found that the explosions were concentrated at a low altitude about 2 meters above the ground, and further above, 4 or 5 meters above the ground, a large area of more than a dozen flying bird bombs rushed towards them.
Abandoning the car to save the handsome man? Luo Jun immediately understood the key.
These should be the last birds. Most of them were sacrificed and formed a blockade at low altitude to block the volley from the flame mechanism, giving the last dozen or so birds in the high altitude an opportunity to attack. Seeing the flock of birds approaching, Luo Jun hurriedly turned on the last wind field and blew them back. Suddenly, there was an explosion, and the last suicide squad also turned into brilliant fire.
Success?
Luo Jun glanced at the 3 portals, and no new birds appeared.
Finally cleared the level.
Luo Jun clenched his fists excitedly and walked down from the console to receive the reward, but suddenly found that the text on the wall had not changed.
Not over yet? Are there any fish that have slipped through the net? With his brain running rapidly, Luo Jun suddenly looked up and found a black dot falling from the ceiling, directly towards the statue of the goddess.
There's another one. Luo Jun never expected that the last group of suicide squads would be decoys, and the real killing move would be to lurk along the ceiling above the statue of the goddess. The ceiling of this room is more than 10 meters high, and the vertical shooting of the flame mechanism can barely reach it. However, with the cover of a large number of flying bird bombs below, this last flying bird silently touched the top of the goddess. Now, the flame mechanism in the back row had just fired a volley and killed the last death squad.
During the 3-second cooldown, the 5 storm mechanisms were also cooling down.
The bomb bird took the opportunity to fall down and took advantage of the opportunity.
No mechanism could stop it.
It's up. Luo Jun was anxious and immediately reached out to the console and activated the fate dice at the same time. Add another mechanism. The dice roll. Event difficulty is 86, final points are 69 plus 5, event failed.
It's too fast, it's too late.
But at this moment, a burst bomb shot up from the ground, hitting the last bomb bird. The fire exploded above the head of the goddess statue, and the shockwave caused the statue to shake slightly.
Intercepted?
Luo Jun was stunned, looked down, and found an inconspicuous flame mechanism standing under the skirt behind the goddess. He suddenly remembered that this was inserted here to make things easier when he first arranged the mechanism. After that, because monsters rarely came close to the goddess statue, this mechanism was never triggered, and Luo Jun even forgot about it. This was really unintentional. Luo Jun sighed at his good luck and turned to look at the wall. Congratulations, you have completed the ultimate challenge.
You will receive the highest level hidden reward and can enter the next level. As the text emerged, the portals, goddess statues, various mechanisms and monster corpses disappeared instantly, leaving only 4 open doors on the wall and a treasure chest in front of the door. Luo Jun stepped forward, opened the treasure box, and found that inside was a small box more than a foot long and half a foot wide. Name, Elemental Tract Grade, Legend, Gold, Introduction. A certain great supreme being created a game in his spare time. He used powerful elemental power to make 5 kinds of chess pieces to play against his friends. Functional element mechanism. There are 5 types of elemental chess pieces in the box: earth, water, fire, wind, and wood. Take out the chess pieces and infuse them with vitality and place them in the designated location, and you can arrange the corresponding element mechanism. The user can recycle the elemental mechanism at any time. If the elemental mechanism is not actively recycled, it will be automatically restored to the box when the elemental mechanism is destroyed or the stored energy is exhausted. Each chess piece requires a 1-hour cooling time after recovery before it can be arranged again. Flame mechanism. It can launch a powerful explosive bomb. The explosive bomb has a range of 100 meters and a firing interval of 3 seconds. It consumes vitality according to the power of the explosive bomb, and the arrangement consumes 30 breaths of vitality. Entanglement mechanism. Tough tree vines can grow around you, entangling enemies within 20 meters, and at the same time inject paralyzing poison into the enemy, slowing them down. The poison lasts for up to 1 hour. During the duration of the entanglement, the energy will be consumed according to the intensity of the target's struggle. The arrangement consumes 50 breaths of vitality. Earth mechanism. It can generate a powerful earth element shield to cover a certain area and provide protection for the units within it. The shield can block all damage while it lasts, and consumes energy according to the damage taken. The arrangement consumes 100 vitality. Storm mechanism. It can generate a powerful wind field in a specified direction, and can also release a large number of wind blades to attack the enemy. It will consume vitality according to the strength of the wind field and the number of wind blades. The arrangement consumes 50 breaths of vitality. Water healing mechanism. It can release warm mist to cover a certain area, provide healing to the units within it, and consume vitality according to the amount of treatment. The arrangement consumes 30 breaths of vitality. Note, this is a toy of the gods. If humans want to play with it, they must first weigh their courage. It's actually a golden quality legendary treasure? This greatly exceeded Luo Jun's expectations. He had seen before while browsing the forum that the noble phantasms that can be obtained in B-level tasks are generally excellent and rare. If you get a perfect evaluation or complete a hidden task, you may get an epic. As for the probability of getting a legendary noble phantasm, and almost winning the lottery. Noble phantasms of this level are usually only possible in missions of level A or above. I didn't expect that I would be so lucky. But thinking about the difficulty of this challenge, Luo Jun estimated that if you pass the level normally, you will get a rare level treasure. If you survive the 13 or 14 rounds, you will probably get an epic. Only by surviving the last round perfectly can you get the legend. It seems that this is a hidden treasure, which makes sense when you think about it. Luo Jun opened the box excitedly and found 15 chess pieces stacked inside, including 5 each for water and fire, 2 each for wind and wood, and only 1 earth piece. Judging from the effect, it is basically an enhanced version of the elemental mechanism in the challenge. Not only is the effect stronger and more flexible, but it also has 2 more mechanisms, taking into account attack, control, defense, and treatment. It can be said to be a very comprehensive noble phantasm. But on the other hand, the cost of using it is not small. The cheapest water and fire mechanism takes 30 breaths to activate, and the most powerful earth mechanism costs 100 breaths. This terrifying consumption of vitality, even if you add the cultivation of energy. The consumption reduction effect of the realm has also blocked more than 90% of the cultivators. It is indeed a toy of the gods, but it is a pity that it is only a temporary treasure and cannot be truly taken away. But with this thing, I am much more confident in dealing with the final boss. Seeing that there was not much time left, Luo Jun put away the elemental machine box and stood in front of the 4 doors. After passing this door, it was the 6th floor. Luo Jun thought for a while and summoned the secret dice. Choose a random room or a safe room. This challenge consumes a lot of his energy. If he wants to use the elemental machine box better in the boss battle, he needs to recover his energy as soon as possible. Random rooms or safe rooms can give him a breather. It would be best to have a safe room with treatment and supplies, and maybe items to restore vitality. As the dice stops spinning, the result is revealed.
Event difficulty is 51, final points are 3 plus 5, event failed.
What?
Luo Jun was dumbfounded when he saw the information prompt of a big failure.
He didn't expect that he could choose a big failure by choosing a door? How could one fail? Could it be a particularly scary monster room? That's not easy to deal with.
He only has 100 breaths of vitality at the moment, so I'm afraid he won't be able to deal with monsters that are too powerful. But the dice has been thrown and the regret has been used.
Now he has no choice but to push the door.
Luo Jun gritted his teeth, took out the elemental mechanism box, opened the cover and held it in his hand, and pushed open a door with some trepidation. When the door opened, there was still nothing.
But when he stepped into the room and the door closed behind him, the scenery of the entire room changed instantly.
I saw large yellow stains suddenly appearing on the originally clean and white walls and floors. The stains also contained traces of corrosion and were mixed with sporadic blood stains. The whole room had a gloomy feeling like a murder scene.
This strange change shocked Luo Jun, thinking, is the monster room so urinary? The atmosphere is full as soon as the door closes? Whoa!
Before Luo Jun could react, a scream suddenly rang out from his side.
Luo Jun turned around and saw a woman covered in bruises rushing towards him, with a huge monster following behind her.
This monster looks like a giant centipede more than 10 meters long, but it is thicker than ordinary centipedes. Its back is covered with thick carapace segments, and there are sharp spines on the edges. Its tail swings two sharp bone blades, like it opens and closes like scissors. A huge head is bigger than a water tank, swinging two tentacles, opening two fangs thicker than a human thigh, chasing after him menacingly.
This battle also frightened Luo Jun. He subconsciously took a step back. The girl seemed to be trying to avoid the emergency turn.
Her foot slipped and she fell to the ground with a plop, rolling and sliding far away.
When the big centipede saw its target fall, it suddenly raised its head, opened its two fangs, and shot out a stream of yellow venom, which was about to be sprinkled on the girl. At this moment, Luo Jun felt that everything around him suddenly slowed down, and the Tianji dice system sounded a beep. Trigger mission, Rescue Sun Xiaowei mission difficulty, 50 severity factor, 6 times task consumption, 2 uses task limit, 5 uses whether to accept? This series of reminders stunned Luo Jun.
He looked at the unkempt and bruised woman.
Is this the young and beautiful Sun Xiaowei?
Luo Jun looked down with doubt, saw those slender thighs and the new wounds on them, and finally became convinced that it was indeed her.
But why did he meet her in the monster room? Can separated players meet again in the middle?
Luo Jun looked at the wall and found a countdown on the wall, with 12 minutes and 44 seconds left.
After thinking for a moment, Luo Jun understood the key points.
Sun Xiaowei should have entered this room through the random room. When she opened the door, she had been fighting the monster for 17 minutes. At this time, he pushed the door and entered halfway. Sun Xiaowei in her eyes, he suddenly appeared out of thin air, so she temporarily dodged in panic and fell down.
Is this the result of a big failure? Once you enter, you only have more than 10 minutes left, and you still have to protect a bottle of oil?
Looking at the surrounding walls, the yellow liquid is obviously highly corrosive, and there is only a faint trace of gangqi left on Sun Xiaowei. If so much acid is sprayed, the girl will probably turn into blood on the spot. If you accept the mission and choose to save people, you will most likely accept the mission on the front foot, but fail on the back foot, and you will lose the last 2 dice rolls. But if he doesn't accept the mission, after Sun Xiaowei dies, Luo Jun will have to deal with this monster alone. After the last round of challenges, he now has very little energy left.
If he spends more on this monster, he may only be able to sing Maka Baka when facing the boss. It seems that no matter what you choose, it's not very cost-effective. Is this the punishment for a big failure?
Wait, the previous missions issued by Destiny Dice were either because he had the idea to step forward, or they were good for him.
But to save Sun Xiaowei? To be honest, before he released the mission, he didn't recognize Sun Xiaowei at that time. She was dirty and zombie-like. Luo Jun thought it was 2 monsters fighting among themselves and had no idea of saving her.
What's more, even if she dies here, as long as others can finally defeat the 7th floor boss, everyone can be resurrected. As for the benefits, would saving her help to clear the level?
Give it a try.
In any case, with 3 more dice rolling experiences, he might be able to level up again, and then the problem of vitality would be solved. Luo Jun looked at the organ box in his hand, gritted his teeth, and chose to accept it. When time returned to the normal flow rate, he immediately reached for the mechanism box, took out the only earth mechanism, and then activated the secret dice. time slowed down again, and seeing that the corrosive venom was only a few meters away from Sun Xiaowei, Luo Jun was extremely lucky that he had opened the lid of the box in advance, otherwise Sun Xiaowei would have already started the party by the time he opened the lid to get the chess pieces. Use the earth mechanism to save Sun Xiaowei. After the event is determined, the dice begin to spin. The event difficulty is 48, the final points are 66 plus 5, the event is successful. Luo Jun was determined and threw out the earth chess piece in his hand. Following a flash of yellow light, a huge mechanism stood next to Sun Xiaowei. Different from the inconspicuous little mechanism in the challenge, this complete version of the mechanism is more than 2 meters high. It looks like a yellow knight wearing heavy armor and holding a large shield. A reassuring breath. The earth mechanism had just been set up, and the corrosive poison had arrived. The shield in the knight's hand lit up, and a light yellow transparent shield enveloped Sun Xiaowei. The corrosive poison was sprinkled on it, making a hissing sound, but the shield did not weaken at all. Sign. This is, looking at the tall machine statues and solid shields around her, Sun Xiaowei was completely stunned and turned to look at Yi wearing a mask. Is this his ability? No, he is just in the Peiyuan realm. Is it a noble phantasm? Thinking of this, Sun Xiaowei looked at the organ box in Luo Jun's hand. It looked like a very powerful treasure. It seemed that she was saved. When she separated from Luo Jun, the door Sun Xiaowei opened did not lead to the 7th floor, but was randomly teleported to a challenge room on the 5th floor. Fortunately, the challenge in that challenge room was not that difficult, and it was an area she was good at. It only took Sun Xiaowei more than 10 minutes to pass easily, and she also got a very effective prop. With her confidence inflated, Sun Xiaowei came to the 6th floor and came to a random room. Having just completed the challenge, she rested here for almost 30 minutes before opening the door, and was teleported to this monster room. Sun Xiaowei is a creative person, and she is still in the cultivation realm. Although she cannot use her vitality to simulate real objects, her vitality can already flexibly shape various forms. This kind of ability is very convenient, but its strength and stability are average. Facing this big bug with a hard shell and the ability to spray poison, it basically can't cause any harm. It can only run away while using its vitality to simulate the shape of a shield to resist the poison. After holding on for more than 10 minutes, her energy was almost exhausted. Just when she was most desperate, this mysterious knight suddenly appeared and blocked her attack. Sitting slumped under the protection of the earth mechanism, Sun Xiaowei looked at Luo Jun blankly. Her eyes gradually changed from the feeling of being lucky to survive to a look of admiration. With a mysterious mask, a calm demeanor, and a calm figure, this is simply a hero who fell from the sky. I had wrongly blamed him before. A capable person should be proud. However, Luo Jun, who was being watched by her, had no consciousness of being a hero. Under his appearance of being as stable as an old dog, he was panicking inside. The man was finally saved, but what to do next? There was not much vitality left, but another 100 breaths were consumed to generate the earth mechanism, and now there are only a few dozen breaths left. Luo Jun felt that at most one more flame mechanism could be used, but could a flame mechanism kill this big insect? Or? Luo Jun looked at his hands. With this little bit of vitality left, I can only fight with all my strength for less than 10 minutes. Looking at the countdown on the wall, I didn't leave much time for myself, so I might as well give it a try. Thinking of this, Luo Jun's eyes became firm. At this time, the big centipede had already circled the earth shield. After realizing that it could not catch the prey inside, it turned and rushed towards Luo Jun facing a centipede that was longer than a bus. Luo Jun was very cautious and made a dodge judgment first. The event difficulty is 23, the final points are 41 plus 5, the event is successful. The difficulty is unexpectedly low. Luo Jun complained in his heart and calmly dodged the giant centipede's charge. The incident was successful, the severity factor is 1.5 times, and the final experience point is 35 points. This tip surprised Luo Jun. When the severity coefficient is less than twice, decimals may appear. Luo Jun knew this before. What he didn't expect was that the severity coefficient of this incident was only 1.5 times. Isn't this too little? Generally speaking, if an incident involving a dodge attack will directly lead to Luo Jun's death, the severity factor is 12 times, and for serious injuries with a risk of death, it is generally 9 to 11 times. Although it is not life-threatening, it will cause if the combat ability is greatly reduced, such as multiple fractures, blindness, or missing limbs, the rate is generally 5 to 8 times. For minor injuries that are not serious problems, the rate is less than 5 times. But generally around 3 or 4 times.
This is 5 times more. If I didn't dodge, I wouldn't have been bruised and bruised? Could it be that this guy just looks bluffing and is actually nothing special? It's not over yet. Just one roll of the dice made Luo Jun's confidence greatly increase. The big centipede missed the target, twisted its body, turned its head, opened its fangs, and sprayed a large stream of venom at Luo Jun. The area covered by the liquid was not small, and coupled with the monster's head-shaking motion when it sprayed, the yellow venom drew a large fan shape and enveloped Luo Jun. "Be careful!" Sun Xiaowei in the Earth Shield blurted out when she saw this. She was well aware of the power of this venom. The solid stone bricks were corroded until they smoked. Every time she resisted, a lot of her energy was consumed. Occasionally, she would spray it. A few drops on her body caused large areas of skin and flesh to fester. If the body surface wasn't covered with a layer of Gang Chi buffer, it would have burned right through her bones. Dodge the venom. Luo Jun didn't need her to remind him that this thing was no joke. Event difficulty is 78, final points are 29 plus 5, event failed. He sighed in his heart. The range of the venom was too large and it was difficult to dodge. Luo Jun could only take advantage of the slowdown in time to carefully observe the direction of the venom. While minimizing the contact area, he stretched out his hands to protect his head and face. Wow! The venom was sprinkled on his body, and his clothes instantly carbonized and smoked. His hands also felt a hissing pain, which reminded Luo Jun of the feeling when he accidentally spilled the powerful toilet cleaning spirit on his hands. Luo Jun was stunned for a moment, leaned over and rolled back to avoid it. He shook his hands and looked around. He found that where the venom was spread, the skin was a little white and there were some stings. Other than that, there was nothing else. And this scene, in Sun Xiaowei's eyes, was even more shocking. She didn't see the Gang Chi on Yi's body. Could it be that the physical body was enough to resist the terrifying venom? Impossible. How could he have such a strong body? He must have some special method. Before Sun Xiaowei could recover from the shock, Luo Jun had already rushed forward. Since he was just a paper tiger, Luo Jun had nothing to fear. When the centipede monster saw him rushing towards him, it also opened its 2 fangs and bit it down. Luo Jun made a judgment in his mind, snorted coldly, stretched out his hands, and grabbed it with a snap. He grabbed 2 fangs and twisted them hard. Now that Luo Jun's vitality is running at full strength, his wrist strength is nearly 200 times that of an ordinary person. Even 2 steel bars cannot withstand it. There was just a click, and the 2 fangs were broken, and yellow venom flowed out from the hollow break. The centipede monster seemed to be in pain, and it shrank back suddenly, twisting its body crazily. Luo Jun took advantage of the victory to pursue, rushed forward, raised his right leg, rotated his body to gather enough strength and struck down, hitting the centipede's head. There was just a click, and the hard chitinous carapace shattered, and the slurry inside exploded out, but Luo Jun's attack was not over yet. With the reaction force of this kick, he turned around after volleying, and his hands he grabbed the broken fang root and hit the centipede monster's chin with a knee. His head suffered 2 heavy blows up and down, and the carapace was completely cracked. Luo Jun used the opportunity to separate his hands, and with a click, the huge centipede head was torn in half by him. However, as the saying goes, a centipede is dead but not stiff. Even without its head, the centipede's body is still twisting crazily. Its sharp claws are like dozens of steel knives, attacking everything around it indiscriminately, especially the tail. The 2 bone spurs, which looked like scissors, stabbed towards Luo Jun by accident. After making a judgment in his mind, Luo Jun stretched out his hand and accurately grabbed the centipede's tail. He kicked off the ground with both feet and swooped to the side. He used the inertia to drag the centipede's body upright. Then he used all his strength to pull the centipede's body, which was more than 10 meters long. The giant insects are turning around. Although the centipede looked huge, due to its slender body, it weighed less than 2 tons. With Luo Jun's current strength, he easily threw it up, dragged it all the way to the edge of the room, and smashed it against the hard wall. There was just a snap sound, and the whole centipede was slapped against the wall. That wasn't the end of it. With the help of the reaction force, Luo Jun slammed it to the ground with his backhand. Just like that, he smashed it horizontally and vertically. Not long after, cracks appeared all over the centipede's body, yellow-white slurry fell everywhere, and finally there was no sign of struggle. At this point, the text on the wall finally changed. Under the words, "Congratulations on killing the monster," a door slowly emerged. After solving the centipede monster, Luo Jun finally breathed a sigh of relief. This monster was a bit weaker than expected. Luo Jun looked at his hands and felt that even if his energy was exhausted,
he should be able to win with his brute force.
Did you become a lot stronger after your breakthrough? Or did you happen to encounter a weaker monster? Luo Jun thinks the latter is more likely.
So, looking at it this way, being chased by such a weak monster means that the long-legged girl is not very strong. Luo Jun cast a look of contempt at Sun Xiaowei, took out the mechanism box, and raised his hand to recall the earth mechanism. At the same time as the gate appeared, Tianji Dice also sent a reminder that the mission was completed, and rewarded him with 300 chips, and also packaged and added the experience gained during the mission. Although he used all 5 opportunities, because the monster was too weak, the difficulty and severity coefficient of the event were low, and except for the initial time when he used the earth mechanism to save people, he didn't have much experience. The result is that after eating this big bag of experience, Luo Jun is still more than 100 points away from leveling up. This was terrible. The vitality in his body was almost exhausted. There were still several hours until the number of dice rolls was refreshed. When he opened the door, he reached the 7th floor. It seemed that there was no hope of recovering his vitality.
Wait, now I have 300 chips. If I exchange them for a small lucky bag, will there be any improvement? There is no other way, let's treat a dead horse as a living horse doctor.
Thinking of this, Luo Jun called up the system panel and redeemed the small lucky bag. A burst of green light flashed and finally turned into a card. Name, times card grade, excellent effect, consumable, after use, you will immediately get an extra number of dice rolls. When used this number of times, you will get a 30-point correction, but no experience will be given.
Note, it's up to you to survive and turn things around. When he first saw the effect, Luo Jun felt ecstatic in his heart. He really got what he thought of, but when he saw the last sentence, his mood suddenly fell to the bottom. No experience? What's the use of just giving a number of times? But after all, it was a reward that cost 300 chips to draw. Luo Jun could only sigh and put it away. Mr. Yi?
A timid voice sounded behind him. Luo Jun turned around, and it was Sun Xiaowei standing behind him. The girl was in a very embarrassed state after being tortured by the centipede monster. Her clothes were ragged and her skin was ulcerated. However, she seemed to have tidied up her appearance at this moment. Her messy hair was tied up and she stood in front of Luo Jun with a blush.
Luo Jun didn't know what she was going to do, so he simply didn't answer and kept his aloof persona. The atmosphere was a bit awkward.
Sun Xiaowei lowered her head slightly and looked at her hands.
After squirming for a while, she bowed and said, "Thank you for saving me. I had a bad attitude before. I hope you don't mind." It turned out to be a thank you. Luo Jun secretly breathed a sigh of relief and waved his hand pretending to be calm. Due to the rules, I must kill the monster, not to save you.
No, Sun Xiaowei waved her hands repeatedly. No matter what, it is a fact that you saved me.
I have nothing to thank you for, so I will give this to you.
With that said, Sun Xiaowei opened the treasure box and took out a small bottle and handed it to Luo Jun. This is a prop I got from the last challenge room.
It may be helpful to you.
Luo Jun wanted to refuse, but when he saw the properties of the small bottle, his eyes immediately widened.
Wait a moment, there is another chapter name, Lucky Energy Potion Grade, Rare Effect, Consumable, after use, you may obtain one of the following 3 effects. 1. Replenish all vitality immediately, with a 50% chance of obtaining 2. No effect, 30% chance of obtaining 3. Empty all vitality immediately and gain a probability of 20%. Note, want to take a gamble? If you lose, you may go bankrupt. Luo Jun couldn't believe his eyes.
He instinctively reached out and took the medicine bottle. After confirming the effect again and again, he suppressed the ecstasy in his heart and pretended to be cold and nodded to Sun Xiaowei. Thank you.
He accepted it.
Sun Xiaowei felt her heart beating a few beats faster, lowered her head and reminded with a blushing face, we are about to reach the 7th floor.
I suggest that during the boss battle, if you run out of energy, you can try your luck with this.
Of course I am not. I question your strength, but with so many layers before, it is inevitable that it will be consumed. With such a powerful supplement, it is still. Before she could finish her words, she saw Mr. Yi had unscrewed the medicine bottle and poured it in. The coupon you just received has the effect of primary point correction.
When others use this, the success rate is 50%. When Luo Jun uses it, the success rate is 85%. There is not much energy left now. If you don't use it now, why don't you save it for the new year? The throw was successful easily. As the potion passed through his throat, a strong warm current immediately rose from his stomach and poured into his whole body, instantly replenishing Luo Jun's vitality. Feeling the surging power in his body, Luo Jun was in a good mood. He turned around and saw Sun Xiaowei covered in bruises. He took out the mechanism box and inserted a water healing mechanism into the ground. In an instant, a warm mist enveloped the two of them, and the corroded and whitened skin on Luo Jun's hands instantly returned to its original state. As for Sun Xiaowei, the changes were even more obvious. The ulcers and wounds on her body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, without even leaving a trace. Wound. Not only for treatment, Luo Jun discovered that the warm mist seemed to have a cleaning effect. After just a few minutes of baptism, the unkempt Sun Xiaowei regained her original clean and beautiful appearance, and her two white legs were as smooth as new. Feeling the changes in her body, Sun Xiaowei touched her face in surprise and thanked Luo Jun excitedly. No need. Luo Jun waved his hand and said, "This is a return gift." After saying that, he looked at the countdown above the door. "We're running out of time, let's go." Withdrawing the water healing mechanism, Luo Jun walked towards the door. Looking at Luo Jun's back, Sun Xiaowei's eyes were full of admiration. "It looks cold, but in fact he is so gentle." Pushing open the door, there is still a square white room behind the door. The difference is that this room is larger and more empty than any room Luo Jun has encountered before. Is this the 7th floor? I can't see anyone else. Am I the first to reach the 7th floor? Not necessarily. Reminiscent of the scene when I met Sun Xiaowei again, I didn't really enter the room before closing the door. Even if there was someone on the top floor, they would not be visible until the door was closed. What a big room, Sun Xiaowei sighed from behind. As she entered the room, she released her hand holding the door and the door closed automatically. With a click, the door merged with the wall and disappeared completely. At the same time, the scene in the room also changed. The originally white ground suddenly had large bloodstains and several corpses. "That's Sister Suyun?" Sun Xiaowei shouted. 5 or 6 meters in front of the two of them, Suyun was lying broken into two parts. Her body was split open diagonally, and her internal organs and blood were scattered on the ground. Under the long burgundy hair, there was a pale face and frightened eyes. Not far from Suyun, Zhao Deshang was lying. His body was still intact, but there were many wounds on his body. The most fatal one was a penetrating wound in the heart, which was as thick as the mouth of a bowl and was still gushing out. Bleed. On the other side, a pair of human legs can be seen. Judging from the color of the pants, it should be Jiang Shengli. The position of his upper body was replaced by a large pit with a diameter of 2 meters. In the pit, smashed pieces of meat could be seen. It was obvious that this old man was flattened to the ground by an extremely powerful blow. Just when the two of them were horrified, a heartbreaking roar came. Die! Along with this roar, a bright thunder light lit up, and a purple-haired young man in the distance was seen waving a long knife to attract thunder and lightning, and rushed towards a huge monster. The monster was 2 stories tall, with a body like a human, and an extremely majestic build. However, it had 4 arms, 2 of which held a golden sledgehammer, and the other 2 held a long knife more than 10 feet long in the left hand, but the other hand is holding a bronze mirror, with a head as big as a millstone, red hair, a green face, a wide mouth and fangs, like an evil ghost in mythology. Obviously, this monster is the final guardian. These guys summoned the boss before Luo Jun and Sun Xiaowei came up. Click! There was just an explosion, and a thunderbolt hit the evil ghost. Even the powerful watcher was paralyzed by the electricity and his whole body was shaking uncontrollably under the unique skill of the 3rd young master of the Lei family. Lei Tianyang's eyes were full of murderous intent. He held the knife in both hands, and the thunder light stirred up, constantly increasing the power. But the monster suddenly turned over the bronze mirror in his hand, and several golden lights shot out. Can this monster attack from a distance? Judging from the wounds, Zhao Deshang probably died from this move. Lei Tianyang could only give up casting spells and block with his sword, but the golden light was too fast, and one of them still hit him, and the protective aura surged. After all, it is the inheritance of a big family. Lei Tianyang has a solid foundation. He relied on Gang Qi to withstand the golden light. However, the watcher lost control of the thunder and lightning and rushed forward with a strong step, slashing with the long knife in his hand. Lei Tianyang did not dare to make a direct attack, and hurriedly ducked to avoid the blade, but the sledgehammer followed closely. He could no longer dodge, so he could only block with the sword horizontally. He heard a clang and was hit squarely. On! Puff! No matter how strong the aura was, it could not withstand such a huge force. Lei Tianyang let go of his long knife and was hit so hard that a mouthful of blood spurted out. His whole body was like a kite with its string broken. It flew dozens of meters before landing and bounced back.
It rolled a few times and landed right in front of Luo Jun and Sun Xiaowei.
Lei Tianyang?
Sun Xiaowei was so frightened by the scene in front of her that she turned pale and unconsciously grabbed the corner of Luo Jun's clothes. In her eyes, Master Lei San was the strongest among them, not even him.
Opponent, isn't this monster invincible?
Lei Tianyang was still breathing, and happened to see Luo Jun and Sun Xiaowei. There was unwillingness in his eyes, and he opened his mouth and said, "If you don't come up, you can live a little longer. If we die, it will force." After saying that, a mouthful of blood spurted out, and his eyes lost their luster. Luo Jun hurriedly took out the mechanism box and threw out a water healing mechanism, but it did not help.
Lei Tianyang was already dead. This scene shocked Luo Jun very much. In his opinion, Lei Tianyang must be much stronger than him.
There is still hope for rescue with the guards. Now he and Sun Xiaowei are the only two weaklings left.
Isn't that the one who delivers food to boss?
Seeing that the treatment didn't work, Luo Jun stepped forward, stretched out his hand to check his breathing, then sighed and closed Lei Tianyang's eyes with his hand.
The thickest thighs have all been sent, what should I do?
Luo Jun squatted beside Lei Tianyang's body, feeling panicked.
At this moment, he noticed that a translucent energy floated up from Lei Tianyang's body and flew all the way towards the Watcher.
After absorbing this energy, the Watcher roared and his momentum increased.
Strengthened? Will the death of the player strengthen the boss?
Luo Jun stared at the Watcher, recalling his experiences along the way, and suddenly understood. No wonder the dice told him to save Sun Xiaowei, no wonder the severity coefficient of the monster room was so high. So it turns out that dying in the tower not only weakens the team of Breaker, but also enhances the power of the Guardian? This means that what he will face is a stronger boss than when he killed Lei Tianyang.
Thinking of this, Luo Jun's hands were shaking a little.
But in the eyes of Sun Xiaowei behind him, Yu witnessed his companion being killed and bid him farewell tenderly.
However, the hatred and overwhelming fighting spirit made him glare at the monster and tremble uncontrollably. This is the spirit of a master. That's it for today's update. Thank you all for your support. We'll start fighting boss tomorrow. Yi, it's coming.
The Watcher in the distance noticed the two men and rushed over with weapons in hand. Sun Xiaowei warned loudly when she saw this.
That's all, we can only fight with him. There is no obstruction in this room, and the view is unobstructed.
Luna and Gaosen, who did not see the bodies, must have died on the way to climb the tower. Sun Xiaowei behind them is another useless snack, and they can only fight on their own. Looking at the charging guard, Luo Jun turned his head slightly. "Stand back and fight it, I can't take care of you." Sun Xiaowei nodded knowingly and ran back immediately. Luo Jun took out a cyan chess piece from the machine box and planted it on the ground when the Watcher rushed in front of him. The storm machine rose from the ground, and almost at the same time, a powerful wind field accompanied by hundreds of wind blades came to greet the Watchers one after another. Small wounds appeared one after another. The damage caused by the wind blade was very limited, but the powerful wind field did block the guard's forward momentum, and even blew it back several steps before barely holding on to its body. Very good, as long as we can control it, it will be easy. Seeing that the power of the elemental machine was far more powerful than when he challenged it, Luo Jun also had confidence in his heart, and threw out two flame mechanisms, one on the left and one on the right, sandwiching the Watcher in the middle. Two explosive bombs were shot out immediately, hitting the Watcher. Boom! The two explosions merged into one, and the raging flames completely engulfed the huge Watcher.
Luo Jun was also stunned.
The power of this explosion was not at the same level as the fireball in the challenge.
It seems like there might be hope. Ouch!
An angry roar came from the fire, and the guard rushed out of the flames. His body was covered with burn marks, and his red hair was still burning with flames, but his strong muscles and bones were not affected. The wind field stopped, the fireball cooled down, and it rushed towards Luo Jun brandishing a sledgehammer. But as soon as he started, the Watcher felt something got stuck under his feet, lost his balance and fell forward. It turned out that while the fire element mechanism was attacking, Luo Jun arranged another entanglement mechanism, and the Watcher's legs were entangled as soon as he stepped on it. The vines were extremely tough, growing in the wind and crawling up the Guardian's legs. At the same time, the vines were full of poisonous thorns. Although the Guardian's defense is strong, the wound caused by the wind and fire mechanism was taken advantage of and injected with venom. At this time, the two flame mechanisms had launched their second attack. The upgraded flame mechanism is not only more powerful, but also has a locking function.
Luo Jun designates the Watcher as the target of the attack. As soon as it cools down, the explosive bomb will automatically greet him. However, this explosion didn't matter. While it hurt the watcher, it also exploded the vines. This had never happened in previous challenges. Although the vines were growing at any time, it finally gave the watcher a chance to breathe. He waved his long knife, cut off the vines on his body, and smashed it with a hammer. On the winding mechanism, there was just a bang, and the entanglement mechanism was smashed out of shape, followed by another hammer, completely destroyed, and turned into a chess piece and put it back into the mechanism box. This was unexpected by Luo Jun. In the challenge, the mechanisms themselves were invincible. No matter how strong the monsters were, they could not attack them. Moreover, the mechanisms would not affect each other. Explosive bombs would only harm monsters but not destroy the entanglement of tree vines. Now that I think about it, it should be a simplification made to facilitate the challenge. If it is really turned into a prop and given to players, these practical issues must be considered when using it. The difficulty has increased again. The watcher smashed the entanglement mechanism, took 2 more explosive bombs, and rushed towards Luo Jun under the fire. It also knew that the culprit was this masked human being, and it didn't bother to take care of any mechanism that didn't cause much obstruction. Facing a giant 3 times his height, Luo Jun did not dare to confront him head-on, so he turned around and ran away. Although the guard was tall and had long legs, he also weighed a lot. In addition, the paralyzing toxin that entangled the mechanism had some effect. He really couldn't catch up with Luo Jun and was quickly pulled away. Taking advantage of this time, Luo Jun arranged 2 more flame mechanisms in the room. The upgraded mechanism has a range of up to 100 meters. Place one in the middle of the room and it can easily cover the entire area. But Luo Jun was afraid of being caught all at once, so he placed them more dispersely. Because of the different distances, the explosive bombs from several mechanisms arrived alternately. As a result, every time the watcher took a step or two, a big fireball would hit his head, causing him pain. Unspeakable. Finally, after being slipped around by Luo Jun, the monster gave up chasing people and instead rushed towards the nearest flame mechanism. Seeing that the watcher was about to destroy the mechanism, Luo Jun quickly pulled out the troll's tongue, raised his hand and fired. Luo Jun understood the power of the bone spurs. With the body strength of the watcher, even if it hit, it would only be a superficial wound. Therefore, the purpose of Luo Jun's blow was not to hurt. After shooting, he flicked his arm and wrapped his tongue around the watcher's ankle. Luo Jun immediately turned around and kicked the ground when he felt a tight grip, dragging him backwards with all his strength. The watcher felt a strong force coming from his ankle and immediately lost his balance. He used the giant hammer in his hand to support himself on the ground to avoid falling. Noticing the tongue wrapped around his feet, the watcher stood firm, kicked his legs hard, and pulled Luo Jun towards him. Luo Jun was indeed strong enough, but his weight was too light compared to the watcher, and it was difficult to use force in the horizontal direction, so he was pulled uncontrollably. But he didn't panic, and took the opportunity to throw out the last flame mechanism. When he was pulled over, he stepped on the flame mechanism with both feet and pulled with all his strength. This time the watcher was unprepared and was staggered. At this time, the new mechanism fired explosive bombs, with a bang, knocking the unbalanced watcher to the ground. Immediately afterwards, explosive bombs from the other 4 mechanisms flew over one after another, crackling and exploding. Luo Jun withdrew the troll's tongue and looked at the watcher who was being bombarded by 5 mechanisms in turn. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He was worthy of being the final boss. He was really thick-skinned. However, it can be seen that the explosive bombs still caused damage to it. Although 1 or 2 rounds had little effect, under the continuous bombing, the damage continued to accumulate, and the watcher was indeed getting weaker and weaker. After all, it is a golden legendary treasure, and even the strengthened B-level boss cannot withstand it. At this moment, Luo Jun suddenly noticed several golden lights shooting out of the fire, heading straight for him. It's that bronze mirror. This is the watcher's only long-range attack method. Although Lei Tianyang resisted a golden light, Luo Jun did not dare to underestimate it and hurriedly dodged. After all, Zhao Deshang of the martial arts faction fell under this move. Several rays of golden light swept past the corners of Luo Jun's clothes, but 3 of them hit the flame mechanism next to him. Only then did Luo Jun realize that the target of the watcher did not seem to be him, but the agency. 3 golden lights successfully disabled a flame mechanism, and there was a gap in the bombardment rhythm of explosive bombs, giving the watcher a chance to breathe. With just a roar, the big monster rushed out of the fire, dragging the hammer towards a flame mechanism more than 10 meters away.
From the look of it, it was obviously seriously injured. Not only was it covered in black smoke, but the arm holding the hammer seemed to be broken. It could only drag the heavy hammer forward with one hand. Seeing this, Luo Jun hurriedly shot out the troll's tongue and tried to wrap it around the watcher's leg. But this time the watcher was prepared. As soon as he felt his ankle was wrapped, he returned with a knife and cut off the troll's tongue. At this moment, the two flame mechanisms that Luo Jun first deployed turned into chess pieces and flew back to the elemental mechanism box after firing an explosive bomb. The layout of the flame mechanism consumes 30 breaths of vitality, and each firing of an explosive bomb consumes 1 breath of vitality. In other words, each flame mechanism can fire up to 30 explosive bombs. If one fire is fired continuously every 3 seconds, it can only last less than 1 breath. Minutes and a half. In an instant, 3 flame mechanisms failed, and the guard's pressure suddenly decreased. He dragged his hammer and planned to smash the 4th flame mechanism. Seeing this, Luo Jun hurriedly threw out another entanglement mechanism, and the vines rose from the feet of the watcher. Compared with before, the guard was obviously much weaker, and his sword swing was not strong enough. He cut off a few vines and then got entangled all over his body. At this time, 2 explosive bombs hit one after another. Although some of the vines were blown apart, the mechanism continued to generate new vines. The injured guard's ability to resist was greatly reduced, and he was unable to swing a sledgehammer with one hand. It is difficult to break the mechanism and break free. Seeing the guardian getting weaker and weaker under the entanglement and fireball attack, Luo Jun gritted his teeth and rushed towards the monster. It won't be long before the 2 flame mechanisms will run out of energy. He must kill this monster now. When he was still about 10 meters away from the watcher, Luo Jun jumped up high, clung to the watcher's back, and climbed to its neck in 2 or 3 steps. At this time, 2 explosive bombs were fired. Luo Jun reached out and grabbed the guard's hair, using the tree vine as a support, and pulled hard, making the guard face the direction of the fireball. Boom boom! 2 explosive bombs exploded on the face and chest of the watcher. Luo Jun was also affected, but this residual power was not enough to shake Luo Jun. He grabbed his hair with one hand and punched the back of the watcher's head with a fist. Boom! With a physique nearly 100 times that of an ordinary person, and with the help of vitality, Luo Jun's punch was more than 10 tons strong. Even with the strength of a guard, after receiving this blow, his head suddenly thrust forward, and his feet were tripped. The body fell down. The surrounding trees and vines were like poisonous snakes, taking the opportunity to surge wildly and wrap the watcher tightly on the ground. At this time, 2 more explosive projectiles were fired. Luo Jun hurriedly got out of the way. With the explosion, the tree vines loosened a lot. Just as the watcher was trying to get up, Luo Jun jumped up and punched him again, knocking him to the ground again. He even took out the energy silver needle and drained part of the watcher's energy, making him even weaker. Never give it a chance to breathe. In this way, Luo Jun cooperated with the mechanism to control the watcher on the ground. He could feel that this terrifying monster was getting weaker and weaker, and its resistance was getting weaker and weaker. It was only 1 step away from killing it. But at this moment, a golden light suddenly lit up in the gap between the trees and vines. Is the bronze mirror showing its power again? Luo Jun was afraid of the power of the golden light and hurriedly moved away. However, the golden light did not attack this time, but enveloped the guardian, not only opening up the tree vines wrapped around it, but even blocking the incoming explosive bombs. What's this? Under Luo Jun's shocked eyes, the watcher stood up from the golden light. The wounds on his body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and even his broken arm grew back. That bronze mirror can not only attack, but also heal damage? Is this the boss of the Level B mission? Thanks to Xingyilang for the 500 starting coins. Thanks to the Immortal Lord for the 500 starting coins. Thanks to Sagia, I just can't stand the 500 starting coins for this reward. Thanks to the Death reward for the 100 starting coins. Thank you all for your subscriptions, monthly votes and recommendations. As for the comments on the release, I have been busy rushing the manuscript these 2 days and really don't have the energy to finish it. When I have time, I still want to make it more affordable and write more words so that everyone can watch more of the plot. When the golden light dissipated, the watcher had returned to his original state. He roared, swung his knife to cut off the re-entangled vines, and smashed the entangling mechanism with 2 hammers. As for the 2 flame mechanisms, they had just exhausted their energy and automatically recovered. At this point, Luo Jun has run out of ammunition and food, but the monster is in its best condition. The guard looked at Luo Jun angrily, rushed up with a long stride, and swept his sword to the ground. The long knife was fast and had a wide range, and it was too late to retreat. Luo Jun could only jump to avoid it, and this was the moment the watcher was waiting for. Following the long knife is the sledgehammer. Luo Jun's feet were off the ground at this moment, and he had nowhere to use his strength to dodge. Facing the sledgehammer coming towards him, he suddenly took out a skateboard from his treasure box. This is the equipment that Wu Yid revealed. It can drive at high speeds by injecting vitality.